After graduation, Amos Brain went into hiding, concealing himself within the shadowy underbelly of the British wizarding world. He traversed the delicate boundary between light and darkness, dancing on the precipice of life and death, using the remuneration from commission tasks to fund his journey into magical origins while repaying the nurturing grace of the orphanage that raised him. Chapter 1. Shadows Beneath the Radiance. December 27th, 1992. They preferred to remain indoors, basking in the warmth, listening to the crackling flames of the fireplace, seated beneath a Christmas tree adorned with silver frost and parasitic mistletoe, discussing Quidditch or the latest news. Thus, Diagon Alley, the bustling commercial heart of the wizarding world, felt particularly desolate during the New Year celebrations, not to mention the usually sparse activity in Nocturne Alley. Clang, clang, clack. Amasta, hidden beneath a voluminous black cloak, stepped down from small cart akin to those used at Gringotts, maintaining an air of nonchalance despite the turmoil roiling within his stomach. The air was thick with the rancid stench of fermented slug slime soaking into decaying frog entrails. The uneven ground was damp, and a row of inverted torches floated neatly in midair, casting a ghostly green glow that rendered the vast, fan-shaped underground cavern eerily sinister. Amasta's gaze wandered 200 feet to his left. In the pet market, a 15-foot-tall troll lay lethargically against the ground, its limbs bound by chains as thick as a man's wrist, nearly blending into the dark rock wall. Its owner, a toothless old hag from Moldova, had brought it here in hopes of selling it for a good price, so she might use the proceeds to treat her dragonpox. Alas, it had remained unsold for 2 years, still without a buyer. I could see that moment. The old crone leaned against the troll's toes, hurling curses at a nearby cluster of house elves, blaming them for polluting the environment. These were a group of house elves, now free from their masters. T.O. described them as free would be akin to labeling beasts as noble steeds. Gratitude was hardly to be expected. These unfortunate little creatures had once belonged to minor wizarding families or clandestine covens, their former masters having perished for various reasons, leaving the elves to grapple with an unwanted freedom. The absence of a master was a terrifying ordeal for house elves, stripping them of their existential worth. Hence they gathered here in hopes of finding new servitude. In truth, aside from a few dark wizards seeking live specimens for their nefarious experiments, few would pay them any heed. The troll, however, was quite amiable towards the elves. Amasta had witnessed it devour several in a frenzy, crunching them with insatiable delight. In addition to trolls and house elves, the fetid pet market showcased a variety of other intriguing beings, such as centaurs stripped of their tribal protections, hapless pixies, highly sought-after vampires confined within cages, and even charming leprechauns, all valuable live specimens. Essentially, aside from particularly taboo magical creatures like dragons and unicorns, one could find the majority of the magical beings known to the wizarding world in the depths of this underground market. The trading market retained the rudimentary aesthetic of medieval Europe, yet the wares displayed haphazardly on the ground were anything but trivial. Ancient tomes of dark magic from Greece, potions that significantly enhanced magical prowess with unclear side effects, and alchemical items capable of obliterating life on a grand scale. These were far more potent than the trinkets sold at Borgin and Burke's, where Devil's Snare was merely a decorative plant. Amasta had even encountered a wizard from Italy selling the Curse of the Black Death that had once ravaged Europe. The wizard claimed his version was weakened, but if unleashed it could easily wipe out an entire city of muggles. Of course, such curses came with a staggering price tag, or else Amasta might have considered acquiring one for research. This was indeed the darker side of the magical world, a realm of true lawlessness. After a moment, feeling somewhat steadied, Amasta took a step forward towards the cavern's center, gradually merging into the sparse crowd. The individuals frequenting this area were mostly cloaked in black robes, wishing to conceal their identities. Only a handful of reckless lunatics and the occasional wizard passing through England dared to reveal themselves before the watchful eyes of the ministry's infiltrators. Indeed, you heard correctly. The underground world of Nocturne Alley was monitored by Aurors, yet their presence was merely to ensure that no untoward events transpired, rather than to eradicate the inhabitants, unless the ministry sought to wage war against the remaining ancient sects and dark wizards in Britain. The heart of the cavern lay a square area, enclosed by low granite walls, serving as the underworld's commission market. At one end stood a tall notice board, its serpentwood surface adorned with hundreds of glimmering red contracts, silently awaiting someone to claim them. Amasta stood beneath the board, scanning for valuable commissions, but finding none, he turned and seated himself upon a stone bench, awaiting the arrival of a trading partner. Perhaps due to the New Year festivities, the place was also lacking in patrons, the vast space only occupied by two figures whispering 10 feet to his rear. One was an elderly wizard clad in a brown burlap robe, his bald head festering with sores, appearing to be nearly 80 years old. Upon hearing a noise, he lifted his gaze to regard Amasta. Seemingly disdainful of Amasta's concealed visage, hidden behind a swirling vortex of distorted magic, he revealed a grin showcasing just a few yellow teeth, emitting a foul breath. His face was a grotesque tableau, one half charred like burnt bark, while the other was overrun with fleshy, writhing growths. Amasta found himself intrigued by the old wizard's peculiar countenance. If he was not mistaken, the wizard's appearance was likely the result of a failed spell while crafting a Horcrux, suffering severe magical backlash. As far as Amasta knew, only one thing could mitigate the spread of such magical afflictions, and the ensuing conversation between the two men confirmed his suspicions. It's exceedingly difficult and highly perilous. You must know where in all of Britain one can find a unicorn. The old wizard's companion, a lanky figure emerging from his black robe, produced a glass vial containing a shimmering silver liquid that stood out starkly in the dim underground world. Speaking cautiously, the old wizard understood the implications of this remark, sneering sharply as he produced a fist-sized lump of mithril, tossing it onto the table. Transactions in the underworld were typically direct, with little room for negotiation should discussions falter. One could simply eliminate the other. Amasta watched the old wizard with keen interest, noting the moment he accepted the glass vial, inhaled its scent, and then poured it into his mouth, a hint of amusement flickering across his obscured features. In this realm, it is imperative to acknowledge that, due to the inherent flaws in traditional magical education, practitioners of various schools often attain remarkable expertise in specific areas, yet may remain as woefully ignorant as novice apprentices in others. Conversely, modern magical education, anchored in academic institutions, is unlikely to produce exceptionally extraordinary talents. However, it does promote a certain balance. The equilibrium of knowledge is of paramount importance. Present. Even a graduate possessing merely the qualifications of a Hogwarts OWLS would not be easily deceived by a mere potion enhanced with transfiguration and a couple of unicorn feathers. Chapter 2. The Clam and the Heron. How dare you? Many tales, from their inception, reveal their inevitable conclusions. A sinister uproar echoed through the subterranean realm, its intensity rivaling the howl of a werewolf under the full moon. Within the third second of consuming the bewildering potion, the ancient sorcerer erupted in fury. The multitude of festering boils and sores upon his head transitioned swiftly from crimson to violet, then to an ominous black, as if they were on the verge of concocting a potent elixir. The grotesque flesh protrusions on his visage writhed in excitement, eagerly yearning to detach themselves from the sorcerer's face. Magnificently, the sorcerer, consumed by rage, articulated his indignation with a cadence that reflected the tempest within. He raised a stout, gem-encrusted staff with the intention of casting a dreadful curse upon the deceiver. Yet, alas, he seemed oblivious to the fact that his volatile, malevolent magic had spiraled beyond his control. The act of invoking a spell only exacerbated the chaos within him, akin to a wax figure subjected to the relentless embrace of flames, melting away from the crown of his head to the entirety of his being. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant figure now lay transformed into a vile puddle of dark, oozing ichor. Excuse me, what greatness! The gaunt figure, having struck a deal with the sorcerer, let out a peculiar, cold chuckle. He seized the silver from the table and tucked it into his robe, then approached the morass. Scrutinizing it closely, he extracted the sorcerer's staff from the muck, examining the ruby atop it under the flickering torchlight. Through the dark veil, Amasta sensed the smugness upon his face. The slender figure, aware of the gaze upon him, turned with a malevolent glare towards Amasta, as if suspecting treachery. He whispered a dire warning. In this realm, both greed and insatiable curiosity can lead to your untimely demise. Golden Viper, do not presume that having once torn apart a few large wolves instills fear in all. Amasta smirked disdainfully, lowering his gaze to the viscous puddle. After a moment, a raspy, aged voice emerged from beneath his hood. Thank you for your caution, deceiver, but it seems you have overlooked a vital truth. Besides greed and curiosity, negligence can also prove fatal. What? Just as the slender figure faltered in confusion, a shadow, black as death and with scarlet eyes, surged forth from the blob. This specter, akin to the Grim Reaper, hovered in the air, unleashing a piercing shriek directed at the gaunt figure. Embrace death with me, wretch. The apparition transcended the slender figure's comprehension. He harbored no thought of resistance, opting instead to flee. Yet, lamentably, every inch of this underworld was ensnared by the counterphantom transmutation spell, and the nearest hearth was at least half a mile away. Before the gaunt figure could escape the low wall, the colossal shadow, reminiscent of death itself, had already caught up to him, diving from the air towards the ground. It opened its maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, and in an instant devoured the slender figure along with his anguished screams. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of crunching echoed painfully in the ears, mingling with the blood, a mixture of bone fragments and brain matter, cascading to the ground like a stream. The rich, putrid scent of blood caused Amasta to frown inwardly. The deathly visage of the old sorcerer was merely a struggle before his demise, unable to linger in this world. After avenging his own death, the shadow swiftly faded. Before it completely vanished, it turned to fix a piercing gaze upon Amasta, voice raspy with resentment. You know that thing is a fabrication, yet you did not warn me. Why must you attribute your folly to others? Amasta replied coldly. Before I take an interest in your current form, it will be wise for you to vanish promptly, lest I confine you to a glass bottle for decades before sending you to hell. The shadow could not refute Amasta's words and sighed in resignation. After casting a wistful glance around, it completely dissipated, striding towards death. Those nearby noticed the commotion, yet not a soul expressed surprise at the events unfolding. Nor did anyone dare approach to inquire further, for as the frail, bamboo-like sorcerer had stated, in this realm of the impossible, an insatiable curiosity could spell one's doom at any moment. A streak of silver light cut through the dark air as Amasta summoned the secret silver marked with bite impressions from the flesh. Cleansing it before nonchalantly tucking it into his cloak, his spirits considerably elevated. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the pus formed from the old sorcerer's remains and the shattered flesh of the frail sorcerer ignited in golden magical flames. In mere moments, the fire cleansed the tainted ground, obliterating the last traces of the two souls in this world. Having taken something from another, one must assist in managing the aftermath. This is what is termed civic duty. It seems I may have missed quite a spectacle, Mr. Golden Viper. Amasta turned his head towards the source of the voice, where a congenial middle-aged sorcerer with golden hair and black eyes stood beneath a tall notice board, smiling at him. Perhaps you narrowly escaped the predicament. Amasta nodded in acknowledgement, his tone indifferent. The newcomer was Carcass Vly, a somewhat renowned broker in the underworld, hailing from the esteemed Vly family, one of the Sacred 28. This family once enjoyed great renown in the magical realm. At its zenith, the family's patriarch even served as Minister of Magic, undeniably one of the aristocratic families of the time. Regrettably, Hector Vly, the then Minister of Magic, lacked the foresight to transcend reality, neglecting Albus Dumbledore's warnings and misjudging the catastrophic potential of the then-rising Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, upon the British and the broader European magical community. Consequently, he was ousted by enraged sorcerers. The Vly family, stripped of its protective power, suffered a severe blow and gradually faded from the annals of the British magical world. In truth, Albus Dumbledore never targeted the fallen Vly family. However, the magical community would not forget that it was Hector's disregard for Dumbledore's counsel that led to the grievous losses endured during the confrontation with Grindelwald. 50 years have elapsed, and the ire directed towards the Flea family has gradually dissipated. However, Albus Dumbledore remains alive. The current authorities of the Ministry of Magic have consistently approached the centenarian residing within Hogwarts with utmost caution, deeming it unnecessary to provoke the contemporary era's most formidable wizard over a triviality that ought to have been consigned to the annals of history. Ultimately, the Flea family, left with no alternatives, resolved to embrace the shadows. Chapter 3. A New Commission. Amasta weighed the bag in his hand, magically expanded by the stretching charm. Even with the weight diminished by the constant application of a levitation charm, it still felt remarkably substantial, filling him with immense satisfaction. 700 galleons. This was the reward he had earned after enduring the hardships of the Jura Mountains in France for half a month, facing hunger and exposure. A sum that rivaled the annual salaries of Hogwarts official staff or senior officials within ministry. After inspecting the heart of the chicken-snake hybrid brought by Amasta and finding no faults, Carcass, seated opposite him, closed a rough wooden box with a contented smile. Your reputation shines as the brightest beacon in the underworld, Mr. Viper. Each transaction with you is a perfect delight. Amasta silently stowed away the pouch of coins, ignoring Carcass's flattery. After all, everyone in this line of work was ultimately in pursuit of gleaming galleons, and there was no need to indulge in unnecessary sentiments. Are there any worthwhile commissions available recently? You remain as diligent as ever, Mr. Viper. Amasta's indifference did not displease Carcass. In fact, most individuals operating in this realm were cautious and reserved, making Carcass's polite enthusiasm a rarity. What are your specific requirements regarding the type of task and the remuneration? My preferences remain unchanged. Carcass, let us not waste each other's time. Amasta replied coldly. Of course, of course. How could I forget your stipulations? No commissions targeting wizards or muggles, a minimum fee of 500 galleons, and a preference for swift completion. I will never overlook a client's habits, Mr. Viper, but... Carcass perused his notebook, murmuring to himself, yet his brow gradually furrowed. By the time he reached the latest page, he could find no tasks that met Amasta's criteria. I'm afraid I must apologize, Mr. Viper. Tasks that align with your preferences are typically in high demand. Just 3 days ago, there was a commission for procuring ingredients to concoct a magical activity suppression potion, valued at 550 galleons, but regrettably, it has already been claimed. Upon hearing this, Amasta rose and turned to leave, exuding an air of decisiveness. Please wait, Mr. Viper. Carcass, having set the stage, immediately interjected. Faced with Amasta's menacing gaze, Carcass felt a pulse of anxiety at his temple, fearing that this individual might draw his wand and pin him to the ground, just as he had dealt with that unruly pack of werewolves. I mean, no offense. Kaku's hastily explained that he indeed had no commissions that met the client's requirements. However, he did have several lucrative assignments, albeit with considerable risk. He inquired if the client might be interested in hearing more. Considerable risk? Please, do elaborate, was the client's response. Kaku's instinctively sighed in relief. Earning a commission from dangerous wizards like the Gold Viper was no trivial matter. One could never predict when they might inadvertently provoke them, leading to dire consequences. Thus, one must always be prepared to flee. The first commission offered a reward of 20,000 galleons. Merely hearing that figure made Amasta's brow twitch, and he held his breath. The client had sent a magical contract from Albania, seeking assistance in rescuing the Lestrange couple and the Caros from Azkaban. What do you think? I'm not so foolish, Kakus. I must decline this commission, Amasta replied without hesitation. If it were merely a matter of rescue, he might have hesitated at such a substantial reward. While the Dementors of Azkaban were perilous, they were not insurmountable for him. The true danger of this task lay in the identities of those he would be rescuing. In a magical community, it was common knowledge that the Lestrange couple and the Caros were among the most fervent Death Eaters. Should someone manage to liberate them, it was inevitable that Dumbledore would intervene, dedicating the latter part of his life to contending with Voldemort, and Amasta had no desire to squander his existence on the run. Moreover, the location of Azkaban was classified in the magical realm, making its discovery a time-consuming endeavor. Kakus was not surprised by Amasta's prompt refusal. In his view, the person issuing the task was likely inebriated from too much fire whiskey, rendering their judgment impaired. After all, who would willingly confront such grotesque and terrifying creatures as Dementors? Your choice is most sagacious, Mr. Goldviper. Now, let me ponder another commission. Someone claims to have discovered the location of a magical ruin constructed by a powerful ancient wizard and wishes to recruit skilled wizards as guardians. The client indicated they could not offer a substantial fee up front, but were willing to share the findings within the ruin with the explorers. What do you think of this commission? Indeed, exploring ruins might yield considerable rewards, not merely in gold and gems, but also in rediscovering ancient magics renowned for their might. If one could glean insights from them, it would undoubtedly enhance their own abilities. However, after a moment of contemplation, Amasta declined the commission. It was not out of fear of risk. Rather, exploring ruins required extensive preparation, and the most likely outcome would be a fruitless endeavor. Amasta was not inclined to place his fortunes on the whims of chance. Kakus, ever patient, continued to present Amasta with several long-held commissions. Yet each one was either disproportionate in risk to reward or would inevitably lead to significant troubles upon completion, and all were uniformly rejected. In the end, even Kakus found himself troubled by Amasta's fastidiousness. He sat there, his brow furrowed in contemplation, silent for an extended period. One last thing, Mr. Jinchi, if you're not satisfied. After a moment, Kakus leaned forward cautiously. Although he could not discern Amasta's expression behind the swirling magical aura, he made every effort to observe the dangerous figure before him. Have you heard of the Chamber of Slytherin? The Chamber of Slytherin? Amasta's body quivered. Though he had largely lost his memories of the plot from his previous life, anyone who had attended Hogwarts would undoubtedly have heard of it. Having engaged in skirmishes in the underworld, the spells he cast and his method of spellcasting clearly indicated he had been trained in a modern, orthodox magical education. There was little to conceal. It was merely a campus legend from Hogwarts. Why bring that up? Seeing Amasta intrigued, Kakus secretly rejoiced but maintained his composure. You do not often linger in the country, so you may be unaware. Although the Daily Prophet has not reported on it, word has spread privately. It is said that the chamber has indeed been opened, and someone within Hogwarts is exploiting its power to instigate widespread panic, leaving Dumbledore powerless to intervene. Wait, Amasta interrupted Cacus brusquely. What does this have to do with the commission? Is someone paying me to protect those children at the school? Certainly not. Cacus replied with a sly smile. However, the name of Salazar Slytherin is indeed compelling, is it not? The client believes that Slytherin left behind treasures within the chamber, which the so-called heir has obtained. Otherwise, how could one explain Dumbledore's inability to uncover any clues? Amasta fell silent. He did not recall much of the original plot, but at least he remembered that the chamber seemed devoid of any riches, magical artifacts, or powerful alchemical tools. Nonetheless, given the inherent greed of the wizards in this realm, such conjectures were not surprising. After all, the four founders of Hogwarts were formidable wizards with a historical legacy. Their remnants would surely attract throngs of seekers. Even if that were the case, Amasta remained unmoved. Did anyone dare to storm Hogwarts and steal from Dumbledore? It would be safer to raid Azkaban and extract a few lunatics. It may not be a matter of theft, but rather employing a more reasonable approach, Cacus said enthusiastically, adopting an air of determination to persuade Amasta. I can offer assistance, such as allowing you to enter that school under the guise of an external investigator for the Board of Governors. The esteemed wizards of our Board of Trustees must respond to the terror that has transpired within the school, addressing the mounting dissatisfaction among the populace. Yet, they are equally apprehensive about the continued assaults, and their dispatched wizards have proven ineffective, rendering them the subject of ridicule. However, were there a reliable wizard among them, they would be inclined to negotiate with Dumbledore, given that his performance throughout this series of events has been rather disappointing. They may perceive his advancing age as a sign of diminishing acuity. It appears you have long been scheming to ensnare me. If Amasta has not discerned this by now, it would indeed be a display of folly. Carcas possesses no shortage of enticing commissions, and the perilous tasks previously proposed serve merely as bait. His true intention is to secure this final assignment for himself. Indeed, he has been seen through. A tightness gripped Carcas's heart as he forced a humble smile. For the selection of investigator must receive the approval of Albus Dumbledore, rendering a wizard of Hogwarts the preferred candidate. Strength and reputation are paramount, and only you meet these criteria. Amasta could not refute this. How do you propose to safeguard the confidentiality of your identity? You must know that this would expose my true visage. As astute as Carcas is, he had already contemplated this concern and eagerly assured. The client shall remain oblivious to the fact that Mr. Gold Viper has accepted the commission. While the board may be aware of your public renown, they will not glean your identity within the underworld from me. And what of you? Amasta pressed aggressively. In your scheme, you are the sole individual privy to both my public and clandestine identities. How can I be assured of your trustworthiness? An unbreakable oath, pledged upon the lives of every member of the FLI family, to eternally safeguard your identity, Carcas declared. Amasta scrutinized Carcas's not-so-youthful visage, refraining from an immediate response. This shall remain my personal secret, Mr. Gold Viper, Carcas replied, seemingly on the cusp of victory, his smile betraying his confidence. 8,000 galleons, along with the board's gratitude, and perhaps even a commendation from the Ministry of Magic in exchange for the treasures hidden within the Slytherin chamber. This transaction is most advantageous. Chapter 4. Before the Tomb. Days of relentless snowfall have buried the impurities of this ancient city, London, yet the ominous overcast sky suggests that a more ferocious storm is brewing. On the aged streets, numerous Muggle cleaners exert their utmost efforts against the accumulating snow, striving to clear a path for passage. Clad in a faded, dark green coat, Amos Brain stood in a barren courtyard, gazing intently at the unfinished structure before him, his pale lavender eyes seemingly harboring extraordinary magical prowess. In stark contrast to the surrounding edifices steeped in historical gravitas and antiquity, the building before him was a nondescript 6-story square structure, reminiscent of a student dormitory. With each floor housing numerous rooms, one could envision that upon its completion, it would accommodate a considerable number of inhabitants. Amasta, good morning, Mrs. Reagan. Oh, you ought to have greeted me in advance, Amasta, Mrs. Reagan remarked in a reproachful tone after a hasty embrace. Amasta shrugged with a casual demeanor, replying, Yes, yes. You're always so rushed. Mrs. Reagan surveyed the handsome Amasta with pride, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she regarded him. The most accomplished child to have emerged from the orphanage in recent years. Indeed, I believe this is precisely what they anticipated. Amasta smiled, then promptly opened his carry-on suitcase, extracting 2 bundles of pounds and placing them into Mrs. Reagan's hands. Gringotts indeed offers the service of exchanging Muggle currency, However, both the exchange rate and the limits imposed are quite stringent. Thus, Amasta preferred to convert his coins into gold bars, which he could then exchange for pounds at a less reputable goldsmith in London. Although this method incurs some unnecessary losses, it is far more tolerable than dealing with the avaricious goblins. This is the final payment for the project. I would appreciate it if you could pass it on to Mr. Parker. Mrs. Reagan's lips quivered. She had expressed her gratitude too many times already, making further pleasantries unnecessary. She carefully concealed the money within her oil-stained apron, her tone laced with appreciation and expectation. Very well. Mrs. Reagan's voice conveyed a palpable disappointment. Yet she refrained from further persuasion, knowing that if Amasta had time, he would not refuse to visit the children. It seemed he indeed had pressing matters to attend to. Only upon crossing a 10-foot-wide river did he pause on the dilapidated arch bridge, lost in thought as he gazed at the frozen surface below, before making his way towards a sparse clearing of white birch trees. At the center of the clearing stood a graveyard, enclosed by a crooked fence. A whirlwind swept through. Amasta's hands remained in his pockets. He merely moved his lips, and the desolate graveyard conjured up several small whirlwinds that swept away the snow blanketing the rows of tombstones and the gray pebbled islands, before dissipating silently. I apologize. Grandma Felina, I forgot to bring flowers. Amasta strolled to a pristine white tombstone, bent down to brush away the lingering icy water from the engraved marble slab, and then stood upright, gazing quietly at the black and white photograph of the kindly elder etched upon it, murmuring softly. Beneath the tombstone lay the remains of the elderly caretaker who had lovingly nurtured him during his childhood at the orphanage, the only relative he had known since his arrival in this world as an infant. Sensing his sorrow, the owl approaching through the biting cold did not hasten to fulfill its task, but instead perched on a nearby white birch, tilting its head to observe Amasta below, occasionally using its sharp beak to preen its ruffled feathers against the wind. Albus Dumbledore, the bespectacled old man who always feigned encounters with me in the library at midnight, reminding me that late nights are detrimental to health, would not approve of my current actions. I too am reluctant to linger beneath his watchful gaze. Yet there is no alternative. The compensation they offered is far too substantial, equivalent to the fruits of my labor over the past 6 months. Moreover, upon the completion of the new dormitory, I earnestly wish to assist the children in addressing their educational challenges. The biting winter wind whisked away the melancholic sighs of Amasta. It could not dispel the look of frustration etched upon his handsome visage. A fleeting remark unveiled the deepest secret harbored within the heart of the youth standing amidst the desolate graveyard. Indeed, Amos Brain was not a native of this land. His essence emanated from a cerulean planet devoid of any supernatural forces. The tale of Harry Potter had been a cherished read during his youthful days in a previous life. Yet over 2 decades had elapsed since he received the admission letter from Hogwarts, rendering all memories a hazy blur. Even a decade ago, when he received that owl-delivered letter in the cold confines of the orphanage, he presumed it to be yet another trendy prank. However, those memories clung stubbornly to obscurity. Regardless of Amasta's endeavors, they remained concealed within a swirling mist of gray, as if shielded by unfathomable magic. Ultimately, after numerous attempts that nearly led him to madness, he resigned himself to defeat. The boy named Potter was now in his 2nd year, with several years yet until graduation. Thus he believed there was little cause for concern. After all, Dumbledore was present. No, the true peril stemmed from Dumbledore himself, gazing at the vaporous breath dissipating in the wind. A bitter smile crystallized on Amasta's face. In any realm, survival proved to be an arduous endeavor, would it not, dear grandmother Felina? Once again, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the heavens, and the owl atop the treetops emitted increasingly impatient hoots. Amasta reached skyward. As a small parchment beneath the eagle's talons sliced through the muted gray veil of falling snow, coming to rest steadfastly in the palm of his hand. Esteemed Mr. Brain, I have concluded negotiations with the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and they have approved our proposal. You are required to arrive at Hogwarts by 8 o'clock this evening to present to Dumbledore your plan for investigating the assailant behind the attacks. Additionally, Lucius Malfoy has firmly rejected the suggestion of dispatching investigators. He insists that Albus Dumbledore should be directly dismissed, with the Greengrass family being the sole supporters of this motion. Yours faithfully, Cacus Flea. The hasty scrawl revealed the urgency of the writer's sentiments. After the disgruntled screech of the owl, which had completed its task without reward, flapped its wings, and vanished into the swirling snow, Amasta closed his hand, and Cacus's note transformed into a seed that blossomed into a pristine bouquet of carnations within his palm. Do you fancy this trick, Grandmother Felina? The elderly figure at the monument smiled with satisfaction. Amasta, too, broke into a smile as he turned and stepped into the snowstorm. With a resounding crack, the desolate graveyard was left empty, save for a solemn vow that lingered amidst the sparse trees. Is the train of destiny prepared to embark upon the uncharted path? Chapter 5. The Interview, Part 1. Within the vast expanse of the castle, apart from the elongated corridors adorned with whispering portraits and the clanging of armor, the piercing and discordant melodies of a mischievous poltergeist occasionally shattered the castle's serenity. Severus Snape strode with a vigorous gait, causing his robes to billow like a fluttering cape, rendering him akin to a bat with outstretched wings, yet propelled by his feet. The shadows upon his countenance and the pallor of his lips betrayed his discontent. A chilling glass of lemonade. The grotesque stone creature, upon hearing the correct incantation, hastily leaped aside, exhibiting a hint of fluster, as if it too harbored some fear. Snape boldly stepped through the gaping wall, and as he entered the concealed circular office, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. "Where have you been?" Snape cast a glance at Dumbledore, who still donned his purple traveling cloak, his tone blunt and straightforward. Indeed, Snape's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Have you been out for a stroll for several days?" His reaction was entirely predictable, and Dumbledore, unperturbed, chuckled lightly. "How fares Miss Granger?" "Relatively stable. Pomfrey has addressed her issues appropriately. With a few weeks of rest, she will return to normal. I trust you are well aware of what those insufferably clever Gryffindors have been up to. They have been clandestinely brewing potions and audaciously trespassed into my office to steal supplies." "Dumbledore, when did this school become so permissive that violations of school regulations and theft of a professor's property are tolerated? Such despicable behavior should never be condoned." Snape's relentless persistence seemed to weary the travel-worn Dumbledore, who removed his spectacles and rubbed his brow. "However, we ought to discern people's intentions through their actions, to judge whether their hearts are equally vile. Severus, I do not believe that Harry, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger's pursuit of the truth behind the attack is malevolent. So you intend to permit this, even if he risks danger due to his reckless actions?" For reasons unknown, Snape's complexion appeared paler in the gentle glow of the fire. Although he refrained from naming the individual in question, he was certain Dumbledore understood. The office fell into a sudden silence, interrupted only by the faint snores of past headmasters depicted in the portraits lining the walls and the delicate yet clear chirp of Fawkes. "It is not indulgence, Severus, but rather observation." After a moment of silence, Dumbledore resumed, his tone devoid of its previous silent confidence. "Indeed, the distinction between courage and recklessness is not always clear-cut. However, we must exercise greater tolerance towards the young, to avoid stifling their inherent virtues." "Tolerance? Do not embellish your own image, Headmaster Dumbledore. You have always shown leniency only towards those students you admire." Severus Snape has completely transferred his animosity towards James Potter and his affection for Lily Evans onto Harry. He must protect the son of the woman he cherishes while simultaneously enduring the striking resemblance the child bears to his father, which distorts Snape's emotions profoundly. Let us conclude this discussion, Severus. Since Harry Potter's arrival at this school, such private dialogues have occurred countless times, leaving even Dumbledore feeling quite helpless. Could you do me the favor of greeting a guest at the school gate? Dumbledore rose, his attire unsuitable for receiving visitors. This task was initially intended for Minerva. However, she fortuitously accepted an invitation from the editorial team of today's Transfiguration to attend a soiree on the subject of transfiguration, a rare opportunity for her leisure, which I am reluctant to disturb. Snape, disinterested in Dumbledore's private meeting, turned and strode away, his expression worsened by the memories that danced in his mind. "Whom do you have an appointment with?" "Ah, I had initially planned for you to discover this surprise at the school gate, but since you inquired..." Dumbledore smiled, his azure eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light once more. "Amos Brain, a student you have greatly admired over the years." At 7:40 p.m. on December 31st, the two winged boar statues at the school gate stood sentinel over this esteemed institution of magic, their presence unchanged through the ages. Amos's reflective gaze traversed the iron gates, soaring over the playground adorned with 6 towering goalposts and the ominous ancient castle perched on the cliff's edge, until it vanished into the boundless forbidden forest. "I suspected you would be the one to greet me, Professor, even before boarding the train." The rusted gates creaked open slowly, and Amos Brain stepped through the entrance, advancing towards the approaching shadow. As Severus Snape's impassive face emerged in the dim light, Amos set down his suitcase and opened his arms, revealing a sincere smile. Chapter 6. The Interview continued. The frigid weather had transformed the vast black lake into a solid sheet of ice under the faint light. The forbidden forest swayed in the biting wind, resembling a shimmering lake. Amos walked alongside Snape towards the castle, standing on the cliff's edge. As they passed the towering goalposts on the playground, Amos gazed towards Hagrid's hut, where flickering firelight danced. Snape observed Amos, whose features had deepened since his graduation 3.5 years prior, his voice imbued with inscrutable meaning. Soon after, the Daily Prophet reported an intriguing piece of news. The Norwegian Ministry of Magic indicated that an individual had unlawfully trespassed into their dragon reserve, stealing a precious Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg and slaughtering a Norwegian horntail in the presence of 2 unwitting muggles. Amos, I trust these 2 events are unrelated. Would you not agree, my professor? For me, it is of little consequence, Amos. I merely wish to remind you. The anticipated warm meeting envisioned by Dumbledore did not materialize between the teacher and student. Severus Snape strode purposefully towards the castle, his thoughts heavy. I hope you are aware of your current actions and recognize that this school is not as tranquil as it appears, particularly in recent years. Amasta, if your preference for discretion remains unchanged, it would be wise to maintain it, especially in Dumbledore's presence. Perhaps the ordinariness of tonight's events prompted the stone gargoyle at the office entrance to reveal its discontent by baring its teeth as it stepped aside. Thank you for your reminder, Professor. Snape had no intention of entering. As Amasta passed him, a faint smile graced his lips. I have always known what I was doing and am quite aware of the risks I face. Inside the office, Dumbledore had already donned a clean, respectable wizarding robe, evidently having anticipated his visitor's arrival. As the walls closed behind him, Amasta stepped into the office, finding Dumbledore standing behind the desk, a warm smile illuminating his face. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Amasta felt his skin tighten and his heart quicken when that stable, bright gaze, imbued with a century's worth of wisdom, fell upon him. Fawkes, in the fire basin, heard the familiar voice and valiantly stretched his neck from a pile of ashes, surveying the room with curiosity. 30 feet away stood the tall, slender figure of the man, whose presence contained not only a vast reservoir of magical power, but also a life story that constituted a living chronicle of modern European magic. It was difficult to conceive how the first and second Dark Lords had endured for so long before such a figure. Welcome, welcome. Dumbledore extended his hand in a warm greeting as Amasta approached. His penetrating gaze swept over Amasta's youthful features, lingering briefly on his pale lavender eyes before shifting to his snow-dusted gray hair. Good evening, Amasta. I apologize for making you travel in such dreadful weather. As a token of compensation, may I offer you a drink? Thank you, that is precisely what I needed. Following Dumbledore's lead, Amasta took a seat, while Dumbledore moved to a nearby bookshelf, opening a cabinet that housed a meditation basin. He retrieved a vintage bottle of liquor. For the sake of my health, I had to relinquish the majority of my collection of poppy, but this particular bottle, to be honest, Amasta, I have yet to share with anyone. Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey, over 80 years old, a priceless treasure. Amasta inhaled the rich aroma of the liquor wafting through the air, smiling subtly. Thank you for your generosity, Professor Dumbledore. This alone makes my journey worthwhile. The years had imparted a depth of flavor to the precious spirit, and Amasta sipped it slowly, patiently waiting for his stiff fingers to regain their dexterity. Dumbledore did not rush to initiate the forthcoming dialogue. He quietly observed Amasta, his gaze gentle. Though he refrained from posing any inquiries, it seemed he had gleaned the information he sought, and the outcome was, on the whole, satisfactory. Severus had informed me that over the past 2 years, Amasta had been following in the footsteps of great sages, exploring magical relics lost to the annals of time. Upon seeing Amasta's pallid cheeks regain their rosy hue from the chill, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, I'm delighted that even after leaving this school, you have not forgotten to delve into the study of magic and to better yourself. This reassures me that my educational principles here have not been entirely in vain. At least, Hogwarts has enabled a select few to realize that, beyond the Ministry of Magic, there exist numerous other admirable realms within the magical world. Dumbledore refrained from mentioning the board appointments or any matters regarding the Chamber of Secrets, which left Amasta, who had prepared his remarks and plans, somewhat taken aback. In my own school days, young wizards would not hastily seek their path after graduation. Instead, they would embark on a graduation journey to explore the world. Prior to my own graduation, I had planned to travel to Greece with an old friend to seek out the wondrous creatures immortalized in myth and to visit alchemists in Egypt. Unfortunately, unforeseen events interrupted my plans, leaving me with a lingering sense of regret. Dumbledore's gaze turned reflective as he sighed. Such choices may stem from my muggle origins. Amasta set down his goblet, smiling in agreement, yet internally troubled. Before arriving here, Amasta had contemplated the nature of his dialogue with Dumbledore numerous times. In his musings, The enigmatic elder seated behind the desk would likely scrutinize his experiences over the past 2 years, rather than be deceived by his simple words. However, it now appeared that Dumbledore was uninterested in such matters and merely wished to engage in casual conversation. Could this be possible? Amasta could not believe Dumbledore was so naive. He felt increasingly vigilant, though he outwardly feigned interest in the current topic. Children from wizarding families often regarded the wonders of magic as commonplace, whereas those of us raised in the Muggle world possess a deeper appreciation for the extraordinary miracles that can be conjured with a mere flick of a wand. In comparison, power and wealth seemed utterly trivial. Do not be modest, Amasta. Many children hail from Muggle families. Yet the ability to hold knowledge and reverence, and to pursue it tirelessly, is a gift unique to you. Amasta's explanation struck a chord with Dumbledore, whose deep-set eyes behind the half-moon spectacles gleamed with satisfaction. Most importantly, after having undergone a myriad of experiences, you still describe magic with the term miracle rather than power. Dumbledore blinked playfully, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. While you were still a student here, Professor Snape privately expressed his concerns regarding your studies in dark magic on numerous occasions, which led to our serendipitous encounters in the restricted section of the library during those late-night hours. Ahem. Amasta, who was in the midst of sipping his drink, was suddenly choked by the potent liquor. He wiped his crimson lips, his expression reminiscent of a child caught in an embarrassing childhood anecdote by their parents. It is indeed rare for someone as busy as you to remember such trivial matters, Headmaster Dumbledore. I have never been enamored with the formidable power of dark magic. Rather, I believe that both dark and light magic are merely facets of the same art, worthy of study and emulation. To blindly reject one only serves to underscore our own ignorance. Indeed, a profoundly philosophical statement. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, though his expression swiftly turned solemn. However, not everyone possesses a clear self-awareness and the strength of control, Amasta. Therefore, Professor Snape's concerns for you back then were entirely justified. Chapter 7. Catgirl. By 11 o'clock at night, Amasta hastily exited Dumbledore's office, the meeting having concluded. His prolonged, agreeable smile rendered his cheeks somewhat rigid. Even when Dumbledore was no longer in sight, he still bore an expression akin to a grin. One must make a living, after all. A welcoming smile never goes amiss. The only boon he received from the encounter was the remaining half-bottle of whiskey, generously bestowed upon him by Dumbledore. This was quite incongruous, as the trust Dumbledore displayed did not align with his typically cautious nature. The biting cold wind continued to sweep through the castle, though the snow had ceased to fall. Amidst the thickly piled clouds, the silhouette of the moon could be faintly discerned, striving to break free from its confines. Amasta stood before a window at the stairway's corner, gazing out with keen interest. On a night devoid of stars, the forbidden forest loomed dark and indistinct, with the flickering light from Hagrid's hut being the only beacon against the inky blackness. I'm truly glad you emerge alive from Dumbledore's office, Amasta. I was already contemplating how to arrange your funeral. Snape, now clad in his lavender pajamas, pressed himself against the wall at the corner, eyeing the bottle of alcohol in Amasta's hand with a mocking grin. Has Dumbledore's prowess in legilimency diminished so significantly that he must resort to Veritaserum to extract your confessions of the transgressions you have committed over these years? You maintain your sharp wit, as always, Professor, Amasta replied, turning to look at Snape's shadowed figure with a smile. Headmaster Dumbledore did not employ Veritaserum on me. However, it seems he has gleaned from me the information he sought. A beam of moonlight, having traversed great distances, filtered through the window's bars, casting several adjacent rectangular patches of light upon the floor of the hospital wing. The glow flickered. Although Madame Pomfrey assured her that the hair on her face would be gone in just a few weeks, Hermione wished, if possible, to find a way to shorten that time. Otherwise, she was at a loss as to how to explain to those who were likely to visit her why she had developed a rather splendid beard on her cheeks. Perhaps influenced by the animalistic traits following her erroneous transformation, Hermione crawled like an actual cat, her pale hands unconsciously forming into feline paws resting on the pages of book. Beneath the tightly tucked bedding, a slender cat tail stealthily emerged, languidly draping over the edge of the bed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside the ward caused Hermione's ears, which she had unconsciously let sprout atop her head, to perk up. In a fleeting moment, after dismissing the possibility that it was Harry, Ron, or Madame Pomfrey coming to see her, Hermione's fur bristled with fear. Could it be that she was encountering the assailant from the Chamber of Secrets? Such occurrences rarely escaped the notice of Professor Dumbledore. Professor, can you truly confirm that he is entirely oblivious? You may call him hypocritical, but but he would never permit anyone to conspire against the students here. The voice she had just heard was unfamiliar to Hermione, whose memory was remarkable. However, from the dialogue, she could ascertain that the visitor was not a scion of Slytherin. After a brief hesitation, Hermione's furry head peeked out from beneath the covers, thanks to the thick pads that had developed on her paws. She made her way towards the door without uttering a sound. At Snape's gesture, Amasta drew back the draped curtain and approached the adjacent hospital beds, scrutinizing the two unfortunate boys who had been attacked. The boy with gray hair was Colin Creevey, while the other was Justin Finch-Fletchley, hailing from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff respectively. Both of Muggle descent. You are quite sensitive to magic. Amasta, please share your thoughts. Amasta positioned himself between the two beds, leaning down with intense focus. Within his pale lavender eyes, it seemed as if two whirlpools were slowly rotating. He alternated his gaze between Colin, who was posing with his hand as if taking a photograph, and the terrified Justin, occasionally prodding at the hardened skin of the two boys. The resultant sound echoing clearly in the quiet hospital ward. What does Dumbledore say? He believes this to be a form of highly advanced dark magic requiring formidable power, surpassing the capabilities of young wizards. Moreover, he confided in Minerva that he personally lacks the ability to directly counteract such a potent petrification curse. I hold reservations regarding that last point. Amasta pursed his lips, then pointed at Colin's eyes as he articulated his insight. It is not dark magic, but rather a curse. An unusual surge of magic has, through the windows of these unfortunate boys' eyes, frozen the flow of magic within their bodies, manifesting externally as petrification. Minerva, Phileas, and Pomona have all subtly hinted at this to me. Snape appeared somewhat irked, and I have indeed observed that the children in the courtyard are eager to showcase their talents. None wish to conceal their abilities as you once did. They lack that capacity. The principal's collection of this vintage flame whiskey is indeed impressive. You have misunderstood the direction, Professor. I mentioned that their petrification is caused by an anomalous form of magic, which means that this magic is not reminiscent of a wizard's powers. Rather, it resembles, for instance, the magic flowing through the blood of a fire dragon or the nerves, distinctly different from that of wizards. Hermione, concealed behind the door, widened her yellow eyes in excitement. Clenching her claws, Amasta glanced humorously at the infirmary across from him. In his view, the concealed wizard's magic behind the hidden door was as conspicuous as the moon rising in darkness. Thus, the notion that Salazar Slytherin left a monster in the Chamber of Secrets is not merely a ridiculous rumor, is it? Snape's voice returned to its usual coldness. The greatest of the four founders, Slytherin, has always been a source of pride for the witches and wizards graduating from this institution. Yet at this moment, Snape's irritation towards the founder outweighed his reverence. Given the current circumstances, this possibility seems most plausible. Amasta found amusement in contemplating the dark wizards lurking in the underground world, coveting Slytherin's treasures. They might never suspect that what Slytherin meticulously concealed in the chamber was merely a magical creature. However, his task was to retrieve the items from the chamber and deliver them to Caecus Flay. What lay within the chamber was of no concern to him. Having confirmed his inability to immediately break the curse, Amasta realized he could glean no further information from the petrified Colin and Justin. He replaced the curtain over them with indifference, stating, "In truth, I am more curious about why the assailant, who had the capability to kill them directly after petrification, chose not to do so. Was it merely for the thrill of instilling fear? Such behavior seems characteristic of a psychopath. This question, I believe, not only piques your curiosity and mine, but also that of Miss Hermione Granger. Oh dear." As Amasta and Snape prepared to leave, Snape suddenly drew his wand and struck fiercely at the infirmary door. Hermione, caught off guard, emitted a startled gasp and stumbled out from behind the door, rolling twice before landing at Amasta's feet. My goodness, in the silent stillness, Amasta quietly opened his mouth, glancing between the smirking Snape and the nearly curled-up little wizard at his feet, pondering when the magical world had given rise to a cat-eared girl. Chapter 8. Discussions. The moment Hermione collapsed onto the cold floor of the hospital wing, her mind was a whirlwind, utterly at a loss as to how to explain her eavesdropping on a private conversation between professors. Yet, she quickly became aware of a pressing question. How had Snape recognized her in her current state before the door had even opened? Furthermore, was the term cat-eared girl meant to describe her? Hermione truly wished she could don Harry's invisibility cloak, allowing her to conceal herself and evade the suffocating situation at hand. Just as her mind wandered, a strong, steady hand grasped her arm and lifted her up. Trembling with trepidation, Hermione looked up to find it was the young wizard who had been conversing with Professor Snape. Thank you, Professor. Do not misunderstand me, Miss Granger. I'm not a professor at this school. Amasta smiled gently, his keen gaze assessing the young witch's tousled hair, the drooping ears, and the facial hair sprouting from her cheeks. It did not take him long to deduce that this was likely a consequence of misapplying the polyjuice potion to an animal transformation. Truly, the most astute member of the trio demonstrated her cleverness once more. Amasta had gleaned from Snape's earlier taunt that the young witch before him, having undergone a botched transformation, was none other than Hermione Granger, a remarkably intelligent and perceptive young witch, which piqued his curiosity. Miss Granger, Snape's voice, tinged with sarcasm, resonated ominously in the darkened hospital wing. Even I must admit that your current appearance is far more amusing than usual. However, I'm still eager to know why you resemble this. And did Minerva grant you the audacity to eavesdrop on my conversation? To think you failed to recognize this as a case of improper usage of the polyjuice potion is rather beneath your standards, Professor. Snape deciphered the incredulous look cast by Amasta and shot him an icy glare before his attention returned to Hermione. Upon hearing his words, Hermione, already on edge, quivered slightly. The situation was dire enough as it was, and if Professor McGonagall were to find out, she could hardly face the dwindling hourglass of Gryffindor. My appearance is the result of my misjudgment regarding my transformation skills, Professor Snape. Hermione lowered her head, fixating on her toes, her voice trembling with emotion. For a fleeting moment, she felt grateful for her current hairy visage. Otherwise, she was certain her flushed cheeks would betray her lies. I had pre-studied advanced transfiguration, believing I could successfully cast the human transformation spell documented in the book. I apologize for eavesdropping on your conversation with this gentleman. I was reading in bed, trying to discover how to expedite the healing of my magical injuries, but the noise outside drew my attention. I thought it was the Chamber of Secrets, you know. The attack incident has left us muggle-born wizards quite anxious. Amasta noticed Snape's complexion darkening and his breathing becoming increasingly labored. If the young witch continued her fabrications, a calamity was likely to unfold within the hospital wing. There is no need for explanations, Miss Granger. In the subterranean realm, the Golden Viper is a cold, sharp, and menacing sorcerer, perpetually traversing the perilous line between light and darkness. Yet, when he sheds his dark robes, Amos Brain reveals himself to be an exceedingly kind and gentle soul. It is indeed challenging to discern which facet represents his true self and which is mere masquerade. Perhaps both are authentic embodiments of Amos Brain. Striving to render her words credible, Hermione tentatively raised her gaze, only to be met by a pair of striking purple eyes and a gentle smile gracing a youthful, handsome visage. For a fleeting moment, she was entranced, perceiving a resemblance between this young wizard's smile and that of Professor Dumbledore, both warm and accepting, yet imbued with the wisdom to perceive the underlying truths. "Forgive me, sir. My words are," Hermione began, but Amos Brain interrupted her once more with a cheerful smile. "You may call me Mr. Brain. Regardless of the reasons behind your current appearance, Miss Granger, I believe you have endured a painful lesson, and thus Professor Snape shall not impose further punishment upon you. Correct?" Amos Brain directed a glance towards Snape, who merely responded with a disdainful snort. "As for eavesdropping on our conversation, it is hardly a grievous offense for a curious 13 or 14-year-old wizard. Both Professor Snape and I have graciously chosen not to pursue this matter, so there is no need for excessive concern. In terms of authority, Amos Brain evidently could not rival the long-established stature of Snape. Although Mr. Brain claimed not to mind the eavesdropping incident, Hermione remained apprehensive, carefully observing Snape, fearful that her potions professor might voice a dissenting opinion. With a slight smile, Amos Brain turned it apart. "Wait, sir, I mean Mr. Brain. Mr. Brain, may I inquire if you are a healer?" Hermione's face flushed with embarrassment. She was unsure why she had called out to him. Yet, in this critical moment, her quick-witted mind came to her rescue. "I overheard you discussing Colin and Justin's condition with Professor Snape. Do you possess the ability to heal them?" "My apologies, Miss Granger, but I do not have that capability," Amos Brain replied, shaking his head calmly. "Since Professor Dumbledore has devised a means to assist them, I believe there is no need for haste. After all, remaining in bed is a form of protection for them." Amos Brain turned to leave once more, his voice lingering in Hermione's ears from beyond the door. "Additionally, Miss Granger, I'm an investigator. Among the first witnesses to the attack on Mrs. Norris and Fenrir Greyback was none other than Harry Potter." Amos Brain did not find this revelation surprising. After all, trouble tends to find the protagonist, even when they remain at home. What astonished him was the cruel expression that graced Snape's face as he evaluated Harry Potter. From Hermione Granger, one can discern the essence of her character, a tapestry woven with deceit, mediocrity, arrogance, a penchant for defiance, a desire for the spotlight, and an utter lack of decorum. A few feet away, Amasta, hunched over his desk, was taken aback and lifted his head in astonishment. How curious, Professor. That wizards who receive such a critique from you are even rarer than those who earn your praise. I find myself increasingly intrigued by that young man. When you meet him, you will understand, Amasta, Snape replied, reclining on his bed, his gaze fixed upon the vibrant flames of the fireplace. His self-important demeanor, believing he can master all, is a mirror reflection of his father. Ah, Amasta turned the weathered pages of the simplified theory of ancient charms by Ulrich Gamp, continuing to inscribe equations on parchment, occasionally waving his wand to conjure ripples in the air, attempting to construct an effective spell model. For the past 2 years, most of his time had been spent in a state of tumult, with moments of research and self-improvement carved out from the chaos. It became clear that this was a legacy of past grievances. Chapter 9. Investigation. The persistent gloom that had lingered for days finally dissipated on the first day of the new year, as the rising sun cast its golden light upon the snow-blanketed grounds, draping Hogwarts Castle in a delicate veil of warmth. After preparing the essential restorative potion for Hermione, Madame Pomfrey descended to the Great Hall for breakfast. In the hospital wing, only Harry and Ron remained with the despondent Hermione, and after hearing her recount the events of the previous night, their expressions were hardly cheerful. Professor Snape must have known, Hermione exclaimed, her hands covering her furry face, her demeanor forlorn. He called my name before the door even opened. This shouldn't be, apart from Madame Pomfrey. No one knows of my condition. Professor Snape, being a master of potions, undoubtedly understands the repercussions of using Polyjuice Potion for animagus transformations, which means he must also know that I pilfer materials from his storeroom. Harry stared vacantly at the towering goalposts on the pitch. Today, he and Ron had originally planned to visit Hermione and then enjoy a game of Quidditch, but now it seemed that this plan would inevitably be abandoned. Furthermore, since the Christmas holiday, the absence of secretive whispers about his parcel tongue or covert accusations of being the heir of Slytherin had contributed to his buoyant spirits, which were now swiftly fading, all due to the news Hermione had just shared regarding a young wizard named Amos Brain. Amos Brain claims to be an investigator. Harry asked anxiously, Hermione, what do you think his purpose for entering Hogwarts could be? Need you even ask, Harry? What remains in this school that is worthy of investigation? Harry and Ron appeared untroubled by the prospect of expulsion, further aggravating the already irritable young witch. Harry felt a peculiar chill in his stomach, which had been pleasantly warmed by the rice porridge he had consumed that morning. He had never encountered this name before, and aside from Mr. Weasley, he had not interacted with any wizards bearing official titles. However, this did not prevent the weighty pressure from settling upon him upon hearing the title of investigator. Due to his association with Parseltongue, he had already become a subject of suspicion among the younger wizards. If word spread that an investigator had arrived at the school, how much more scorn would he have to endure? Harry could almost envision the smug expression on Malfoy's loathsome face. Perhaps he would be the first to report Harry to the investigator. Why had the Ministry of Magic suddenly dispatched an investigator to the school? After all, the esteemed Dumbledore presided over the institution, and he had never mentioned such a development to Harry. This thought triggered a memory of the night Justin had been attacked, during which he had a conversation with Dumbledore in his office. For various reasons, particularly the fear that Dumbledore might misconstrue his connection to the founder of Slytherin House, he had refrained from disclosing the warning from Dobby, as well as the terrifying voice that had preceded each attack. Could it be that Dumbledore was displeased with his secrecy, prompting him to allow the Ministry to intervene? Would the Ministry, seeking to cut corners, heed the rumors circulating within the school and hastily imprison him in the wizarding jail Malfoy had mentioned? Of course, Harry thought, it must be that old bat Snape orchestrating this behind the scenes. Ron, clutching a half-eaten potato pasty, raised his freckled nose defiantly and declared, just think, Harry, this Brain might be closely tied to Snape. He could very well be a Slytherin graduate. Ron resumed chewing on his potato pasty and continued his analysis. Who would want to expel you from this school more than anyone else? Without a doubt, it's Snape. I bet, Harry, that this investigator was sent by Snape to carry out this task. Thank you, Ron, Harry replied, feigning gratitude. Your analysis has certainly lifted my spirits. He slumped on the edge of his bed, feeling despondent. Stop rambling, Ron. Regardless of the reasoning, since Snape had not directly exposed him the previous night, it seemed to indicate that he would not be expelled for pilfering the professor's finances. With this realization, Hermione felt slightly less anxious. She crossed her arms defiantly and glared at Ron, saying, even the Minister of Magic does not possess the authority to expel a student from Hogwarts at will, unless Dumbledore himself consents. But Harry, Dumbledore would never expel you, would he? Had it been before that conversation, Harry might have confidently affirmed this. He had always sensed that the silver-haired elder regarded him and the other young wizards with a certain distinction, despite their limited direct interactions. Perhaps, Harry mused, Amos Brain. I feel as though I have heard that name somewhere before. The whispered murmurs instantly roused Harry and Ron. Given that this Brian claimed to be an investigator, he must certainly be a colleague of Mr. Weasley. Perhaps their relationship is amicable, and you might assist me in composing a letter to to provide an explanation beforehand, before he finds me. The golden sunlight gradually ascended the flagpole on the playground, while the gentle breeze, infused with the essence of spring, wandered across the expansive lawn. Of course, no problem. Harry, I can write the letter. Fred and George might have heard something as well. As for the prefect Percy, it would be best to avoid him. For the sake of his career, he might be even more eager to betray us than Malfoy. That's your brother, Ron. Hermione remarked as she pulled back the covers and sat on the edge of the bed, putting on her boots. You shouldn't speak of him so disparagingly. Among the trio, Hermione held the highest regard for Ron's brother, Percy Weasley. Privately, she had often sought Percy's counsel on difficult problems, and he had indeed aided her with his extensive knowledge. Before he became a prefect and aspired to be the president of the boys' student council, we truly shared a brotherly bond. However, that is no longer the case. Ron's ears flushed red as he retorted angrily. I will never forget the 5 points he deducted from me in front of the Myrtle-esque bathroom. Percy is a prefect. Maintaining discipline is his duty, Ron. Although Hermione had been present when Percy deducted points from Ron, she did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. Hermione stood up, stomped her boots, and then flipped up the collar of her wizarding robe to conceal the dark hair on her cheeks as much as possible. Go fetch your invisibility cloak, Harry. Do you really expect me to step out of the hospital wing looking like this? Out? Are you joining us for a game of Quidditch, Hermione? When will you ever rid Quidditch from your mind, Harry? Hermione appeared defeated. Of course, we are going to investigate Mr. Brian. We must first ascertain his background, mustn't we? Chapter 10, The Past. Thanks to the magical invisibility cloak left to Harry by his father, Hermione encountered no impediments while sneaking out of the castle. As she passed the Great Hall, she caught a glimpse of Madame Pomfrey animatedly conversing with Madame Pants, the Hogwarts librarian, at the staff table. Hermione quietly urged, You really don't need to go in person, Hermione. We will relay all the information we gather from Hagrid to you. Ron quickened his pace, gazing ahead at the empty air, feigning nonchalance, while Harry nodded in agreement. Stop speaking nonsense, you two. As they stepped beyond the castle gates, the sudden brightness and the caressing breeze uplifted Hermione's spirits significantly. Her orange cat-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Before leaving Hagrid's hut, I was worried that you both would forget everything Hagrid said. While this may be a physically demanding task for others, it proves to be a mere trifle for Hagrid, who stands a towering 10 feet tall with a waist 5 times that of an ordinary person. He simply needs to lift his axe and gently bring it down, and the Christmas trees, each as thick as a bowl, will splinter into several pieces. A black hunting dog, frolicking in the snow, was the first to spot the approaching Harry and his companions, standing on a snowbank and joyfully howling at them. No barking, Fong. You've just devoured an entire chicken. As he turned to the direction of Fong's barking, a smile spread across Hagrid's face, partially obscured by his fluffy beard. Ah, Harry, Ron, it's the two of you. Hagrid cheerfully waved his arms, greeting Harry, who was struggling through 2 feet of snow. This is quite unusual, Harry. You usually prefer to visit me in the dead of night, clad in your invisibility cloak. That's because I have classes during the day, Hagrid, exclaimed Harry. Suddenly, while supporting Hermione beneath the cloak, he stumbled and fell face first into the snow, inadvertently pulling Hermione down with him. Stop gawking, Hagrid, come help us. Oh dear. The sudden appearance of Hermione beside Harry and Ron caused Hagrid to halt mid-step. You brought me a cat person. After a moment, Hagrid exclaimed in surprise. Hagrid's room remained as cluttered as ever. In his cramped wooden cabin, the ceiling was adorned with hams and game birds, a copper kettle boiled water in the hearth, and a large bed in the corner was covered with patchwork quilts that had only deepened in color. Please, Hagrid, don't ask me why I ended up like this. As Hermione sat on the edge of the bed, she noticed the eager curiosity in Hagrid's eyes and retorted sharply. It was a nightmare, and I'd rather not discuss it. Ron laughed heartily, and even the worried Harry couldn't help but smile. All right, Hagrid said with a regretful shrug. I merely wish to understand if it was possible to experiment and breed such a species as a cat person, since you're unwilling to share. Oh, stop making that silly face, Fong. That is Hermione, not a cat. You should be able to smell her. He retrieved several cups, adding a bit of dark tea leaves. preparing to brew hot tea for the three, but the water in the kettle would take a while to boil. While they waited, Hagrid enthusiastically prepared some of his homemade treats. "You don't seem very happy. Harry, would you like some toffee?" "Thanks, Hagrid, but I'm not very hungry." Harry politely declined, having experienced Hagrid's culinary prowess on multiple occasions. After exchanging silent glances with Ron and Hermione, Harry finally spoke up. "Actually, Hagrid, we came here to inquire about someone, and we think you might have heard of him." Hagrid chuckled as he poked at the coals with his finger, looking at Harry through the handle of the copper kettle, teasingly saying, "Who are you three trying to inquire about? Just a heads up, Harry. There is no Philosopher's Stone hidden in the castle this year. Indeed, there is no Philosopher's Stone, but there is an additional secret chamber." Harry silently scoffed, feeling little uplifted by Hagrid's jest. "Have you heard of Amos Brain?" Harry inquired directly, aware of Hermione's limited time. "Amos Brain?" Hagrid blinked in surprise. "Why do you bring him up? So you do know of him?" Hermione promptly pressed on. "Tell us, Hagrid, what do you know? Do you have any recollection of Amos Brain, Ron?" "I must have heard that name somewhere, but it doesn't seem like it was from my father." "Hagrid, why do you think I know him?" "You must have heard of him, Ron." Hagrid chuckled as he lifted a steaming kettle from the stove, pouring tea for the three of them. "He was a Slytherin student, graduating alongside your brother Bill, probably over 3 years ago. I haven't heard much about him in recent years, but that's not surprising. He was rather introverted in school and didn't like to draw attention to himself. So perhaps Bill mentioned him to me once." "Introverted?" "Well, I wouldn't say exactly introverted. He simply preferred not to engage with others, at least back then." With the addition of 3 guests, Hagrid had to stand while speaking. "I hardly interacted with him. Most of what I know is hearsay. They say Amos Brain was an orphan, spending his childhood in an orphanage. As you know, in Slytherin, children from orphan backgrounds are not likely to be welcomed. Thus, during his early years at Hogwarts, he faced considerable disdain. Had it not been for Professor Snape's support, his situation might have been even more dire. I heard from the professors that Brain was a very studious young wizard, always polite when asking questions. His grades were commendable, though they couldn't compare to those of Bill." "Percy, were you at that time?" Hagrid glanced at Hermione. Yet, it was challenging to form a bond with him, as if he was deliberately keeping everyone at arm's length. However, considering his background as a Muggle-born orphan, the professors could understand the aloofness he exhibited. "He sounds rather unremarkable." Ron furrowed his brow. "And being a Slytherin, why would I have heard his name from Bill, or perhaps Charlie? That brings us to the incident in the Forbidden Forest during his 5th year." Hagrid gulped from his basin-sized tankard, his coppery eyes sparkling with astonishment. Chapter 11. The Subtle Brilliance. In the opinions of Severus Snape and Hagrid, the schoolboy Amos Brain was a modest and reclusive individual. Even he did not refute that this was an apt characterization. However, it was not solely because Amos Brain was a wizard who repelled others from a distance. It is essential to understand that Brain is an outsider who, prior to his arrival at Hogwarts, believed he had merely traversed into a parallel version of Earth. For the past 11 years, he devoted considerable time acclimatizing himself to a country with customs and cultural practices vastly different from his previous life, expending significant effort to reacquaint himself with the cultural knowledge he had acquired during his formative years, all in preparation for the future. However, the arrival of the acceptance letter from Hogwarts disrupted all his plans, rendering his previous efforts nearly futile. Why did he seem so out of place during his initial years at Hogwarts? The answer is rather straightforward. Firstly, the existence of magic directly overturned the worldview and values that Amasta had cultivated over nearly 3 decades. For several years, he found himself in a state of turmoil. On one hand, he had to concede the reality of magic and strive to learn its intricacies, while on the other, he was incessantly preoccupied with attempting to rationalize the existence of magic through scientific reasoning, leading to a fragmentation of his identity. Moreover, the lingering, ambiguous memories of his past experiences compounded his distress. Especially upon entering the magical realm, the realization of his own vulnerability fostered a sense of wariness towards others, which he deemed essential for ensuring his safety. In Hagrid's words, the indifference and isolation exhibited by the students of Slytherin House seemed trivial to him. After all, within his youthful frame resided a mature soul. Severus Snape was the only wizard he acknowledged during his time at the school, a recognition intertwined with Amasta's humble origins. At that time, Amasta was impoverished, and the meager financial aid from the school merely allowed him to afford second-hand books and teaching supplies, insufficient to support his advanced learning pace. In a bid to salvage his dire financial situation, Amasta resorted to concocting potions for sale, beginning his clandestine operations in his 2nd year. Initially, he could only utilize inexpensive ingredients from the student storage lockers to brew simple potions, earning paltry profits that gradually accumulated. By the 2nd semester of his 3rd year, he received a lucrative order worth 80 galleons to brew a long-lasting invisibility potion. To ensure success, he stealthily infiltrated the restricted section at midnight multiple times using the disillusionment charm to gather information, while also subtly inquiring with Snape about the secrets of brewing this potion. Amasta could not afford to be careless. The purchaser of the potion did not supply the ingredients, and the most valuable component, the tail feather of an invisibility beast, cost 6 galleons each, requiring 5 feathers for the potion, nearly depleting Amasta's savings. Regrettably, fate often diverges from our desires, and despite his efforts, an unexpected mishap occurred. Due to his inexperience, Amasta miscalculated the dosage of Abyssinian shrivel fig juice, resulting in the failure of the potion. Consequently, he wallowed in despondency for several days. However, just a week before the potions class, Amasta ventured to retrieve the materials required for the lesson and astonishingly discovered a bundle of 10 invisibility beast tail feathers in his usual storage cabinet. These were precious materials, rarely found in the cabinets of young wizards. Moreover, during the subsequent lecture on the confusion potion, the seemingly indifferent Professor Snape unexpectedly began to speak about the invisibility potion. This revelation led Amasta to realize that the ever-stern headmaster had likely been aware of his clandestine potion brewing and sales. Such occurrences transpired several times thereafter, yet both parties maintained an unspoken understanding, refraining from addressing the matter directly. As a result, Amasta gradually began to trust Severus Snape, despite previously harboring wariness towards him. He had heard from fellow students that Snape had once been a follower of the Dark Lord, and it was only due to Dumbledore's protection that he had evaded the judgment of Azkaban when the Dark Lord fell. Nevertheless, Snape's close association with the headmaster did not alter Amasta's inclination towards discretion. He continued to keep a low profile at school, avoiding conflict and steering clear of actions that might incite jealousy until an unexpected event shattered this status quo in his 5th year. This incident occurred at the end of November 1986. The passing of his beloved grandmother, who had devoted her life to nurturing him and charitable works, struck Amasta deeply. The inky darkness enveloped the earth like a grand curtain, while the biting cold wind swept across the already freezing Black Lake, the cracking ice sounding as if the dead were gnawing on bones. Once he confirmed that his roommates were sound asleep, Amasta sat up expressionlessly, quietly dressed, and retrieved a frame containing black and white photographs from a hidden compartment beside his bed. The common room was eerily silent, the ghastly green light, rough stone walls, and numerous empty, ornate armchairs rendered the elongated, low-ceilinged space reminiscent of a tomb. Students of Slytherin House were not inclined to embark on midnight escapades through the castle like their Gryffindor counterparts. So during his passage through the labyrinthine corridors, Amasta did not encounter a single soul. However, even if he had, there was little cause for concern. Amasta was confident in his mastery of the disillusionment charm, capable of rendering himself entirely invisible while in motion, undetectable even by Filch's malnourished cat as it passed by. "Hey, little one, I suppose you must be lost." As he traversed the entrance hall, the sound of conversation from above the marble staircase caught Amasta's attention. He took a few steps closer and looked up to find Bill Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, engaged in conversation with a Hufflepuff student. The Hufflepuff, relieved to be spared from losing points or facing detention with a professor, expressed his gratitude to Bill, bowed apologetically, and then hurried away. Having dealt with the unruly little wizard, Bill ran his fingers through his long hair, cascading down his back, humming a tune as he ascended the marble staircase. Continuing his duties as a prefect, Amasta stood at the foot of the stairs, watching Bill's silhouette vanish from view. The eldest son of the esteemed Weasley family. Trusted by Dumbledore, Bill Weasley garnered unanimous praise from both teachers and students at the school, not merely for his outstanding academic achievements, but for his extraordinary charisma. However, among the older students of Slytherin, Bill Weasley was held in low regard. They believed that by associating with a group of Muggle-born wizards, Bill had forsaken the honor of his ancient wizarding lineage. Behind closed doors, they frequently conspired to teach him a lesson. Yet time and again, they found themselves on the receiving end of a thorough thrashing from Bill and his robust Quidditch-playing brother, regardless of how many of them banded together. Consequently, Bill Weasley had nearly become a public enemy among the 5th year and above Slytherin students, especially with rumors circulating that Dumbledore intended to appoint him as the president of the student council in his 7th year, which only intensified the animosity. Amasta silently chuckled to himself, turning to stride toward the entrance hall and the Forbidden Forest. All this turmoil was of no concern to him. After all, no one would be foolish enough to expect a nondescript figure from Slytherin to triumph over the dazzling prodigy of Gryffindor. Chapter 12. Provocation. At the edge of the forbidden forest, Amasta paused to glance at Hagrid's hut. The humble wooden dwelling was devoid of light, and no trace of magical energy could be felt, indicating that Hagrid was not home. It was well known that the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts was one of Albus Dumbledore's most trusted confidants, often entrusted with extremely important and confidential matters. Despite his seemingly rugged exterior, the dense, dark expanse of the forbidden forest lay in eerie silence, with only the sound of crunching leaves underfoot. Even the biting winter wind seemed to hush in this oppressive atmosphere. Amasta ventured deeper into the woods, veering off the winding path, circumventing a cleared area now dotted with moss-covered stumps, until he turned to find the castle's lights no longer in sight, at which point he halted and stepped onto a massive, flat piece of bluestone. "This is the place, Grandmother Felina." Amasta spoke to the photograph of the kindly elder whose smile was forever captured in time. Then he placed the picture on the ground, propping it up with a broken branch. Amasta shook his sleeves, and a well-maintained wand, 12 inches long, made of ebony and containing the heartstring of a dragon, slipped into his palm. He pointed the wand at the ground, and a stone the size of a fist immediately levitated, transforming in a flurry of rapid vibrations into an orange-yellow copper basin. At this moment, the living would honor their departed loved ones in a manner befitting. Amasta settled cross-legged, feeling no discomfort from the damp, cold stone beneath him. He extracted a cloth bag from his bosom, a creation acquired by Amasta for 2 gold galleons from the renowned Devisban's magical supplies store in Hogsmeade, enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. Its initial capacity was modest due to its affordable price. However, after a second round of modifications, it now possessed the ample space to accommodate a small automobile, along with the ability to categorize and batch items. One wonders if you would appreciate such a method. A substantial pile of yellow parchment and a heap of gold ingots tumbled forth, scattering across the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flame erupted, swiftly consuming the yellow parchment and the handcrafted gold ingots within the copper basin, searing the edges of the basin to a charred black while simultaneously desiccating the damp, cold air. The flickering light of the flames danced upon the glass shield, casting the reflection of a somewhat pallid face. "I deeply regret not being by your side during your final days. This shall perhaps be the greatest sorrow of my life," Amasta murmured, his cracked lips moving as he added more parchment to the basin, addressing the elderly figure within the flames who smiled back at him. The fire swirled, its golden hues wavering, causing the elder in the photograph to appear almost animated, softly comforting the youth whose heart was heavy with grief. "Had it not been for you, I would likely have perished at that woman's hands 16 years ago, never having had the opportunity to discover this wondrous world." The biting northern winds, upon breaching the firelit area, transformed into a gentle caress, softly lifting the tips of Amasta's hair as if an invisible hand were tenderly stroking the crown of his head. Amasta gazed at the photograph, quietly confiding the secrets buried deep within his heart, those absurd occurrences that even the closest of individuals could not articulate. Only in the presence of departed loved ones could he speak without trepidation. The delicate moon gradually slanted towards the horizon, and in the depths of the forbidden forest, a mist rolled in, veiling everything in a hazy obscurity. The dense foliage was adorned with tiny shards of ice, each leaf drooping in a disheartened manner. "What do you suppose he is doing, Prion?" In a moment of distraction, Amasta lost his usual vigilance, failing to notice 2 figures 50 feet behind him, clutching flying broomsticks and clad in Gryffindor's crimson jerseys, who had been quietly observing him for some time. "I couldn't say for certain, Feloya, but it appears he is engaging in some sort of nefarious ritual, perhaps summoning the spirit of the elder from the photograph with dark magic. You know how those Slytherin wretches delight in such studies." Prion, a 4th-year Gryffindor beater with a round face and small eyes, lowered his voice as he spoke to his companion, both teammate and romantic partner. "He is Amos Brain, a peculiar bookish fellow." "A peculiar bookish fellow?" questioned Feloya, her delicate golden hair framing her fair visage, as she raised her finely shaped eyebrows in curiosity. "Indeed," Prion chuckled, his cheeks puffed in amusement. "I have heard from Ravenclaw's Helson that every Saturday morning he spots Breen seated in the reading nook of the library, surrounded by a formidable stack of books, utterly engrossed in his studies, yet never engaging with anyone. Alas, his academic performance pales in comparison to Charlie's brother, presumably due to a lack of mental acuity." Feloya let out a series of soft giggles, leaning her Nimbus 1700 against Prion's shoulder. "That might not be the wisest course of action, Feloya." Prion's eyes sparkled with mischief as he unhesitatingly dismissed his girlfriend's suggestion. "Charlie and his companions are still frolicking with that giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. If we summon the professor, they would undoubtedly be exposed." Charlie mentioned that his brother Bill is on duty tonight. We could inform him. Surely, Bill would not betray his own brother, Philoia proposed, blinking innocently. That is a splendid idea, Philoia, Prion acknowledged. Casting a glance at the slender silhouette of Amasta against the blue stone, a wicked grin spreading across his face. However, I have a more entertaining method to punish that nefarious wizard. Come, Philoia, draw forth your wand, and let us teach him a lesson. The remnants of yellow parchment and golden coins lay scant upon the ground. He gathered them in his hands and cast them into the crimson copper basin, whispering a final farewell. May the merits of your life in this realm transform into blessings in the next, dear Grandma Felina. The place I inhabited in my past life was quite splendid, and, if given the choice, you might be reborn there. Hey, face judgment, dark wizard of Slytherin. Petrify them all. Shatter to pieces. In an instant, the startled Amasta was unable to comprehend who had launched the surprise attack. Instinctively, he reached for his wand to retaliate, only to find it inadvertently pinned beneath his leg. Having sat cross-legged before the fire for over an hour, dizziness and numbness overwhelmed him, leaving him incapable of a timely response. Curse it, how careless! Amasta seethed internally, bracing himself with his left hand to topple sideways. As he rolled down the blue stone, he managed to snatch up his wand, narrowly evading the spell in a moment of crisis. However, Grandma Felina's photo and the fire basin conjured by Amasta were not so fortunate. Prion's petrifying curse missed Amasta, but inadvertently struck the fire basin, causing fiery serpents to burst forth, illuminating the shadowy depths of the forbidden forest as if dawn had arrived. Meanwhile, Philoia's shattering curse unerringly struck the portrait of Grandma Felina, resulting in a crisp crack as the image shattered into fragments, which were swiftly consumed by the golden flames, reducing them to ash. As Amasta struggled to rise from the ground, a fragmented photo, its edges devoured by flames, floated past him, helplessly descending to the earth. His gaze followed the picture, a haze of confusion, shock, and fury flickering in his light brown eyes. When the image turned to ashes, Amasta finally lifted his head towards the direction from whence the curse had come, slowly yet resolutely raising his wand. Chapter 13, A Lesson. Although fully aware that two individuals were present and that all members of the Gryffindor team were nearby, when Amasta's chilling gaze fixed upon them, Prion and Philoia involuntarily shuddered in unison, as if a full-grown Hungarian hornet were baring its fearsome jaws towards them, ready to devour. Prion. Philoia grasped her boyfriend's wrist tightly, her voice trembling. Are you certain he is merely an eccentric bookworm from Slytherin? Why do I find his stare utterly terrifying? Reminiscent of the maddened hippogriff that Professor Kaleburn made us witness last week? Don't be absurd, Philoia. We are wizards of Gryffindor, the House of Courage. Prion inwardly concurred with Philoia's sentiments. The moment their eyes met with Brain's, had it not been for Philoia hiding in his embrace, he might have turned and fled. Yet, as a man, he felt compelled to maintain his bravado. Hey, you rogue Brain, cease casting such glances at us. You brought this upon yourself. What were you doing wandering into the forbidden forest at midnight, cursing someone with dark magic? The air crackled with surging magical energy, flames scattered across the earth, tree trunks and stones coalescing at the tip of Amasta's wand into a tangible golden fireball, akin to a sun suddenly rising over the sea under the cloak of night, radiating boundless heat and light. The terrifyingly high temperature swiftly evaporated the moisture in the chilled air, spreading outward. A nearby pine tree ignited spontaneously, while the two young wizards, standing dozens of feet away, were drenched in sweat, as if they stood at the brink of an erupting volcano. Please, Amasta, we meant no harm. Fear etched 2 lines of tears upon Philoia's delicate visage, her instinctive plea for mercy oblivious to the words she uttered. Prion raised his wand, fully aware that the success of his ironclad charm was questionable. It could not withstand the ferocity of Amasta's blazing golden sun. Mount your broom, flee quickly. Prion would perhaps never realize that the flicker of humanity in the face of death was what ultimately saved him. Amasta's eyes, filled with malice, momentarily flickered, and in the next instant his steady wrist lowered slightly. The fireball that would have landed at his feet instead crashed down 10 feet away. Boom! Like a supernova reaching the apex of its life, the fireball, imbued with terrifying magical energy, scorched the cracked earth into molten lava upon impact. The searing air erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to a pressure cooker bursting open. Prion's ironclad charm shattered in less than a second, and before he could even let out a cry of agony, he was violently hurled away by the forceful shockwave, crashing into a tree the thickness of his wrist and rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt, his back a gruesome mess. The damage endured by Faloya was comparatively light, as Prion shielded her from a significant portion of the impact. Nevertheless, she was still hurled several feet into the air by the powerful shockwave. The surroundings lay in disarray, stripped of magical support. The uniquely potent magical flames stubbornly devoured the chaotic landscape. Crack! Crack! Amasta traversed the scorched earth, step by step, until he reached Prion's side. He lowered his head, gazing at the shocking scars marring Prion's back, his expression unyielding. It was evident that Prion had not perished. After all, Amasta had no desire to pursue further studies in Azkaban, at least not at this moment. Just moments ago, I was prepared to let you experience the agony of severed limbs, Amasta stated impassively, hoping it would impart some wisdom. However, your final act of bravery has earned you a semblance of dignity. Amasta retrieved a vial of white salve from his satchel, along with several colorful potions of ambiguous effects. After mixing them in proper proportions, he poured the concoction onto Prion's back, wielding his wand to cast a spell. The gaping wound began to pulsate, and soon fresh flesh emerged. Prion's pallid visage improved slightly, though a few of his ribs remained unnaturally bent. Amasta chose not to address the broken bones. Such minor injuries could easily be remedied by Madame Pomfrey. I, too, should learn a lesson, having foolishly believed that safety could be found within the school walls. Suddenly, piercing sounds of whistling sliced through the air from deep within the forbidden forest. As they drew nearer, they swiftly split apart, surrounding him from all directions. Amidst the swirling mist, 5 shadowy figures gradually emerged. Amasta displayed no surprise upon seeing Prion and Faloya clad in Gryffindor Quidditch robes. He had anticipated they would not be acting alone. However, when a stout figure became discernible, Amasta's lips involuntarily twitched. Charlie Weasley, the second son of the Weasley family and a prodigious seeker for the Gryffindor team, was riding a broom, with a creature the size of a cart dangling below him. At least 3 petrification curses had struck an 8-eyed spider. Amasta had never known that such spiders inhabited the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, those Gryffindor cubs knew how to play. As a keen-eyed seeker, Charlie immediately spotted Prion at Breen's feet. With a maturity beyond his years, Charlie refrained from panicking and, perched high upon his broom, surveyed the intimidating wreckage. Upon noticing the nearly 3-foot-deep melting crater still emitting smoke before Amasta, he gasped in shock. "Where is Faloya, Breen?" Charlie's voice bore the weight of age. "Perhaps she has already mingled with the earth," Amasta replied calmly. "You may search for yourselves. You might even uncover a few nail fragments or other remnants." "You killed Faloya?" A Gryffindor player bellowed in disbelief and fury. "And what has become of Prion? What have you done to him?" The chorus of denunciation surged like a tidal wave, and they all raised their wands toward Amasta, some calling for his imprisonment in Azkaban. Charlie Weasley indeed possesses a leadership quality that is rare among his peers. He is the youngest in the group, yet remains the most composed. He firmly believes that Amasta could not possibly have killed Faloya unless he truly wishes to languish in a wizarding prison. However, it is indisputable that Prion is gravely injured, and safeguarding his well-being must take precedence. Return Prion to us, Brain, or you may find yourself in a world of trouble. In the face of the situation, weighing the pros and cons is not a skill adeptly handled by a group of teenage Gryffindor wizards. Were they of Slytherin lineage, witnessing the devastation wrought upon the Forbidden Forest would likely evoke restraint and decorum. "What are you waiting for, Charlie? We will cover for you." "Seize the opportunity to rescue Prion," cried a Gryffindor player, mounted on a Comet Series broomstick as he resolutely hurled a brilliant red beam towards Amasta. The Gryffindor team exhibited remarkable synergy. The stunning spell seemed to serve as a signal for an offensive. Upon receiving the cue, the 3 players, excluding Charlie, promptly sprang into action. To confound Amasta to the utmost, they executed a series of aerial maneuvers on their brooms, weaving an intricate net of shadows above Amasta's head while intermittently casting stunning and petrifying spells. Truth be told, Amasta had initially intended to return Prion without engaging them. However, with Gryffindor initiating hostilities, a defensive counterstrike was certainly warranted, serving as a fine outlet for his pent-up frustration. With a flick of his wand, a swirling vortex of silver and black magic materialized before Amasta, its center a fathomless black hole. It resembled the fabled Charybdis from Greek mythology, effortlessly consuming any spells that approached from various angles, without the need for his wand to direct it. What sort of magic is this? The Gryffindor players exerted considerable effort, attempting simultaneous attacks from multiple directions and concentrating their forces to breach the vortex, but to no avail. "I don't know, but it certainly resembles dark magic." Charlie Weasley recognized that he must take decisive action, He could not merely stand by and watch. As a prodigious seeker discovered by Gryffindor, Charlie's aerial prowess indeed surpassed that of his contemporaries. He moved like an elusive specter, momentarily lingering in one spot before vanishing and reappearing elsewhere in the blink of an eye. His spellcasting skills were equally commendable, even in such rapid motion. Each incantation accurately targeted Amasta, a feat not easily achieved. Even the youthful Professor Flitwick might not have managed such agility. Regrettably, this did not imply he could breach Amasta's defenses. In the deep of night, Amasta unexpectedly reveled in a challenging aerial performance within the Forbidden Forest. The exquisite flying maneuvers even elicited admiration from Amasta, who typically harbored little interest in Quidditch. It was no wonder that last year's Slytherin team had been thoroughly outmatched by Gryffindor on the pitch. Little Worm, are you too timid to emerge from behind that contraption? After a prolonged stalemate, the Gryffindor team resorted to provocation. Perhaps we should try a different approach. As Charlie found his disarming spell ineffective once more, he hovered in mid-air, panting. He glanced around and swiftly conceived a notion. Fly higher. Be wary of the giant spider's venom scorching your robes. Arresto momentum. All present understood Charlie's intent, including Amasta, who immediately turned to gaze at the eight-eyed spider. He witnessed the brilliance of Charlie's wand emitting a dazzling light that struck the spider's thick, black legs. Click, click, click. The liberated spider brandished its two massive, gleaming black pincers, emitting an angry hiss towards the wizards before it. Having been toyed with for far too long, the eight-eyed spider shook its grotesque head, wildly blinking its emerald compound eyes. In its perception, the buzzing red flies above and the small wizards on the ground were all part of the same cohort. Snap! The spider, with its 8 legs, moved with astonishing speed, its colossal body crashing through several trees of considerable girth with effortless force. Amasta furrowed his brow, aware of the immense value of the spider's venom, fetching 100 galleons per pint. However, this particular spider was still too diminutive to yield such a bounty. Yet, every morsel counts, and Amasta was not one to squander opportunities. Noticing Amasta's stillness in the face of the spider, Charlie's weathered visage betrayed a hint of concern. He feared that Amasta might have been petrified by the monstrous arachnid. Just as he prepared to speak, Amasta suddenly raised his arm. His wand aimed directly at the leaping spider. Shrink! The massive form of the eight-eyed spider abruptly froze in midair, its 8 compound eyes reflecting confusion. Before it could comprehend the situation, its surroundings began to warp rapidly in its vision, and it found itself uncontrollably drawn into a glass bottle. Thank you for the gift, Amasta remarked, casting several defensive spells upon the bottle before raising his head. I quite like it. With that, he gripped his wand as one would a drumstick, letting out a sigh. Forget your dreams, Brain. Are you still contemplating sleep? The Dementors will ensure you are well entertained. The winds were fierce above, and I advise you not to fly too high, lest you suffer a painful fall. Amasta paid no heed to the threat, but instead turned to Charlie. What do you intend to do? Prompted by the warning, Charlie cautiously raised his wand to his chest, gripping the handle of his broom tightly, poised to evade at a moment's notice. However, Amasta did not unleash any spells upon anyone. Instead, he forcefully struck the empty void below with his wand, akin to wielding a drumstick. With a resonating hum, the impact of the wand stirred a violent tempest within the invisible realm. The magical energy radiated from the point of Amasta's strike, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a falling stone, swiftly sending rippling waves in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The Gryffindor members, swept by the chaotic magic, plummeted from their flying brooms like dumplings into boiling water, each falling with a resounding thud, ultimately losing consciousness. I had warned you, it would be quite something, an endless ordeal indeed. Amasta turned his gaze towards the castle, where Bill Weasley, riding his firebolt, was hastily crossing the boundary between the Forbidden Forest and the grounds. A look of concern etched across his face as he rushed over. Chapter 15. The Dangerous Confrontation. Amos Brain? Bill Weasley's handsome visage was devoid of its usual carefree expression, replaced instead by shock. As he dismounted from his Nimbus 1700, he almost stumbled when his wizarding robe got snagged on a broken stump. When Faloya informed me that you had killed Prion, I thought she was merely jesting. Bill's vision was limited. He could only see the crimson ground beneath Prion's prone form and was unable to discern his fate. I can scarcely believe it, Brain. Are you secretly plotting the massacre of Hogwarts? Bill's gaze darted around, observing the Gryffindor players who had fallen unconscious from midair, his expression gradually contorting. Upon noticing Charlie, silently crumpled in a thicket, the shock on Bill's face morphed into a frenzied rage. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and pointed it at Amasta, demanding, Tell me, you scoundrel, what have you done to Charlie? Although the Weasley siblings occasionally bickered, they displayed a remarkable sense of unity when it came to defending their family against outsiders. "Do not raise your voice, Bill Weasley," Amasta replied, unfazed. "Stand still." The tip of Bill's wand trembled as he barked back. Amasta, sensing something, cast a wary glance towards the depths of the forbidden forest, his brow twitching slightly. Uncertain of the source of the sudden feeling of being watched, he considered that since acromantulas were not solitary creatures, remaining here was unwise. Amasta calmly reiterated, "The greatest danger arises from you, Brain. I shall say it once more. Stand there and do not move. Furthermore, surrender your wand." Bill's vigilance heightened. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on Amasta's wrist, his senses taut and ready for action. Amasta furrowed his brow again, lifting his gaze to the pitch-black forbidden forest. The faint yet palpable unease lingering in the air lodged in his throat like a fishbone, and he could almost ascertain that something was watching him from the shadows. "I shall repeat myself, Weasley." Bill's gaze suddenly sharpened. Amasta's words echoed in his ears, signaling the need to flee. Without hesitation, he swiftly brandished his wand. With a flourish, he unleashed 3 dazzling red beams towards Brain, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Amasta. Yet, for Amasta, this hardly posed a significant threat. With a flick of his wand, he deflected the stunning spell aimed at him, his wrist deftly dancing as he mentally conjured the incantation. "Reverse the bell." Bill raised an eyebrow, finally confirming that this seemingly inconspicuous Slytherin student, Amos Brain, possessed extraordinary abilities beyond those of the average young wizard. Armored protection. Nevertheless, Bill Weasley harbored his own confidence. He remained unperturbed in the face of the approaching spell, swiftly erecting a defense in front of him. "Watch out." At the last moment, Bill called out a warning to Amasta. The moment the killing curse struck the ground, a plume of vibrant green flames erupted, exuding a sinister aura akin to death itself, dancing within the fire. Avoiding the deadly light with a roll, Amasta gradually rose from the ground, despite his preparedness. He was left shaken by the unexpected assault of an unforgivable curse. That fleeting moment was the closest he had ever come to death since entering the magical world. In her 20s, the assailant was a woman. From the hand gripping the wand, exposed beneath her black cloak, Amasta discerned her gender and age. The oppressive silence tortured Amasta's spirit, an omnipresent threat causing every cell in his body to tremble, under the dual influence of fear and exhilaration. His magical energy surged with unprecedented fervor, as if eagerly anticipating the perilous confrontation ahead. "Whoever you are, whatever your intentions may be." Amasta fixed his gaze upon the shadowy figure beneath the hood, coldly stating, "To intrude upon Hogwarts, beneath the very nose of Professor Dumbledore, and to attack a minor wizard with the most dangerous of the unforgivable curses, I must commend your audacity. Dumbledore and the professors will arrive here in no more than 5 minutes. If you flee now, you may still have time." The wand in the woman's hand remained stable, showing no signs of wavering, which darkened Amasta's thoughts. He understood that she was resolute in her intent to take his life. But why? Since his arrival at Hogwarts, he had never wronged anyone, and his dealings with outside wizards had merely consisted of selling potions through owls. Could it be that someone had died from one of his brews, prompting revenge from their family? That seemed implausible. Amasta was confident in his craft, and knew such tragedies were impossible. Amasta was perplexed, but the assailant would not grant him ample time to ponder. She was aware that his previous words were not mere bluster. Dumbledore and the professors were indeed on their way. Tonight, the most perilous contest has commenced. The ethereal green light illuminating the forbidden forest has sounded the clarion call for a life-and-death struggle. Amasta's expression is uncharacteristically grave. He raises his wand high, akin to wielding the sword of a sovereign, and with a swift motion, the glowing tip of his wand unleashes an overwhelming torrent of magic, cascading forth like a breached dam, transforming the darkness of the night into a silvery river of stars that strikes the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembles violently, and the massive bluestone barrier between the two adversaries is instantaneously reduced to dust, while thousands of frost-laden leaves rustle ominously in unison. As the dust settles and the spell's brilliance dissipates, a gaping fissure, a staggering 70 to 80 feet long, appears on the once soft ground. Chapter 16, Devastation. A dazzling array of fierce spells suddenly materializes in the gloom, only to vanish in an instant. Within the tranquil thicket, the thunderous sounds of trees snapping and crashing to the ground reverberate, accompanied by explosive booms. The two combatants swiftly maneuver across the rugged terrain, employing fallen branches, vines, and bushes as obstacles to gain even the slightest advantage. In the mere half-minute since the life-and-death duel began, Amasta has discerned two critical truths. First, the dark road which engaging him is indeed intent on his demise, harboring a fierce desire to kill. She exhibits no hesitation in wielding dark magic, even those explicitly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, including the 3 unforgivable curses, as well as various spells that inflict grievous harm, all in a desperate bid to eliminate him as swiftly as possible. The absurdity of it all renders Amasta pale, his eyes igniting with fury. Who could harbor such a deep-seated vendetta against him, seeking nothing less than his death? Second, the black, which possesses formidable combat experience, a fact that Amasta reluctantly acknowledges. In the brief exchange, her dazzling agility in evading spells resembles that of a master dancer. Furthermore, her adeptness in employing various deceptive attack techniques, alongside her ability to launch surprise strikes amidst fierce confrontation, showcases her mastery of transformation spells, tactical incantations, and dark magic, compelling Amasta to marvel at her skill. In contrast, his own practice in dueling techniques has been limited to covert sessions and occasional sparring with Professor Snape, rendering him a novice by comparison. Nevertheless, he possesses his own formidable advantages. Were Amasta to assess this battle, he would liken it to a confrontation between an assassin and a master. This enigmatic black, which resembles a meticulously trained assassin, viewing all spells and combat techniques merely as instruments for murder, seeking only proficiency, not mastery. However, Amasta is distinct. He has dedicated himself to delving into the essence of magic and has already charted a unique path in tracing the origins of modern spells. As long as he remains diligent, he is certain to achieve remarkable accomplishments that will capture the world's attention. The vast majority of spells he employs are improved versions derived from thoughtful contemplation and countless experiments, possessing immense power that is challenging to counter directly, though their only drawback lies in their excessive consumption of magical energy. Amasta has begun to regret his initial decision to employ magic with the intent to intimidate. That spell consumed a significant portion of his magical energy without yielding any effect. The dark witch had cast an illusion spell upon herself during the duel. While her magic could not be concealed, it indeed complicated the task of pinpointing her precise location, coupled with her constant evasive maneuvers and silent incantation techniques. She could effectively launch surprise attacks from close range. Fortunately, Amasta's aptitude for learning is formidable, and he quickly mastered this technique, resulting in the two combatants in the Forbidden Forest resembling two transparent phantoms casting spells at one another. Suddenly, a torrent of fierce flames surged forth from the remnants of a shattered rock on the hillside, swelling in the air as it transformed into an overwhelming wave of fire. Creatures of flame, such as fire dragons, sphinxes, and chimeras, silently roared atop the crest of this infernal tide. The dark witch had no intention of controlling the raging fire. She allowed it to expand uncontrollably, consuming everything in its path while she rapidly changed her position, concealing herself. Amasta's lips were pressed tightly together, his gaze filled with fury. At his current level, he was unable to extinguish the fierce flames directly, yet he could not stand idly by as they threatened the Forbidden Forest, knowing that the unfortunate Gryffindors would surely perish in the inferno. Amasta swiftly waved his wand, conjuring a golden flame that bore a resemblance to the ferocious fire. He had modified this flame to restrict its destructive potential, while it was not as overwhelming as the fierce flames. It was far easier to control and would not negatively affect his rationality. Using fire to combat fire is a sophisticated method of fire defense. Amasta managed to contain the fiery wave, amplifying his magical output to gradually consume the raging flames. He shuddered at the thought of what was unfolding, worrying about how many lives Severus would lose. As he gazed at the sky illuminated by the intertwined golden and white flames in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, Professor McGonagall's lips were drawn tight, her face a ghastly pale. She entirely cast aside her authority as deputy headmistress, running with abandon, even allowing her meticulously arranged hair to fall into disarray. Severus, too, bore a sallow complexion, not faring much better than McGonagall. Since that fateful night of Lily's demise, it was the first time in many years he found himself praying for something. At the castle's entrance, Professor Flitwick stumbled down a step, tumbling end over end, while Professor Sprout, having lost her hat, merely provided him with a brief assist as she rushed past him toward the Forbidden Forest. Whistle, whistle, no matter who you are, I will ensure you pay a deeply etched price. Amasta's rage threatened to explode from his eyes. His right hand, which was suppressing the fierce flames, remained unwavering, while his left hand cast forth a milky white orb of light. The orb swiftly reached the location of Bill and Charlie, expanding into a semicircular shape, resembling an upturned, transparent bowl, a magical barrier that intercepted the incoming dagger just in time. This maneuver caught even the Dark Witch off guard, leaving her stunned for 2 vital seconds. And those 2 seconds became the key to victory. Crash! In a moment of peril, the Dark Witch summoned a luminous barrier enveloped in swirling black mist. The barrier collided with the spear, producing a resounding clang reminiscent of a gong's echo. And then both entities dissolved into a cascade of shimmering light. Although the strike had been intercepted, the overwhelming force caused a surge of magic to ripple through the Dark Witch's body, momentarily clouding her consciousness. The killing curse. Finally seizing the opportunity, Amasta unleashed the most ferocious roar heard thus far in the battle, and the unseen void erupted with a sharp clang. In that instant, the Reaper, wielding its scythe, loomed above the Dark Witch, descending with merciless wrath. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, having just entered the Forbidden Forest, was jolted by the familiar sound of that furious roar. His body involuntarily trembled, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen, and in the next moment he summoned all his strength and sprinted forward with fervor. Chapter 17, Trust. Gone? Amasta stood in bewilderment, his gaze fixed on the spot where the Dark Witch had just been, a mixture of shock and confusion etched upon his face. Was it an illusion or a portkey? A thought flickered through Amasta's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It is well known that the Hogwarts campus is shielded by numerous powerful enchantments, rendering the common wizarding method of apparition ineffective within its bounds. The source of the protective magic derives from the immense reservoir of magical energy accumulated over centuries within Hogwarts Castle, a force of an entirely different magnitude. Even the legendary 4 founders, should they return, would likely find it impossible to breach the defenses they had once established. Yet, the unsettling reality was that the elusive Dark Witch, upon the casting of the killing curse, had cast a venomous glare at Amasta before vanishing into thin air. Stunned, Amasta scanned his surroundings in search of any clues, but the Dark Witch had indeed ceased to exist in that space, rather than merely retreating into the shadows. How could this be? Though they were within the Forbidden Forest, they had not traversed beyond the protective barriers set by Hogwarts. Theoretically, they remained within the school's confines. Amasta, no longer inclined to suppress the lingering flames of fury, cautiously approached the last standing point of the Dark Witch. The recent incantation had not borne no fruit. A pool of crimson blood lay upon the ground, evidently left behind by the Dark Witch. In the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, indicating that the professors had finally arrived. Amasta's gaze remained fixated on the blood that had yet to seep into the earth, his expression one of deep frustration. A witch so powerful, harboring animosity towards him, lurked in the shadows while he remained ignorant of her identity, igniting a fierce sense of discontent within him. "You left a flaw," Amasta murmured softly to himself. Before Professors McGonagall and Snape could arrive, he retrieved a small vial and drew the blood into it, subsequently casting a freezing charm upon the container. "I will find you." It was not Snape and McGonagall who were the first to reach the scene. Dumbledore had arrived before them. Amidst the air thick with the searing stench of charred remnants, a brilliant scarlet flame suddenly flickered into existence. Albus Dumbledore, grasping the claw of his phoenix, appeared in midair without any forewarning. Upon materializing, he descended gracefully to the ground, his agile and lithe form betraying none of the frailty one would expect from Centenarian. Once grounded, Dumbledore swiftly surveyed his surroundings, and upon witnessing the astonished Amasta amidst the scorched earth, the unconscious members of the Gryffindor team, and Bill still suspended in the air, his azure eyes, framed by the crescent of his spectacles, glimmered with a fierce and compelling rage. In the unseen realm, Dumbledore, consumed by fury, resembled a black hole of immense gravitational force. At the moment of his arrival, the ocean of magic roiled as if influenced by the powerful tides of a full moon, its tumultuous roar almost audible to the ears. The first act Dumbledore undertook was to extinguish the ferocious flames that Amasta had failed to fully subdue. With a mere flick of his wand, the pale flames and the golden fire summoned by Amasta vanished completely. "Hand over your wand, Mr. Brain," Dumbledore stated with a calm, yet unyielding tone that brooked no refusal. Amasta was reluctant to relinquish his wand. The events of the evening could be adequately explained, leading to a momentary hesitation that nearly cost him dearly. This night, Amasta bore witness to a side of Albus Dumbledore that was unknown to many, a figure who, despite his past kindness toward young wizards of every house, now embodied the legendary adversary who had once triumphed over the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. and the contemporary mightiest wizard who had kept the second Dark Lord at bay for nearly 3 decades. Dumbledore, in this moment, was a president of the International Confederation of Wizards, a name that could rival the entire reputation of the Ministry of Magic itself. For Dumbledore at this moment, disobedience equated to rebellion. With no feigned attack or build-up, Dumbledore simply raised his wand and cast a disarming spell. However, empowered by his unparalleled magic, the spell's light carved through the space, generating hundreds of delicate arcs of lightning. Amasta felt a tingling at the back of his head, his complexion draining of color. The once formidable silver-black vortex of magic that had allowed him to parry Charlie and others' assaults disintegrated under the sheer impact of the disarming spell in mere instants. Nonetheless, this did not signify that Amasta would surrender without a fight. He possessed his own pride. In a flash of inspiration, he swung his wand with great vigor, summoning from the void a massive shield, intricately engraved with a golden serpent and gleaming with silvery metal, to intercept the path of the spell. The sound that followed was a deep, resounding boom, akin to thunder rumbling across the winter night, reverberating across vast distances. Amasta felt as though countless golden stars flashed before his eyes. His legs weakened, causing him to stagger backward a few steps. Dumbledore appeared taken aback by Amasta Brain's ability to withstand his spell, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossing his azure gaze. But it was merely a flicker. "Stop, Headmaster Dumbledore." Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape finally arrived. Upon witnessing the devastated and grotesque state of the Forbidden Forest, Professor McGonagall staggered momentarily, covering her mouth with her hands, her expression one of disbelief. In contrast, Snape exhibited greater resilience. He rushed towards Dumbledore, who was poised to wield his wand once more, and shouted to halt him. "Wait, Dumbledore, there must be a misunderstanding." Severus Snape boldly and impudently grasped Dumbledore's hand, preventing him from taking further action. Glistening with sweat, Snape surveyed the surroundings, and upon spotting Bill Weasley, suspended in midair by the hanging charm, his breath quickened. As the charm released its hold, Bill fell to the ground, humorously tumbling aside, his handsome face marred by fear. "Professor McGonagall, I saw it. Someone used the killing curse, just moments ago. I swear I saw it," Bill exclaimed, his voice trembling, sending a chilling silence throughout the air. Snape, tightly gripping Dumbledore, felt the frail wrist of the elder man tighten in an attempt to break free. "First, surrender your wand." Amos Brain. Snape's face taut with tension, he turned to the solitary figure of Amos Brain standing nearby, his tone resolute. "Trust me, Amos Brain, this misunderstanding can be clarified. I believe in you." Chapter 18. The Frightened Hagrid. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sun had ascended high into the sky, its unwavering warmth casting a crystalline glow upon the snow-covered ground. The sunlight filtering into the dim little cabin illuminated the space, while the large icicles melting from the eaves pooled into a clear puddle on the floor. The robust hearth had dried the water in the kettle, prompting Hagrid to rise hurriedly, grasping the steaming handle as he pushed the door open. Outside, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and soon after, he returned with a kettle filled with crushed ice. Noticing the 3 occupants within the cabin still wearing rigid expressions, their mouths slightly agape, Hagrid could not suppress a chuckle. "It seems you all are quite taken with this story. Like it?" Ron exclaimed, jumping up, his ears flushed with excitement as he shouted at Harry. "Why has no one ever mentioned this at home?" "Well, maybe Bill and Charlie did, but I forgot." "Don't look at me like that. Hermione, I was only 6 years old then. Who could remember everything?" Ron then turned to Harry, gasping. "Can you believe it, Harry? He was only in 5th year, just like Percy today. If someone had told me Percy could stand toe-to-toe with Professor Dumbledore, I would have laughed at them until graduation." Harry grinned, understanding Ron's sentiment. "Has anyone ever done that? Hagrid?" Harry's voice rose, a bit too exuberantly, feeling as though his blood was boiling, as if he had fought alongside Dumbledore, though he knew he could never stand in opposition to the venerable headmaster. "Don't even think about it, Harry." Hagrid let out a hearty laugh, asserting that no young wizard in their 5th year could possibly compare. Perhaps there might be a few, but he certainly wasn't one of them. Regardless, it is worth noting that not only in schools, but even within the entirety of the British magical community, one would be hard-pressed to find a handful capable of matching a single spell cast by the greatest headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. Hagrid's voice brimmed with pride, and one must concede that he spoke the truth. "Be quiet," Hermione exclaimed, equally exhilarated, as she intervened to calm the overly enthusiastic Harry and Ron. Yet, she had to admit that she too was swept up in excitement. She had never imagined that the handsome, well-mannered young wizard she encountered in the hospital wing the previous night had such a magnificent record. "Now, Hagrid, your story isn't finished," Hermione insisted, gripping Harry's invisibility cloak tightly and fixing Hagrid with her bright, cat-like eyes, eager to know how they dealt with Mr. Amos Brain. Harry and Ron immediately fell silent, their eyes wide with anticipation for Hagrid's explanation. Let me think. Hagrid pondered, his sausage-like fingers fiddling with his bushy beard. It seems they kept him in detention for an entire term and deducted 200 points from Slytherin. However, Headmaster Dumbledore soon awarded him 400 points, which nearly guaranteed Slytherin the House Cup that year. 400 points. Harry gasped. Last year, they had preserved the Philosopher's Stone from Quirrell and Voldemort, an accomplishment that stood as a pinnacle of his time at school, yet Dumbledore had only granted them 170 points, with Harry's contribution barely amounting to 60. What on earth was Dumbledore thinking? Although comparisons were hardly favorable, Harry couldn't help but feel a tinge of imbalance. Of course, Harry. Hermione raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a self-assured smile as if she had seen through everything. The reason for his detention and the point deduction was that Mr. Brain violated school rules by entering the Forbidden Forest at night and using powerful magic against his fellow students. Conversely, the 400 points were awarded because he saved the entire Gryffindor team and Bill. Saved? Ron's expression was one of bewilderment. Weren't they taken down by Brain? Don't be foolish, Ron. Hermione replied, her irritation evident. Think about it, Ron. Had Mr. Brain not ventured into the Forbidden Forest that night, who would have encountered that mysterious dark wizard? Ron gasped, his eyes widening in realization. It was Charlie, along with everyone on the Gryffindor team at that time. Hermione nodded, her tone satisfied. I'm glad you finally grasped it, Ron. Including Bill, he effectively saved 8 lives, which amounts to 50 points. So, Hagrid, does that mean Dumbledore confirmed that a dark wizard did indeed infiltrate Hogwarts? Did he capture him? Harry, more alert than Ron and Hermione, suddenly posed this question. Indeed, he confirmed it. Upon mentioning this, Hagrid's smile faded, and his expression turned grave. That night, after Bill awoke, the misunderstanding was swiftly clarified. He informed Dumbledore that it was not Amasta who had unleashed the killing curse, but rather a dark wizard lurking in the shadows. Dumbledore personally examined every spell cast by Brian's wand that evening, confirming this assertion. Subsequently, the esteemed headmaster meticulously surveyed the battlefield. You see, Harry, at Dumbledore's level, he could nearly reconstruct the entirety of that battle. However, regrettably, after extensive investigation, he was unable to locate the audacious dark wizard, which led me to patrol the Forbidden Forest at midnight for nearly 2 months without a proper night's rest. Hagrid blinked and addressed the three, who were now acutely aware of the seriousness of the matter. At that time, the incident had caused quite a stir, prompting the Ministry of Magic to dispatch elite aurors into the Forbidden Forest for a search, yet to no avail. In an effort to quell the rising panic, both Dumbledore and Fudge decided to suppress the dissemination of information regarding the attack, which is why most people later heard little about it. The atmosphere grew somber as Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both speculating whether that dark wizard might again be a servant of Voldemort, akin to Quirrell. So I say, Ron, you must have heard of him. Hagrid chuckled. Professor Snape released Amos Brain during the Quidditch final in the second year. Prior to that, he was confined to Snape's office every night and weekend. The Gryffindor team, led by Charlie, was exceptionally strong. They had a chance to defend their championship title. However, when Snape brought Amos Brain onto the pitch, you can only imagine the spectacle that was Priam and Faloia. Honestly, it was a miracle they didn't simply mount their brooms and flee. They certainly lived up to Gryffindor's reputation. It seems even Slytherin can occasionally produce remarkable individuals, Ron murmured. There are indeed many renowned Slytherin wizards, Ron, Hagrid replied with a grin, casting a glance at the sun outside and realizing it was getting late. Time to prepare lunch. The tale has concluded, my little friends. Will you be joining me for lunch? Oh, blasted Pomfrey. I completely lost track of time. She hastily donned the invisibility cloak, revealing only her head. Perhaps next time, Hagrid, I really must stay in the hospital wing. With that, she hurriedly dashed out. Harry and Ron, clearly preferring the food at school, quickly rose to follow Hermione. By the way, Hagrid suddenly remembered something with a hint of disappointment, calling out to Harry's swiftly departing figure. You three still haven't told me why you were inquiring about Brian. Clang. Crash. Startled, Hagrid leaned against the door of the small hut as it trembled violently from the impact, causing the melted snow atop the roof to cascade down and bury Fawn. The Chamber of Secrets investigation officer from the Ministry of Magic? Hagrid's complexion turned ashen, and he leaned against the doorframe, whispering, This is impossible, Dumbledore. Oh no, I must unravel this matter. Chapter 19. The Astute Amasta. Amasta was unaware that Harry, whom he had yet to meet, had already gleaned from Hagrid tales of his illustrious achievements during his school days. However, even if he had known, he likely would have merely smiled in amusement. As dawn broke, Amasta, who had only fallen asleep in the early hours of the morning, was already awake. This, perhaps, could be counted among the advantages of being a wizard. Those with remarkable memory and formidable magical prowess possessed far greater vitality than muggles. Over the past 3 years, Amasta had grown accustomed to a life of upheaval. Often, in service to his employer, he found himself in remote wildernesses, primordial forests, or deep within ancient ruins, enduring the elements for days on end. The comfort of a warm bed for even a few hours had become a rare indulgence. Although the weather had cleared, the morning chill lingered, with no sign of melting on the snow-covered lawn, and the ice on the Black Lake was as formidable as serpentwood. While jogging along the lake's edge, Amasta paused beneath a willow tree, spotting a dark figure swiftly approaching from the castle. "Dumbledore instructed me to deliver this to you." The pale golden sunlight, tinged with a hint of pink, fell upon Snape's face, softening his otherwise cold and rigid features. From a few paces away, he tossed a black pouch to Amasta. "How much is in it?" Amasta inquired, shaking the heavy pouch with keen interest. My. The meeting with the stern deputy headmaster did not disturb Amasta. He opened the pouch and peered inside, the dazzling golden glow instantly lifting his spirits. "Tell me, what would happen if I simply absconded with this money? Unless you can escape to the moon, I would not recommend such foolishness," Snape replied coolly, observing Amasta, who had lowered his head and was toying with a gold coin between his fingers, his gaze fixed on Amasta's sparkling eyes. "Furthermore, I must caution you, Amasta. I am unsure, nor particularly curious, as to why the color of your eyes has changed so drastically since your school days. However, Dumbledore seems quite intrigued. He has urged me to inquire. Generally, matters that pique his interest are pursued with great tenacity, so I advise you to be prepared." Amasta's fingers suddenly stiffened, and after a brief silence, he regained his composure and remarked with a hint of profundity, "Ah, what an extraordinary wizard he is." In stark contrast to the rapid changes in the Muggle world, the evolution of the traditional wizarding society, which venerates its customs, progresses at an agonizingly sluggish pace. Although in recent years there have been whispers of reform, those faint voices are but seeds buried deep within the frozen ground, awaiting the right moment to root and flourish. Hogsmeade, the sole existing village of pure wizards within the British magical community, remains strikingly similar to how it was during Amasta's time at Hogwarts. The few alterations are perhaps the introduction of new products at Zonko's Joke Shop and Honeydukes. Amasta even speculated that if a medieval wizard were to inadvertently traverse into the present, he might not lose his way in Hogsmeade. As Amasta ventured further in, braving the northern winds, he found himself before a dimly lit shop with a glass window. This was the destination of his journey, the Dervish and Banj's magical supplies store. The tinkling of a brass bell hung above the door announced his entrance as he stepped inside. The shop was filled with an array of shelves, all aligned with the ceiling, displaying an assortment of magical items such as spyglasses, memory orbs, anti-genome charms, broom care kits, Quidditch equipment, and numerous other magical supplies and alchemical tools. "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you in procuring?" "Dervish and Banj's has a plethora of offerings, and I can guide you," the shopkeeper inquired. "Oh, thank you," Amasta replied, raising his gaze to scan the tall shelves. "Do you have a panoramic telescope?" "If you refer to the type typically used for watching Quidditch matches, indeed. This one, crafted from my family's alchemical workshop, guarantees quality. Priced at just 9 galleons and 7 sickles." Amasta accepted the telescope, familiar with its versatile modifications. After deftly adjusting the knobs, he positioned it on his nose, peering through the lenses to scrutinize the view. "Alas, this won't do," he sighed, lowering the telescope with disappointment. Mr. Banj's, sensing he was in the presence of an expert, felt a chill of realization. "Regrettably, sir, the high-precision Shadow Tracker 190 is typically produced only during the World Cup period. For now, this is what we offer. If you wish to purchase it, I can extend a slight discount." "How much of discount?" Amasta inquired, his expression betraying reluctance, as he assumed the role of shrewd buyer, ready to haggle. "No less than 9 galleons. That is the cost price. Considering you are our first customer today, I can only offer it at that rate." Mr. Banj's lamented. "What if I require a large quantity?" "I regret to inform you, sir, that this is indeed the best price I can offer. Even for a larger order, I need 300 panoramic telescopes," Amasta stated with a smile, his tone direct. "Mr. Banj's, you have one last chance to revise your offer. If your price does not satisfy, I may consider visiting Diagon Alley instead." 300, Mr. Banj's exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, but he quickly recognized that such a reaction might jeopardize the negotiation. He composed himself, clearing his throat. Indeed, I must say, given the volume, a further discount is certainly warranted. Mr. Bands scrutinized the smiling Amasta with utmost caution. Esteemed sir, if you truly intend to purchase such a quantity, I believe 8 gallons along with 10 silver sickles would be quite reasonable. Amasta's brow furrowed slightly, hinting at his discontent. The astute Mr. Bands immediately seized his original proposition and decisively stated, 7 gallons and 10 silver sickles. Being a knowledgeable wizard, you surely understand the implications of this price. Amasta indeed possessed such knowledge. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and exited, pushing the door open without a trace of doubt. Ding ding. Before Amasta could even begin to count to 1, an urgent clanging of copper bells rang out behind him. Mr. Bands, in a fit of desperation, rushed after him, exclaiming, "What about 7 gallons, sir? That is already quite fair." "Damn it," Mr. Bands shouted, prompting Amasta to lower his wand and turn back, revealing a pleasant smile once more. "Very well, Mr. Bands, let us discuss the delivery timeline in greater detail." Chapter 20. An audience with Professor McGonagall. The ultimate price for the panoramic telescope was set at 5 gallons and 10 silver sickles per unit, a figure slightly below Amasta's internal valuation. Alas, Mr. Bands required a full week to prepare 300 units of the telescopes. As Mr. Bands bid Amasta farewell, his expression was one of sorrow, as if he had incurred a significant loss. Amasta thought he was perhaps overacting. The costs of most magical items and alchemical tools typically range from 40 to 50% of their selling price, and with taxes and operational costs factored in, they would not exceed 60%. Thus, Mr. Bands would not, in any case, suffer a financial loss from this venture. The negotiation over the final 7 sickles was particularly arduous, and by the time Amasta exited the magical supplies shop, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Ahead lay an even more challenging negotiation. After a moment's pause, Amasta took a deep breath and gazed at the castle standing majestically beneath the blue sky and white clouds, where another individual awaited his persuasion, and it was predictable that the negotiation would not proceed smoothly. From the far end of the corridor came the sound of boisterous debate. Amasta stretched his neck to catch a few words, but discerned nothing of significance. In a hurry, he swiftly turned to the other side of the hallway and knocked on the door of the office situated there. "Come in." The stern voice from behind the door awakened a memory in Amasta, prompting a slight smile as he turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Professor McGonagall's office was considerably smaller than Snape's, with walls lined with towering stacks of documents, the homework of young witches and wizards, and teaching materials for classes. McGonagall's modest desk was positioned by the window, facing the Quidditch pitch. Upon Amasta's entrance, she was engrossed in reviewing papers and with keen eyes. Amasta quickly noted that she seemed to be perusing purchase requests for teaching resources submitted by various professors for the latter half of the semester. "Oh, it's Amasta." Professor McGonagall, having adjusted her black spectacles, turned around. Upon recognizing her visitor, her tightly pressed lips relaxed slightly. "You appear significantly more mature than you did 3 years ago. I almost did not recognize you." Professor McGonagall rose to examine the esteemed pupil of Severus Snape before her, her expression considerably gentler than when she typically interacted with young witches and wizards. To be candid, prior to Amasta's 5th year, her communication with him had been confined to the sparse exchanges within the classroom and the annual approval of his scholarship applications. Beyond that, she had given little special attention to this somewhat unremarkable Slytherin student. That fateful evening, however, Amasta had dramatically altered her perception of him in a matter of moments, shifting from intense disdain to profound gratitude. Since that night, she had maintained a heightened interest in Amasta. "Long time no see, Professor McGonagall," Amasta said with a sincere smile. "You seem remarkably unchanged since 3 years ago." As Professor McGonagall scrutinized him, Amasta returned the favor with a smile, though his words were merely a courteous compliment. Truth be told, Professor McGonagall appeared to have aged somewhat, looking more gaunt with an abundance of gray hair. It was an unavoidable consequence, given her association with a headmaster as conscientious as Albus Dumbledore. The window was ajar, allowing a faint hint of violet liqueur to permeate the air. Professor McGonagall gestured for Amasta to take a seat while she moved to the roaring fireplace, retrieving a teapot from the shelf. A note of discontent tinged her voice, though it was unclear whom she was reproaching. Amasta took a delicate sip of the tea, predictably bitter enough to make one's scalp tingle. It appeared this brew was intended to revive her spirits. He discreetly set the teacup down, devoid of any desire for another sip. Amasta's remarks pleased Professor McGonagall, causing her shoulders to relax slightly. He nodded thoughtfully, reminiscing about their past. "You are not mistaken. It was indeed well into the latter half of the 5th year when you called me in to persuade me not to deliberately create errors in my assignments, urging me to present my true capabilities. I must apologize, Professor, for I was rather peculiar back then. Severe has privately informed me that you refer to such behavior as playing the slug, eating fire whiskey, a rather apt metaphor. However, this time, the persuasion is on you. Professor McGonagall welcomed the chance to converse with Amasta further, as it aligned with her duties as the deputy headmistress. Regrettably, however, she was encumbered with numerous responsibilities. After addressing the daily operational matters of Hogwarts, she had to prepare the teaching plans for the upcoming year, adjust the salaries for faculty members, and attend to several urgent papers awaiting her review for today's Transfiguration. Due to these pressing obligations, while other professors enjoyed a joyful Christmas break, she had to meticulously plan just to carve out time for a social gathering. Headmaster Dumbledore entrusted me with arranging your accommodations, and Office Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, her expression turning solemn. I had initially planned to meet with you after dinner. However, this morning, when I encountered Professor Snape, he casually mentioned your plans, prompting me to discuss this matter with you sooner than intended. This issue should have rightfully belonged to Headmaster Dumbledore, but let us set that aside. Professor McGonagall's mood soured as she took a deep breath, her gaze sharp, and she inquired pointedly, I am not questioning the feasibility of your plan, Amasta. My concern lies in whether you truly believe this course of action is appropriate. Is it justifiable to monitor the daily lives of young wizards in order to uncover the heir of the Chamber of Secrets? Chapter 21, A Request. The crux of the matter lies in the trade-offs, Professor. McGonagall's lips twitched. The astute and capable woman was certainly aware of what Amasta might say. Trade-offs. Amasta continued, We are all too aware of the crisis facing Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall. None of us wish to witness it meet such a grim fate. However, if the current dire circumstances remain unrelieved, even, Amasta caught a fleeting hint of uncertainty in McGonagall's hawk-like gaze and calmly stated, As long as the heir of Slytherin remains undisclosed, the petrification of 2 young wizards will not mark the end of these events. Surely, there will be others who fall victim to attacks, Professor McGonagall. Can you guarantee that the next incident will only involve petrification? McGonagall's eyes flickered, her breathing growing labored. Though the reality is starkly brutal, it must be confronted, for evasion resolves nothing. Amasta reasoned, I cannot fathom why the hidden assailant has not directly slain Colin Creevey or Justin Finch-Fletchley. Perhaps he merely revels in instilling fear without the intent to take a young wizard's life. Yet, Professor McGonagall, do you wish to place your hopes in the mercy of our adversary? I fully understand, Amasta. At the mention of the word kill, McGonagall's frail form swayed slightly. She sniffed, her sturdy exterior beginning to crumble. Dumbledore said nothing, but I could perceive his concern regarding the scenario you described. However, Amasta, we are not the Ministry of Magic. We do not possess the authority to. The value of freedom is insignificant in the face of noble lives. Amasta raised his voice, brusquely interrupting McGonagall. I comprehend the school's apprehensions. Indeed, I can imagine the backlash Hogwarts would face if young wizards and their families or public opinion were to discover that Hogwarts was monitoring their every move. Amasta revealed a more assertive facet of his character, declaring emphatically, but I believe that none of this matters. If our actions can save even a single child's life, then the school's burden of scrutiny would be worth it. Professor McGonagall fell silent. Her heart tormented as the principle she had steadfastly upheld clashed violently with her rational mind. If I were to follow my initial thoughts, Professor McGonagall, Amasta rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit peckish. Let us gather everyone in the Great Hall and in the foyer. We shall use the memory charm or veritaserum on each individual. Those who pass can remain in the courtyard. Perhaps within a day, we could resolve this matter. Absolutely not. Professor McGonagall was jolted awake, alarmed by Amasta's audacious proposal. She immediately rejected it with firm conviction, stating, This is a severe violation of the law, Amasta. If we proceed in such a manner, Hogwarts may close before that heir takes action. Amasta shrugged, his expression innocent. Merely an idea, Professor. I had no intention of actually executing it. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall was persuaded. It was inevitable unless she could devise an effective plan by the next term. The corridors, towers, and courtyards of Hogwarts were innumerable. Relying solely on the professors and prefects to enhance patrolling would be utterly insufficient. Moreover, who could guarantee that the prefects and professors would not be attacked? If such a scenario were to occur, the young wizards would be powerless, and there were very few within the school capable of handling perilous situations. Maintain utmost confidentiality. Amasta, Professor McGonagall advised carefully, particularly regarding the adventurous tendencies of certain Gryffindor students. Amasta readily agreed. Yet Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, seemingly aware that he underestimated the troublesome nature of some young wizards in Gryffindor. "Shall we dine together, Professor McGonagall?" With matters settled, Amasta's spirits lifted as he invited her to join him for lunch in the Great Hall. "Not today. I have many matters to attend to. I shall have the house elves prepare something for me later." Professor McGonagall rose, watching Amasta depart. However, just as he reached the door, she seemed to recall something and quickly called him back. Faced with Amasta's puzzled expression, she appeared somewhat troubled. "There is something I just thought of, Amasta, and I have yet to consult with Professor Dumbledore. Perhaps you can assist." Amasta blinked, bemused by Professor McGonagall's typically decisive demeanor now wavering. What issue could be causing her such distress? "Have you heard of Gilderoy Lockhart?" Professor McGonagall's expression was intriguing, a mix of irritation and resignation. "If you refer to that best-selling author," Amasta exclaimed in surprise, "I have indeed heard of him, Professor. His books are quite famous. I have seen people reading about his thrilling adventures in many other countries across Europe. I have read them as well. They are indeed quite fascinating. He is a talented storyteller. Are you inquiring if I could procure his autograph?" "That is not the matter at hand." Professor McGonagall shook her head vigorously, as if swatting away an annoying mosquito, and said tersely, "He is currently teaching at the school, invited by Professor Dumbledore." "Oh." It appears that Professor McGonagall harbors a disinclination towards that celebrated author. Amasta's eyes widened. "I dare say he must be quite popular among the young wizards, so?" How to articulate this? In truth, Professor McGonagall is not one to privately discuss her colleagues, as it is not her nature. Yet, as the deputy headmistress, she bears the responsibility for the educational standards at Hogwarts. While Professor Lockhart may possess some knowledge in the realm of authorship, he, alas, does not seem particularly adept at teaching. You see, Amasta, the fifth-year students are approaching their OWLs, and those in the seventh year must prepare for their newts. This is of utmost importance for the future of these young wizards. Several students have already conveyed to me that they find no assistance or improvement from Professor Lockhart. So, I was just contemplating. Professor McGonagall gazed expectantly at Amasta, pondering whether it might be possible to enlist an assistant for him. Amasta furrowed his brow. His primary objective at Hogwarts was to uncover the Chamber of Secrets and retrieve the relics left behind by Slytherin. His method involved closely monitoring the young wizards to observe any peculiar behaviors. To achieve this, he must remain in the monitoring room throughout the day, leaving him unable to venture out. Assuming the responsibilities of a professor would require him to vacate his post during daylight hours, which would indeed be counterproductive. If you are amenable, I could discuss with Headmaster Dumbledore the possibility of compensating an assistant at the salary of a formal professor. To think he would resort to bribery. Professor McGonagall, this is not your typical modus operandi. Amasta inquired with righteous indignation. I trust one shall not be burdened with grading assignments. By the way, what subject does Professor Lockhart teach? My apologies, divination is not my forte. Has Professor Kettleburn retired? Not divination and care of magical creatures, Amasta. Professor McGonagall, unusually cautious, replied, yes, it is defense against the dark arts. Bang! Amasta promptly turned on his heel and stormed out. My apologies, I must take my leave. Chapter 22. Strange Behavior. The rumor that the defense against the dark arts course at Hogwarts is cursed by the Dark Lord is not mere hearsay. During Amasta's years at Hogwarts, he had never witnessed a professor of this subject leaving the school on their own accord at the end of their term. Many professors transitioned seamlessly to St. Mungo's, earning their keep on one side while seeking treatment on the other, without any delay. Although Professor McGonagall merely invited him to serve as an assistant, this did not negate the inherent risks. Amasta had no desire to expend his hard-earned money to bolster St. Mungo's performance. The groundwork was largely laid, yet this did not imply that Amasta was devoid of tasks. During the week when Mr. Bands was preparing the panoramic telescope, he needed to reacquaint himself with the castle, particularly the remote areas that would not interfere with the lives and teaching of the young wizards and professors, sealing off any that required it. Additionally, he needed to design a specific monitoring layout based on the castle's architectural structure, creating a surveillance network devoid of blind spots. In his plans, aside from classrooms for various subjects, the communal lounges of the 4 colleges, and the dormitories for the little wizards, alongside private spaces such as the male and female restrooms, all other activity areas necessitated surveillance. In truth, given his capabilities, augmenting the panoramic telescope with an auditory monitoring feature would pose no challenge. However, such an invasion would be rather excessive, and he doubted that many professors would consent to it. Thus, after careful contemplation, Amasta abandoned this scheme. Hagrid, you are certainly concealing something. The sudden commotion from the opposite end of the corridor interrupted Amasta's musings. As far as he knew, there were hardly any students remaining at the school for the Christmas holidays. "Stop prying, Harry and Ron." A gruff voice responded with a hint of impatience. "I am not hiding any secrets." "Harry, Ron, and Hagrid?" Amasta arched an eyebrow, peering into the distance. Was that the clear voice of Harry Potter? Was he finally to meet the chosen one of this realm? The thought quickened Amasta's heartbeat, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. "You know, Hagrid, your eyes dart when you lie." Harry and Ron pressed closely behind Hagrid, indignantly demanding, "Just downstairs. You mentioned asking Professor Dumbledore about Brian's role as an investigator for the Ministry of Magic, yet you inexplicably changed your mind upon ascending. Why, Hagrid? Moreover, you appear rather fearful," Ron astutely pointed out. "The Ministry of Magic investigator?" Amasta scratched his head, perplexed. "When did I ever mention that? Why can't you be more forthcoming?" "Hagrid?" A massive figure at the far end of the corridor bore two companions clinging to him as they quickly approached the center. Harry continued to chatter incessantly, attempting to persuade Hagrid to divulge the secret, as his keen intuition suggested that whatever Hagrid was withholding was of significant importance. "Hey, Harry!" Ron noticed Amasta first, tugging at Harry's robe and whispering, "Look over there. Who is that person?" Hagrid suddenly halted, standing motionless, and Harry, caught off guard, collided with Hagrid's waist, which seemed to be secured by a rigid dragon hide belt, causing him considerable discomfort. "Why did you stop abruptly, Hagrid?" Harry complained, rubbing his sore nose as he stood behind Hagrid, grumbling, "Have you changed your mind again?" Hagrid remained silent, his expression curious. The weathered face, typically bronzed from years in the sun, turned pale upon noticing Amasta, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his large hands fidgeting awkwardly, as if he were checking his attire for appropriateness. "Brian, it's you." Hagrid's smile was strained, and he looked anxiously at Amasta, whose expression was peculiar. Stammering, he managed to say, "Long time no see. I heard you're now working for the Ministry of Magic. Congratulations on securing a fine position." Hagrid served as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts for several decades, witnessing the graduation of countless young wizards. In terms of seniority, even the heads of the four houses would find themselves overshadowed by him. Naturally, Amasta was familiar with him. However, their relationship was not particularly close. Their only interaction occurred after the incident 5 years prior to Christmas when he, under Dumbledore's guidance, ventured back into the area where Hagrid had battled the Dark Witch for a search. Since then, there had been no private exchanges between them, aside from the occasional greeting when they happened to meet. "Indeed, it has been quite a while, Mr. Hagrid," Amasta remarked, furrowing his brow slightly, momentarily choosing to overlook Hagrid's peculiar demeanor. His gaze shifted to the freckled boy beside Hagrid, whom he instantly recognized. The boy's vibrant red hair was unmistakably reminiscent of Bill and Charlie. Amasta noted the shyness reflected in Ron's eyes, which was hardly surprising. Such reluctance from a 13 or 14-year-old wizard towards an unfamiliar adult was quite normal. Yet, what puzzled Amasta was the flicker of both yearning and trepidation he perceived in Ron's gaze. Perhaps he had heard from his family about my encounters with his two older brothers? Just as Amasta was about to offer a smile and greet Ron, another boy emerged from behind Hagrid, a rather handsome, lanky child with green eyes and tousled hair, scrutinizing him with a gaze strikingly similar to Ron's. The moment Amasta laid eyes on this boy, an overwhelming sensation struck him as if a thunderous clap had reverberated in his mind, leaving him dizzy and nearly unable to stand. "Oh!" Upon noticing Amasta's impending collapse, Hagrid quickly stepped forward to steady his shoulder. Behind Hagrid, Harry and Ron exchanged secret glances, each recognizing the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Why did this Slytherin upperclassman, who had once driven away a formidable dark wizard during his 5th year and had clashed with Dumbledore, appear so frail? "Thank you, Hagrid. I may have risen too early this morning and caught a chill. Could you please ease your grip? I feel as though my shoulder might dislocate," Amasta managed. Regaining his composure after a moment, he observed the boy who had been labeled arrogant, conceited, and cunning by Professor Snape, his gaze ultimately settling on the scar adorning his forehead. Am I perhaps in the presence of the illustrious Harry Potter? Since entering the magical realm, Harry had grown accustomed to the myriad strangers expressing intense curiosity about his scar, an occurrence that had become all too familiar. However, the mere thought of this individual being dispatched to Hogwarts to investigate the attacks on the Chamber of Secrets, while he himself was the prime suspect in the rumors of being the heir of Slytherin, left Harry feeling utterly uneasy, as if at any moment the man before him would produce handcuffs from his pocket to restrain him. Oh no, that would be the method of Muggle police. Wizards typically prefer to first confiscate the wand of the alleged offender. "Good day, Mr. Amasta." You have not mistaken your man. Yet the not-so-keen gaze of Amasta made Harry feel increasingly uncomfortable, prompting him to instinctively move closer to Hagrid. However, as he considered the latter's illustrious accomplishments, the sense of security that Hagrid's imposing figure usually provided dissipated in an instant. Chapter 23. The Lost Item. Speak up, Harry. Amasta, Hagrid, and Harry each harbored a multitude of thoughts, yet none spoke, leaving Ron in a state of distress as he curiously scrutinized Amasta one moment and exchanged furtive glances with Harry the next, busily engaged in his own anxious activity. It was Amasta who first shattered the tension. He nodded at Harry with a warm smile, saying, "Last night, I spent some time resting at Professor Snape's quarters, where he candidly shared his perspective on you." Harry's heart raced, gripped as if by an icy hand, a chilling sensation enveloping him from within. He knew all too well what kind of assessment Snape would likely provide, and as he anxiously clenched his fists, desperately racking his brain for something to defend himself with, Amasta's subsequent words pulled him from the abyss of fear. Of course, those evaluations represent only Professor Snape's personal views and may not be entirely objective. I believe that to truly understand a person, one must rely on one's own observations. Blindly trusting the opinions of others is unwise. Harry's tense shoulders suddenly relaxed, akin to a suffocating individual finally inhaling the fresh air of freedom. Observing the visibly tense young wizard, Amasta chuckled inwardly, perhaps beginning to comprehend why Harry Potter exhibited such a demeanor of reticence in his presence. By the way, Hagrid, I neglected to mention that the commission to investigate the Chamber of Secrets did not come from the Ministry of Magic, but rather from the Hogwarts Board of Governors. After exchanging a few cordial words with the hunched Hagrid, he departed with hurried steps. As he rounded the corner of the staircase, he suddenly recalled something and waved goodbye to Hagrid, who stood above, before vanishing from sight. Once Amasta's footsteps faded entirely, the three individuals at the foot of the stairs exhaled in unison. Ron, unable to contain himself, eagerly expressed his thoughts. "He is truly intimidating. I senti. My ears are burning. I felt so excited. When he looked at me, it was akin to facing Dumbledore. Though he appeared quite amiable, one hardly dared to breathe. His presence was indeed strikingly different. I had never imagined that a wizard of Slytherin lineage could speak with such politeness. Rather than resorting to the loathsome flattery or biting sarcasm typically associated with them. Right, Hagrid? Perhaps it was due to the fact that Amistadi had not considered questioning himself. But Harry's morning anxiety dissipated into thin air, replaced by an exhilarating fervor. With his worries cast aside, curiosity surged forth once more. Just moments ago, Mr. Bream had been present, and Hagrid, if you have inquiries, why not pose them directly to him? Ah, a splendid misunderstanding. Harry and Ron were startled by Hagrid's sudden, chilling exclamation. Before they could voice their grievances, Hagrid beamed a radiant smile. I see now. It is the school board, not the Ministry of Magic. They likely wish to merely manage the situation. What are you talking about, Hagrid? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, Ron furrowing his brow as he inquired. Must you always be so enigmatic? I have already informed you, Ron. The ravenous appetites of those two students caused Amistadi to rub his stomach once more. However, he did not step inside, but instead proceeded directly into the basement corridor. He had traversed this labyrinthine and dimly lit passage for 7 years. And even after 3 years of absence, the memories etched in his body allowed him to instinctively discern the way. Oh, I can't believe I forgot the password. Amistadi approached a deep brown stone wall, smiting his forehead in frustration. Before him lay only two choices: to wait idly here for someone to enter or exit, or to traverse the underground passage once again in search of assistance from those two Slytherin wizards. Amistadi pondered for a moment, frowning, before deciding on a third option. Glory. Amistadi murmured to the stone wall, yet nothing transpired. Well, it seems that is not it. Let me think, Sacred Family? The wall remained unresponsive, and Amistadi, furrowing his brow, attempted several more times, finally tentatively guessing pure blood. With a click, the stone door finally creaked open. Still the old trick, eh? Amistadi smiled with delight, proud of his cleverness as he stepped through the wall, surveying the changes in the Slytherin common room. Deep beneath the ground, adjacent to the Black Lake, the common room exuded an eerie ambience, shrouded in green hues, with a faint scent of aquatic vegetation permeating the air. Even the roaring fireplace could not alleviate the sinister atmosphere. From a high-backed chair facing away from the entrance came a languid voice, the speaker seemingly still undergoing the trials of voice change, rendering his tone especially sharp and acerbic. Have you two finally consumed Hogwarts? I presume you must be Draco Malfoy. Clang. Upon hearing Amistadi's voice, Draco abruptly discarded his quill, reacting within a second as his body lunged toward a nearby sofa. By the time he landed, his wand was already firmly grasped in his hand. "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" Amistadi's eyelids flickered. The small wizard with blonde hair and gray eyes exhibited a surprising reflex that left him somewhat taken aback. "There is no need to be alarmed, Mr. Malfoy." Amasta effortlessly disregarded the fact that a wand was pointed at him, and with a gentle smile, he introduced himself. "My name is Amos Brain. May I take a seat, Mr. Malfoy?" After a brief pause, 20 minutes later, once Amasta had sufficiently clarified his background, the light in Malfoy's eyes shimmered with intrigue. He tilted his chin, scrutinizing Amasta as if assessing the competency of a servant. "Did my father send you? I presume you are aware that he is one of the 12 board members of this school. How peculiar. I imagined he would find a way to oust old Dumbledore. Yet his solution was to send you here?" Amasta found no surprise in the arrogance exhibited by young Malfoy. After all, he was from Slytherin House, and he was well acquainted with the demeanor of those descended from pure-blood families. However, the notion that Lucius Malfoy was planning to remove Dumbledore was indeed fascinating news. So, he had allied with the Greengrass family to vote against him out of fear of jeopardizing his own interests? By the way, since you're an investigator, Amasta continued, Draco Malfoy's pallid complexion suddenly flushed, as if a thought had just struck him. "Gryffindor's St. Potter, the legendary Harry Potter. I presume you have heard of him," Malfoy exclaimed, rising in excitement, his eyes wide as he stared at Amasta. "What authority do you possess, Brain? Can you expel students? If you can help me remove him from a school, I could persuade my father to reward you handsomely." Amasta was already accustomed to such haughty discourse. Leaning back against the soft chair, he maintained a calm tone. "If I am not mistaken, Mr. Malfoy, you are reporting that Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. Am I right?" "I never said that," Malfoy muttered, failing to notice that Amasta's smile had faded. How could someone who mingles with mudbloods, a despicable wretch, be worthy of any association with the great Slytherin? Amasta's expression shifted slightly. Draco Malfoy was certainly one of the more distinct personalities among the pure-blood wizarding lineage. But what significance did that hold? Amasta straightened his posture, his gaze wandering momentarily. Snape had not mentioned this to him last night, given that even the young Slytherin wizard was aware of the news. It was illogical for Snape to remain uninformed. "You have indeed shared some intriguing information, Mr. Malfoy." Amasta nodded at Malfoy. "However, I regret to inform you that I do not possess the authority to expel students, and unless the assailants of Crivey and Finrer are identified, I would not recommend to Headmaster Dumbledore that he be expelled." "You are not sent by my father." Malfoy's expression suddenly grew cold, realization dawning upon him that this man was not on his side. "Then what is your purpose here?" Malfoy sneered. "Do you believe I opened the Chamber of Secrets? And now you wish to send me to Azkaban?" Indeed, it was precisely so. Amasta rose with a smile, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled a time during his studies at this school when he had secretly hidden some belongings in the dormitory. Strangely, he had forgotten about this until just now, triggered by a sudden recollection. In Chapter 24, Fate, Malfoy's demeanor turned icy upon realizing that his orders held no sway over Amos Brain. "I must keep a close watch on you, Brain, in case someone discovers their precious items missing when the term begins." As Amasta noticed Draco Malfoy lingering behind him with a look of surprise, Malfoy menacingly declared, "I cannot vouch for someone of unclear origins. Your reasoning is quite sound, Mr. Malfoy. Therefore, I would appreciate your assistance as a witness." Amasta nodded, dismissing him thereafter. The dormitory buildings of each house contained many vacant rooms. Whenever a young wizard graduated, their quarters from 7 years of residence would become available. Yet these rooms might remain unoccupied for another 2 years before new students would take up residence. "This is my dormitory." Thus, when Breen halted before the door of his quarters, Draco's expression darkened like ink. Reluctantly, yet compelled by curiosity about the items concealed within his own dormitory, Malfoy perceived that Amasta was not a person of means. He threatened grimly, "If you damage anything, I shall demand full compensation." The furnishings of this dormitory had changed significantly since Amasta's time, yet the position of the bed appeared largely unchanged. He stood at the entrance, scrutinizing the surroundings, before moving toward the window. The current occupant of this room seemed quite affluent, as Amasta noted a brand-new Nimbus broom resting against the headboard, and the bedding was far from the standard issue provided by the school, crafted from golden threads and the finest velvet. "Oh, it truly looks magnificent," Amasta remarked with keen interest, examining the exquisite items surrounding the bed. He turned to inquire about the owner of the bed, but upon seeing Malfoy's increasingly darkened expression, his curiosity was swiftly quelled. It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths, Mr. Malfoy. I see you are a deceiver, Malfoy retorted emphatically. I have resided in this bed for nearly 2 years and have never noticed anything amiss. Perhaps it is due to your lack of careful observation, Mr. Malfoy. Amasta, aware that Malfoy harbored a dislike for him, had no intention of lingering too long. He seized the broom from the headboard and tossed it to Malfoy, instructing him to wait by the door. Do you think I would steal your belongings? Not at all, Amasta replied, producing his wand from his sleeve. To ensure that my significant possessions placed here are not inadvertently taken, I have prepared contingencies. The process may create quite a ruckus, but do not fret, Mr. Malfoy. I assure you with my very life that I can safeguard your safety. Amasta raised his wand and approached the opulent bed of Malfoy, his gaze fixated on the rough, rocky brick wall, counting the bricks from the window side until he reached the 7th. He scrutinized the gap between the 7th and the 8th brick, then waved his wand to move the bedside table aside, lowering his gaze to the ground. He counted 7 more bricks inward, precisely at 1/3 of the bed's head. Crouching down, he traced his arm with the wand, causing steaming crimson blood to spurt forth, splattering onto the dark blue tiles beneath. What are you doing? Malfoy inquired, his expression twisted in disdain as he sluggishly approached. The protective magic you employ seems rather dark, does it not? Once Amasta had healed his wound, he focused intently on the ground, observing how the blood pooled on the stone tiles began to writhe unnaturally, as if influenced by some unseen force, desperately burrowing into the ground. In no time, the blood vanished entirely, and a small, pale golden serpent emerged, proudly lifting its head from the center of the stone tile. Do refrain from such ignorant remarks, Mr. Malfoy. They might lead one to believe you are not a student of Slytherin, Amasta jested, his mood lifted by the serpent's appearance, a sign that his protective magic remained intact. Now, Mr. Malfoy, should you choose not to wait outside, you must brace yourself for what lies within. Do not be frightened by its contents. Malfoy contemplated a retort, yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips. He suddenly sensed that Amos Brain before him possessed an unsettling aura. Nevertheless, his pride forbade him from displaying any fear, and after a moment's hesitation, he remained rooted in place. Amos paid Malfoy no further mind. He aimed his wand at the small golden serpent, and, as he chanted an incantation, the air thickened with magic, darkening the already dim room. With a hiss, after a series of intricate maneuvers, a shimmering light coursed across the surface of the dark blue tiles, and then a fissure appeared, splitting the stone in the center and exposing a 2-foot-deep black void. After a few seconds of silence in the room, curiosity got the better of Malfoy, who leaned in to peer into the hole. Upon spotting the small object resting within the stone box at the bottom, his expression momentarily froze before breaking into a mocking grin. So the commotion you spoke of is merely a fist-sized spider? He scoffed, his face a mask of derision. It seems this spider is quite finished, Brain. Surely, this was not your little pet from school, was it? You went to great lengths to find it a burial place? I beg to differ, Mr. Malfoy. I believe this spider is still very much alive, Amasta replied calmly, his eyes fixed on the motionless spider atop the stone box. It may have simply been in this dark, forsaken environment for too long. Perhaps it requires a bit of stimulation. As he spoke, Amasta pointed his wand at the spider, summoning a gentle breeze. Indeed, as the refreshing wind brushed against the spider's densely bristled legs, it suddenly reacted, lifting its grotesque head, its 8 emerald eyes spinning wildly. How so? It could serve a purpose. Before Malfoy could complete his sentence, the 8-legged spider suddenly unfurled its limbs with astonishing agility. Its fist-sized body leaped with great force, landing directly atop the roof. In an instant, a blur of movement flashed by, and the 8-eyed spider, having been confined for 4 to 5 years, finally regained its original size. A thunderous crash resounded as the spider hit the ground, causing the dormitory to tremble as if the very earth were collapsing. The 2 beds in the center of the room were crushed into fragments beneath its immense weight. The sound of its frantic movements echoed, a creature that had been imprisoned by Amasta for 5 to 6 years, thrashing wildly, its mandibles moving with fervor. If it could speak, Amasta believed it might well curse his ancestors to the 18th generation. The boundless fury and rage of the freed, 8-eyed spider left it unable to remain still for even a moment. Its enormous black pincers flailed in the air, while 6 slender legs, covered in tough bristles, propelled its massive form into a chaotic rampage throughout the room. In mere moments, there remained scarcely a whole object in the room, save for Malfoy's bed. Finally, having expended some of its anger, the spider drove all 6 legs into the hard rock wall, positioning itself beneath the ceiling on the opposite side of the room. From its lofty vantage point, it glared down at Amasta with all 8 eyes, its mandibles wide open, poised for a desperate fight. "Well, long time no see, little 8-eye," Amasta exclaimed, brandishing his wand with a flourish. "I'm truly delighted to see you still so spirited. What have you been up to? Daring to hide such a creature by my bedside? Blaine, I shall inform my father of this, and you won't make it to morning before you're packing your bags." Chapter 25. The Polite Malfoy. In the face of Draco Malfoy's impotent rage, Amasta remained unruffled, innocently shrugging his shoulders before turning to address him. "What a pity. I thought you might find it quite adorable. Who would ever consider such a creature, embodying terror, danger, and ugliness, to be cute? Are you mad?" Malfoy thought to retort, but the 8-eyed spider, having envisioned countless times the satisfaction of vengeance, lacked the patience to wait for their conversation to conclude. It perceived the powerful wizard who had imprisoned it diverting his gaze carelessly, seizing the moment as an opportunity for a surprise attack. The sound of its massive body slicing through the air was a chilling whistle that sent shivers down Malfoy's spine. His pupils dilated as time seemed to slow in that instant. He slowly parted his lips, staring in horror as the hairs on the spider's limbs became vividly clear. Malfoy attempted to warn Amasta, but suddenly realized that the movement of his lips was agonizingly slow, even as he contemplated being crushed into a puddle of flesh. He might not utter a single word in time. Just as Malfoy believed he was doomed, the seemingly oblivious Amasta suddenly turned, raising his wand high. The tip of the wand shimmered with a faint light before descending with the force of a cleaver, and within the room, aglow with spectral light, a fragile, gossamer wall of dark energy materialized. It stood before them like an impossibly sharp blade, its edge facing the diving 8-eyed spider. In midair, the spider's 8 compound eyes flickered with a subtle change, as if it sensed impending danger, attempting to wedge its slender limbs against the wall to halt its advance. Unfortunately, its previous leap had exerted too much force. In its haste, it could not withstand the overwhelming inertia of its massive body. In a fleeting moment, it shielded its 2 large black hounds with its own form, hoping to mitigate the damage. With a deafening crash, the torrential black rain fell as the spider's body, cleaved in 2, hit the ground with a resounding thud. Green innards, intestines, and bodily fluids splattered across the ground. Malfoy, standing behind the milky barrier conjured by Amasta, stared vacantly at the bisected spider. The gradually fading clattering sounds from the 2 large hounds resonated in his ears like the lamentations and accusations of the dying, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. "I apologize, Mr. Malfoy, for the chaos I have wrought in your dormitory. However, fret not, as I shall assist you in tidying up shortly," Amasta said apologetically as he dispelled the magical shield. Approaching the carcass of the spider, he disregarded the lingering hatred glimmering in its emerald eyes and began to probe its mandibles, seemingly searching for something. After a moment, a look of regret crossed his face. "I seem to have forgotten. I have already harvested its venom. It appears that scarcity of food and lack of exercise have significantly slowed the venom's regeneration in the 8-eyed spider." Malfoy shuddered violently, diverting his gaze to Amasta, who appeared as if he regretted indulging in too many biscuits during afternoon tea, resulting in a lack of appetite for dinner. For the first time, he genuinely comprehended the essence of fear and the nature of power. "What manner of magic was that?" Malfoy inquired, his voice trembling despite his attempts to maintain composure. "What?" Amasta, caught off guard, looked up in confusion. "The spell you just used to kill that beastly spider." "Oh." Amasta resumed his search for valuable organs, casually responding, "I did not name it, Mr. Malfoy. If you wish, I can grant you the honor of naming it." With a sigh of disappointment, Amasta rose and approached the stone chest, but did not hastily retrieve anything. Instead, he rummaged through his spatial pouch, and moments later, he produced a glass vial containing a dark green potion. With a hiss, the seemingly unremarkable stone chest emitted a foul-smelling white smoke upon contact with the potion, as if it possessed an extraordinarily high temperature that instantly vaporized the liquid within. Noticing that Malfoy's body trembled violently once more, Amasta kindly explained, "I have applied a tracking charm and a deadly potion to the box. Touching it carelessly could lead to significant trouble." Malfoy pondered to himself, is it truly necessary to apply a deadly potion if it has already been coated? Yet, he lacked the courage to voice his inquiry. "Very well," Amasta declared, lifting the stone box with a more relaxed tone. He surveyed the chaotic surroundings and waved his wand vigorously. With another flourish of his wand, the corpses of the spiders transformed into a wisp of smoke, and in an instant, the dormitory regained its tidiness and comfort. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Malfoy," Amasta said cheerfully, tucking the box under his arm. I trust you won't mind keeping today's events confidential, will you? Malfoy, his expression stony, nodded mechanically. I will keep it a secret for you, Mr. Brain. Thank you. Amasta replied with a polite nod of gratitude before turning on his heel and departing. Draco Malfoy stood motionless beside his bed, staring at the familiar dormitory, where the recent events left no trace, everything seeming like a fleeting dream. It was not until 10 minutes later that he suddenly recalled something. His pale cheeks quickly flushed with color. He dashed out of the dormitory, leaping over the spiral staircase into the common room. Amasta had already left, and the space remained empty. Malfoy rushed to the table by the fireplace, where a letter he had partially written lay silently on the surface. He seized the letter, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it into the flames. As the fire blazed, Malfoy retrieved a clean sheet of parchment from his bag and bent over his desk to write fervently once more. Night fell, and Amasta stood at the entrance of a long-unused classroom on the 3rd floor. This room had been arranged by Professor McGonagall as his office, and simultaneously served as his bedroom during his tenure at Hogwarts. The house elves had tidied the space meticulously, the air imbued with a pleasant musk, devoid of any scent of decay. The room's decor was simple. Much of the space remained bare, save for a bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and a wardrobe positioned near the back. Considering the harsh weather would persist for another 2 to 3 months, the elves had thoughtfully installed a fireplace. Amasta gently closed the door behind him and entered the warm room. The intricately carved windows opposite him overlooked Hagrid's hut and the Forbidden Forest, offering a glimpse of the Quidditch pitch. The candelabrum on the desk emitted a steady glow as Amasta approached, arranging quills, ink, and other tools neatly. He placed a photograph of himself with Grandma Felina in the upper right corner of the desk. In the picture, a much younger Amasta stood beside Felina outside the photo studio across from the orphanage during the summer before his 4th year. At that time, no one could have foreseen that this would be their last photograph together. Chapter 26. Memories and Horcruxes. On a clear night, the stars twinkled brilliantly, resembling countless sparkling silver beads intricately embedded in the deep black canvas of the night sky. Strangely, the moonlight that should have been pure and bright was instead imbued with a delicate, ethereal haze, tainted by an abnormal shade of crimson, as if a bloodied hand had gently brushed across the luminous surface. A gentle breeze swept in from the vast, impenetrable forbidden forest towards the castle, tenderly nudging open Amasta's window, allowing the tinged moonlight to slip inside, casting a rosy glow upon the deep brown floor of the dormitory. On the desk, a stone box had been pulled open halfway. It seemed to possess an enchanting ability to absorb light, as the candle's flame flickered within but did not escape, leaving the other half of the box cloaked in darkness, shrouding its contents in mystery. Leaning back in his chair, Amasta's gaze was fixed upon a small glass vial, no larger than his thumb, which contained a swirling mist of silver, reminiscent of a spiraling galaxy. This vial held a fragment of memory, the memory belonging to Amasta himself. Yet he could not recall when he had deposited such an object. Why had he set such conditions in the past? Amasta murmured to himself, only to shake his head, dismissing his previous conjecture. What advantage did a time traveler possess, if not the foresight of the narrative? Such knowledge would allow one to evade dangers and seek personal gain in advance. Regardless of what transpired, Amasta believed he would never relinquish such a significant advantage. Of course, those capable of forcibly extracting and altering his memories need not resort to such convoluted methods. Perhaps it would be far simpler to control his actions through magic. Yet, Amasta could not ignore the possibility that, during his time as a student, he had not been as powerful as he was now, leaving him vulnerable to others' machinations. After much contemplation, Amasta resolved to temporarily forego the integration of the memory. His proficiency in memory magic was not extraordinary. Should the memories within the vial have been altered by a master of the craft, he might not possess the discernment to detect such changes. Rather than take unnecessary risks, a more prudent approach would be to seek the expertise of a memory master for an assessment. Was there a master of memory magic at Hogwarts? Amasta pondered, considering that Dumbledore certainly qualified, although unless he were to consume 2 large bowls of Felix Felicis, he would not make such a foolish choice. After carefully securing the memory vial, Amasta stood and removed the stone lid that had been partially covering the box. He gazed intently at the contents within, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on his face, rendering his expression inscrutable. At the bottom of the box lay a treasure once cherished by Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, symbolizing the virtues of calmness and wisdom. However, this treasure now bore a surface marred by dark, dried scabs. cracked and rendered into a mere relic of its former glory. The diadem of Ravenclaw had been lost for a millennium. Amasta could only imagine the effort Voldemort had expended to reclaim it, yet he felt an overwhelming indignation at the notion of such a treasure being transformed into a Horcrux. Amasta could envision the tumult that would ensue if such an artifact were to emerge in the underworld. Countless ancient faction wizards, whose magical powers were intertwined with those of the Four Titans, would likely be willing to sacrifice their entire fortunes for a chance to possess it. Some might even go so far as to slaughter the ostentatiously wealthy Malfoy family, merely to amass sufficient galleons for its purchase. It was maddening to be so close to financial freedom, only to have to obliterate that very opportunity. Reflecting on it now, Amasta felt a deep sense of frustration. The notion of deliberately destroying the diadem was indeed a weighty matter. Amasta vividly recalled the moment of its discovery, feeling the lingering, fiery essence that permeated his magic. Yet, the memory of its destruction was shrouded in obscurity. The answer to this perplexity likely resided within that small vial of memory he had just encountered. Restored to its former glory, Amasta commanded, directing his wand at the diadem. The two ancient, faded crowns resting in his palm trembled momentarily before settling into tranquility once more. This was not surprising. Although the formidable dark magic tethered to the diadem had been dissolved by Amasta's fiery incantation, the diadem itself still harbored peculiar magical energies. Reviving an item of such legendary potency was no trivial endeavor. Did the diadem truly possess the remarkable ability to bestow unimaginable wisdom upon its bearer, as the rumor suggested? Amasta pondered. It was evident that Voldemort had never fully tapped into the diadem's inherent power, otherwise he would not have squandered it so recklessly. Let us keep it for now, Amasta mused, contemplating the possibility of using adhesive to reassemble the diadem at a later date. Perhaps those eccentric faction wizards would be none the wiser. Outside, the biting cold clashed with the warm air within, creating a tumultuous exchange. The gusty winds rattled the open window, prompting Amasta to approach and close it. His keen eyes caught sight of a flickering oil lamp drifting from the forbidden forest, swaying as it made its way toward Hagrid's hut. Could it be that he possessed some knowledge of Slytherin's chamber, or perhaps even a direct connection? Amasta pursed his lips, gazing intently at Hagrid's humble abode. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, reflecting on Professor Snape's words. Perhaps Dumbledore was not as noble as many believed, yet he would undoubtedly not allow any harm to befall the students within the school. The trust he demonstrated toward Hagrid was sufficient to indicate that Hagrid bore no suspicion. The headmaster must be diligently gathering information on the Dark Lord's Horcruxes by now. Chapter 27. The Web of Fate. Life at school was always serene and comfortable. Unlike the toil outside, where one felt like a marionette wound too tightly, perpetually scurrying for survival. Amasta hardly noticed how swiftly 2 weeks had slipped by. Tomorrow marked the first day of the second semester. Generally, Hogwarts would host a welcoming feast on the eve of each academic year, celebrating the arrival of the young wizards and the commencement of a new term. As the latter half of the semester commenced, there were traditionally no celebrations. However, this year was different. In light of the terrifying attacks from the previous term that had instilled fear among the populace, Dumbledore, breaking from tradition, decided to host a banquet in the Great Hall that evening to uplift spirits. Severus Snape strode purposefully down the third-floor corridor and the nearby young witches and wizards. Upon catching sight of the stern and formidable potions master, swiftly stepped aside in fear. Snape, accustomed to such reactions, did not spare a glance at the students as he hastened past several corners, eventually pausing before a classroom that had long remained unused. "Please enter, Professor Snape." The sudden voice emanating from within the classroom momentarily halted Snape, who had been poised to knock. Complying, he pushed the door open and beheld Amistata standing in the center of the room, arms crossed, gazing at a wall with an enigmatic smile. "Did Dumbledore send you to invite me to the banquet?" Snape inquired as he entered the room, closing the door behind him with a sardonic tone. "It appears you, much like our esteemed headmaster, are becoming quite omniscient, Amistata. I saw you emerge from Dumbledore's office and surmised you would make your way directly here." Amistata raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the wall with a hint of pride in his demeanor. "Behold the results, Professor Snape. I have spent countless sleepless nights, traversing the castle under the influence of the disillusionment charm, and have finally completed the adjustments just in time for the start term. If I may say so myself, the effect is rather splendid." Disregarding Amistata's self-congratulatory remarks, Snape turned his gaze towards the wall, now segmented into hundreds of small squares, each flickering with images. Upon closer inspection, even the seasoned Snape could not suppress a slight change in expression. The images depicted Harry and Ron exiting the hospital wing, on their way to inform Hermione of the evening's banquet and to inquire whether she would attend. Crabbe and Goyle stood in the Ollery, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Draco Malfoy, who shortly emerged, his hair adorned with owl feathers, cursing as he did so. In one hand, he clutched a letter, while with the other, he tossed an owl onto the rafters, eliciting raucous laughter from Crabbe and Goyle, which only served to inflate Malfoy's ego further. In the corridor near the hunchbacked statue on the 4th floor, a slender boy with curly hair was discreetly relaying information to someone. He whispered to the statue, after which the witch's hunchback swung open, allowing 2 identical red-haired boys to emerge one after the other. They joyfully high-fived their friend, boasting about the butterbeer they had procured from the 3 broomsticks. Meanwhile, Filch had just apprehended 2 first-year wizards who had been attempting to hurl dung bombs into the lavatory. With a fierce grip on their collars, he was escorting them to his office when he encountered Percy, who was chastising Sally Ann Perks for having secretly cast a leg locker curse on Padma Patil, resulting in Patil's unfortunate tumble into a puddle outside the 2nd-floor lavatory. Consequently, she too found herself in Filch's iron grasp as he dragged her toward his office. Neville entered Professor Sprout's office, cradling the bubble branch gifted to him by Uncle Algy, while Professor McGonagall stood at the threshold of her office, her face taut as she bid farewell to a wizard clad in a turquoise robe, with flowing golden hair and a radiant smile. Vivid images unfolded before Snape, illustrating the events currently transpiring at Hogwarts. He glared at the figures within those scenes, observing their animated movements and spirited discussions. However, when his gaze shifted back to the beaming Amasta, his expression soured. Yet, Snape had to concede that he had initially paid little heed to the whimsical scheme devised by his proud pupil. It was only when the unfolding tableau of Hogwarts became so apparent that he grasped its significance. How did you accomplish this? Snape instinctively lowered his voice, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. I am aware you have set up numerous gadgets throughout the castle. How did you manage to keep them undetected? Quite simply, Amasta replied with an air of nonchalance. I have cast disillusionment charms and powerful protective spells on all the panoramic telescopes. The little wizards are bound to remain oblivious, and even the professors would struggle to detect them unless they were actively searching. Indeed, they were imperceptible. This contraption differed fundamentally from a wizard's prying gaze, failing to evoke any sense of unease. Snape considered himself vigilant, yet he had traversed the corridors without a hint of awareness that he was being observed. The principle behind this device was rather straightforward, akin to WWN, Wizarding Wireless Network, both relying on magical magnetic fields to transmit signals. However, my apparatus transmits images, whereas the broadcast conveys sound. Amasta shrugged, as if he had merely concocted a potion for treating boils that even a first-year student could manage, and thus deemed it unnecessary for excessive astonishment. He explained to Professor Snape in a casual tone, the greatest challenge I encountered was the chaotic and potent magical field within Hogwarts, which interfered with the stability of the signal transmission. Consequently, I dedicated an entire afternoon to modifying the interference charm and calibrating the telescopes according to the varying strengths of the magical fields in different areas of the castle. It truly exhausted me. Honestly, when you next meet Dumbledore, could you perhaps inquire if he might provide me with some overtime pay? Speaking of Dumbledore, Snape's complexion turned an ashen hue, his expression a tempest of emotions. Are you aware of this contraption you've devised, Amasta? He approached the wall, scrutinizing it closely until he discovered the corresponding image in the corner near the window. The scene depicted Percy in an embrace with a striking girl possessing long, brown, curly hair, engaged in a passionate kiss. Goodness, Amasta exclaimed. Being a prefect certainly has its perks. If I had been a prefect back in my day. Oh wait, I forgot. I didn't have a girlfriend. Chapter 28. The Start of Term Feast. As night descended, the young witches and wizards, alongside the professors, gradually converged upon the Great Hall. This scenario brought a quiet sigh of relief from Harry, for he dreaded the prospect of being the focus of everyone's attention, subjected to their scrutiny and whispers. The amusing scene caused Harry to smirk, yet his expression faltered upon noticing the empty seat beside Professor Snape. He sensed the possibility that he was reluctant to accept. Hastily, he kicked Ron under the table, fearing he might utter an indiscretion. This has nothing to do with you, Fred, Ron grumbled, and little Ronnie has learned to keep secrets, George quipped, joining in his brother-esque jest, after which they turned their attention away from Ron. At that moment, Harry felt an anxious gaze upon him. A quick glance revealed Neville, who seemed hesitant to speak. Instantly, Harry understood Neville's concern. Yet he could not disclose to him that Hermione was still in the hospital wing, recovering from the beautiful bruise on her face. Thus, Harry lowered his head, feigning interest in the silver spoon on his plate. I don't know, Draco. I wasn't enrolled at that time. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy leaned over Goyle and Daphne, inquiring about something from the Marcus Flint, who bore a striking resemblance to a troll. However, Marcus displayed evident impatience. The scattered young wizards in the hall quickly converged at the 4 long tables, the noise resembling that of several hundred Cornish pixies crammed into the space. Many young wizards craned their necks eagerly toward the staff table, seemingly questioning why the feast had yet to commence. Ah, here it comes. Snape heard Dumbledore murmur softly, looking up just in time to see Amasta striding into the hall, swiftly approaching the staff table. I apologize, everyone. I lost track of time with all my duties. Amasta quietly expressed his regrets. Sit down, Amasta. Professor Flitwick called sharply. The young wizards are famished. Do you need to say a few words, Amasta? Dumbledore inquired, adjusting his silver beard and smiling at Amasta. Perhaps not, Headmaster. I am not a professor. Amasta politely declined the suggestion. In almost an instant, an abundance of sumptuous food adorned the long tables, and the once boisterous hall was imbued with a cheerful atmosphere, the clinking of cutlery resembling a lively melody. Of course, this harmony was merely superficial. Amasta could feel the weight of over 100 pairs of eyes upon him. Within 5 minutes of the meal beginning, nearly all the young wizards had learned the name of the handsome young wizard seated beside Professor Snape. The information sourced from 5th year and above students who had previously shared the school with Amasta. However, the tales surrounding Amasta's famed exploits during his school days varied widely. Some claimed that on a night before Christmas in his 5th year, he had ventured into the Forbidden Forest and accidentally ignited a fire that nearly ensnared him. And it was only due to the Gryffindor team practicing their maneuvers in the forest that he was saved from a dire fate. Others asserted that the fire was, in fact, set by the Gryffindor team, with Amasta being the true hero of the tale. Each narrative had its supporters, and none could persuade the other. Malfoy, with his gaze fixed intently on the lamb chops before him, remained entirely disengaged from the ongoing discourse. This was primarily due to the stern warning he had received from his father in a letter, admonishing him to steer clear of Amos Tabrian. Lucius Malfoy was acutely aware of the true nature of Amos Tabrian's entrance into Hogwarts, and Draco, being familiar with the reputation of Cacus Flea, could easily surmise the implications of Amos's origins. It was evident that few wizards emerging from such a background were untainted by bloodshed, even without his father's warning. Draco Malfoy would have refrained from provoking Amos Tabrian, for the events that transpired that fateful afternoon in the dormitory had haunted him with nightmares for a fortnight. Each time he closed his eyes, the vivid image of an 8-eyed spider, expertly cleaved in two with its entrails and innards strewn about, would invade his thoughts. Please, Harry, may I speak of those matters? Of course, Ron, if you wish for me to bear his wrath for disclosing his secrets and face potential retribution. Should I find myself imprisoned in Azkaban, you and Hermione must promise to visit me often. During the Christmas holiday, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had pledged to keep the revelations about Amos Tabrian, gleaned from Hagrid, to themselves, regardless of whether Mr. Tabrian was dispatched by the Ministry of Magic or the school board. His presence at Hogwarts aimed at uncovering the heir of Slytherin. And as the most suspicious figure in the eyes of many, Harry sought to avoid any actions that might provoke Mr. Tabrian's displeasure. Yet for Ron, it was indeed a torturous dilemma, as opportunities to shine were scant. As the minutes ticked by, the focus of the young witches' and wizards' hushed discussions gradually shifted from who he was to what his intentions might be. Perhaps the defense against the dark arts class was finally on the verge of exhausting 2 professors in a single year. The stout girl, Millicent Bulstrode, who had once engaged in a wandless duel with Hermione during Lockhart's class, chuckled derisively, shaking her ample chin. Millicent's jest indeed elicited a wave of laughter from the Slytherin table, primarily at the expense of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, as most Slytherin students had discerned that he was merely a charlatan skilled in fabrication. Draco hunched his shoulders, casting a quick glance towards the staff table where Amos Tabrian conversed with Dumbledore, before hastily lowering his gaze, feigning unfamiliarity with the laughing company beside him. You seem rather off tonight, Draco. Pansy, seated beside him, leaned in with concern, scrutinizing the unusually silent Malfoy. Shut your mouth, Pansy, Draco replied, not even glancing at her, his voice urgent. Unless you wish to be neatly cleaved in two as well. It appears you are quite popular among the children, Amos, Dumbledore remarked, shaking the remnants of thick mushroom soup from his silvery beard as he turned his head to observe Amos, who was engrossed in a sausage. Dumbledore's expression was one of amiable curiosity. They are simply intrigued by the sudden arrival of a stranger, Headmaster. Dumbledore, undeterred by the feigned reticence displayed by his companion. Engaged him in amiable conversation. Severus has informed me that you have gone several nights without rest. I wish to express my gratitude, Amasta, for your efforts toward the safety of the children. Amasta responded with a modest smile, yet Dumbledore intended to continue. Though I am of advanced age, Amasta, I am fortunate not to be an antiquated old fool. Your perspective is indeed correct. Ensuring the safety of the children is paramount. Professor McGonagall, seated to Dumbledore's left, pursed her lips, appearing somewhat displeased. I believe that is a brilliant idea, Amasta. I refer to the set of alchemical items you have arranged in your office, despite some voices claiming it infringes upon the privacy of the young wizards. Dumbledore subtly conveyed his stance on Amasta's surveillance of the students. Thank you for your understanding, Headmaster. If you wish, once the incident in the Chamber of Secrets has been resolved, I can relocate that monitoring system to your office, Amasta replied with a nod of gratitude. He refrained from voicing that monitoring was far superior to using portraits to oversee the school. They exchanged pleasantries. Dumbledore expressed his hope that Amasta might take the time to mingle with the students, for they were eager to know him. The children are very keen to understand you. Amasta. Amidst the exchange, Severus Snape, who had maintained an impassive demeanor between Amasta and Dumbledore, darkened noticeably, clearly aware that Amasta's previous remark was directed at him. At the opposite end of the staff table, Gilderoy Lockhart, who had been unable to discern the conversation but was eager to participate, covertly cast glances at Amasta, who was once again grasping his silver fork, suddenly sensing an inexplicable aura of danger. In the monitoring room, Amasta sat in his chair, closely observing the increasingly crowded screen, particularly focusing on those solitary students, scrutinizing their behavior for any signs of aberration. Of course, Professor Lockhart was also among his subjects of interest. The Chamber of Secrets had not manifested at any other time, but precisely when Lockhart was appointed as the defense against the dark arts professor. A coincidence he could not overlook. More than half of the students on the screen were from Gryffindor. Harry and Ron had gone to the hospital wing, while the Weasley twins, seizing an opportunity during Filch patrol, darted into the tunnel leading to the Hufflepuff common room. They paused before a fruit oil painting hanging on the stone wall, manipulated it, and then slipped inside. Amasta smirked and diverted his gaze from the screen. Nothing unusual was occurring. All appeared normal, and such an outcome did not exceed Amasta's expectations. Unless one were exceptionally fortunate, it was unrealistic to anticipate significant results within a mere 10 days or so. The flames danced vigorously within the intricately carved fireplace as Amasta reclined against his chair, cradling a cup of bitter hot tea, his eyes occasionally sweeping across the wall, his expression serene. Approximately half an hour later, the surveillance screen, once lively, transformed into a ghostly visage. Amasta observed as the comical figure of Peeves, adorned with a whimsical round hat, mischievously darted into a long-abandoned lavatory on the second floor. Before long, water began to trickle from the doorway of that restroom into the corridor. The lengthy night had just begun to unfold, and Amasta already felt a twinge of monotony. He retrieved a volume he was compiling, titled The Fundamental Models and Structural Optimization of Spells, and began to peruse its pages in search of inspiration. Suddenly, the lower right corner of the surveillance screen flickered to life. Professor Lockhart emerged, clad in a crimson robe and clutching several books, his face alight with a broad smile, exuding charm as he made his way towards the monitoring room. Their offices were located on the ground floor, and within 2 minutes, Lockhart stood at Amasta's office door. Knock, knock. Professor Lockhart? Amasta opened the door with an expression of just the right amount of surprise. What brings you here? He ushered the somewhat ambiguous Lockhart into his office and poured him a cup of tea, though Lockhart appeared disinclined to partake. Actually, it is like this. Lockhart began to explain his purpose, but upon noticing a volume titled Wandering with Werewolves on Amasta's bookshelf, his smile grew excessively radiant. It was my oversight, Amasta. I should have anticipated this, yet I failed to realize. He winked at a slightly bewildered Amasta, a cunningly fervent admirer. Am I correct? Truly, an unexpected revelation. My apologies, Professor Lockhart. It may be that I am simply too obtuse to grasp what you are truly trying to convey. No need for further pretense, Amasta. You exerted considerable effort to gain entry into Hogwarts to approach me, did you not? Lockhart chuckled merrily. Professor McGonagall informed me that the Board of Governors dispatched an investigator to probe the Chamber of Secrets, and I surmise you must have spent quite a sum to facilitate this endeavor. Amasta followed Lockhart's gaze to the bookshelf, blinking in surprise. If you mean that book, Wandering with Werewolves, then yes, I did have an unfortunate encounter with a pack of werewolves, and in order to deepen my understanding of them, I sought out several of the most renowned texts. Finally exposed, are we? Lockhart exclaimed, as if he had seized upon a valuable piece of information. Just like Miss Granger in her second year, you know all about it, do you not? Indeed. Many have marveled at my composure and bravery when cornered by werewolves in a phone booth, but you, Amasta, wish to learn how I reconcile with them, do you not? An hour later, Lockhart departed from Amasta's office, satisfaction radiating from him. At the door, he lowered his voice and remarked to Amasta, "No need to worry about not being able to account to the board, Amasta. The attacks from the chamber will not reoccur, and as for the reason, you surely know it, do you not?" Lockhart winked once more at Amasta, "Because I am right here." Amasta watched as Professor Lockhart strolled away, then closed the door and stood before his desk, gazing at the lavish set of signed books that Lockhart had bestowed upon him. Oh, what a fascinating individual. Amasta suddenly chuckled. On the night of their return to Hogwarts, Amasta and Professor Snape had engaged in a conversation regarding suspicious individuals at the school. When Gilderoy Lockhart was mentioned, Snape's tone was laced with evident disdain and mockery, yet he did not perceive Lockhart as a threat, which left Amasta somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, as a celebrated author within the magical community, Lockhart could at least be considered a rather amiable wizard. Chapter 30. Chain Reaction. The first week of school swiftly passed amidst a flurry of rumors. Now, Harry once again found himself enduring the same treatment he had experienced during Professor Lockhart's dueling class last year, following the unexpected revelation of his ability to speak Parseltongue. Wherever he went, he could feel the furtive glances of those around him and hear their hushed, ominous whispers. Among the prying eyes were expressions of sympathy as well as schadenfreude, a sentiment that permeated even within Gryffindor House. Of course, Harry was not entirely surprised. Ever since Monday night, when Seamus informed him that Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff had finally gleaned the purpose of Amasta's presence at the welcome feast, he had anticipated this. The individual Harry despised most was still Draco Malfoy. After potions class on Wednesday afternoon, Harry was prepared to storm out, clutching his assignment which had received a dismal D. However, Crabbe and Goyle stood at the doorway, blocking his escape. Given their size, it was nearly impossible for anyone to push past them. Harry turned and shot a cold glare at Draco, who was seated at his desk with a smug grin. "Tell your two dim-witted lackeys to clear the way, Malfoy, unless you wish to witness them being chopped into pieces and stuffed into jars." Malfoy's smile grew even more sinister upon hearing this, and the inexplicable pity reflected in his eyes only fueled Harry's fury. "Speaking of being chopped into pieces, Potter," Malfoy raised his chin, adopting his customary drawl, "I find myself feeling somewhat sorry for you, Potter. I had thought your worst fate would be spending the rest of your life in Azkaban, living next to Dementors. But now I can't guarantee that. Perhaps you might be sliced into bits and used as fertilizer for Professor Sprout-S. Mandrix." "He has been fond of making such threats lately." "Harry," Neville murmured, his face flushed. "He said the same to me at lunch." "How could you let Malfoy walk out of the Great Hall unharmed, Neville?" "That is truly astonishing," Ron exclaimed, his face turning pale as he drew his wand, which was held together with tape, pointing it at Malfoy. "Shall we see who becomes fertilizer first, Malfoy?" 20 points from Gryffindor, along with 2 days of detention, Weasley, came the languid voice of Snape, who was now approaching from the lectern, packing his belongings and choosing to ignore the altercation. "I hope this serves as a lesson for you, Weasley. In my classroom, it is not permissible to point wands at fellow students." The outcome of this conflict left Harry in a prolonged state of melancholy, casting a shadow over his Quidditch training. Given his previous absence during the finals, Wood was particularly anxious. "If you wish to capture that culprit to prove your innocence, Harry, might I implore you to postpone your plans until after the finals?" Wood's concern for Harry was understandable, yet Hermione was quick to assert, "We should not place such blame on you. Harry, this is not your fault." Later that Sunday evening, within the confines of the hospital wing, Harry relayed Wood's words to Hermione, who responded with indignation. "You cannot hold him solely responsible, Hermione. I've heard Fred and George mention that Wood aspires to join the professional Quidditch team, Puddlemere United, after graduation. Leading Gryffindor to victory holds immense significance for him, especially since he is in his 6th year. This year or next presents his final opportunity." Ron defended Wood's position, which only deepened Harry's guilt. But he cannot attribute the inability to win the match entirely to Harry, Ron. Why can't he reflect on his own shortcomings? Hermione exclaimed, arms crossed defiantly. Ron shrugged, wisely choosing silence, as the trio understood that as long as the heir of Slytherin remained undiscovered, Harry's predicament was unlikely to improve, a truth that underscored the challenge at hand. Or else the school board would not have employed someone specifically to address this matter. As Hermione's feline features began to fade, she felt less compelled to mask her image. Rising from her bed, she paced the room, furrowed brow deep in thought, seeking a way to alleviate the misunderstandings surrounding Harry. Outside, voices of several Gryffindor students, Neville, Ginny Patil, and Lavender, could be heard, negotiating with Madame Pomfrey for permission to visit Hermione. The rumors of Hermione's petrification remained unrefuted, prompting Madame Pomfrey's resolute refusal. Gazing at the door, Hermione's expression softened. The concern of her friends touched her deeply. Perhaps we could seek Mr. Braun's assistance, she mused, fixating on the doorknob. For reasons unknown, the image of Amos T. Braun, whom she had met only briefly, floated into her mind. Setting aside inter-house prejudices, Hermione found herself favorably inclined towards the courteous and empathetic young wizard. "Are you out of your mind, Hermione?" Ron exclaimed, his cheeks puffed in disbelief. "Have you forgotten that Harry's current plight stems from this investigator? That is not his fault." "Ron," Hermione retorted, her tone assertive. "Mr. Braun merely followed the board's orders to investigate the Chamber of Secrets. That is his duty. It does not imply he is necessarily against Harry, does it?" Hermione was quite pleased that her words had plunged both of them into contemplation. She gazed at Harry, whose brow was furrowed, and continued to inquire, "So, Harry, to your knowledge, has Mr. Brain taken any substantial actions?" "That is precisely the issue, Hermione," Harry replied, his face etched with concern. "Fred and George informed us that Mr. Brain never ventures out at night. He only occasionally visits the kitchen during the day to prepare himself a snack and attend to basic hygiene." This revelation indeed took Hermione by surprise. Standing at the foot of the bed, she frowned, her lips pressed together as though Professor McGonagall had just caught Gryffindor students out after hours. "Are Fred and George monitoring Mr. Brain? I mean, they have classes during the day too. How can they possibly keep track of his movements so precisely?" "I asked them, but they were unwilling to divulge," Ron said, puffing up indignantly. "Fred told me that it's their secret to success. Aside from being adept at evading Filch, I fail to see what success they have." Ron's assessment was not particularly flattering. Yet, at least in Harry's view, Fred and George excelled at entertaining everyone, especially with their occasional release of joke products that were immensely popular among young witches and wizards. The discussion of how Fred and George monitored Mr. Brain had veered away from the original topic and was destined to yield no answers. If you could prove Mr. Brain's innocence, Harry, under the current circumstances, if he could assist you in explaining things in the capacity of an investigator, it might be more effective than even Professor Dumbledore's words. Chapter 31, Announcement. The first morning of the second week of school began amidst a chorus of yawns, as Professor Snape's potions homework evidently troubled more than just a few. The Gryffindor common room had been filled the previous night with second-year students burning the midnight oil to complete their assignments. For no one wished to encounter Snape's detentions so early in the term. In any case, Neville likely had hardly slept at all, so this morning, it took both Seamus and Dean about 10 minutes to rouse him, and upon descending the spiral staircase, he tumbled directly into the common room in front of numerous onlookers. "I shall speak with Professor Snape, Mr. Longbottom, and advise him to take a more gradual approach." Neville's disheveled appearance elicited sympathy even from the stern Professor McGonagall. During the morning's transfiguration class, when she discovered why Neville sported a singed robe, bore 2 prominent black eyes, and had clear bite marks on his ears, she inhaled deeply and remarked, Neville's little episode momentarily distracted everyone from the fact that an investigator had arrived at the school. Yet such fortune could not be expected to last. Oliver would not allow the chilly weather and drizzling rain to impede his quest for victory. His training regimen commenced in the very first week of the second term and maintained an intensive frequency of 4 times a week leading up to the finals. As you all know, Slytherin will be formidable this year. Wood, astride his broom, bellowed at all the team members swaying in the wind. This year's final will be a fierce battle. Of course, if we happen to be eliminated by Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw beforehand, then forget I said anything, he implored. Is there anyone who can calm Oliver down? Katie Bell, who was of the same year as the Weasley twins, nearly slipped off her broom to evade a rogue bludger sent by George. In a state of despair, she shouted, "My clothes are soaked, and I've been feeling unwell these past few days. Perhaps you could ask Harry for assistance," Katie suggested. Just then, George swooped past her head with a laugh, saying, "You could have Harry release his servant from the Chamber of Secrets. I bet if Flint and Malfoy were turned to stone, Wood would feel considerably relieved." George's remarks sparked a wave of laughter, and Harry couldn't help but chuckle along. Harry! Harry! Ron rushed from the castle towards the pitch, having been playing wizard-esque chess with Seamus in the common room until Neville delivered news that disrupted his leisure. "What is the matter, Ron?" Beneath Wood's piercing gaze, Harry piloted his Nimbus 2000 to the edge of the field. Upon seeing Ron's pale complexion, he instinctively sensed that something dreadful had transpired. "Go check the entrance hall. Harry, right now," Ron urged, pulling Harry back towards the castle without allowing him a moment to pause. The rest of the team, misinterpreting the urgency as another attack, followed suit, leaving with solitary in the air. Upon their arrival at the entrance hall, a throng had gathered, murmuring quietly in front of the newly posted announcement on the bulletin board. As Harry approached, the crowd parted, revealing Ernie and Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, their expressions laden with inscrutable glimmers. Percy wore a serious countenance, while Ginny, standing behind him, clutched her chest, her face remarkably pale. "For you, Weasley, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I assent it." Draco Malfoy stood at the forefront, flanked by his loyal lackeys who had ensured he occupied the best vantage point. Upon spotting the drenched and ashen-faced Harry and Ron, he revealed a malicious grin. "You'll never get another chance to trade in your wand for some money. Are you really going to let it slip away? Get lost, Malfoy. I don't need your concern," Ron retorted unabashedly. Perhaps sensing the presence of the Gryffindor players, who were outnumbered, Malfoy ordered Crabbe and Goyle to step aside, casting a malicious glance at Harry. This allowed Harry to finally discern the cause of the commotion. A freshly posted announcement on the bulletin board was large enough to overshadow all other notices, including those for the sale of secondhand spellbooks. Reminders of school rules from Filch, notices for exchanging chocolate frog cards, and lost and found items. At the bottom of the announcement was a grand signature inscribed in red ink. "To all staff and students of Hogwarts, in light of the ongoing uncertainty surrounding the recent attack incidents, the safety of all students and faculty remains inadequately assured. Following the approval of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, all young witches and wizards are encouraged to report any information regarding the chamber attack to the board's appointed investigator. Should the information be verified as truthful and valid, the board will distribute a reward of 200 galleons in cash." Amos Tabrin. Harry's complexion turned ashen, his ears ringing as if 1,000 Cornish pixies were shrieking nearby. Ginny appeared on the verge of tears, while Neville's hushed warning plunged Harry's heart into despair, causing stars to dance before his eyes. The moment Filch laid eyes on the announcement, he hastened to the third floor, cautioning Harry to be vigilant. Harry felt no need to inquire about Neville's warning. He could almost predict what Filch would convey to the investigator. Mrs. Norris had been the first victim of this academic year, and, unfortunately, Harry and his friends had been the first to arrive at the scene, leading Filch to blame them for the transformation of his beloved pet into stone. "You should speak with him, Harry," Ron murmured anxiously in his ear. Harry understood Ron's implication. He was suggesting that Harry should seek a discussion with Mr. Tabrin before the majority of the castle's young witches and wizards reported him. Hermione had made a similar suggestion in the hospital wing the previous night, but Harry had declined for various reasons. For instance, he feared that revealing his ability to hear a strange, terrifying voice urging murder before each attack would brand him as insane. He also dreaded the thought of the unfortunate house elf, Dobby, suffering interrogation and punishment due to his testimony. Yet, beyond these concerns, what could he possibly articulate? How could he exonerate himself? Moreover, the notion of divulging his concealed troubles to Headmaster Dumbledore only to confide in a relatively unfamiliar investigator felt inherently unsettling to Harry. Shakily, he departed the entrance hall, making his way towards the dormitory, dismissing Malfoy's taunts about notifying Professor Sprout that she would soon receive a fresh supply of fertilizer. Behind him, Fred and George exchanged a knowing glance, each perceiving the shared sentiment reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 32. A Failed Conversation, Part 1. Regardless, Harry ultimately resolved to heed Hermione's counsel and speak with Amos Tabrin. Otherwise, it seemed he might succumb to the maddening stares and ghastly rumors before the monster in the chamber had the chance to petrify another victim. "You're wasting your time, dear," remarked the gilded mirror in the dormitory, its voice wheezing. Harry deliberately timed his visit to Mr. Tabrin's office for the dinner hour, as this would spare him from encountering too many gleeful gazes along the way. However, upon descending to the third floor, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Argus Filch, the castle's caretaker. Filch appeared to have recently wept. His large, alarming eyes were of vivid crimson, and the unsightly mucus clinging to his nose had dripped onto his double chin. Upon noticing Harry, he immediately suppressed his disheveled demeanor, adopting a menacing glare reminiscent of a wounded hyena. "Someone will receive their just desserts, Potter, and it will not be long now." "What do you mean, Mr. Filch?" Harry's voice was barely a whisper, as though someone had tightened a grip around his throat. He was desperate to comprehend Filch's insinuation, but unfortunately, Filch merely cast a series of cold smirks before departing. There was no doubt he was off to report him. Harry could not deceive himself. His heart raced incessantly, urging him to flee, for he feared that the investigating officer had already succumbed to Filch's accusations, and his own visit to the office would be akin to walking into a trap. However, in the end, he did knock on Mr. Braithwaite's office door. After all, this was a man who had once dealt with Dumbledore himself, and if he had made up his mind to imprison Harry, there was no one else he could conceive of who had the capacity to save him, aside from the headmaster. Upon receiving permission to enter, the door swung open, and Harry stood at the threshold, his heart pounding as he cautiously surveyed the room, fearing that a rope might suddenly ensnare him. Aside from Dumbledore's uniquely circular office, Mr. Braithwaite's office was the largest Harry had ever seen, which was hardly surprising given that it had been converted from a classroom. The fireplace embedded in the wall near the windows filled the room with a warm ambience, and at the far end, there stood a desk, bookshelves, and a simple cot. An odd scent lingered in the air, suggesting that Mr. Braithwaite had been concocting potions within the confines of this space. Most striking was the wall to the right of the entrance, completely obscured by a massive black curtain, behind which faint glimmers of light could be discerned. For some inexplicable reason, Harry was reminded of the cinemas in the Muggle world. Although the Dursleys had never taken him to watch a film, he had caught glimpses on television. So, are you planning to stand there and converse with me, Mr. Potter? Mr. Braithwaite, seated behind his desk, greeted him with a gentle smile. Oh, I apologize, Mr. Braithwaite. Harry hastily closed the door and stepped inside, stammering an explanation as he approached the desk. I was just a bit curious about that wall. Quite understandable, Mr. Braithwaite replied with a cheerful laugh, inviting Harry to take a seat as he moved to the fireplace to prepare tea. I do not have much in the way of refreshments, but if you do not mind, how about some tea, Mr. Potter? What struck Harry as peculiar was that Mr. Braithwaite, who was about the same age as Percy in the photographs, seemed somewhat off. Thank you. Harry nervously accepted the steaming cup of tea, quickly stealing a glance at Mr. Braithwaite's somewhat haggard face. Then he realized why he felt something was amiss. As the photograph depicted Mr. Brain during his student days, he possessed a pair of brown eyes reminiscent of Hermione's. However, the investigator standing before him had remarkably light purple eyes. Was this a result of magic? Harry pondered in a daze, yet he quickly snapped back to reality. This was not the moment for such musings. He was not to dwell on why the color of his eyes seemed askew. Amasta reclined against his chair, cradling his tea, the hazy steam rendering his expression somewhat indistinct. Nevertheless, judging by his tone, it was not the sort of inquiry infused with indignation one might expect after being offended. Indeed, no, Harry replied, flustered. The anxious young wizard seated across from him elicited a chuckle from Amasta. Regardless of Harry Potter's renown or the brilliance of his future prospects at this moment, the naivety and immaturity he displayed had not strayed from Amasta's perception of a second-year wizard. Presumably, you have just encountered Mr. Filch, correct? Amasta sipped his bitter tea, his voice gentle, unlike Professor Snape or Professor McGonagall, who exuded an aura of sternness wherever they went. Mr. Breen's intimidating presence stemmed precisely from his accommodating and gentle demeanor, a natural confidence that instilled a profound sense of restraint, leaving no room for rebellious thoughts. Yes, Mr. Breen, I saw Filch. He looked as if he had just wept uncontrollably. Harry hesitantly nodded. What do you believe is the reason for that, Mr. Potter? Amasta inquired, blowing away the floating leaves on the surface of his tea with a keen interest. As the atmosphere grew sufficiently charged, Amasta had no intention of further intimidating Harry. He set down his cup, preparing to get straight to the point. However, unexpectedly, the usually silent Harry suddenly summoned the courage to speak. With his resilient, emerald eyes fixed intently on Amasta's, he asked, Mr. Breen, do you also believe I am the heir of Slytherin? Do you think I opened the Chamber of Secrets? Chapter 33. The Failed Conversation, Part 2. Harry anxiously observed the contemplative Amasta, his hands tightly gripping the fabric of his robes resting on his lap. The courage he had finally mustered dissipated the moment he posed his question. What would Mr. Breen say? Deep down, Harry believed this investigator, who felt quite extraordinary in their interactions, would not blindly trust the school-less rumors. Yet, if he succumbed to the board's pressure, desperately needing to apprehend a perpetrator. If you're seeking my personal opinion, Mr. Potter, I do not believe you are the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, Amasta asserted. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing within his chest, akin to the exhilaration of first soaring on a broomstick through the cool, thin mist. Even the dimly lit office suddenly felt bright and airy. But why, sir? Harry instinctively pressed on, my Parseltongue, because of that people, they all know that Slytherin himself was the most renowned Parselmouth. Amasta chuckled, casting a discreet glance at Harry's scar, a relaxed expression gracing his features. What does Parseltongue signify, Mr. Potter? Over the course of a millennium since the era of Salazar Slytherin, there have been numerous recorded instances of Parseltongue within our magical realm. I cannot possibly assume that this connects you in any ambiguous manner to the illustrious founder of Slytherin House. Observing Harry's demeanor brighten, Amasta teasingly remarked, "There are many other facts I cannot overlook. For instance, if Salazar Slytherin were to seek an heir, why would he choose someone from Gryffindor? Furthermore, how could the boy who lived, who vanquished the most malevolent dark wizard in history at the tender age of 1, rescuing the people of the British magical community from despair, fear, and the shadow of death, be perceived as one who would assault his peers at school, especially when he is regarded as the prized pupil by the most esteemed and sagacious wizard of our time, Albus Dumbledore?" Harry grinned widely, finding himself unexpectedly fond of Mr. Amos Brain was an exception. One could discern from his tone a teasing nature devoid of malice, as if he were merely discussing a curious little hex. Frankly, before meeting Mr. Brain, Harry had never anticipated enjoying a conversation with a wizard hailing from Slytherin. "If you are troubled by the announcement I posted, Mr. Potter, there is no need for concern," Amasta said, rising to refill his cup with strong tea. Noticing that Harry's tea had remained untouched, he refrained from further presumptions. Outside the window, the sky had turned dark, leaving only the light from Hagrid's hut visible across the Forbidden Forest. From the very beginning, I never expected to glean anything of value from the reports of others. Leaning against the fireplace, Amasta spoke, and Harry had to turn his body to see him. Before Harry could inquire, Breen continued to explain, "To be honest, I presumed that once the news of my investigation into the Chamber of Secrets spread throughout Hogwarts, those acting in the shadows would inevitably respond. After all, those daring enough to stir trouble beneath Dumbledore's watchful, I would hardly tolerate a nondescript investigator sent by the Board of Governors. You understand my point, do you not, Mr. Potter?" Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation, then gradually relaxed and nodded. Amasta, satisfied, winked and continued, "I believe he may be eager to act again, thus providing me with an opportunity to catch him in the act. Staying cooped up in the office, neglecting patrols, how could one possibly catch someone else in the act?" Harry inwardly rolled his eyes. Ideally, the assailant would approach me directly to prove his prowess. In that case, I could subdue him and then collect my reward bring the terror to an end. Amasta displayed a hint of annoyance, yet I was taken aback by his cautious demeanor, which exceeded my expectations. I had been observing the castle for a week without uncovering any irregularities, which left me feeling slightly anxious. Consequently, I felt compelled to take action to provoke that patient infiltrator. Harry soon grasped that Mr. Breen's act of posting the announcement was merely a test. He hoped the heir would perceive it as a provocation, and thus continue his grand endeavors as the heir of Slytherin. Upon realizing this, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of relief. If Mr. Breen believed himself to be innocent, then the damaging impact of the rumors circulating within the school would be significantly diminished. For his greatest concern was that Mr. Breen might succumb to the whispers. With this in mind, Harry excitedly stood up. "Mr. Breen, if you do not believe that I am responsible for all of this, might you assist me? Perhaps you could issue another announcement to clarify, to assert your innocence?" Amasta smiled and replied, "Is that the purpose of your visit, Mr. Potter?" I thought you were here to report someone, much like Filch." Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He anticipated that his request would be denied, yet he pressed on. "You must be aware that due to Parseltongue, the young wizards have accused me of attacking Colin, Fenrir, and Madame Loris. Wherever I go, they all—" Harry faltered, having noticed Mr. Breen's smile fade and his head shake in disapproval. "I fully comprehend your unfortunate predicament, Mr. Potter, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. Just as I would not deem you an assailant based solely on rumors, I too cannot assure others of your innocence without irrefutable evidence. That would be an irresponsible course of action. I hope you can understand my position." The profound intensity in Amasta's gaze conveyed an unspoken pressure that rendered Harry unable to persist with his plea. Furthermore, Mr. Breen's subsequent words exacerbated Harry's anxiety. Chapter 34. The Twin Scheme. Amasta watched as a seemingly disappointed Harry Potter departed from his office, ultimately failing to extract even a shred of confidential information from him. Amasta was not surprised by this. Young wizards of that age were inherently in a sensitive phase, and being from Slytherin himself, he had no reason to divulge what he knew to Professor Dumbledore while placing his trust in a stranger. However, through the earlier test, Amasta had indeed confirmed that Potter was concealing some exceedingly crucial information. Had he possessed this knowledge, the situation might not have been so precarious. Perhaps I should devise a means to earn his trust? Amasta fixed his gaze upon the flickering shadows on the ceiling, furrowing his brow in frustration. What if the heir never revealed a clue? How would he proceed then? Amasta once contemplated the possibility of concocting a compound potion to masquerade as either Colin or Justin. disseminating the information that the beleaguered young wizard who had suffered an attack had awakened and had provided the school with crucial clues regarding the identity of the assailant. He would merely need to present the face of the impersonated individual, then retreat to the infirmary, remaining unseen. It was a rather clever scheme, though it bore a significant flaw. If Colin and Justin had not glimpsed the true visage of their attacker at the time of their petrification, this ruse would likely fail to intimidate the assailant. Perhaps it was best to wait and see. If no progress was made, he would have no choice but to seek the support of the protagonist's group. As Harry departed from Mr. Bream's office, he made his way towards Gryffindor Tower. Initially, he intended to share the details of the conversation with Hermione. However, upon reflection, he realized that there was little that urgently required Hermione's intellect. He had clarified the most pivotal matter. Mr. Bream would not easily succumb to the rumors circulating within the school until he procured definitive evidence. He would not incarcerate any individual within the castle. For Harry, that was sufficient. Regarding the omission of the terrifying voice and Dobby's warning from his account to Mr. Bream, Harry reasoned that since Mr. Bream had declined to clarify matters for him, revealing these details would unlikely alter the outcome and might, in fact, render him more suspicious. Moreover, he firmly believed that if anyone ought to be informed of these occurrences, it should be Headmaster Dumbledore, as he passed through the portrait of the fat lady. Aside from Percy, several of the Weasley children were seated on a plush sofa beneath a bright crystal chandelier. Upon spotting Harry, their faces immediately lit up with expressions of relief, and they joyfully waved at him, warming his heart. "How are you, Harry? Did that Bream give you trouble because of Filch?" Ron stood up, offering Harry a cup of pumpkin juice. "Better than I anticipated, Ron," Harry replied with a grin. 20 minutes later, after recounting the entirety of the dialogue to them, the anxious expressions on the Weasley family's faces eased considerably. "Oh, that investigator seems to possess more wisdom than we expected, George. It appears we must adjust our plans," Fred muttered, though his expression suggested a hint of disappointment. "We were all set to show him a thing or two." "Absolutely not, Fred," Harry cautioned. "Mr. Bream is no Gilderoy Lockhart. He is far more formidable. Trust in expertise." "Harry," George boasted, "we never miss our mark. What do you intend to do?" Ron asked eagerly, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "Throw dung bombs in his office." When Harry assured them that he would not be inexplicably expelled from the school, Ginny's face, which had appeared pale and haggard as though she had not slept in a fortnight, regained some color. She lowered her hand from her chest, exhaling in relief. However, it was not long before her breaths grew rapid once again, revealing her evident tension. Mr. Breen claimed to be monitoring the school. Yet how could he possibly accomplish this when he scarcely ever leaves his office? "It seems we must pay him a visit, Fred." At the conclusion of their conversation, George raised an eyebrow and smirked at his brother. "Indeed, George, aside from the two of us, who else could seize the opportunity to sneak into his office?" Fred winked at George. After everyone had departed, Fred whispered to George, "Do you think Mr. Breen might have a share in this?" "Silence, Fred," George interjected hastily, glancing at Percy, who was struggling to climb into the common room. "By tomorrow, we shall unravel this mystery." On Tuesday morning, the third-year Gryffindors attended Professor Flitwick's charms class, where he introduced a spell that could induce uncontrollable laughter, the tickling charm. At the final motion of the incantation, your wands must perform a subtle upward flick. This is crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Flitwick lectured sharply from beside the podium, stacked with books. Otherwise, when you regain consciousness, you may find yourself on the floor with a black-furred baboon perched upon your chest. What are you two pondering? Invading someone's privacy is a despicable act, Katie. I would rather not have a scoundrel as my teammate. Fred averted his gaze from Angelina's disapproving look and quietly signaled to George, who promptly pulled out an orange candy from his sleeve. "If I perish because of this, Fred, remember to bury my remains in Filch's office." George chuckled. 3 minutes later, the once boisterous classroom fell silent amidst a series of ear-piercing screams. The bright red liquid gushing from both of George's nostrils left everyone aghast. Professor Flitwick hurried over, and upon witnessing George's ghastly state and the considerable bloodstains on Fred's robe, he too was engulfed in panic. "P.S. dying." Fred mournfully supported the pallid George. "Would you allow me to find a place to bury my dear brother?" "No one is dying, Weasley," Professor Flitwick retorted irritably. As it was class time, there were few young wizards wandering the castle. Fred and George, with George clutching his nose, sprinted through the corridors. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Fred suggested he investigate Breen's office while George went to the hospital wing for a quick treatment. "We haven't concocted an antidote for this yet, George. It might drain all your blood." "No way, Fred. You can't hog all the glory." George, clutching his gushing nose, dashed towards the 3rd floor. The process of dispelling the protective charm on the office door proved to be far easier than the twins had anticipated. A simple Alohomora spell sufficed. The twins crept into the room, and the sparse furnishings were immediately apparent, lacking anything of particular interest. Fred and George exchanged excited glances before the black curtain. On the count of 3, let us unveil this mysterious veil together. Chapter 35, Caught Red-Handed. Please tell me, this is not a dream, George. As the black curtain was drawn back, a dazzling array of shimmering lights appeared before the twin brothers, momentarily freezing the two who had successfully infiltrated the office of a mysterious investigator. They gaped at the wall, incredulity etched on their faces as they rubbed their eyes. Like a muggle who scoffs at magic, encountering true sorcery for the first time, an expression both absurd and comical. Apologies, George Weasley murmured, his mouth barely able to form words. He blinked furiously, striving to comprehend the magnificent invention before him. I cannot offer you any assurances, but I believe we have unraveled how Mr. Brain manages to surveil all of Hogwarts from his office. I can only say this is utterly insane. Indeed, quite mad, Fred replied, his voice tinged with disbelief. He cast a glance at the numerous scrolls of parchment in his hands, their words swirling, before his gaze returned to the grid of images, his breaths growing heavier. Our map pales in comparison to this contraption. Oh, but I still cannot fathom how he accomplished all of this. Overcome with excitement, George's nose, which had nearly stopped bleeding, began to ooze again, yet he paid no mind to his increasingly pallid complexion and dizzying head, engrossed in analyzing with Fred how Mr. Breen had manifested this groundbreaking invention. George's eyes sparkled with reverence as he poked the wall with his finger, his gaze wandering across the surface. There must be an alchemical device at play, one that transmits images from various parts of the castle onto this wall, which has been transformed by magic, and then reconstitutes them into comprehensible pictures. But that's not all. Fred interjected loudly. Look at the angles of these images, George. He must have installed hundreds of alchemical devices for surveillance throughout the castle. What on earth possesses such remarkable capabilities? Do you think, if we humbly sought his guidance, he might share this technique with us? Fred's face lit with hope as he stared at the images, suddenly finding the treasured map in his hands less appealing. There's an issue, brother, George grimaced, covering his nose. If Mr. Breen has been monitoring everyone's movements from his office, does that mean? The twins exchanged a knowing glance, both realizing that their late-night escapades wandering the castle the previous week had likely been observed in their entirety by Mr. Breen. He did not report us to Professor McGonagall. Perhaps, when we were out and about, he happened to be asleep, Fred speculated, his expression darkening, grappling with a possibility he could scarcely believe. I have a most intriguing piece of information, George, which I can hardly wait to share with you. I am equally eager to learn this fascinating tidbit from you, Fred, George replied, leaning against his forehead and squinting. But I would prefer if you could wait until I am lying in Madame Pomfrey's infirmary before sharing it, Fred. I fear that may not be possible. Fred twisted the doorknob with renewed vigor, yet, as he anticipated, the bronze handle remained steadfast. I thought, it appears we have fallen into a trap. A profound silence enveloped the space as Fred and George exchanged awkward glances, each perceiving a peculiar foolishness mirrored in the other's eyes. Entrusted by the school board with the grave responsibility of investigating the perilous opener of the Chamber of Secrets, it was undeniable that such an experienced wizard would not have left this crucial surveillance room unprotected. 10 seconds later, their self-rescue mission commenced. George, freeing himself from Fred's support, stepped back 3 feet, and together they drew their wands, resolutely locking eyes before simultaneously uttering shatter. A ripple of ethereal light danced across the rounded doorknob, only to fade back into silence, yielding no change. Cursed be this cunning individual. Fred gritted his teeth in frustration. He had long devised a plan to capture the little wizard who had intruded into his office, hadn't he? Don't do anything foolish, Fred. George scanned the surroundings, quickly fixing his gaze on a window near the forbidden forest wall. Come help me, brother. Perhaps we can escape through here. Have you lost your mind, George? Fred exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide. This is the 3rd floor. I would rather be caught by the investigator and handed over to Professor McGonagall than leap down and break my neck. Despite his words, Fred found himself sprinting after George, reaching the window. However, after a frantic flurry of activity, they collapsed onto the floor, utterly defeated. Can you believe this, George? Fred exclaimed, raking his fingers through his hair in despair. What kind of sane person places protective charms on a window? Amasta emerged from the prefect's bathroom, his hair still damp, wearing a cheerful demeanor. As he passed the befuddled statue of Boris, he even hummed a tuneless melody. The only discomfort arose from the portrait of the sleeping mermaid on the wall, which always seemed to open her eyes and scrutinize his sculpted abs whenever he closed his own, leaving Amasta feeling somewhat embarrassed. With 2 minutes remaining before the little wizard's class ended, Amasta strolled leisurely down from the 6th to the 3rd floor. Finally, he flicked his wand from his sleeve, smiling as he stood at his office door, his voice buoyant. Now, let me unveil the mystery behind the perpetrator of this crime. Chapter 36. Let Go. Inside Amasta's office, Fred was earnestly recounting their reasons for trespassing, while George lay on Amasta's bed, dazed and emitting faint groans. However, after consuming the restorative potion laced with venomous tentacle seeds concocted by Amasta, his nosebleed had finally ceased. Professor McGonagall indeed warned me to be wary of you two. Amasta sat in her office chair, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation as she listened to Fred's explanation. However, she merely remarked that if she were to find the two of them wandering about the castle at midnight, she wouldn't be overly surprised, though she did not mention the possibility of them intruding into her office. I must say, you two are exceedingly fortunate, considering that the key to the secret chamber is likely to be a minor wizard. The enchantments I have placed in this room primarily serve to confine. If I were to adhere to my customary practices while working outside, Amasta regarded the mischievous Weasley twins with a stern gaze, warning them in a grave tone. Perhaps it is high time that Professor Dumbledore write a condolence letter to your parents. Even without Amasta's reminder, Fred and George quickly realized the recklessness of their actions. They ought to have been more cautious before barging into the office of someone as unpredictable as Amos Brain, who was not merely a professor at their school. George appeared pale and fragile, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, upon hearing Amasta's warning, he mustered the strength to sit up in bed, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Please, Mr. Breen, considering we have learned our lesson, might you refrain from mentioning this to Professor McGonagall? We assure you, this shall be our final transgression. Fred hurriedly nodded in agreement. Oh, Mr. Breen, while we were trapped here, George and I have resolved to turn over a new leaf and become diligent, rule-abiding young wizards. Could you possibly grant us a reprieve? Amasta rolled her eyes, nearly amused by the antics of the twins. Did she truly appear so naive? In any case, you have disowned my secret, have you not? At this, George's morose expression transformed, and Fred dropped the pretense of remorse, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they eagerly lavished her with compliments. You're the most brilliant wizard I have ever encountered, Mr. Breen. Even Professor Dumbledore pales in comparison, Fred exclaimed, marveling at Amasta's ingenuity. The methods you employ to monitor the school are beyond our wildest dreams. To gain a deeper understanding of your brilliance, the twins exchanged a conspiratorial glance, and George respectfully implored, might you elucidate the principles behind that contraption? Not a chance. Amasta's eye roll deepened. Reflecting on the academically accomplished Bill and the exceptionally gifted Quidditch player Charlie, she found it perplexing how the Weasley family could have produced such two rascals. Yet, she had to admit that Fred and George were indeed quite entertaining. It seems my wishes shall remain unfulfilled, Fred. Should you ever unravel this mystery, do remember to inform me at my grave. In the end, Amasta did not disclose the principles behind the construction of the surveillance system to the twin brothers. It was not out of possessiveness, but rather because the matter could not be succinctly explained. It encompassed numerous profound transformation spells and alchemical principles. Even if he had attempted to elucidate, the twins would not have comprehended, much less be able to replicate it themselves. Nonetheless, he magnanimously chose not to pursue the transgression of Fred and George intruding into his office, as they were not directly connected to the Chamber of Secrets. Remember to keep what you have seen confidential, you little rascals. Amasta squinted as he spoke, a chill lacing his voice that made Fred and George shiver. If I discover that you have leaked any secrets, or worse, if I find you tampering with the surveillance ports I have established within the castle, beware, Mr. Weasley, for if I set my sights on someone, not even Professor Dumbledore would be able to intervene. He hoped they would adhere to their promise. As he lay in bed, preparing to rest, this thought crossed Amasta's mind. He was acutely aware that ensuring the Weasley brothers kept the secret entirely was a near impossibility, at the very least. They would confide in Harry, who would undoubtedly share it with his two good friends. However, apart from that, it was unlikely they would broadcast the matter of monitoring their fellow young wizards. The trio at the center of it all posed no threat, and the Weasley family was indeed trustworthy. It was precisely due to Amasta's preconceived notions that he found himself investing additional effort into what could have been swiftly resolved. As they recounted their tale, Harry's expression grew increasingly grave, while Ron's mouth widened in astonished disbelief. Wait for me, Ron. It is not yet curfew. There are still a few young wizards wandering the castle, Harry remarked as he and Ron donned the marvelous invisibility cloak. As they traversed the corridor, their eyes often darted to the ceiling, as if they sensed unseen eyes watching them intently. What do you think about this, Harry? Strangely, Hermione, after hearing this shocking revelation, did not hastily offer her opinion. She sat with her arms crossed on the bed, her tone cautious as she spoke. Harry kept his head down, silent, his emerald eyes reflecting uncertainty. After a long pause, he finally responded in an uncertain tone, "I don't believe it is difficult to accept." "Have you lost your mind, Harry?" Ron exclaimed, astonished at Harry. "Or have you not heard what Fred and George said? That brain has been secretly monitoring everyone without prior notice? If such an invasion of freedom is not to be curtailed, then I am at a loss to understand what constitutes despicable behavior. By the way, I believe Fred and George have likely been manipulated. How can they find such actions amusing?" "There are many things you do not understand, Ron," Hermione retorted without reservation. "Why can't you try to see things from Harry's perspective?" "From Harry's perspective?" Ron's eyes sparkled with a peculiar foolishness as he alternated his gaze between the irritable Hermione and the troubled Harry, suddenly feeling as if his intellect fell short of the team's average standard. "Is there anyone who could kindly elucidate this for me?" He muttered in frustration after a prolonged silence without any input from his companions. "Is it really necessary to state the obvious, Ron?" Hermione remarked, her fingertips tracing the dark hair on her face, a recent quirk of hers. "While monitoring the daily activities of all young wizards without prior notice may not be deemed noble, and could indeed be considered unlawful, you cannot deny, Ron, that it is an exceedingly effective method, can you? If we could apprehend the heir of Slytherin, all the rumors surrounding Harry would be effortlessly dispelled, and he would no longer have to confront those absurd accusations. Moreover, do you truly believe Mr. Blaine would resort to such tactics without the approval of Headmaster Dumbledore and the Deans? At the very least, should another attack occur, this could serve to vindicate me," Harry murmured, feeling a pang of guilt for his selfishness. "I genuinely wish to dissociate myself from this matter entirely." Chapter 37. Clouds of Suspicion. Time invariably slips away in silence, and before one realizes, the first month of the second semester has drawn to a close. No thrilling topic could rival the mundane routine of daily life. The arrival of Amasta, an investigator appointed by the Board of Governors, initially stirred considerable commotion at Hogwarts. However, due to his exceedingly low profile and the 2 months that had elapsed since the last attack, discussion surrounding him quickly faded, with some even forgetting that the school had acquired a Slytherin-born investigator. Of course, others speculated that the absence of further attacks was due to the covert presence of the investigator serving as a crucial deterrent. For Harry, this was the most favorable scenario imaginable. Gradually, people ceased to regard him with suspicious eyes. In fact, from the second week of the term, Crabbe, Goyle, Daphne, and Pansy had been rotating visits to Amasta's office to report on Harry, while Draco Malfoy seemed to recognize the futility of his actions and began to withdraw. Another delightful piece of news was that Hermione had finally rid herself of her embarrassing dark hair. Madame Pomfrey informed them that she was preparing to officially discharge Hermione over the weekend. Now, nearly 3 weeks had passed since the notice he posted, and even Amasta had to concede that this initial probe had nearly been declared a failure. What should he do next? Should he release false information about the young wizard who had been attacked having regained consciousness, or continue to wait? Amasta stared at the photograph of himself with Grandmother Felina on his desk, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. The glass mirrored a blurry, yet discernibly more haggard, youthful visage. Amasta had to admit that he had slightly underestimated the arduous nature of this task and overestimated the patience of his adversary. Amasta shifted his gaze towards the intricate notes sprawled across the table, atop which lay an opened letter delivered earlier that afternoon. The missive was penned by Cacus Freely. "Dear Mr. Breen, I sincerely apologize for interrupting you amidst your commission task, Mr. Breen, but there is a matter I believe you ought to be apprised of. Recently, an enigmatic force has emerged within the underworld, inquiring about the whereabouts and true identity of the Golden Viper. Out of curiosity and caution, I conducted a brief investigation and discovered that their leader is the very individual who previously commissioned the exploration of that magical relic. As of now, I have yet to ascertain their motives for seeking the Golden Viper. Additionally, I have come to understand that Lucius Malfoy has been quite active of late, seemingly plotting to expel Albus Dumbledore from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yours faithfully, Cacus Freely." A group is investigating the Golden Viper? How intriguing. Who could they be? Amasta pondered quietly, reflecting on his over 3 years of clandestine operations under the guise of the Golden Viper. Truth be told, he had made numerous enemies for a variety of reasons. However, those with whom he bore a profound enmity were merely the pack of audacious werewolves. emboldened by their own resilience. Yet if even Cacus could not discern their identities, it was likely that those probing into the Golden Viper were not those loathsome werewolves, for they would never deign to conceal their identities. The information provided by Cacus was scant, leaving Amasta unable to determine who had taken an interest in him. Other than reminding himself to remain vigilant, he found little recourse. Regarding Cacus's second point about Lucius Malfoy's scheming to oust Dumbledore, Amasta was not particularly concerned. Any rational individual would find it implausible that Malfoy could succeed in such an endeavor. Cacus merely mentioned it as a subtle warning. Given that Malfoy and the Greengrass family had vehemently opposed the recent dispatch of investigators, should Lucius Malfoy indeed manage to temporarily displace Dumbledore from Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly imply his own imminent expulsion, thereby jeopardizing his quest for the treasures hidden within Slytherin's chamber. With a soft sigh, Amasta rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a copy of the Daily Prophet delivered by Owl that very Monday morning. The newspaper was largely filled with frivolous news. Yet one incisive critique by Rita Skeeter on the Muggle Protection Act, enacted last summer and now in effect for over 6 months, piqued his interest. Currently, upon the recommendation of the head of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries and with the board's approval, it has been confirmed that Yadriel Freely will take on the position of head of the Department for Peculiar Infectious Diseases. Reportedly, Ms. Freely commenced her role as a healer at St. Mungo's in September 1975, and as of the report's date, she has been serving in that department for nearly 18 years. Is this the reason why Cacus Freely is so eager to undertake the quest for the Slytherin treasure? Amasta's gaze deepened. Initially, he believed that the individual who issued this commission was merely a wizard or dark sorcerer from the underground world coveting Slytherin's riches. Yet it now appeared that matters were far more complex. Who could have possibly released such a commission? A procession of names of high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic flitted through Amasta's mind, yet he remained unable to ascertain an answer. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking interrupted Amasta's reverie. He glanced at the monitor and discovered that the visitor was Professor Snape. Life spent in the shadows was exceedingly arduous. Hence, during these days, Snape would occasionally come by to lend a hand, allowing Amasta to rest. However, he typically sent a message in advance and had never before dropped in unannounced. Professor Snape might harbor fears that should his former master return, he would once again find himself ensnared in a quagmire. If their close association were to become widely known, he too could be dragged down. Thus Snape's intentional display of indifference was likely a means to protect himself. Still no new discoveries? The usually hurried Snape strode into Amasta's office. Observing the pallid young man seated behind the desk, wondering if the prolonged exposure to potion fumes had caused the subtle changes in his typically sallow and rigid complexion, it was evident. Amasta rose and stretched languidly, his tone nonchalant. Have you come to fill in for me? Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to see you. Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Perhaps you should prepare yourself for the possibility of dismissal, Amasta. Chapter 38. The Curse of the Dark Lord. Since that night following Christmas when Amasta first entered Hogwarts, this evening marked his second visit to Dumbledore's office. It was not that Amasta harbored any particular fear of the greatest white wizard of the age, but as the saying goes, one is not afraid of a thief stealing, but rather of a thief's lingering interest. Amasta had not forgotten how, after his encounter with that dark witch in the Forbidden Forest during his 5th year, Dumbledore had kept a vigilant watch over him. The circular office had changed little since his visit over a month prior, save for the fact that the Phoenix, which had still been a fledgling during their last meeting, had now matured into its youthful form, its body adorned with resplendent golden-red feathers. At this moment, it nestled in the brazier, its head tucked beneath its wings in slumber, undisturbed even by Amasta's footsteps as he passed. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. I hope I'm not intruding, Amasta greeted with a nod. I heard from Professor Snape that you wish to discuss something with me. Indeed, that is the case. Dumbledore gestured for him to take a seat, his expression warm, yet tinged with reproach. I regret to inform you, Amasta, that I fear I cannot offer you any fine wine to enjoy this time. And given your current state, I believe it would be unwise for you to consume any alcoholic beverages. Amasta smiled faintly, remaining silent, for he discerned that the old man harbored ulterior motives. Was there something unknown that had compelled Dumbledore to hastily remove himself from the school? I truly appreciate your concern, Headmaster Dumbledore, Amasta replied cautiously, unwilling to utter another word. It was my responsibility to capture the perpetrator of the attacks, as mandated by the Board of Governors. I must remain accountable for my duties and the safety of the young wizards. Until the assailant was apprehended, I would not abandon my post. Severus and Minerva had expressed their worries regarding your excessive dedication, hoping you might ease your tension. Even if new incidents occur, they are not your fault. Amasta's brow furrowed slightly. He found himself perplexed. Was Dumbledore's intention merely to express gratitude? Indeed, Dumbledore was concealing something. An awkward and suffocating silence descended abruptly upon the office, broken only by the tinkling sounds of Dumbledore's inexplicable alchemical instruments. "May I inquire, Headmaster Dumbledore?" After a prolonged pause. It was Amasta who first shattered the uncomfortable silence. "If I were to decline your request, would you resort to imprisoning me in places like Nurmengard or Azkaban?" "Oh, certainly not." Amasta, Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "This is entirely my fault. I have come to seek your assistance. Sometimes, I truly wish someone could understand my plight. Finding a suitable defense against the dark arts professor is far more challenging than discovering a dozen uses for dragon's blood." Amasta pressed his lips together, his expression revealing no additional emotion. "There has been an unconfirmed rumor regarding the position of this professor, Headmaster Dumbledore. I cannot deceive you, Amasta." Dumbledore's demeanor grew solemn as he nodded. "Though there is no direct evidence, it is true that since I declined Voldemort's application for this position, no professor has lasted more than a year in that role." Amasta remained composed, not rushing to voice his opinion. "However, I believe the risk is manageable if two professors of defense against the dark arts coexist, even for a mere few months. If you deem the risk manageable, why do you not teach it yourself?" Amasta thought to himself, rolling his eyes discreetly, remaining silent. "I can offer to pay you for a full year, Amasta, should you be willing to assist those promising young students," Dumbledore implored earnestly, coaxing him gently. In the office, Amasta sat in contemplation, neither agreeing nor opposing Dumbledore's recent request, merely stating that he needed time to deliberate. "The Dark Lord has cast a curse upon this position, a curse so potent that it has remained unweakened for decades, leaving even Dumbledore powerless against it. One can only imagine the considerable effort the Dark Lord invested in this endeavor." According to Amasta's thoughts during the Christmas holidays, he would undoubtedly refuse to accept such a perilous and unpredictable assignment. As for the reason he has not immediately declined, it stems from Amasta's new considerations. Upon receiving this task and entering Hogwarts, Amasta subconsciously believed that this commission could be resolved within a few months. Otherwise, the Chamber of Secrets incident would interfere with the great savior Harry Potter's adventures in the coming school year. However, the reality may not unfold as he anticipated. His involvement has undoubtedly altered the original plot significantly, indicating that the predetermined conclusion has already shifted. If that heir is indeed a highly cautious individual, there would be no need for him to provoke Amasta unnecessarily. Should the heir decide to engage in a battle of patience with Amasta, the latter, who is passively waiting for clues, would almost certainly falter in this protracted conflict, as he cannot remain in the school indefinitely. In this context, the information held by Potter's small team becomes exceedingly crucial. If he can provide a pivotal clue, Amasta is confident he can follow the trail and be the first to uncover the chamber. Amasta has pondered how to further gain Potter's trust, and the conclusion he reached is that maintaining the label of an investigator would likely hinder his ability to breach the psychological defenses of Potter and his two companions. However, adopting a different identity, such as that of a professor, might simplify matters. At the very least, frequent interactions would foster a more amiable relationship. Thus, with determination, Amasta took a deep breath. He waved his wand to tidy his cluttered desk, preparing to confront your curse, Dark Lord. Chapter 39. Not to be underestimated. Amasta's desk was now immaculate. To prevent any damage, even the candlestick and a photograph of him with Grandma Ferlina had been relocated. Before commencing his actions, he cast a glance at the monitoring wall across from him. Hogwarts appeared tranquil, with no unusual occurrences reported. The lower half of the candlestick featured a voodoo doll with eyes the size of a baby's fists and teeth that extended down to its earlobes. The doll's head was approximately half the size of its body, entirely obsidian, with a swollen face adorned by a disquieting smile. Amasta was reluctant to delve into the materials used to create this doll. It was an alchemical item he had purchased from an underground trading market, sold by a wizard from Ouagadougou, Africa. Among all the nations where magical civilizations thrive, Ouagadougou is arguably one of the most chaotic regions, largely due to the complexities of the local Muggle social order. To this day, there exist numerous communities that survive in tribal forms, where the leaders are typically those who possess a long-standing lineage of shamanistic tradition. Atop the voodoo doll, the upper portion of the candlestick is a transparent tube designed to hold molten wax, which remains pristine and unblemished, as the doll has yet to be employed. The time has now come to prepare the wax. Amasta once again delves into the box, and, after a brief moment, retrieves a vial filled with a vivid crimson dragon's blood. This blood, harvested from the Norwegian red-scale dragon that Amasta had vanquished, was collected in abundance due to his apprehension that excessive extraction might draw the attention of the Ministry of Magic. It is well known that fire dragons are treasures in their entirety, particularly their blood and nerves, which are rich in magical potency, making them exceptional materials for potions and spell casting. He pours the dragon's blood into the transparent tube atop the voodoo doll. Observing the gently rippling surface of the liquid shrouded in a crystalline red mist, nodding in satisfaction. Next, it is time to pay a price. Amasta shakes out his sleeve, revealing his arm, and a flash of dark silver glimmers through the dim air. The blood that gushes forth, under the influence of magic, coalesces into a sinuous stream, precisely merging with the dragon's blood within the tube. The ominous magical energy diffusing throughout the office seems to devour the light, causing the once brilliant candlestick on the shelf to gradually dim, as if it had gathered dust. Amasta's expression grows solemn, and within his pale violet eyes, two swirling vortices appear to flow languidly. He continues to wield his wand, from which streams of gray light emerge, giving rise to black, tadpole-shaped runes that seem imbued with vitality. These tadpole runes flit through the air before Amasta, leaving ephemeral traces of light in their wake. Go! He commands with an air of authority, and immediately, hundreds of tadpole runes rush towards the dragon's blood infused with his own essence. Akin to weary birds returning to their nests, a peculiar breeze stirs within the quiet chamber, as the tadpole runes propel the blood into a whirlpool, with the concave surface occasionally erupting in shocking crimson sparks of electricity. Amasta continuously infuses his magic into the mixture, akin to a gray current. Under the catalysis of his own power, the magic within the tadpole runes gradually intertwines with that of the blood, causing the dragon's blood to transform from a fluid state into a viscous form. Just before the blood solidifies completely, Amasta plucks a lock of hair from his head and tosses it into the mixture, thus creating a resplendent red candle with a wick. In the dim light, Amasta wipes non-existent sweat from his brow, relaxing his shoulders, yet his demeanor remains far from at ease. Suddenly, the ignited candle erupts with flames nearly 3 feet high, radiant and golden, yet shrouded in a dusky gray aura. From a distance, it appears as though a vibrant torch is blazing atop the voodoo doll's head. Under normal circumstances, a candle burning at such a terrifying pace would extinguish within mere minutes. Yet, this peculiar candle, with its robust body, showed no signs of diminishing, as if it were not the wax and wick that were being consumed. It all depends on you. Amos's lashes fluttered slightly as he whispered. Then he stood resolutely before the voodoo doll, raising the tip of his staff skyward with an expression of utmost solemnity, his deep voice resonating as if he were partaking in a grave oath. I, Amos Brain, willingly accept the invitation of Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, to serve as the assistant professor of defense against the dark arts. Buzz. The moment the oath was uttered, the air within the office trembled violently. An overwhelming, malevolent curse, forced into existence, surged across the boundaries of time and space, enveloping Amasta. In that disoriented moment, he seemed to hear the anguished wails of countless tormented souls who had suffered cruel fates before their demise. At that instant, far away in his circular office on the 8th floor, Albus Dumbledore, seated behind his elongated desk, was abruptly roused from his contemplation. He turned sharply towards the direction of Amasta's office, his solemn and piercing azure gaze seemingly penetrating through the layers of walls, observing Amasta's actions as if he were present. The curse's power, cast by Voldemort, was swiftly diverted by Amasta's prepared substitute. However, the tangible essence of the curse, upon infiltrating the voodoo doll, quickly realized it had been deceived. An angry roar echoed from the void, and the chilling force of the curse rapidly coalesced into a tangible, expanding dark bubble, which enveloped the voodoo doll and swiftly approached Amasta. The swirling winds created by the clash between the expanding curse and the potent magic emanating from Amasta's staff swept through the entire office, filling every inch of space with fleeting gray lightning. Even the images on the surveillance walls flickered incessantly due to the volatile magical field that enveloped the entire floor. The mysterious vortex in Amasta's eyes began to swirl anew, as he was bathed in a subtle, almost imperceptible glow. With the magic from his staff surging like tumultuous tides under a typhoon, each wave stronger than the last. Just as the tumult was about to vanish completely, a thin crack suddenly appeared on the flaring nostrils of the grinning voodoo doll, and the once vibrant magical flames seemed to have received a heavy blow, their height reduced to merely 1/3 of its former glory. Meanwhile, Professor Lockhart, on the third floor, who had been yawning and rubbing his eyes, preparing to retire to the staff dormitory, found himself inexplicably dazed. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his weary body, akin to having consumed an entire canister of revitalizing tonic. Oh, lucky little Nika. Truly a formidable challenge. In the disordered room, Amasta gazed at the wrinkled visage of the voodoo doll, finally allowing a relaxed smile to grace his features. Chapter 40. The Professorial Career. On the final day of January, fortuitously coinciding with the weekend, the weather was splendid. The radiant sunlight of 8 or 9 o'clock cascaded over the shimmering surface of the lake. The newly sprouted buds of the willow trees lining the shore danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, mingling with the vibrant essence of spring, while the air was suffused with a tranquil sense of time well spent. On the playground, teams from the 4 colleges, clad in distinct styles and colors, congregated on the Quidditch pitch. After a series of arduous and intense negotiations, they each claimed a corner of the field to practice their strategies. However, to safeguard their core secrets, only the earnest Hufflepuffs displayed their genuine abilities, while the other 3 houses refrained from revealing their true prowess for the scrutiny of their rivals. Having finally adjusted his biological clock after 2 days, Amasta stood by the window, gazing at the vibrant life of Hogwarts. Allowing the cool breeze to tousle his soft gray hair, feeling an uncommon sense of joy, he resolved that in the future, should he encounter any commission requiring consecutive night shifts, the remuneration would need to exceed the market rate by at least 20%. As he wandered through the castle, young wizards encountered him with looks of astonishment, for nearly everyone was aware that the investigator dispatched by the Board of Governors was akin to a creature of the night, rarely seen in daylight and preferring nocturnal activities. The likelihood of spotting him during the day was lower than that of discovering a troll within the castle. In the Great Hall, a scattering of late-rising students occupied the tables, while Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape engaged in hushed conversation at the staff table. Upon noticing Amasta approaching, Professor Flitwick immediately rose from his seat to extend his congratulations. "We are discussing you," he said in a lowered, sharp tone. "We have received delightful news from Minerva, Amasta. We all believe you are well suited for this position, provided you demonstrate your true capabilities." Professor Sprout adjusted her patched and dust-laden hat, smiling as she jested. "Of course. As long as you are willing to show even 1,000th of your potential, it would certainly surpass that of some attention-seeking individual." The 3 professors before him were esteemed mentors, and Amasta regarded them with warmth. He smiled in gratitude and humbly replied, his clever flattery bringing joy to the 2 professors. Flitwick turned to Snape, who feigned unfamiliarity with Amasta, and remarked with a chuckle, "Severus, I dare say you must be disappointed, for I have lost count of how many times you have failed in this competition, and now you have been outdone by your own star pupil. Perhaps you have grown accustomed to such defeats?" Sprout's sharp wit elicited laughter from Amasta, who was in the midst of enjoying his toasted bread. Snape's countenance darkened, and with a disdainful huff, he retorted, "There is nothing to take pride in becoming a professor of this subject, Amasta. True skill lies in safely relinquishing such a position." After a light-hearted breakfast, they dispersed, agreeing to meet again at the 3 Broomsticks for a couple of drinks. "Oh, thank goodness, you have finally arrived." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips in mild reproach. "Regardless, Amasta, I must express my gratitude to you. Several children in the upper years of the school have long dreamt of becoming aurors after graduation. As you know, to become an auror, one must possess at least 5 newts, including defense against the dark arts. If we continue to adhere to Gilderoy's teaching methods, these children will inevitably confront the shattering of their dreams prematurely." "I can only do my best, Professor McGonagall," Amasta replied with a wry smile. "But please do not hold such high expectations of me. You are aware that I have never excelled in examinations, let alone assist young witches and wizards in passing them. Furthermore, if there are any clues regarding the Chamber of Secrets incident, I must prioritize addressing those." "Ah, we have all witnessed your capabilities, Amasta," Professor McGonagall remarked with a slight lift of her chin, her demeanor less than cheerful. "I believe it is high time you reconsider your excessive modesty. As for the chamber, oh, I can no longer concern myself with that, Amasta. Let Professor Dumbledore tend to it. He ought to engage in some meaningful work as well." What more could Amasta say? He could only continue to smile wryly. "Regarding the division of labor between you and Gilderoy, I hold this opinion. When it comes to work," Professor McGonagall adopted an entirely different demeanor, her expression gravely serious. "Currently, the most urgent need for your assistance lies with the 5th and 7th year students, who are on the brink of facing the 2 most significant examinations of their lives, examinations that will determine their destinies. Amasta, I hope you can collaborate with Gilderoy. assigning him the teaching responsibilities for the years below 5th, while you take charge of the 5th through 7th years. Amasta pondered in silence. Indeed, Professor McGonagall's allocation was reasonable. Yet it contradicted the very purpose for which he accepted the teaching position. If he could not engage with the main group of characters, what significance would his efforts hold? Regarding this matter, Professor McGonagall, I believe it would be best for me to discuss it with Professor Lockhart first. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Amasta hurriedly sought out Professor Lockhart. With a new week commencing tomorrow, he needed to finalize this arrangement this morning and then utilize the afternoon and evening to prepare. Even if his motives for becoming a professor were less than pure, he was unwilling to merely occupy a position without contributing, tarnishing his reputation in the manner of Professor Lockhart. Speaking of Lockhart, Amasta could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. What kind of teaching method could garner the unanimous praise of all Hogwarts professors and the majority of young witches and wizards, even prompting Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore to swallow their pride and request his return? Chapter 41. A Tinge of Guilt. On Saturday at 10:30 in the morning, Amasta stood before Professor Lockhart's office door. To be frank, he harbored little animosity toward the somewhat infamous professor. From their previous brief interaction, Lockhart had been quite friendly in their discourse, though it must be said that his manner of speaking was indeed rather flamboyant. In truth, Amasta felt a twinge of guilt toward Lockhart, and there were two primary reasons for this sentiment. The first reason is rather apparent. It is quite unethical to usurp someone else's role without so much as a greeting, especially when one is already serving as a professor of defense against the dark arts. Such actions can be deemed as an unscrupulous attempt to snatch away another's livelihood. The second reason, however, is a tad more intricate. A few nights ago, Amasta employed a certain method to forcibly transfer the Dark Lord's curse on this position to a voodoo doll. The advantage of this action was that Amasta himself would not bear the risks associated with the curse, significantly alleviating the burden of consequences that would have otherwise fallen squarely upon Lockhart. At first glance, this appears to be a win-win situation. Yet the reality is far more complex. To illustrate, the Dark Lord's curse resembles a tumultuous river. Amasta's method of resisting the curse involved constructing a dam along the riverbed to block the surging waters. As long as the dam remains sturdy, he is safe behind it. However, should the dam ever collapse, or if he were to dismantle it voluntarily, the accumulated water would unleash a far more ferocious torrent than before. Of course, if Professor Lockhart were to preemptively resign and flee, he would likely be left to bear the brunt of all the adverse consequences. Please come in. The voice from behind the door remained cheerful, devoid of any indication of discontent. Amasta hoped fervently that he would not be met with ire. As he pushed the door open, he murmured to himself. Professor Lockhart's office, adorned in a style as flamboyant as the man himself, was lined with portraits of his own visage. Even on a bright, sunny morning, numerous glaring candles illuminated the room, their light reflecting off the gleaming white teeth in the photographs, nearly blinding Amasta. "Oh, Miss Granger, I did not expect to see you here." Lockhart's office was not devoid of company. Across from him, a young witch sprang to her feet upon noticing Amasta. Her face flushed as she hastily concealed a golden card in her pocket. "Good morning, Mr. Amasta." He lingered at the doorway, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "So, Mrs. Pomfrey has already taken care of your lovely black." Amasta noticed the young witch bow her head, desperately blinking, her body tense to the point of curling in on itself. He immediately understood. "Ah, well then, congratulations on your recovery, Miss Granger." "So?" Amasta turned his inquiring gaze towards Lockhart. "I apologize for interrupting your conversation, Professor Lockhart, if it is an inconvenient time." "Oh, no need to leave. I cannot refuse one fan because of another, Amasta." Miss Granger was here to express her gratitude. "We have concluded our discussion." Amasta noted the spark of curiosity in Hermione's eyes, aware that she must have misconstrued something, yet he was disinclined to clarify this harmless misunderstanding, instead offering a wry smile as he stepped inside. "My apologies, Professor. I shall assist you immediately." Observing the flustered Hermione frantically searching for her wand, Amasta chuckled softly, bemused at how this clever young witch always appeared in such a state of disarray. "There's no need to exert yourself, Miss Granger. Allow me to handle this." As he watched the breathless Hermione depart, Amasta approached with a smile, casting his gaze over the scattered envelopes strewn across the floor and desk. Suddenly, his attention was caught by the words inscribed on a piece of ancient parchment nestled beneath a letter. Yet he quickly regained his composure. With a crisp snap of his fingers, hundreds of letters, each encased in various envelopes, gracefully floated back into their rightful places. In my estimation, You must be the most popular professor at this school, Professor Lockhart. The expression of the somewhat stiff-faced Lockhart brightened instantly at Amasta's elegant, wandless magic. However, it wasn't merely that. Once you fully integrated into the faculty, you would discover that Gilderoy Lockhart was indeed the most captivating figure among the professors. After all, Lockhart playfully winked at Amasta, inhaling deeply, entirely oblivious to Amasta's increasingly strained demeanor, lost in his own reverie. Oh, Amasta, I must confess, you have once again surprised me. Not only have you painstakingly followed my footsteps to Hogwarts, but now you've even applied to become my assistant at Dumbledore's behest. I must say, among my most ardent admirers, you certainly stand out. Amasta pressed his lips tightly together, his expression taut, beginning to grasp why this renowned author was so universally disliked at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, this realization provided Amasta with insight into how to communicate with him. Ahem, indeed, Professor Lockhart. I am indeed your admirer, aha. Lockhart erupted into exaggerated laughter, his expression one of unmistakable delight. Indeed, my application to become the assistant professor of defense against the dark arts was motivated by my desire to be near you. I aspire to enhance my own skills alongside the young witches and wizards in your classroom. However, Professor McGonagall seems to believe, her implication is that you must manage a plethora of fan mail daily, while also instructing hundreds of young witches and wizards in combating malevolent dark magic, which is indeed quite taxing. She hopes I might alleviate some of your burden by teaching the upper year students independently. To be honest, this diverges from my original intentions. No need to elaborate. Amasta, I completely understand your sentiments, Lockhart interjected, his confidence seemingly radiating light. You wish to co-teach with me, correct? Not a problem. Amasta, Gilderoy Lockhart never denies a request from an enthusiastic admirer. Amasta found himself rather bewildered by how effortlessly his objective had been achieved. At the conclusion of this delightful meeting, Amasta pondered whether he should prepare himself to align with Professor Lockhart's pace during class. However, Lockhart assured him that no preparation was necessary. He merely needed to follow instructions during lessons. By the way, Professor Lockhart, before leaving the office, Amasta paused at the door and turned back with a rather nuanced expression. Have you conducted any research on memory-related magic? Chapter 42, Anticipation. It is widely acknowledged that at Hogwarts, if a secret is known by more than one student or professor, the sensational nature of the information determines that it will circulate within 1 to 3 days, reaching even Hagrid's dog, Fawn. That evening, apart from his brief excursions to the restroom, Harry, who had spent the entire day without descending from his broomstick and had relied on Ron's beef pies for lunch, heard this astonishing news. Is it true that Mr. Brain is to become our defense against the dark arts professor, Ron? In the common room, nearly everyone was engrossed in discussions about this matter. Harry limped past several jubilant upperclassmen, hastily making his way to the couch where they often engaged in discourse, only to discover that besides Ron and Neville, Seamus and Dean were also present. He's merely an assistant professor, Harry. Ron nudged Neville, making space for the exhausted Harry. With a furrowed brow, Ron expressed his bewilderment. Honestly, I still cannot fathom how this transpired. But isn't that a good thing? Neville cautiously ventured his opinion. Upon noticing everyone's gaze upon him, he immediately recoiled, his tone wavering. I mean, he's an investigator and should possess greater expertise in combating dark magic than Lockhart. Harry and Ron exchanged glances but said nothing further. While it was difficult to judge the quality of teaching, as they had yet to experience it, when it came to dueling, based on Lockhart's performance in last year's dueling class, it was evident that even Lockhart's proficiency in flattery could not match Mr. Brain's capabilities from his first year. At that moment, the twins, who had just entered, joyfully high-fived each other upon hearing the news, enthusiastically celebrating the resurgence of their grand adventures. Neville appeared quite perplexed. However, Harry and Ron understood what this meant. If Mr. Brain were to become the assistant professor for the defense against the dark arts, it implied he would no longer be able to monitor his magical surveillance every evening, which was a significant breakthrough for Fred and George. Suddenly, Hermione entered, casually tossing several hefty tomes onto the coffee table, nearly collapsing it under their weight. She unceremoniously squeezed herself beside Harry, forcing the space-consuming Neville to rise. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all day, Ron inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded the seemingly cheerful Hermione. Regarding Mr. Braithwaite's role as a teaching assistant, Harry cautiously remarked, "We are deliberating on the reasons behind such an occurrence. Wasn't his purpose for entering Hogwarts to capture the heir of Slytherin? Why has he suddenly become involved with this course? Perhaps he has discreetly dealt with that heir," speculated Seamus, his eyes widening in astonishment. This conjecture was unfounded. Anyone could discern that if the investigating officer had indeed resolved the Chamber of Secrets incident, the school would undoubtedly have broadcasted it widely. It is also possible that he has abandoned this endeavor. Consider it. If even Professor Dumbledore could not resolve the matter, how could a young wizard, whose origins are shrouded in mystery, possess the ability to do so? Perhaps he seeks to seize an opportunity to earn a handsome salary before being dismissed by the headmaster. To my knowledge, professors are rather well compensated. Dean chimed in, presenting an equally absurd theory. Dumbledore was not easily deceived. Had Amos Braithwaite truly harbored such disgraceful intentions, Dumbledore would surely discern them. At least, that is what Harry believed. What do you think? Harry was pleased to see that, at least within this circle, no one regarded him as the heir of Slytherin. He rubbed his numb hip and hesitated, primarily fearing that his thoughts might provoke Hermione's ire. I have had an encounter with Mr. Braithwaite. He is a formidable wizard. He has chosen to become a professor for this course. Could it be? A collective gasp escaped everyone, except for Hermione and Harry. Ron stared at Harry with wide eyes, stammering. Are you suggesting that Quirrell could be his equal? Oh, Harry. I remember when you first heard that. You are overestimating his abilities, Harry. Dean was the first to voice his dissent sharply. I cannot see any evidence of such talent, aside from a few die-hard fans. It had become a consensus among the young wizards that Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest skills lay in crafting tales and flattery. Being the heir of Slytherin was no trivial matter. Ron, who had always harbored disdain for Lockhart, found it impossible to convince himself that Lockhart possessed such capability. I know, it is indeed hard to believe. Harry was also not entirely convinced of his own viewpoint. But if it is merely a facade, much like Quirrell, he initially deceived everyone. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why Mr. Braithwaite would undertake this arduous task. He too is a student of Hogwarts and must be aware that becoming a professor for this course seldom leads to favorable outcomes. I mean, perhaps he has uncovered some clues, but Harry's thoughts trailed off as his voice was drowned out by a pronounced cough from Hermione. All eyes turned to her, whose expression had morphed from pleasure to displeasure. Ron, perplexed, inquired, "What insight do you have, Hermione?" Hermione shot Ron a venomous glare before raising her chin with pride. "This morning, I visited Professor Lockhart's office." "You went to Lockhart's office?" Ron immediately interrupted Hermione's speech, questioning whether she did not already possess an autograph from him, and if she truly needed another. Harry promptly kicked Ron, urging him to silence himself. The matter of Lockhart's innocence was irrelevant, as was Hermione's visit to his office. What truly mattered was that in the coming years, they would rely on Hermione's assistance to complete their assignments in potions and history of magic. If they managed to thoroughly infuriate her now, they would find themselves in dire straits later on. Late at night, Harry lay on the soft four-poster bed, his eyes half closed, his mind consumed by the chilling voice that threatened murder, his own Parseltongue, Dobby's warning, and Malfoy's revelation about the Chamber of Secrets reopening 50 years ago. He was perhaps the most preoccupied with the matter in the entire school. Unless the culprit was apprehended and the chamber incident conclusively resolved, he could not truly relax. But how could that possibly happen, Harry? Ron murmured from beside him, turning over. How could a wizard like Bane be a fan of Lockhart? He must have become his assistant merely to get closer to him. Oh, Hermione's theory is utterly ridiculous. Surely, the events he wrote about are not true. Oh no, I refuse to believe that. I do not know, Ron, but at the very least, we can anticipate something from this class. Chapter 43, Lockhart's Teaching Method, Part 1. On the first day of the first week of February, Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff, spurred on by his friends in the dormitory, blocked a beautiful Chinese girl at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room and presented her with a handmade, singing cherub card. Percy, the diligent student, could not resist the allure of mischief. During Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, he seized an opportune moment when no one was watching to transform a fire lizard into Penelope's likeness, grinning foolishly at her for several minutes. "Amasta, is there any chance you could eliminate this fool before the day arrives?" After hearing Lockhart's words, Snape inquired darkly, lowering his voice. "I shall do my utmost, Professor," Amasta replied, bemused, as he chewed on a piece of smoked meat. "But why not concoct a bit of poison yourself? After all, you are the potions professor and a master in the art. I am sure you excel at it." After lunch, Amasta utilized the break to review the surveillance footage from the previous night, but alas, he found nothing of value. With 10 minutes remaining until 2 o'clock, sixth-year students arrived in the classroom one after another. Though the news had spread, a wave of surprise and excitement washed over the young witches and wizards upon realizing that the investigating officer was indeed present in their classroom. Professor Lockhart had not yet arrived. Only Amasta stood at the podium, beaming at the noisy, divided assembly of Gryffindor and Slytherin students. All present were familiar with Amasta from their time at school together, Yet apart from a few individuals, he had little recollection of the majority. Flint, I hear you're now the captain of the Slytherin team? As Amasta spoke, the noise in the classroom seemed to abruptly pause, with all eyes fixated on Marcus and Amasta. Indeed, sir, I mean Professor Brain. The towering Flint, resembling a giant, instinctively stood up. Facing a professor, particularly one with the authority of an investigator, felt remarkably different. On the Quidditch pitch, Flint's rough demeanor appeared anxious, his tone notably restrained. That was only announced last year. After all, it was the team from his own house, and Amasta felt compelled to offer his support. He nodded approvingly. Do your best, Flint. I hope the Slytherin team achieves greatness under your leadership. However, Amasta's words caused the previously curious Gryffindors to grow cold. Some diehard Quidditch fans even displayed expressions of loathing. Oliver and Percy, seated among the crowd, exchanged glances before lowering their heads, feigning interest in the open copy of Walking with Giants on the table. Amasta's encouragement, however, swelled the pride of the Slytherin wizards, who instinctively believed that Professor Brain, akin to Professor Snape, favored his own. Marcus, the first to be named, became somewhat complacent, casting a haughty glance at the bowed Oliver before flashing a sly smile and exclaiming, "Thank you for your support, Professor Brain. All of us in Slytherin are thrilled about your role as a teaching assistant. We believe you'll be the finest defense against the dark arts professor in recent years. So what do you plan to teach us?" Oliver Wood, nearly burying his head beneath the table, discreetly made a face of disgust. And even the exemplary Percy appeared less than pleased. "Ah, I appreciate your support as well, Flint." Amasta chose not to pursue Marcus Flint's little scheme. Nodding with a smile, "As you mentioned, Flint, I am merely an assistant. The course syllabus will be determined by Professor Lockhart." At that moment, Lockhart strode in with great flair, donned in a deep azure robe. Amasta realized that, despite their numerous encounters, he had yet to see Lockhart wear the same colored robe. Does writing truly yield such wealth? Amasta mused as he approached to greet him. "I assume you have introduced yourself, Professor Brain?" Lockhart beamed, clapping Amasta on the shoulder with a tone reminiscent of an elder speaking to a valued protege. "Just a brief greeting, Professor Lockhart." Amasta subtly shifted his shoulder away, smiling amicably. "Like the young wizards, I am eagerly anticipating your captivating lectures." "Oh dear, it seems they are all cut from the same cloth." Someone from the Gryffindor contingent whispered quietly. Amasta's expression twitched slightly. He was certain that Lockhart had also heard the remark. For there was a fleeting moment when Lockhart's face froze, though he quickly regained his composure. In the face of the suddenly morose atmosphere that enveloped the classroom, Amasta, oblivious to the impending events, gazed in confusion at the surroundings. "Where shall we begin, Professor Lockhart?" "Oh, fret not, Brain. The little ones are already well acquainted with this." Lockhart stood at the podium, feigning ignorance of the pained expressions on the young wizards' faces, wearing a cheerful demeanor. Of course, if the recitations lacked sufficient emotional depth, Lockhart would personally demonstrate for everyone, deliberately exaggerating his gestures in a comical manner to uplift the classroom spirit. Yet his efforts were met with indifference. The only task left for Amasta was to assist Lockhart in maintaining classroom discipline. "Is this how you have always taught them?" "Uh-huh. Eager to shine, are we?" Lockhart pointed to his own nose with a clever glint in his eye, disregarding Amasta's explanations, and abruptly halted Percy, who was monotonously reading from the textbook. "The opportunity for fame is right before you, Brain. It's up to you to seize it." He forcibly thrust the textbook into Amasta's hands and, with a radiant expression, declared all, "Let me show you how a true enthusiast expresses his profound respect for Professor Lockhart with an impassioned voice." With a chuckle, Wood observed the bewildered figure of the investigator beside Lockhart at the podium. Chapter 44, Lockhart's Teaching Methods, continued. As he watched a group of jubilant young wizards exit the classroom, Amasta was filled with confusion, disillusionment, and existential doubt. However, he finally grasped one truth: the reason why both Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall could not tolerate Lockhart's teaching methods. Yet in the days that followed, harsh reality cruelly proved to him how absurd Lockhart's approach truly was. How could Dumbledore have hired such an oddity? On Thursday morning, as Amasta left the first-year classroom to head to the hall for lunch, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for the little wizards. During his own time at the school, the defense against the dark arts professors changed annually, and their proficiency varied greatly. Yet those instructors had at least been earnest in their teaching, unlike Lockhart, who had reduced the course to mere recitation and performance. Speaking of performance, that was an incident from the previous afternoon. It marked his first lesson with Potter's year, and he had held some expectations, believing Lockhart might temper his behavior in the presence of the protagonist, but the outcome left him astounded. For a full 2 hours, Amasta found himself playing the role of a grateful villager from the Himalayas, while Lockhart compelled Potter to portray a snowman, and he himself merely played his own part. Do something, Professor Brain. As the defense against the dark arts lesson concluded, Harry, having been inadvertently propelled from his desk by Lockhart, gazed despairingly at his bruised and battered leg. I would be eternally grateful to you. Ron stifled a laugh, but soon winced in pain as Hermione, clutching several of Lockhart's tomes, stepped on his foot while passing by. I found your performance utterly captivating, Professor Brain. Hermione shot Ron a fierce glare. Her face flushed as she uttered a hasty comment to Amasta before darting away. Captivating performance? Is that the crux of the matter, Miss Granger? Amasta looked in bewilderment at the fleeing girl, his expression one of confusion. Her perspective diverges from ours, Professor Brain, Dean Thomas rationally remarked to Amasta. Hermione holds Lockhart in high regard. She has persistently endeavored to persuade everyone that the absurd adventures chronicled in his books are genuine. Yet, she has consistently failed to provide any evidence. However, she has finally discovered a fan of Lockhart, a person of considerable stature. Who might that be? Amasta inquired, raising an eyebrow. That would be you, Professor Brain. Harry cautiously observed Amasta's demeanor, his tone measured. Hermione confided in me that she heard Lockhart himself declare you to be his most ardent admirer. Amasta rolled his eyes, seriously contemplating the suggestion that Professor Snape had previously mentioned. During lunch, while Lockhart was engaged in tedious banter with the ever-exasperated Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall leaned over, fixing Amasta with a stern gaze, and whispered almost inaudibly, Professor Brain, Hogwarts does not pay your salary for you to merely follow him in reciting poetry to young witches and wizards. Reveal your true capabilities, Amasta. You promise me. Amasta set down his lemon meringue pie and surveyed the bustling hall, spotting Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table, who was regarding him with a puzzled expression. A few girls from Ravenclaw were also pointing and giggling at him, shaking their heads. Headmaster Dumbledore. Amasta blinked, his tone remarkably calm. Do you have any advice? Amasta? Snape, who had been looking down, finally deigned to lift his gaze. A crooked smile graced his lips, and his hollow eyes sparkled with a hint of life. Do you recall what I taught you in your first year, Amasta? Adding daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion yields a potent sleeping draught. A veritable elixir of life and death, capable of rendering one in a stupor for a week under normal circumstances. However, if combined with high-concentration alcohol and without proper treatment, it could leave one in a perplexing state of incoherence for 2 months. Amasta nonchalantly nodded at Snape. You know, Professor Snape, my memory has always served me well. And what is your opinion, Headmaster Dumbledore? Ahem, Amasta. At this moment, Dumbledore suddenly raised his head to examine the intricate patterns on the chandeliers above the great hall. His once piercing azure gaze appeared unfocused and distant. I am now 112 years old. The passage of time is indeed formidable. I have recently noticed a distinct decline in my agility. My legs are no longer as sprightly as they once were, my vision has begun to blur, and my hearing has somewhat diminished. Thus, I cannot grasp a single word of the discussion you just had with Severus and Minerva. Professor McGonagall bit her lips tightly, her expression a blend of exasperation and irritation as she glared at him. Before 9 o'clock tonight, I shall deliver what you require to your office. Professor Snape also rose, his retreating figure suggesting an eagerness to depart. Pomfrey. Under Amasta's meaningful gaze, Professor McGonagall turned, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, towards Madame Pomfrey, who was engaged with a bowl of fish soup. If you have a moment this evening, might you visit my office? I have certain matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Oh, certainly, Minerva. I shall be there on time. Madame Pomfrey replied with radiant enthusiasm, under the impression that a raise was forthcoming. Ahem, Professor Lockhart. After McGonagall's departure, the previously bustling staff table had emptied considerably. Taking advantage of Amasta's distraction, Flitwick swiftly made his exit, his agile movements reminiscent of a former dueling champion. Actually, it is this way, Amasta interjected, interrupting Lockhart's lengthy discourse. During the last second-year defense against the dark arts class, I learned from Miss Granger that your favorite birthday gift is a case of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. How fortunate! I happen to possess a bottle of over 80-year-old whiskey gifted by Headmaster Dumbledore. Might I have the honor of inviting you to the Three Broomsticks for a drink this Saturday? Do you two have anything else to add? At the Gryffindor table, Hermione, eavesdropping on the professor's conversation, glanced at the baffled expressions of Harry and Ron and proudly lifted her chin. He is indeed his fan. Chapter 45, My Letter. The first weekend of February brought clear weather. Why are the head of the house and professors not addressing this moral decay? Hermione, having risen early to visit the library, noted at least 5 or 6 couples during her journey, her thoughts simmering with indignation as she passed by them. Today, the library was quieter than usual. Aside from the stern Madame Pants, who remained engrossed in a gilded volume at her usual spot, the narrow corridors behind her, filled with thousands of bookshelves, housed merely a handful of upper-year students preparing for their OWLs and newts. However, this did not dampen Hermione's spirits as she skillfully navigated the rows of bookshelves in search of her desired texts. Ah, found it. Hermione stood before a bookshelf laden with numerous tomes, their covers weathered by time. She leapt up to extract a copy of forgotten ancient magic and curses from the highest shelf, leaning against the adjacent shelf as she delved into the intricate and complex text, hoping to uncover the cause behind Colin and Justin's petrification. Due to Fred and George's abrupt departure without so much as a word, Wood was reluctantly compelled to announce the cancellation of that day's training session. This unexpected turn of events afforded Harry a rare and leisurely weekend, which he originally intended to spend alongside Hermione in search of clues. However, just before he left, Ron detained him, exclaiming, "Wiz, cut you some slack for once. Don't squander your precious weekend on trivial matters, Harry. Seamus has acquired a new set of gobstones. I can borrow them for our amusement." Thus, Harry was easily persuaded, leaving Hermione to venture alone to the library, where she sought even the slightest hint regarding the recent attacks amidst the vast ocean of knowledge and the river of history. Sunlight filtered through the dust in the air and the gaps between the bookshelves, casting peculiar shadows upon Hermione's youthful and earnest face. As time passed, the stack of books beside her grew ever taller, nearly surpassing her slender shoulders. Amasta, having passed through the restricted section, observed her silently for a while. A ripple of nostalgia stirred within him, as if he glimpsed a reflection of his younger self in Hermione. "Miss Granger, oh, Professor Brain." Hermione, lost in her literary pursuits, turned in surprise. Upon seeing the professor approaching with a smile, she hurriedly closed the book she was holding and stood up straight, a bit flustered. "I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't realize you were here." Amasta glanced at the anxious little witch-esque collection of books and understood. He nodded gently and inquired, "Are you searching for clues regarding the Chamber of Secrets? Is it just you, Miss Granger? Where are your good friends Potter and Weasley? Aren't they here to assist you?" "Oh, them," the disheveled-haired witch exclaimed indignantly, ready to express her grievances about Harry and Ron. Yet, the words faltered on her lips, and she instead explained that Harry had to attend Quidditch practice and Ron was busy in the common room with his herbology assignment, leaving her, who had completed her coursework ahead of time, to meander through the library. Even without the use of legilimency, Amasta could discern the fabrications in her words. However, he chose not to expose her deception, but rather nodded in understanding. "Strength often accompanies solitude, Miss Granger. Keep up the good work." With that enigmatic remark, Amasta departed. For a considerable time after his figure vanished around the corner of the towering bookshelves, Hermione remained rooted in place, gazing at Professor Brain's retreating silhouette. Her mind incessantly mulled over the enigmatic words he had just spoken. Strangely, she felt a surge of encouragement. The ache in her arms from carrying books all morning dissipated, and her amber-hued eyes regained their brilliance. "Come on, Hermione," she resolutely told herself, her fists clenched in determination as she eagerly returned to the shelves. Suddenly, two wizards cloaked in black, rather diminutive in stature, caught Amasta's attention, causing his brow to furrow. After a moment of contemplation, he deviated from his original course and strolled after them into a secluded alleyway. Following them, he arrived at the Hogshead Inn but refrained from entering, instead waiting outside with a bemused expression. As anticipated, mere moments later, the bar erupted with the furious shouts of its irritable proprietor. The two cloaked figures stumbled out, and before they could exchange words, they looked up to find Amasta, a sardonic smile on his face, observing them from a distance of 20 feet. Caught in a web of embarrassment, fear, and helplessness, the two dark-cloaked figures stood trembling at the entrance of the Hog's Head, bracing themselves for impending retribution. "No, brother. He can't see our faces." The figure on the right suddenly snapped to attention, lowering his voice as he discreetly tugged at his companion's sleeve. The alerted comrade immediately understood, and a hoarse cough erupted from beneath the left cloak. "Cough, cough. Mind your own business, kid. We are capable of murder without a second thought." "Damn it." Amasta glared at the two fleeing rascals from the Weasley family, a storm brewing in his mind as he resolved to find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Turning away, he did not walk far before spotting Percy Weasley in a steaming tea house adorned with frills and bows, passionately kissing his Ravenclaw girlfriend beneath a golden cherub. This entire family is filled with the creme de la creme of the wizarding world. Feigning ignorance to the scene, Amasta hastened towards the three broomsticks. That evening, Hermione recounted Professor Brain's cryptic statement from the library to Harry and Ron, who, regrettably, could not decipher its meaning either. However, Ron wrinkled his nose and unconsciously waved his arms in midair. Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Imagine if oh no, I mean you, Harry, were in the Quidditch final, with Gryffindor trailing Slytherin 0-1-4-0, and everyone resigned to defeat. Just as you caught the golden snitch in front of Malfoy, you dropped a line like that. I bet Malfoy would be so furious he couldn't eat for a year. If that were the case, Ron, I would gladly help Malfoy devour a year's worth of meals in a single day. Harry found himself lost in thoughts, recalling the scene described by Ron, and began to chuckle gleefully. Hermione, standing nearby, rolled her eyes at the two of them, and just as she was about to scold them, a sudden commotion erupted from the foyer as a large group rushed in, surrounding something moving swiftly. The cheerful expressions of Harry and Ron froze, and Hermione swiftly sensed that something was amiss. She hastily dropped the food in her hands and raced over to inquire. On the marble staircase, Professor Dumbledore, accompanied by several faculty members, descended with grave expressions. In no time at all, he dispersed the crowd and led Amos up the stairs, who was supporting Gilderoy Lockhart. The heir of Slytherin was once again on the move. The previously light-hearted Harry felt his heart plummet into icy depths, immediately conjuring the worst possible scenarios. After exchanging a worried glance with the pale-faced Ron, the two hurriedly followed. In the hospital wing, Lockhart lay on a bed, no longer the dashing figure he once was. His hair was disheveled, and his bloodshot eyes bulged as he attempted to emit incoherent sounds, seemingly eager to convey something urgent. Madame Pomfrey was examining him, and her serious demeanor suggested that the situation was dire. Dumbledore, ever compassionate, permitted the students to visit Professor Lockhart. They stood outside the curtain, exchanging anxious glances, while Hermione squeezed her way to the front, her heart breaking at the sight of Lockhart's pitiable state, prompting her to stifle a quiet sob. Meanwhile, Amos felt a pang of guilt, reflecting on whether he had perhaps taken the festivities too far. However, upon catching sight of Professor Snape lurking in the shadows, seemingly struggling to suppress laughter, his composure returned. "What's the situation, Poppy?" Dumbledore inquired, standing at Lockhart's bedside, masking his expression, but his tone betrayed a weighty concern. "Not good, Headmaster," Madame Pomfrey replied, casting a quick glance at the stern-faced Professor McGonagall before explaining. Professor Lockhart's most desired birthday gift was not a case of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. Tears glistening in her eyes, Hermione looked up in confusion upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's assessment. "It's all my fault, Headmaster," Amos lamented, stepping forward with a pained expression. "I invited Professor Lockhart for a drink without understanding the circumstances. He may have felt obliged to accept to spare my feelings. I'm truly ashamed. If you permit, I shall resign immediately." "No, that is not necessary." Before Professor McGonagall could voice her thoughts, to everyone's astonishment, the barely conscious Lockhart summoned the strength to speak. He weakly extended his hand toward Amos, whispering faintly, "C-C-C-C-C-C-C-. What is it, Professor Lockhart? Do you have something to convey?" Amos replied, anxiously pushing past Dumbledore to kneel at Lockhart's bedside. One hand clasping Lockhart's while the other concealed a wand, ready to cast a spell at a moment's notice. "On." Unexpectedly, Lockhart suddenly called out Hermione's name at that moment. Amasta raised an eyebrow, but ultimately acquiesced to Professor Lockhart's wish and summoned Hermione to the bedside. "I am here, Professor. What would you like to say to me?" Hermione's face was streaked with tears, her voice imbued with an unparalleled sorrow. "What do you need me to do for you, Professor?" The pallid-faced Lockhart spoke each word with great effort. In Chapter 46, the first lesson of Professor Brain, Part 1. Few students paid attention during Monday morning's charms and herbology classes. Instead, they whispered amongst themselves about the events of Saturday. Even Hermione, usually attentive, appeared unwell and devoid of spirit. By the time lunch arrived, no one could ascertain whether Professor Lockhart was allergic to alcohol or had consumed poison wine. The house prefects, hastily descending from the professor's table, conveyed the shocking news to the younger witches and wizards below. "Why?" Professor McGonagall suggested to Ron that if he had questions, he could inquire directly with her. Later, when Harry and his companions, exhausted from their transfiguration class, arrived at the Great Hall, they found it transformed. In the center stood a circular platform surrounded by nearly 170 desks. First and second-year students from the other three houses had gathered, buzzing with excitement over this unique teaching method and speculating on what Professor Brain would impart next. As time passed, the somewhat cramped desks filled with students from all four houses, and when the last empty desk was occupied, Amos Brain finally made his entrance to the eager crowd. He descended the marble staircase, leapt over the throng, and gracefully ascended the platform, standing at its center with a smile as he surveyed the sea of faces. His inaugural remark ignited a fervent uproar within the once quiet hall. "Wow!" Macmillan from Hufflepuff was the first to exclaim joyfully, his shout serving as a signal akin to an avalanche. In an instant, cheers erupted from all directions, shaking the grand chandeliers above as the young witches and wizards celebrated. "Can you believe it? I've been waiting for this for over half a year," Dean exclaimed, tossing his book, breaking up with a ghost, into his bag with glee. Ron seemed poised to express a similar sentiment, but Harry, grinning, nudged him and discreetly pointed at a bewildered Hermione seated in front of them. After exchanging an excited glance, both quickly stowed away their books. The jubilant cheers continued for several minutes, only subsiding when Amasta cleared his throat with a heavy cough. "Now, I may need to offer an explanation to all of you." Amasta smiled and nodded to the audience below, "and I surmise that you must be quite curious as to why I have chosen this particular method for imparting knowledge to you." Clearing his throat, Amasta continued, "The subject of defense against the dark arts has, for various reasons, experienced a certain instability in its teaching staff. The frequent changes in professors have led to a persistent critique of the quality of education at Hogwarts. As for myself, I fear my tenure as your defense instructor will also be brief. Therefore, in order to enhance your defensive capabilities against peril within this limited time frame, I must implement some changes." Professor Breen. As soon as Amasta finished speaking, Simon raised his hand enthusiastically, gazing at Amasta on the platform. "Please introduce yourself, Professor. Of course, we all know you are the investigator sent by the school board to probe into the Chamber of Secrets, but what did you do before that?" "That is an intriguing question, Mr. Pennigan." Amasta scratched his head, looking down at the dozens of curious eyes below. After a moment of contemplation, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, I suppose I can tell you that prior to my arrival at Hogwarts, I was something of a freelancer, making a living by running errands, sourcing potion ingredients, and delivering goods. I'm merely an obscure individual, nowhere near the stature of Professor Lockhart. I can hardly believe that." Ron muttered to Harry, who nodded in agreement, sharing his skepticism. Amasta's lackluster self-introduction certainly failed to satisfy the young wizards, and the atmosphere grew slightly tense as they awaited what Professor Breen would say next. "I suspect you're all wondering what I will teach you," Amasta resumed, and under the resonance of his confident and steady voice, the murmurs among the young wizards gradually subsided as they focused intently on him. "However, I would like to turn this question back to you. What do you wish to learn from me?" "Powerful spells," exclaimed Blaise Zabini, a second-year student from Slytherin, as he raised his hand. "I wish to learn potent spells, Professor Breen, for I believe that only formidable enchantments can withstand the dangers posed by the mysterious art of dark magic." His words garnered unanimous agreement from the young wizards, with even those from Gryffindor, who typically scoffed at Slytherin, hesitantly nodding in assent. "While your understanding of resisting dark magic may not be particularly profound, it is still a commendable answer, Mr. Zabini," Amasta acknowledged with a nod of approval. Then he slowed his pace as he surveyed the circle of young wizards. Professor Breen's questions seemed rather peculiar, leaving the young wizards exchanging glances, uncertain how to respond. Many turned their gaze to Hermione, who, as expected, did not disappoint. Standing up amidst the scrutiny of all, she raised her hand and declared, "If I am not mistaken in your intent, if it pertains to the type of spells, then I would say it should be the ancient magics, most of which have now been lost to time. Could you elucidate the reasons, Miss Granger?" Amasta inquired with keen interest, directing his gaze towards Hermione. During that era, the natural environment upon which people relied was exceedingly harsh, and many perilous magical creatures, now extinct, were still quite active. To combat the threats posed by this brutal environment, the astute ancient wizards developed a series of spells primarily focused on power. However, as both Muggle and wizarding civilizations advanced, humanity tamed nature, and the role of magic gradually transformed from a means of defense against danger to a tool for enhancing daily life. Concurrently, the rapid evolution of wand lore and its harmonious alignment with contemporary magic simplified spellcasting, leading to the swift abandonment of ancient magics that, while potent, were complex, obscure, and required immense magical prowess, ultimately resulting in their obsolescence. "Excellent, Miss Granger," Amasta exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically. "I trust no one would oppose my decision to award Gryffindor 10 points." Hermione blushed as she took her seat, while Ron gazed at Professor Breen with hopeful eyes. "Professor Breen, do you mean to impart upon us those mysterious ancient spells?" Chapter 47, Professor Breen's First Lesson, Part 2. Defense against the dark arts, which I personally prefer to term dangerous defense, is an integrative course. The spells, transfiguration, herbology, potions, and even care of magical creatures that you study here will all find relevance in this discipline. To effectively confront any impending peril, you must cultivate 3 essential qualities: skill, method, and courage. Yet, only Hermione meticulously transcribed every word uttered by Professor Brain. At that moment, Amasta turned to Ron and smiled. "I will not teach you any powerful ancient spells, Mr. Weasley." Disappointment clouded Ron's expression as Amasta continued for the benefit of all. "As for the reason, first and foremost, I am not a charms instructor. That role belongs to Professor Flitwick, not to me." Amasta strolled to the opposite side of the platform, looking at the eager Braith Shabini, who was about to learn a formidable spell. "What I excel in is optimizing and modifying spell models based on modern charms, thereby enhancing their potency to approximate that of ancient magic while also considering the difficulty of casting." Perhaps this topic was too profound, as a majority of the young wizards appeared bewildered, seemingly failing to grasp the concept. "Allow me to demonstrate," Amasta said, surveying the room. "Who can share a spell they excel at?" A buzz erupted within the hall, the spirited discussions of the young wizards resembling the fervent fluttering of thousands of bees. "The Leglocker Curse, Professor Brain. I excel at this," exclaimed Lavender Brown from Gryffindor, raising her hand eagerly. "The Bat-Bogey Hex." Ginny, with a pale complexion, timidly lifted her hand, but her voice was utterly drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd, leaving Amasta oblivious to her contribution. "Professor Brain, I must mention that Malfoy," with a sinister grin, turned his gaze towards Harry and stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Tarantaligra." Crabbe and Goyle immediately erupted in laughter, while Harry, unwilling to back down, rose to confront Malfoy, asserting that his proficiency in the spell was rather commendable. The young wizards eagerly chimed in, uttering a plethora of spells, such as Toothache Hex, Hair Loss Curse, and Freezing Tongue Charm. Amasta listened attentively for a while, his expression growing increasingly peculiar, as these incantations undeniably ventured into the realm of his ignorance. "Wait a moment," Amasta called out sharply, halting the raucous chatter of the young wizards. "Is there not a single standard spell among you?" The little wizards exchanged glances and quieted down. Finally, Ron timidly raised his hand, stammering, "Levitation Charm, Professor Brain, I am somewhat familiar with it." "Excellent, Mr. Weasley." Amasta sighed with relief upon hearing a familiar spell, striding towards Ron with encouragement. "Let's see your Levitation Charm, Mr. Weasley." Ron's face flushed crimson, and he mumbled incoherently. Both Harry and Hermione understood Ron's apprehension and began to explain on his behalf. "Is your wand broken?" Amasta raised an eyebrow. "Might I take a look?" When Ron produced his wand, which was held together with magical tape to prevent it from breaking into two, Malfoy erupted in loud mockery. "Choose someone else, Professor Brain. Weasley's wand might endanger us all." The Slytherin wizards burst into laughter, undoubtedly adding immense pressure on Ron, whose face and ears turned as red as if scalded by boiling water. "I fail to see the humor in this, Mr. Malfoy. Belittling others does not enhance your wit," Amasta remarked, turning to face them. Although his tone was calm, the Slytherins, under the weight of his unwavering gaze, felt as though they had been doused with cold water on a winter's day, falling silent. Even Draco obediently closed his mouth, refraining from uttering another word. "Can you repair it, Professor Brain?" Ron asked hopefully, as he and his friends gazed appreciatively at Amasta, who was examining the broken wand. Restored to its former glory, the broken wand began to tremble vigorously, and a burst of brilliant red sparks erupted from the fracture before it fused seamlessly together. "You have mended it, Professor Brain," Ron exclaimed, his eyes alight with awe. "I asked many people, and they all told me this wand was completely beyond repair." "Those individuals were not entirely mistaken, Mr. Weasley. A wand is an exceptionally intricate alchemical tool. Although I have forcibly employed magic to restore its appearance, the internal damage remains unresolved. For the time being, you may use it, but be aware it will not endure for long. I would strongly advise you to replace it at Ollivander's during the summer." Despite Amasta's words, Ron still wore a delighted expression. Wingardium Leviosa. The demonstration commenced, and although casting spells under the gaze of so many was an unprecedented experience for Ron, the encouragement from Professor Brain, Harry, and Hermione instilled a considerable amount of confidence in him. After several anxious attempts, Ron successfully managed to control the feather conjured by Professor Brain, which floated gently in midair. "Very well done, Mr. Weasley, a successful levitation charm," applauded Amasta with a smile. "Now, try to inject greater magical energy into it." Many onlookers expressed surprise, recalling Professor Flitwick's explicit instruction to manage the output of magical energy, lest, bang, with a violent explosion, the feather disintegrated into a flurry of tiny particles that bewilderingly coated Ron's face. "Excellent work, Mr. Weasley. You've earned 2 points for Gryffindor. Now, Let me show you what I can do. Levi Corpus. Clang. The once fragile, limp feather suddenly erupted with a sharp, metallic ring, transforming into an indomitable blade. Allow me to demonstrate the capabilities of my levitation charm. Amasta raised his arm dramatically, and a beam of radiant white light surged forth, hurtling towards an ornate metal chandelier, weighing over 1,000 pounds that adorned the hall's ceiling. Look out. The light is about to fall. The amusing scene prompted laughter from Amasta, who, unfazed, waved his wand once more just before the heavy metal frame could crush him. In a manner akin to time reversing, the chandelier reassembled itself in midair, once again hanging gracefully from the hall's ceiling. Powerful spells are all around us, Mr. Sabini. Amasta approached the edge of the platform with elegance, gazing at Brain Sabini, who was struggling beneath Crab's weight, and kindly remarked, "Do you now grasp this principle?" In the subsequent chapter, Professor Brain's first lesson, Part 2, Amasta had something particularly significant to convey to the upperclassmen, who had undergone a certain level of defense against the dark arts education and were nearing graduation. The essence of defense lies in the premise that it can only be effective when the opposing strengths are equal or closely matched. For instance, even if I were to divulge all my knowledge regarding dueling and defense, it is unlikely that you would be able to endure more than 3 seconds before Professor Dumbledore. The upperclassmen erupted in a chorus of laughter, while Percy Weasley's girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw, raised her hand with curiosity. "And what about you, Professor Brain? Could you defeat Professor Dumbledore?" "Please refrain from asking such awkward questions, Miss Clearwater." Amasta smirked, turning with a smile toward another side. Among wizards educated in traditional magic, there exists a particular method of assessing strength, which I believe you might find insightful. The hall fell into a hushed silence, with over 200 pairs of curious eyes fixed upon the articulate Professor Brain. As you all know, traditional sorcerers cultivate their successors through one-on-one or small group mentoring. According to ancient customs, they refer to those young sorcerers receiving a comprehensive education in magical knowledge as apprentice wizards. In a horizontal comparison, the pinnacle of the apprentice wizard journey is represented by those who achieve more than 4 certificates in the OWLS examinations of modern magical education. The young sorcerers instantly felt a surge of joy, as nearly all the students here could attain such a standard. However, Professor Brain's subsequent remark doused their enthusiasm with cold water, stipulating that this achievement must come with excellent grades. Percy, glowing with pride, raised his head high. He was the only student at Hogwarts to have earned OWLS certificates with top marks in all 12 subjects. Undoubtedly, his overall proficiency had surpassed that of an apprentice wizard. "What comes next, Professor? What lies beyond the apprentice level?" Amasta's novel inquiry piqued everyone's interest, prompting even the academically challenged Marcus to eagerly seek knowledge. "Next, of course, is the formal wizard," Amasta stated candidly, without any preamble. Yet, the spectrum of wizards at this level is vast. In terms of modern magical education, this ranges from those who merely pass the OWLS to the upper echelon, which, after a moment's contemplation, Amasta described in uncertain terms, would likely be at the level of elite aurors. Apologies were unnecessary. The students were far more eager to learn, especially those with relatives working in the Ministry of Magic, who were all too keen to discover the true prowess of elite aurors. The young sorcerers, desperate for more information, urged, "Please continue, Professor." Percy, already recognized as a formal wizard, momentarily forgot to maintain his prefect composure, gazing eagerly at Amasta. The pinnacle of formal wizards represents the utmost achievement that most who study magic can aspire to in their lifetime. Beyond this realm, one enters a territory inaccessible to the ordinary. In ancient kingdoms, only those with extraordinary talent and fortuitous circumstances could carve out their unique path in magic, and they would be appointed as court wizards by the royal family. Court wizards. The young sorcerers erupted in fervent whispers, their excitement reaching a crescendo. Many fervently swore that, according to Professor Brain, one of their own relatives must indeed be a court wizard. The prowess of Professor Snape in potions, Professor McGonagall in transfiguration, Professor Flitwick's adept application of modern spells, and Professor Sprout's extensive knowledge of herbology, all these were standards that, in ancient times, would have earned them the esteemed title of court wizard. With a smile, Professor Brain ignited a wave of fervent discussion within the hall, which persisted for nearly 10 minutes without abating. However, gradually, the discourse diverged into a direction that Amasta would rather not witness. Each young wizard from the various houses fervently believed that their respective head was the rightful court wizard, yet they held a dismissive view of the other 3 houses. Severus Snape, among them, became the target of the most vehement criticism. Whispers of discontent emerged from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff as they accused Snape, who merely loitered in the dungeons brewing potions, of being unworthy of such an esteemed title. This infuriated the young Slytherins. With the towering Flint standing like a wall before them, embodying his formidable presence from the Quidditch pitch, he leapt upon his table, glaring fiercely at those who dared question Slytherin, as if poised to pounce and tear them apart. "Flint, get down from that table before I lose my temper." Amasta's calm, unruffled demeanor instantly subdued the previously raucous Marcus, who obediently descended and sincerely apologized. "I share this with you merely to provide a foundational understanding that, when faced with peril, one should not recklessly charge against wizards whose might far surpasses your own. This is not an invitation for you to brawl." Suddenly, the young wizards realized that within Hogwarts, besides Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, there was yet another wizard endowed with an aura of authority that commanded silence. After silencing the room with a gaze heavy as the depths of the ocean, Amasta nodded in satisfaction. "Now, I believe we should resume our previous discussion on how to effectively deal with a werewolf driven mad by the full moon. It is in fact quite simple. You merely need," just then, Miss Cravat, who had earlier inquired whether Amasta could defeat Dumbledore, raised her hand once more. "Is there any further question, Miss Cravat?" Amasta strolled over to the cluster of Ravenclaw students, regarding her gently, having already surmised what this inquisitive mind wished to ask. "You have yet to finish, Professor." Amidst the earlier chaos, Penelope, who had been stepped on several times, was adorably rubbing her ankle beneath the desk while murmuring. This sight melted the heart of Percy from the Gryffindor ranks. "Apprentice wizard, fully fledged wizard, court wizard. What comes next, Professor? Is there more?" "Oh, my apologies. I did indeed overlook one. Then please, do share it quickly." The collective sentiment echoed in the eyes of many. The class bell rang, and the vibrations of hundreds of students stomping their feet resonated through the hall. Some eager young wizards already stood at the second-floor railing, peering down. "Hurry up, Professor. Class is over." The students of Defense Against the Dark Arts were no longer content to express their urgency through mere glances. They stood up, softly urging him on. At that moment, the crowd gathered on the second floor parted, and the ever-cheerful Albus Dumbledore appeared on the marble steps. Chapter 49, Resonance. According to Autumn Zhang of Ravenclaw. During dinner that day, Professor Flitwick, after observing the floating spell demonstrated by Professor Brain, immediately rushed into Professor Brain's office without uttering a word and remained inside for a full 4 hours. Fred and George corroborated the reliability of this information. It was past 1 in the morning when they were adventuring in the castle and happened to encounter the weary Professor Flitwick, panting as he exited Professor Brain's office. A satisfied smile still gracing his flushed cheeks. Ron stood on the couch in the common room, controlling a goose feather he had extricated from the sofa cushion, emitting strange, guttural sounds. "Behold my summoning spell," he declared, vigorously shaking his repaired wand, pointing it skyward just as Professor Brain had done that day. Nearby, all could see the feather above Ron's head wobbling, ascending towards the ceiling at a pace hardly faster than a snail, ultimately vanishing into the brilliant candlelight. Ever since Professor Brain had repaired Ron's wand during their defense against the Dark Arts class and awarded him the first points of the semester, Ron had entirely forgotten his earlier displeasure regarding Professor Brain's marvelous alchemical tools monitoring the young wizards, becoming his devoted admirer. To be honest, Ron's current antics had become quite common within the castle. Malfoy had once practiced the floating spell on a wooden stick during Transfiguration class, hoping it would fly over and pierce Harry's eye, only to be punished with a 20-point deduction by the furious Professor McGonagall. One must admit, Professor Brain was indeed remarkably impressive in class. Even Harry had secretly practiced wand movements in their dormitory when no one was around. "If only I could master Professor Brain's technique," Ron exclaimed as he leapt from the couch cushion, gazing dreamily at the chandelier above, murmuring, "Just you wait. No one will underestimate me again. I shall first prick 1,000 tiny holes in Percy's backside with the feather, then poke 2 large holes in Malfoy's face." "If you truly wish to accomplish all that, Ron," Hermione, who was perched at the table sketching and writing, interjected impatiently, "you ought to sit down and seriously study the incantation model of the summoning spell with me, rather than flailing about. Oh, how annoying. Why can't you suggest something I can actually do, Hermione?" Ron's face fell, discontent evident as he tumbled from dreams into reality. "I'm facing difficulties here, Hermione." Harry, with his bright green eyes sparkling, cheerfully inquired, appearing quite happy in the days devoid of chamber attacks and Gilderoy Lockhart. "It's more challenging than any time before, Harry. You cannot possibly fathom what Professor Brain has done with the floating spell. Honestly, I even suspect this could be the homework for the advanced defense against the dark arts class. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, for it was the first time since meeting Hermione that they had heard her express such dissatisfaction with a particular assignment so clearly. It took me a full 4 days to comprehend that Canridi Leviosa derives from the ancient runic text, Curladad Canri Titan's Blade, which, within this incantation, symbolizes sharpness and indomitability. Ancient runic studies, however, isn't that a subject we only begin in our 3rd year? Neville, who had been eavesdropping, turned anxiously to speak. Well said, Neville. Hermione huffed, crossing her arms. Yet her gaze remained uncertainly fixed on the chaotic diagram of the spell sprawled across the parchment on the table. The pronunciation in the levitation spell's diagram represents a circular structure, existing to restrict the magical input, thereby diminishing the spell's efficacy. Hence, Professor Brain eliminated it. This implies that Ron's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to Hermione, pretending to decipher the intricate spell model before him. You can perform the summoning charm now. It's not that simple, Ron. Hermione rapped her wand against the table. I merely grasped Professor Brain's thought process in modifying this spell, but that does not equate to possessing the capability to wield it. My magical control isn't strong enough to manage a powerful composite charm that intricately melds 2 parts together while increasing magical input. Harry, Ron, and Neville glanced at one another, suddenly feeling as though their 2 years of magical education had been in vain. Hermione, noticing her agitated demeanor, Harry hesitantly offered consolation. Even if you can't manage it, that's all right. You've always been the most exceptional in the 1st and 2nd years. So far, no one has managed to comprehend Professor Brain's summoning charm. It's fine if you can't do it, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment, as though Harry had uttered something as shocking as being expelled from school. This is our homework. But Neville's chubby hands rubbed anxiously against one another, appearing more unsettled. Professor Brain's exact words were that you could attempt to study this spell, and if anyone succeeds, I will award them an extra 20 points. Oh, Neville. Hermione seemed displeased. We cannot be lazy just because there's a loophole in Professor Brain's words. Don't mind her, Neville. Our Miss Perfect has grand dreams of becoming a saint. Just then, the Weasley twins, having just been selling dung bombs in the crowd, ambled over, accompanied by their friend, the rather jovial Quidditch commentator Lee Jordan. You shouldn't irritate her. Ron shrugged innocently at his brothers. You've made it so that Harry and I have to complete our potions homework alone. Oh, apologies, are you all right? Hermione, rushing down the spiral staircase, collided with someone due to her speed, sending her books tumbling to the floor. I'm fine, really. Ginny, whose complexion appeared rather unusual, tightly clutched her bulging pockets. After rising from the ground, she paid little heed to the identity of the person who had collided with her, swiftly lowering her head and scurrying away, leaving Hermione alone at the staircase, gazing at Ginny's flustered figure with a furrowed brow. In the dimly lit dormitory, Parvati and Lavender sat on a bed, secretly giggling at Professor Lockhart's signed photograph. Before long, they began to debate who was more handsome, Professor Binns or Professor Lockhart, and which second-year witches had received love letters. Hermione, eavesdropping for a while, felt a wave of boredom wash over her. She tightened her grip around her cup, a thin mist forming in her beautiful brown eyes. The strong are often destined to be solitary. Gazing out at the dim starlight, this inexplicable thought rippled through the heart of the lonely young witch. Chapter 50, Professor Lockhart's Little Secret. However, the school made some efforts. When the little witches entered the great hall for breakfast that morning, they were astonished to find the hall adorned with delicate golden ribbons. Colorful confetti drifted down from the pale blue ceiling, and a cherubic figure with pure white wings stood at the castle's entrance, smiling as it offered a vibrant red rose to each person who entered or exited. When Harry and Ron nonchalantly handed their roses to Hermione, who had been wearing a gloomy expression all night, she finally broke into a smile. Most students in their 3rd year and above had ventured to Hogsmeade, leaving the flat lawn prepared for flying lessons filled with 1st and 2nd-year witches. Bathed in gentle sunlight, the trio played wizard's chess on the lawn for the entire morning. After lunch, Harry and Ron decided to visit Hagrid, while Hermione, clutching a handmade card, made her way alone to the hospital wing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as previously arranged, Hermione hurried to the 3rd floor of the castle and knocked on a professor's office door. "Come in," came a weary voice from within. Without hesitation, Hermione pushed the door open and stepped inside. In Professor Lockhart's office, the portraits and photographs that once adorned the walls had been gathered and piled in a corner. Professor Binns was seated at Lockhart's desk, turned sideways to the window, sighing as he watched owls occasionally swoop in with letters. The floor of the office was covered with perhaps 1,000 or 2,000 such letters. "I never knew Professor Lockhart had so many fans," exclaimed Amos, who was grimacing in discomfort behind the desk. But aren't you a fan of Professor Lockhart, Professor Binns? You must be aware of his influence. Hermione, having arrived from the hospital wing with slightly red eyes, couldn't help but suppress a smile upon seeing the melancholic expression on Professor Binns's face. Let's not speak of that. Miss Granger. Amasta abruptly waved his wand, causing thousands of letters lying on the floor to coalesce into a white whirlwind in midair. Subsequently, they were neatly stacked back on the floor, and when the last letter found its rightful place, a towering column of correspondence reached up to the ceiling of the office. I do not wish to take advantage of you, Miss Granger. Let us share equally, and may we reach dinner in time. Having spent nearly the entire night in the library's restricted section, Amasta rubbed his swollen eyes and yawned. Professor Brain, we promised Professor Lockhart we would assist him. Hermione's pursed lips bore a striking resemblance to Professor McGonagall, and she voiced her dissatisfaction. Thus, under Hermione's insistence, a disheartened Amasta resumed dealing with the reader's letters. This time, however, Miss Granger frequently lifted her gaze to scrutinize whether he was diligently working, leaving Amasta no opportunity for idleness. During the mealtime, Hermione, too, ceased her perusal of the letters, leisurely chewing her steak while subtly observing Professor Brain, whose lavender eyes seemed to harbor unfathomable magic beneath the flickering shadows. For some inexplicable reason, her heart began to race. Regarding the remark you made in the library last week. Oh, have you had an epiphany, Miss Granger? Hermione remained silent, uncertain how to articulate the faint loneliness she felt within. After a prolonged moment, under Amasta's gentle gaze, she hesitantly nodded. The strong are oftentimes solitary, Miss Granger. Yet life ultimately leads to solitude. Apart from ideals and beliefs, everyone and everything we encounter on our path to oblivion can only accompany us temporarily. Once you grasp this notion, there is no room for hesitation. Amasta's calm words, rather than elucidating the small witch's confusion, plunged her deeper into despair. After dinner, Amasta succumbed to a state of utter apathy. Regardless of Miss Granger's furious glares, he languidly slouched in his chair, his gaze aimlessly wandering. Professor Lockhart's desk was cluttered with his personal books from various publishers, and at the top left corner lay several autobiographies, beneath which was a manuscript on memory magic that Amasta had chanced upon during his previous visit. Truth be told, it was a remarkably rare item, one that Amasta himself would have cherished closely rather than carelessly discarding like Lockhart. Though he was tempted to examine it, his basic moral compass compelled him to extinguish that impulse. To the right of the desk, a thick stack of manuscripts also lay waiting. Upon entering the office earlier, Amasta had cast a cursory glance at them. They appear to be an unpublished work by Professor Lockhart titled A Year Living with the Giants of Somerset. TSK. What a peculiar taste. Out of sheer boredom, Amasta picked up the manuscript. Compared to the ancient wizard's research, this seemed far less taboo. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow as the cool evening breeze gently tapped against the glass, enveloping the office in a serene stillness. The only sounds were the rapid scratching of a quill against parchment and the soft rustling of turning pages. After an indeterminate period, Hermione, deeply engrossed in her work, suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable chill. She looked up in a daze, scanning her surroundings, only to discover the source of the coldness emanating from the corner of Amos's mouth, which bore a sardonic smile as he perused the manuscript. Professor, after a moment of hesitation, Hermione cautiously inquired, "What are you reading?" The manuscript of Professor Lockhart's new book, which chronicles his journey in uncovering this story. I must say, it is rather fascinating, but doesn't Professor Lockhart's book recount his personal experiences? Why does Professor Brain choose to use the term uncovering? Moreover, is it appropriate to peruse Professor Lockhart's private manuscript without permission? Before Hermione could voice her concerns further, Amos abruptly tossed the manuscript onto the table with a decisive thud. His calm voice concealed an undeniable authority as he regarded Hermione, still bewildered by the closed door. A flicker of sympathy passed through Amos's eyes. He mused that on the day Lockhart's reputation crumbled, Miss Granger would likely be overwhelmed by shame for having once idolized such a charlatan. Rising to his feet, Amos waved his wand with force, and the drawers beneath the desk snapped shut. A series of suitcases against the wall sprang open simultaneously, and a flurry of clandestinely hidden manuscripts soared towards him from all directions. They hovered in the air, pages slowly flipping to reveal the unspeakable, unforgivable secrets they contained. After a prolonged silence, having swiftly perused all the manuscripts, Amos let out a disdainful huff. His gaze fell upon a framed portrait on the tea table, the wizard within, once beaming with joy, now cowered in a corner of the frame, staring at Amos with terror, trembling uncontrollably. "Well done, Professor Lockhart. You have piqued my interest, Amos whispered with a sly smile, standing alone in the office. Chapter 51, The Notebook. Hermione could not fathom why Professor Breen had displayed such an expression upon encountering Professor Lockhart's unpublished manuscript. Did it imply that Lockhart's new book was less than stellar, leaving Breen disheartened? As Hermione passed through the portrait of the fat lady into the common room, her lingering confusion had yet to dissipate. It was quite late now, and the expansive common room was eerily quiet, with only Harry and Ron curled up on a soft sofa near the fireplace, dozing off, undoubtedly waiting for her. How could life be lonely? As she approached her friends, a fleeting thought crossed Hermione's mind. Why are you two still awake instead of heading to your dormitory? Though she was aware they were waiting for her, Hermione raised an elegant brow, adopting a slightly haughty expression. Why else? We were worried you might become so engrossed in your delightful work that you'd forget dinner. Harry and Ron, already lost in the depths of slumber, were jolted awake by a sudden sound. Rubbing their bleary eyes, Ron sat up, muttering his dissatisfaction. Opposite him, Hermione sat, gazing at the table laden with food, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Although not particularly hungry, she felt a warm glow within her. At that moment, Hermione noticed a black notebook pressed beneath several slices of toast, its worn cover suggesting it had seen better days. Observing Hermione's gaze, Ron shrugged dismissively and shot Harry a look, urging him to elucidate. Harry emphasized that he believed Hermione could grasp his intended meaning, while Ron expressed his concern that the object might pose a danger, suggesting they dispose of it. Dispose of it? Hermione, momentarily forgetting her fatigue, was filled with excitement as she picked up the notebook, examining it thoroughly. What nonsense are you spouting, Ron? There may be clues within. Ron retorted that the clues were cleverly concealed, wondering if the notebook was perhaps shy about being seen. I truly don't understand what you hope to achieve by keeping it. Harry, he added. I wish to know why someone would want to discard it, Harry pondered. And I'm also quite curious about how Riddle received the award for special contributions to Hogwarts. There are numerous possibilities, Harry, Ron replied nonchalantly. Perhaps he earned 30 OWL certificates, or rescued a teacher from the clutches of the giant squid. Maybe he even murdered Moaning Myrtle. Now that would certainly please everyone. The trio was aware that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 50 years prior, resulting in a student's death and the expulsion of the perpetrator, who coincidentally was Riddle, awarded the special contribution accolade at that very time. A modicum of imagination sufficed to discern a connection between these events. Perhaps we should present this to Professor Burbage or Headmaster Dumbledore. Wizards of their caliber would surely uncover the secrets of the notebook, Hermione suggested, frowning slightly. However, this reasonable proposal unexpectedly met with vehement opposition from Harry. Very few people are discussing it anymore, Hermione. I don't wish to stir up a hornet's nest. If, and I mean if, the heir were to resurface, I would let you hand this over to Professor Burbage. In truth, this was merely a pretext. Harry himself could not fathom why he did not simply discard Riddle's diary. The reality was that in the days that followed, despite knowing the diary was blank, he would often retrieve it thoughtfully during moments of solitude, hoping to unearth something within its pages. As a new week commenced, and February officially entered its latter half, the hot topic within the school revolved around Professor Burbage, who had assumed the role of defense against the dark arts teacher without any prior warning. Wherever one ventured, one could hear young witches and wizards discussing his astonishing display of skill during first and second year classes, as well as his insights into the categorization of wizarding prowess in the higher years. Ironically, little attention was paid to the methods taught by Professor Amasta for combating dark wizards and dangerous creatures. As for the wizards at the saintly level, not a single little wizard dares to provoke them. Dumbledore is undoubtedly a saint. Macmillan from Hufflepuff declared emphatically to his housemate, Hannah Abbott, as if he had already confirmed this with Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Breen. As for Professor Breen, I presume he is as well. Macmillan asserted confidently, just think, Hannah, since Professor Breen arrived at Hogwarts in the capacity of an investigator, the heir of Slytherin has not dared to show himself again. I suspect he lacks the confidence to confront two saints simultaneously. Macmillan's assertion held considerable sway among the younger wizards as the third-year and fourth-year students. Having encountered Professor Breen in class for the first time only on Tuesday afternoon due to schedule changes, eagerly inquired of him, Professor Breen, are you a saint? Amasta, perched high above, cast a bemused glance at the two peculiar Weasley brothers, not anticipating such a swift opportunity for retribution. Well then, Gentleman Weasley, shall you demonstrate to us how to defeat a saint? The hall erupted with roars akin to the crashing waves of a tempest, particularly from the Hufflepuff contingent, where Cedric Diggory, a fourth year, leapt atop a table and shouted at the twins, show us your prowess, Weasleys. Step up and put on a display. Fred, George, don't bring shame to Gryffindor. Many within Gryffindor joined in the raucous cheer, with Angelina, Alicia, and Katie laughing heartily as they patted the twins on the back. This is definitely payback, Fred. As the two brothers trembled and supported each other while ascending the stage, George muttered through gritted teeth, Professor Breen will undoubtedly recognize us from our last encounter in Hogsmeade. The duel concluded far more swiftly than anyone anticipated. Upon taking the stage, before Professor Breen could even announce the start, the twins exchanged a knowing glance and immediately scattered in opposite directions, encircling Amasta. Ready, Fred? George shouted. Amasta smiled benignly as the two mischief-makers withdrew large bags of dung from beneath their robes. Before they could unleash their antics, he swiftly waved his wand. Bang! 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 The sight and aroma of hundreds of dung bombs exploding simultaneously were quite captivating, as Fred and George, drenched in the foul substance, wailed and collapsed to the ground, looking as though they had been struck by a cruciatus curse. Let us perish together, Professor. Yet, moments later, the twin brothers simultaneously rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Professor Breen, charging towards him with unyielding courage. If Amasta were to be intimidated by such trivial tricks, then he had certainly squandered his years in the underground world. Maintaining his cheerful demeanor, he leisurely flicked his wrist, and a crimson sphere, the size of a quaffle, crackling with red electricity, emerged from the tip of his wand and soared above his head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Fred and George could close the distance of 10 feet, a brilliant red orb atop Professor Breen's head suddenly flared with radiant light. Dozens of crimson beams shot out in all directions, and each of the approaching Weasley brothers staggered as they absorbed at least 2 or 3 beams into their chests, promptly rolling their eyes back and collapsing to the ground. The fainting curse had taken effect in a chaotic manner. Amasta, observing the astonished young wizards below, smiled and said, "Excuse me, which student could assist in carrying those two to the infirmary?" Chapter 52. Hagrid's eight-eyed spider indeed. The magical realm speaks through strength. Ever since Professor Breen effortlessly incapacitated Fred and George in class, Amasta's reputation soared above that of Professors McGonagall and Snape, making him the most revered wizard in the hearts of the young sorcerers. Just moments ago, when he appeared in the prefect's lavatory on the 6th floor, the large space felt as though a ferocious dragon had burst in, with the prefects from each house huddled together in a corner, cowering in the bathtub. Throughout Amasta's entire ablution, not a sound was uttered. It was only when Amasta, having hastily concluded his hygienic endeavors, sighed in resignation and departed, that the atmosphere in the lavatory began to lighten. Why doesn't he, Professor Breen, use the lavatory designated for faculty? Oliver Wood, adorned with a multitude of colorful bubbles atop his head, slumped into the water, nervously addressing Percy, who had been gazing at Amasta with unwavering admiration throughout. In truth, this accusation against Amasta was unjust. He had no intention of showcasing his authority before the young wizards. He was entirely unaware that the castle had a special bathing area for professors. When Professor McGonagall arranged his office and quarters, she had not mentioned it to him. Even the existence of this lavatory had come to Amasta's attention only by chance during his own schooling. Around 8 in the evening, after refreshing himself and donning a clean wizarding robe, Amasta knocked on the door of Professor Dumbledore's office and entered under Dumbledore's eager gaze. Behind the desk, Dumbledore rested his chin on his hands, observing the somewhat shyly smiling Amasta with eyes full of warmth. Amasta thought fleetingly, of course. Why wouldn't he be wandering around here aimlessly? He was, in truth, a person of considerable insecurity, and given that Dumbledore was the only wizard at Hogwarts who posed a genuine threat to his life, he felt the need to maintain a certain distance. Actually, it is thus Professor Dumbledore. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dumbledore, Amasta slowly revealed his intentions. Ahem. He clenched his fist to mask a cough beneath his nose, his expression not appearing entirely natural. The matter I plan to discuss regarding the challenge I intend to set for them. Well, I believe it would be prudent to consult with you beforehand. 3 minutes later, after Amasta elucidated his proposal, Dumbledore's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of concern, his brow furrowing in distress. Indeed, the plan was both radical and perilous. Amasta, you must understand that the capabilities of the young wizards are limited. Is this truly a decision you have arrived at after careful contemplation? Dumbledore remarked. Comfort does not nurture exceptional talent, Headmaster. I am aware of the constraints faced by the young wizards. Yet it is precisely in the face of danger that courage and resolve become paramount. Since Professor McGonagall wishes to witness tangible improvement in their abilities, I believe a degree of risk is justifiable. For someone as seasoned as Dumbledore, nothing was truly novel or unheard of. Nevertheless, the misfortunes he had experienced throughout his illustrious century of life had shaped his cautious disposition. Ultimately, however, Dumbledore displayed his decisiveness. I shall discuss this matter with Minerva. I trust she will comprehend. But Amasta, to ensure that no unforeseen circumstances arise, I suggest you invite Severus to join your class. He is reliable. Amasta exhaled in relief, expressing gratitude for Dumbledore's support. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore hesitated and added, regarding the eight-eyed spiders you mentioned, I believe it would be prudent for you to first consult with Hagrid. Amasta paused in surprise, quickly grasping the implication. Are you suggesting that those eight-eyed spiders are kept by Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest? Upon receiving a positive affirmation from Dumbledore, Amasta shook his head in bemusement. I had heard of Hagrid's fondness for large and dangerous magical creatures during my time at school, but I never anticipated that he would consider the monstrous eight-eyed spiders, these creatures so unfriendly to wizards, as pets. It is astonishing. Perhaps it was Hagrid's pure and untainted heart that allowed him to befriend the delightful creatures that share this world with wizards. Dumbledore's words were always imbued with wisdom as he smiled at Amasta. However, he has indeed paid a considerable price for his affinity. An hour later, Amasta exited Dumbledore's office, his footsteps heavy, standing before the stone gargoyle at the office entrance. The flickering torchlight cast shadows that accentuated his grave expression. Initially seeking Dumbledore's guidance on the magical creatures for his class, Amasta had never anticipated receiving such invaluable information that evening. Indeed, he had long known that Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts, but he never fathomed that the cause of Hagrid's expulsion was linked to the eight-eyed spider he encountered on that fateful night before Christmas during his 5th year. Even more surprising was the revelation that this incident was connected to the Chamber of Secrets and Voldemort. Though Dumbledore did not explicitly articulate it, Amasta could undoubtedly discern his implications. 50 years ago, it was not Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets, but rather Tom Riddle, who had reported Hagrid. The Dark Lord is indeed a descendant of Slytherin, which aligns with logic. Furthermore, Amasta harbored suspicions that Voldemort's connection to Salazar Slytherin transcended mere ideological camaraderie. It likely indicated a far more intimate relationship. This was reminiscent of the rampant rumors circulating within the castle, suggesting a bloodline connection between Harry Potter and Slytherin. The likelihood of the unique talent of Parseltongue awakening innately is minimal. It is far more probable that it is a latent power concealed within one's lineage. Slytherin could be an ancestor of Voldemort, yet the pivotal question remains, could Potter and Voldemort also share a familial bond? Amasta pondered as he resumed his steps. Dumbledore surely possessed greater knowledge, but for various reasons, he refrained from disclosing it to Amasta. Naturally, the more one knows, the deeper one's entanglement becomes. Amasta felt a sense of relief at Dumbledore's discretion, rather than his eagerness to ensnare him. Regardless, a conversation with Hagrid was essential. Standing before the office window, quietly gazing at the flickering flames at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, this thought crossed Amasta's mind. Chapter 53, Urgency. On Monday afternoons and Friday mornings, first and second-year young wizards attended defense against the dark arts classes. In the grand hall, where one could hear a pin drop, all the young wizards fixated their eager gazes on Hermione and Professor Breen on the elevated platform, not daring to breathe. Neville even clasped his hands over his chest in a gesture of prayer. Amasta waved his wand, conjuring a stone pillar 10 feet wide and as thick as a bowl, which rose abruptly in the center of the platform. Now, Miss Granger, Amasta encouraged, his gaze warm as he observed Hermione's trembling fingertips. Please commence your performance. Your courage to stand on this stage and showcase your abilities is already an unprecedented triumph. Amasta continued to smile encouragingly. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 5 minutes, Hermione finally overcame her psychological trepidation. Her right hand, still quivering, raised her wand, pointing it at the feather dampened by the sweat of her left palm. Wingardium Leviosa. Her somewhat immature voice resonated through the silent, expansive hall, accompanied by a fleeting glimmer on the surface of the pristine feather, followed by a crisp, ringing sound that changed the expressions of all the young wizards present. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed from the 4 houses. Harry, have you ever heard her mention this? Ron gazed at Hermione on the platform with disbelief, as if he were meeting her for the first time, his astonished eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Harry's expression was not much better than Ron's. No, Ron, not once. Harry whispered, astonished. It's unbelievable. Neville, standing behind them, stared wide-eyed, his face flushed with excitement. I could never do that. But she's just a filthy mudblood. The vast majority regarded Hermione with shock and even awe. Save for the Slytherin side, where Draco Malfoy, with a countenance dark and brooding, whispered a comment in a voice barely above a murmur. However, he was swiftly silenced by a glance from Professor Brain, who stood 30 feet away, his expression inscrutable. Malfoy promptly shut his mouth, fear evident in his demeanor, though the shadows in his gray eyes deepened, hinting at some unspoken contemplation. Once Malfoy was silenced, Amos turned his gaze back to Hermione, whose pale cheeks had flushed a vivid red. He nodded, his voice steady, urging her to attempt to manipulate the stone pillar. Hermione hesitated, but eventually nodded in response. Her eyes fixed on the pillar, her arm trembling slightly, as if the wand she held was a heavy iron rod rather than a magical instrument. With a swish, the feather, glinting with a metallic sheen, sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle akin to an arrow released from a taut bowstring. In the blink of an eye, the feather struck the stone pillar. A resounding crack echoed as the dust settled, revealing a chorus of disappointed expressions among the young wizards below. "I'm sorry, Professor Brain. I have failed." Hermione, the first to witness the outcome, bit her lip, her brown eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her countenance reflecting the weight of her disappointment. Amos then approached to examine the remnants of her feather, which had shattered into fine wisps and stone debris, while the pillar merely bore a small dent, far from breaking. "It cannot be deemed a failure, Miss Granger," Amos remarked, smiling as he pointed to the tiny indentation. "To successfully cast an object manipulation spell, one must possess substantial magical power and control, both of which are often lacking in younger witches and wizards. I believe you have grasped the essence of this spell. With diligent practice, and as you mature, your magical abilities will grow, and you will one day cast a complete object manipulation spell." Hermione's incomplete spell became the talk of the day on Friday. No matter where she went, fellow students would approach her, eager to glean the secrets of the incantation. During lunch, even Percy squeezed through to her side, disregarding Ron's displeasure, and asked her respectfully for guidance. Truth be told, this was Hermione's first taste of fame. Do not let pride swell within you, Hermione. You are still far from Professor Brain's level. After dinner, as she walked towards the library, having dealt with 2 third-year Ravenclaw girls, Hermione reminded herself to stay grounded, though a smile lingered on her lips, betraying her inner joy. As night fell, Amos sat in his office, toying with a vial of memories, occasionally glancing up to the surveillance monitor on the wall opposite him. Indeed, as of now, the lavishly constructed surveillance wall, which Amasta had invested heavily in and held high hopes for, has proven to be utterly ineffective. Amasta is almost certain that as long as he remains at Hogwarts, the heir will not dare to emerge again. The remaining course of action is to find the elusive clues that the protagonist group possesses. The flame emanating from the voodoo doll candelabrum behind him has already diminished by half, and the Crimson Dragon's blood has gradually faded to a pale pink. In just over a month, it will lose all efficacy. Before that time, Amasta must resign from his position as the defense against the Dark Arts professor. Otherwise, he will have no choice but to endure the Dark Lord's curse. On his desk lies an ancient manuscript concerning memory research, sourced from Lockhart. Amasta has been studying it for several days. Strictly speaking, his actions are akin to theft. Under normal circumstances, he would never resort to such measures. However, having learned of Lockhart's deeds, Amasta feels no moral qualms. It is merely a case of black consuming black. This is not his first encounter with such matters. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Amasta's contemplation. After concealing everything unsuitable for prying eyes within his office, he rose and approached the door. Professor Snape and Mr. Malfoy. Gazing at the complex expression on Snape's face and the half-hidden Draco Malfoy behind him, Amasta raised an eyebrow. "Please, come in, gentlemen. No need." Upon observing Amasta's recent stir in the castle, Snape's dark eyes rippled with subtle emotion. Ever since Amasta had been a low-level wizard, Snape had been certain that this unassuming child would one day achieve remarkable feats. Yet, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Even the most outstanding individuals, no matter how discreetly they present themselves, cannot conceal the resplendent brilliance they exude. Snape is almost certain that it will not be long before the entire magical community is astonished by this emerging prodigy. Indeed, it is not inconceivable that one day he may surpass Albus Dumbledore. "This child has matters to discuss with you, but he dares not approach you alone," Snape remarked, suppressing the ripples in his gaze. He then seized Malfoy from behind and thrust him toward Amasta before turning to leave. "May your life not mirror mine, Amasta, where one survives in darkness, relying on the remnants of light from memory. You should bask in the sunlight and let your brilliance flourish." As Snape strode away, He silently wished Amasta well. Chapter 54. The Inquisitive Malfoy, if memory serves me right, Mr. Malfoy, this should be our first private meeting since the Christmas holidays. Is it not? Amasta was not particularly fond of bitter beverages, yet for some inexplicable reason, whenever he craved something to drink, tea was the first choice that sprang to mind. Humans are indeed intricate beings. As Amasta raised his gaze towards Malfoy once more, this thought unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. You cannot be mistaken, Professor Brain, Malfoy muttered, his eyes cast downwards, fidgeting as though the cushion of the chair were pricking him. Amasta reclined elegantly against the back of his chair, his fingertips rhythmically caressing the rim of his cup. A smile playing upon his lips as he regarded the sole heir of the wealthiest pure-blood family in the British wizarding world, a family renowned for its staunch advocacy of pure-blood ideology. His tone was decidedly flippant, verging on disrespectful. So Malfoy, what compels you to summon Professor Snape just to meet with me, having spent 7 years at Slytherin House? Amasta was acutely aware that attempting to win the favor of these pure-blood descendants with mere politeness was a futile endeavor. One could not hope to earn their respect without demonstrating a bit of authority. Under the palpable pressure that emanated from Amasta, Malfoy's usual arrogance and disdain evaporated entirely. He resembled Neville before Professor Snape, subdued and hesitant to act. Actually, it pertains to the summoning charm you demonstrated during our defense against the Dark Arts class, Professor Brain. I wish to inquire about the nuances of this spell. I have privately attempted it, but find myself at a loss. Amasta gently tapped his desk, pausing before responding. He fixed his gaze on Malfoy with keen interest until the young wizard seemed on the verge of retreating from the overwhelming aura surrounding him. Finally, he chuckled softly and inquired, "What is your true purpose in wanting to master this charm, Mr. Malfoy? Is it driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, or merely to prove your prowess exceeds that of the muggle-born young lady you so often mention?" Malfoy's expression darkened. Before Professor Brain, he could not disingenuously assert that the latter was not his intention. Yet, he was acutely aware that admitting such a motive might not result in a literal cleaving, but could very well lead to him being unceremoniously expelled from the office. "Ah, it seems you have begun to recognize where the issue lies, Mr. Malfoy," Amasta remarked, rising with a smile, reverting to his usual amiable demeanor, as if the domineering wizard moments prior were but a figment of imagination. He strolled to the center of the office, and with a mere snap of his fingers, summoned the stone pillar that had appeared during the day's lesson. "Come, Mr. Malfoy, let me observe your capabilities." Amasta dedicated nearly 2 hours to instructing Malfoy, meticulously correcting his hand movements and guiding him on how to channel his magical energy while reciting the incantation. Yet, by the end of the session, Malfoy had still not fully mastered the summoning charm that Amasta had created and effortlessly employed in the latter half of his first year. Upon reflection, the root of the matter lies in the remarks he made to Hermione during class. For younger wizards, the spell in question requires a level of magical power and mastery of mental strength that is often lacking. This is an unavoidable reality. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary magical capabilities and formidable mental strength that come from a unique combination of 2 lifetimes, like Amasta. Malfoy, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased with himself, gazing at the stone debris he had commanded the feather to carve away, his smugness barely concealed at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you for your guidance, Professor." Malfoy bowed at the doorway, expressing genuine gratitude to Amasta. "Before you depart, I have a piece of advice for you. Throughout your journey, the only opponent you must conquer, Mr. Malfoy, is your own arrogance." As Amasta passed by the Quidditch pitch, he was astonished to observe, beneath the brooding clouds, several young wizards on flying broomsticks braving the tempest. Judging by the color of their uniforms, they appeared to belong to Gryffindor. Remarkable. Amasta paused to admire, shaking his head in awe. Poor Flint. It seems only Merlin and God can assist him in winning this year's finals. Upon reaching the small hut in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was found behind the building, softly humming a tune while tending to an injured creature with a bandage. The gentle expression on his furry face was heartwarming. "The temper of a hippogriff can be rather fierce, Hagrid." "Oh, it's manageable. Once you learn the tricks of the trade, you'll find that dealing with them is not overly difficult." Hagrid was entirely focused on treating the hippogriff's wounds, oblivious to the conversation around him. This adorable little creature was on the cusp of adulthood and had engaged in a fierce battle for mating rights, leaving it battered and bruised. "I cannot feign ignorance. Otherwise, those wounds will fester and become infected." Magical creatures often possess a more acute intuition than wizards. Under Amasta's intrigued gaze, the hippogriff on the ground, adorned with a collar, began to stir uneasily, sensing that the young man before it posed a significant threat and yearning to break free from Hagrid's grasp. Oh, don't be impatient, Buckbeak. I'll be right with you. Could you please pass me the scissors? Hagrid's large hand gently pressed down on Buckbeak's neck, and despite the creature's struggles, it remained still. Oh, thank you. Hagrid mumbled as he accepted the scissors from a young hand. You're welcome. Amos responded with a polite smile. Dumbledore was indeed correct. Hagrid, with his apparent giant lineage, radiated a brilliance that set him apart from ordinary folk. Oh, you seem to be in good spirits, my troublesome friend. I hope this experience does not instill fear in you regarding the pursuit of love. Ahem. Professor Brain, is it you? What brings you here? Chapter 55, The Temperamental Aragog. The investigation officer from the Board of Governors posed quite a dilemma, for Amos could expel him from Hogwarts on behalf of the board. Although Hagrid was certain that Headmaster Dumbledore would intercede on his behalf, it remained an exceedingly troublesome matter. Amos and Hagrid trudged through the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Despite it being daytime, the dense foliage obscured most of the sunlight from above, casting the woods in a murky gloom. Amos was compelled to draw his wand and illuminate the path ahead. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. Even the faintest sound, save for the crackling of broken branches and the patter of raindrops against leaves, was absent. Hagrid appeared well acquainted with the area. Leaping down from a slanted tree trunk, glancing around before heaving a breath and beckoning to Amos. This way, Professor Brain. After another arduous 10 minutes of navigating this deserted realm, the ground was blanketed with a thick carpet of decaying leaves several feet deep, each step akin to sinking into a quagmire. I believe you are wasting your efforts, Professor, he remarked. Due to his considerable weight, Hagrid sank deeper with every step, and to avoid being engulfed by the quagmire of rotting leaves, he had to grasp the branches overhead while inching forward. I have inquired numerous times, Professor Brain, yet it remains reticent, merely stating that the creature in the castle is a fearsome ancient being, the nemesis of spiders. It divulged nothing further, and I doubt it would share with anyone else. Do give it a try, Hagrid. In contrast to Hagrid's cumbersome movements, Amos glided gracefully, having cast a charm to significantly reduce his weight, allowing him to advance almost effortlessly. I cannot relinquish any potential clues. Well, be prepared, Professor Brain. For Aragog has grown increasingly irritable in recent years due to his age and inability to roam freely. I cannot guarantee I will be able to soothe his wrath. That is a concern that need not trouble you, Hagrid, for at times Amos leapt effortlessly over a small puddle, offering Hagrid a hand as he passed. My temper can be quite volatile as well. As the trees began to thin and the ground sloped downward, a shadow akin to a stone pillar emerged behind a thicket of thorny brambles, signaling that their destination was near. Amos stood at the edge of a depression resembling a meteorite crater, raising his glowing wand to peer into the pit below. There, amid sparse trees, resided hundreds, if not thousands, of spiders, none of which were diminutive creatures. Each was as large as the eight-eyed spider he had previously captured. The moment Amos appeared, the tranquil pit erupted with a cacophony of clicking sounds, shattering the serene silence of the forest. Who goes there? In the very center of the sunken ground, amidst the misty, hemispherical web, a spider of considerable size, akin to that of an African elephant, emerged with great deliberation. Its body bore a hue unlike that of any other spider, an inky black tinged with gray. Upon its grotesque head, adorned with formidable pincers, each eye was veiled in a film of white, rendering its vision obscured. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Has Hagrid arrived? Inquired the great spider in a voice as sharp as a chalkboard's rasp. Clack, clack, clack. Oh, is that so? A stranger has ventured here. My apologies. Aragog's pincers moved swiftly, expressing its sentiments. Children, what are you waiting for? Gazing at the spiders, whose instincts were barely contained, Amos then narrowed his eyes, pondering how much venom he could procure should a confrontation arise. Oh, wait, Aragog, hold on. At that moment, Hagrid, as if emerging from a muddy bath, finally arrived, breathless. It's me, Hagrid, Aragog. The elder spider, upon hearing the familiar voice, paused its trembling pincers. The harsh tones softened slightly. My apologies, Hagrid. I mistook you for an intruder. Now, regarding the matter I previously mentioned about the centaurs hunting my offspring, have you conversed with them? If their actions do not cease, Hagrid, I shall have no choice but to retaliate. In truth, Aragog, I have heard a narrative from the centaurs that starkly contrasts your own. They believe, well, I shall inquire further on your behalf. Aragog, I have come today with other matters to discuss. Hagrid stood as a guardian of the Forbidden Forest, earning the fundamental respect of every sentient creature, regardless of their feelings towards wizards. The smaller spiders, with their elongated legs, scuttled restlessly within the pit, the rustling sounds conveying a palpable unease as they continued to relay messages to the now blind Aragog. Hagrid, The previously subdued voice of Aragog flared with fury once more, directing its 8 clouded eyes toward Amos the. Have you brought others with you, Hagrid? You promised me you would not do such a thing. It seemed that this elder spider was not easily amenable to dialogue. Amos the thought, silently observing the exchange between Hagrid and Aragog. Professor Bane, a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, has been dispatched to investigate the Chamber of Secrets. He insists on speaking with you in person, Aragog. I hope you can. The Chamber of Secrets. Before Hagrid could finish, Aragog's agitation surged, and with its furious clicks, numerous spiders encircled Amos the and Hagrid from all sides. Remaining at a distance of several feet, their rustling intensifying, ready to pounce at a mere command. I have reiterated numerous times, Hagrid, that we fear that creature, and we must never utter the name of that ancient being to outsiders. If too many wizards become aware of it, they will covet its power to annihilate us. Huh. Such reasoning is indeed peculiar. Amasta could not suppress a chuckle, and then he noticed Hagrid helplessly shrugging at him. You see, this is the outcome, Professor Brain. You're already aware that had it been willing to reveal that monster, perhaps I would not have been expelled from Hogwarts. Do not give up so easily, Hagrid. Amasta said light-heartedly as he took a couple of steps forward. Allow me to attempt to communicate with it. Chapter 56. The Fiery Temper of Amasta. Greetings, Aragog. My name is Amos Brain. As Hagrid has mentioned, I am a professor at Hogwarts, and I also hold other responsibilities. Leave my territory, stranger. Vacate immediately. I shall not divulge anything to you. Amasta's self-introduction was abruptly interrupted by Aragog's brusque interjection, as it menacingly waved its massive pincers and growled in a deep voice. Out of respect for Hagrid, I grant you a chance to depart. The swarm of small spiders several feet away could scarcely contain their bloodthirsty instincts, drawing closer as they anxiously scuttled the earth with their delicate limbs. Their emerald eyes blinked rapidly, and the grotesque mandibles that opened and closed seemed to simulate the act of devouring the fragile flesh of the human beside Hagrid, gazing at the agitated spiders around him. Amasta's eyelids fluttered, and his expression appeared less jovial than before. Hagrid blinked nervously. Aragog and its progeny harbored a disdain for the living. In all these years, I have never brought anyone here. Amasta remained steadfast, unwilling to yield so easily in the face of a rare opportunity to unveil the truth. Truth be told, he regretted allowing Hagrid to bring him here. Perhaps if he were alone, communicating with these 8-eyed spiders would have been more seamless. I respect you, Hagrid. Aragog circled within the hemispherical web at the center of the pit. Depart now, Professor Brain. You shall glean nothing of value from its maw. The scene appeared to teeter on the brink of chaos, and Hagrid anxiously remarked, but Amasta remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Aragog below, with no intention of retreating. The little spiders continued their relentless approach, and Hagrid could no longer restrain himself. He hastily moved to Amasta's side, reaching out to grasp his arm. However, just as his fingertips brushed the wizard's robe, the whirlpool in Amasta's eyes began to spin. The rain, descending from the somber skies, transformed into individual droplets, seemingly liberated from the omnipresent pull of gravity, halting their descent in midair. A gentle breeze stirred, the sound of rain lingered, and time appeared to freeze, as though the space was ensnared in the amber of impending crystallization. All the cacophony had ceased, and the spiders remained poised, their formidable pincers poised to strike, with only their trembling compound eyes betraying their continued existence. Amasta methodically brushed aside the drifting leaves in front of him, maneuvering around clusters of shrubs, navigating through the blockade of small spiders, and gradually descended until he stood before the blind old spider at the pit's bottom. Amasta raised his arm, gently resting his wand against Aragog's head, his gaze imbued with a frigid intensity, and his voice resonated with a thunderous authority. In light of your friendship with Hagrid, I grant you an opportunity to disclose the truth. I cannot. Aragog trembled, a quaver betraying the terror embedded in his very essence. We are powerless to resist. This poses quite the dilemma. Amasta lamented, raking a hand through his damp hair. If you remain obstinate in your silence, Aragog, I shall have no choice but to delve into your mind myself. Frankly, I would prefer to avoid this course of action, as it may jeopardize your well-being. No. Hagrid, perched at the edge of the pit, blinked fervently upon hearing this, struggling against the paralyzing grip of magic that held him, akin to the Petri ficus curse endured by Colin Creevey and Justin Finch-Fletchley. No amount of exertion on his part could alter his fate. He could only watch helplessly as Amasta's wand ignited once more with a soft luminescence. Amasta, the silver phoenix, gently flapped its wings, scattering motes of luminescence into the surrounding gloom. To make a decision that saves some lives while sacrificing others is a foolish endeavor. Amasta, let this unfortunate spider be, for it has already endured much suffering. The magical energy remained stagnant, yet the Silver Guardian, embodying Dumbledore's spirit and will, appeared entirely unaffected, hovering serenely in the air. Locking eyes with Amasta in a silent confrontation, the outcome of which was all too apparent. I apologize, Hagrid. I may have acted rather rudely towards your friend in the Forbidden Forest. I hope you can forgive me. Amasta spoke with an air of regret, masking his vexation. For some reason, over the past 2 years, I have developed a deplorable habit of struggling to control my temper when others are unkind to me. It is not your fault, Professor Brain. Aragog's temperament is indeed quite foul, Hagrid replied, his pallor resembling that of one recently recovered from illness, managing a smile. The ominous sky continued to drizzle, obscuring Amasta's sense of time. However, as he passed the Quidditch pitch, he was jolted back to reality by the sight of the Gryffindor team huddled beneath the eaves, soaked to the skin, shivering and nibbling on sandwiches. It dawned on him that it must be lunchtime. Professor Brain, as Hermione drew forth her wand, a surge of warm wind enveloped Harry's damp hair. Her eyes caught sight of Amasta, who was making his way along the central avenue leading to the castle from Hagrid's hut. Overwhelmed with excitement, the flames that flickered from her wand's tip nearly blinded Harry. "Ah, Miss Granger," Amasta greeted, his mood slightly dampened by the futile trip and a reprimand from Dumbledore. He approached the Quidditch pitch, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Hermione, braving the rain, joyfully dashed out from under the eaves. Amasta paused, admitting to himself that since discovering those intriguing little secrets in Lockhart's office last weekend, he had not given the matter much thought. However, since Hermione had broached the topic, it seemed impolite to disregard it. "Apologies, I had some business with Hagrid this morning. Miss Granger," he replied, nodding. His gaze shifted to Ron, who appeared dismissive of the topic, and to Harry, who seemed intensely curious about his visit to Hagrid. With a knowing smile, he added, "It would be best to bring along some assistance. Miss Granger, managing those letters alone is quite a daunting task for just the two of us." Chapter 57, The Gloomy Rain. Bring some help. Hermione hesitated, not out of reluctance to share this honor, but rather because it felt inappropriate to involve others in Lockhart's private correspondence without the professor's consent. Nonetheless, it was indeed a formidable challenge for just herself and Professor Brain to tackle an entire week's worth of fan mail directed to the illustrious Lockhart, renowned throughout the European magical community. Witnessing this exchange, the members of the Gryffindor team stifled their laughter, with Fred and George displaying the most exaggerated expressions. However, before they could conjure any witty remarks, a glance from Professor Brain silenced their antics. The Weasley twins were acutely aware that this defense against the dark arts professor was not one to tolerate frivolity. "Well, if you can't manage, then so be it," Amasta said with an understanding smile before departing. "You two must accompany me to Professor Lockhart's office tomorrow. Otherwise, you may never borrow my assignments again," Hermione asserted. "Spare us. Hermione, I would rather endure another round of scrubbing the trophy room than tackle that again." Aosta, now several feet away, faintly caught the haughty voices and lamentations of the two young wizards carried by the gusting wind. Within the Great Hall, the 4 long tables were sparsely populated by young witches and wizards. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy was smugly showcasing a newly learned spell to Pansy and Daphne. Meanwhile, at the Hufflepuff table, 4th-year Cedric strolled in with a few friends, casually slipping a note into the pocket of a 3rd-year Chinese girl from Ravenclaw as they passed, marking it as his 3rd love letter of the term. Autumn Zhang appeared oblivious, continuing to jest with Marietta, yet Amasta, drawing from his past romantic experiences, discerned that the girl, whose cheeks were gradually flushing, was not far from complete infatuation. "Must we proceed in such a manner, Professor Brain?" Amasta murmured, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he took his seat at the staff table. The moment Professor McGonagall addressed him by his surname, it was evident that she harbored a plethora of opinions. "To be frank, Amasta, you are arguably the most commendable defense against the dark arts Professor Hogwarts has seen in the past decade. Given your previous lectures, where you shared insights on combating malevolence while imparting your intriguing ideas on charm modification, I believe, to describe Amasta's new spells as merely interesting would be a gross understatement." "Minerva!" Professor Flitwick exclaimed, rising from his chair with palpable enthusiasm. "Those are incantations birthed only from true genius." He turned his earnest gaze to Amasta, suggesting, "Once you step down from your position as defense against the dark arts professor, I propose you establish a course on spell model structure optimization at Hogwarts, incorporated into the advanced charms curriculum. I wager the young wizards would be clamoring to enroll in your class, Amasta." with a smile of acquiescence. Amasta perceived that Professor McGonagall wished to continue the previous discourse. He promptly greeted the professor seated at the edge. Adorned with oversized spectacles and an abundance of chains and beads. "What brings you down from the tower, Professor Trelawney?" A disheveled Professor Trelawney let out a hiccup and hazily glanced at Amasta. "The truth of the matter is, Professor Flitwick is whispering in Amasta's ear," he murmured. "Sybil has run out of sherry upstairs." "Shoo, Professor Flitwick." Amasta's expression tightened, betraying his anxiety. "I would rather not be forewarned of impending doom again." Meanwhile, Professor Brain stood before a professor they had seldom encountered, hands clasped in an expression of contrition. "What do you think they were just discussing?" Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in contemplation as they entered the warm common room. "Oh, it doesn't matter, Hermione." With that, Harry abandoned Hermione and Ron, meandering toward the dormitory. The dreary, overcast weather was indeed vexing, yet for those fortunate enough to luxuriate in a midday slumber, it was nothing short of perfect. On Saturday afternoon, Harry indulged in a rare and refreshing nap. During this time, Ron seemingly attempted to rouse him, but Harry merely mumbled something incoherent before shifting his position and sinking back into a deep slumber. By the time he rubbed the sleep from his eyes and sat up in bed, the ominous clouds enveloping the castle had entirely dissipated, leaving Hogwarts bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. The dark dormitory was silent, devoid of any presence. If Harry's intuition served him correctly, Ron and Seamus were likely in the common room below, engaged in a game of wizard-esque chess or perhaps gobstones. Hermione was either immersed in books and preparations at the library or diligently completing her assignments in the common room. "Why had no one called me to dinner?" Harry, groggy and seated on his bed, murmured his complaints while dressing, fully aware that Ron had likely visited but failed to rouse him. The air was tinged with a faint odor of sweat, emanating from the Quidditch robes he had carelessly discarded on the floor. He tossed the robes into his laundry basket and ambled to his desk, opening the window to let in some fresh air. The gentle breeze from the Black Lake gradually sharpened Harry's hazy gaze as he settled down, staring at the partially completed essay on the history of magic sprawled before him. For 2 minutes, the little voices of conscience and laziness battled within Harry's mind, until ultimately, laziness emerged victorious once more, standing triumphantly over the corpse of conscience. "Perhaps Hermione could offer some sound advice," he muttered, folding the parchment and stowing it away in his bag. Under the dim light, a black notebook had been residing in his bag for several days, radiating an enigmatic allure. Harry gazed at the notebook in silence, his hand once again reaching for the quill in a trance. If given the choice, Harry would have preferred never to discover the proper way to read the notebook within his bag, as it would spare him from confronting the vexing dilemmas it posed. Riddle might have chosen the wrong person. Often, Hermione's expressions bore an uncanny resemblance to Professor McGonagall's. One could say they were of the same Gryffindor ilk. In this moment, Hermione's pursed lips mirrored Professor McGonagall's look when she caught Seamus causing an explosion in Transfiguration class or Neville injuring himself. Perhaps the true menace lay with another beast. "Do you think this place can contain several monsters, Hermione?" Ron asked languidly. Harry could entirely grasp Hermione's inclination to defend Hagrid, yet feared that even she could not genuinely believe the flimsy excuses she concocted. "I should have anticipated this would involve Hagrid," Harry muttered, his gaze fixed on the crackling fire, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. The trio fell into silence, and after an extended pause, Hermione broached the most perplexing question. "Do you think we can inquire about these matters with Hagrid? That would surely be a delightful visit." Ron scoffed. "How should we approach him, Hermione? Should we say, 'Hello, Hagrid, could you tell us if you released some savage, furry creature within the castle last semester?'" Another oppressive silence ensued, but this time it was Harry who broke it. "Earlier today, Professor Binns mentioned he visited Hagrid. As far as I know, they share no cordial relationship. But the fact remains Professor Binns did not arrest Hagrid, did he?" Hermione analyzed, her brow furrowed in thought. Perhaps this point may serve to vindicate Hagrid, and Harry. Let us not forget that it was Headmaster Dumbledore who chose to keep Hagrid at Hogwarts. If Hagrid, truly Dumbledore, is a remarkable and benevolent individual, Hermione, a fact we all acknowledge. In the face of this unyielding truth, Hermione's feeble insistence only exacerbated Ron's frustration, compelling him to emphasize his words. No one believes that 50 years ago, Hagrid intentionally murdered that unfortunate girl. Yet the issue lies in his occasional inability to discern the peril posed by those monstrous creatures. The discussion surrounding this matter ultimately yielded no conclusive resolution. Hermione posited that, given Professor Binns might already be aware of Hagrid's connection to the events of 50 years ago regarding the Chamber of Secrets, it would be prudent to present that notebook to him. Perhaps he could confront the riddle within its pages. However, this suggestion was met with vehement opposition from Harry, whose reasoning left Hermione speechless. "I shall never relinquish the notebook to Professor Binns." "Hermione," Harry declared with an exasperated expression. "Consider this. What if Professor Binns is entirely unaware of the situation? It would be tantamount to delivering Hagrid straight into the wizarding prison that Malfoy speaks of. Do you wish for me to spend the rest of my life atoning for this, Hermione? Due to the unresolved issues from last week's letter." Shortly after 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, when Amasta opened the long-sealed office of Professor Lockhart, a surge of white papers erupted from within, nearly burying him entirely. There was not a single spot in the office where one could stand in peace. "We must find another location, everyone," Amasta exclaimed, emerging from the deluge of letters. Casting a helpless glance at the suddenly reticent Hermione, alongside Harry and Ron, whose eyes clearly concealed ulterior motives. Ultimately, with no other options, Amasta was compelled to sacrifice his own office. Hermione and Harry had previously visited Professor Binns' office, but it was Ron's inaugural entry into the investigator's workspace, and he curiously surveyed everything, particularly the wall concealed by a curtain. "This is the one," Amasta chuckled, waving his wand to draw back the curtain, revealing the marvelous wall for the three of them to admire, jesting. "Perhaps it requires some discretion for others, but you three have evidently unraveled my secrets. Haven to you?" Harry and his companions shared an awkward laugh, and with Professor Binns' permission, they thoroughly examined the wall depicting Hogwarts. Of course, Harry and Ron merely reveled in the spectacle, while Hermione discerned a hint of its complexities. "Such an advanced transfiguration spell. I fear I may never master it in this lifetime," she remarked wistfully at the conclusion of their visit. "Do not underestimate yourself, Miss Granger. You possess a remarkable talent for spells. Maintain this humble attitude towards learning, and one day, this will pose no challenge to you." In order to avoid disrupting the impending tasks, Amasta once again shut down the monitoring wall. As he turned around, he noticed that Miss Granger, who had just received praise, had her ears tinged with crimson. This scene incited a gnawing jealousy in Harry and Ron, yet neither of them possessed the audacity to emulate it. As time gradually slipped away, dusk approached on the horizon. "Let us take a brief respite, ladies and gentlemen. There is no need to rush," Professor Brain, while engaged in casual conversation, bore an almost unassuming demeanor. In fact, one might easily forget his roles as a professor and investigator, perceiving him instead as a senior from Hogwarts. This encouraged Harry to muster the courage to voice his lingering doubts. "Professor Brain, did you visit Hagrid yesterday morning?" Harry attempted to sound nonchalant, striving to frame his inquiry as a mere passing remark. However, his tightly clenched fists and the sudden, peculiar silence from Hermione and Ron revealed to Amasta that this was undoubtedly a question long in preparation. Chapter 59, Differences, a matter of personal affairs. Indeed, when Amasta uttered this phrase, the three youngsters before him instantly tensed up. Hermione desperately signaled Harry with her eyes, while Ron uneasily fixated on his shoelaces. Their reactions caused Harry, who was determined to uncover the truth, to waver in his resolve. "How intriguing. What exactly are these three little ones hoping to glean from me?" Amasta mused, observing them with keen interest. "You three seem quite curious about my purpose in visiting Hagrid, are you not?" "Yes, Professor Brain." Harry carefully moderated his tone, attempting to appear inconspicuous. "Hagrid is our closest friend, and you are an investigator." He faltered, struggling to continue. Amasta nodded knowingly. "You are concerned that the matter of the Chamber of Secrets might be connected to Hagrid, and therefore, you worry that I am here to investigate him?" Harry's complexion paled slightly. Ron's cheeks flushed, and Hermione, after a brief silence, broke the awkward stillness with a light-hearted tone. "I apologize, Professor Brain. I have already informed them that this is purely speculation. Hagrid is the most trusted keeper of keys and grounds for Professor Dumbledore. He could not possibly be associated with the Slytherin chamber, could he?" Amasta lowered his gaze and smiled. "Miss Granger, attempting to play games of misdirection before me. You still have a good 30 years of experience to acquire." He pondered for a moment, neither affirming nor denying the connection, merely smiling at the trio and softly adding, "In truth, pure theory and practice alone will not adequately prepare you to confront the dangers that may arise at any moment. Therefore, in accordance with the tradition of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, I believe it is essential for you to encounter some genuinely perilous creatures." Upon observing Hermione and her companions listening intently, Amasta paused momentarily, shrugged his shoulders, and continued, "The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is home to a plethora of fascinating magical creatures, and Hagrid is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable individual in the school regarding this enigmatic forest. Thus, I implored him to serve as my guide. With a collective sigh of relief, the trio visibly relaxed after his explanation. Under Amasta's playful gaze, Harry, blushing, shifted in his seat only to realize that his back had become entirely drenched with sweat in such a brief span of time. May I inquire what you have prepared for us? Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am aware that unicorns and centaurs reside there, but Fred and George have informed me that the forest harbors wonders far beyond those. Amasta leaned back in his chair, tilting his head back as his voice took on a mysterious tone. That falls into the realm of confidentiality, Mr. Weasley. One must understand that the ability to react to unforeseen dangers is of utmost importance, and I do not intend to grant you any advance preparation time. Professor Breen's words ignited a fervor of excitement and curiosity in their eyes, nearly spilling over. Even Hermione could not resist probing for hints, yet Amasta resolutely declined. The discussion surrounding this intriguing topic persisted for over half an hour, with Harry and Ron attempting to glean information through indirect inquiries. Amasta, with a twinkling smile, remained reticent, allowing them to speculate. Ultimately, even Hermione set aside her focus on Gilderoy Lockhart's letters to join the spirited debate. The delightful atmosphere of conversation caused Ron to momentarily forget Amasta's status as a professor. Gazing at Amasta, he expressed, somewhat resentfully, "It is truly astonishing, Professor, how a wizard as remarkable as yourself could hail from Slytherin." Noticing Hermione's admonishing glance, Ron quickly amended his statement. "I mean, we have never encountered such a friendly Slytherin. The Slytherin wizards we have interacted with seem preoccupied with notions of pure blood and glory, looking down upon wizards of Muggle descent. Yet you have never mentioned such things. In my view, you resemble a Gryffindor more. Interestingly, there are times when Slytherin and Gryffindor share striking similarities," Amasta remarked with a neutral tone, causing Harry and his friends to exchange bewildered glances. What novel theory was this? Among the four houses of Hogwarts, Slytherin and Gryffindor were deemed the most irreconcilable. A stark ideological divide that had begun over a millennium ago with the founding of this magical institution by the four great founders. Even the current troubles stemming from the Chamber of Secrets were rooted in this long-standing discord. Should one consider causing a bit of trouble for Dumbledore? Observing Harry, whose eyes betrayed a profound resistance, Amasta allowed a mischievous smile to grace his lips. Clearing his throat, he invoked the philosophy of Professor Dumbledore, asserting that the most formidable and irresistible force in this world is love. Love, he posited, bestows courage, and with courage, individuals are empowered to confront the adversities of life. This notion aligns seamlessly with the ideals of Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Gryffindor House. Is this not a truth, Professor Brain? At the mention of Dumbledore, Harry became instantly sensitive, while Hermione's anxiety mounted as she anxiously watched Amasta. Fearing that Professor Brain might utter sentiments akin to the superiority of pure bloods and the inferiority of half-bloods. Many matters in this world do not yield singular answers, Potter. Amasta remarked with a gentle shake of his head. I cannot claim that Gryffindor's or Dumbledore's philosophies are flawed or erroneous. Rather, I possess my own perspective. Before Harry and the others could inquire further, Amasta elaborated, stating that no matter how intense love or hatred may be, they cannot enable an ordinary person to lift a stone weighing 500 pounds without the aid of magic. Potter, I believe that strength is simply strength, a pure entity, unaffected by love or hatred. Of course, these extreme emotions can ignite one's determination to pursue power. Casting a glance at the three contemplative youngsters, Amasta turned his gaze toward the window, where a tapestry of stars remained embedded in the vast, dark expanse. Throughout the ages, that enigmatic universe has been the coveted realm of countless wizards and muggles alike. After a lengthy pause, Amasta returned to his inscrutable contemplation, smiling as he mused. If one must link power and courage to love, I would assert that strength offers boundless courage in the pursuit of love and freedom. What do you think is correct, Ron? I'm not sure. Harry, Ron murmured as he turned away, but I feel I lack strength more than love. Chapter 60, Progress. The climate in early March had shed its bone-chilling cold. However, the flames in the fireplace continued to blaze with vigor, rendering the room somewhat stifling. Amasta approached the window and opened it, letting his gaze wander aimlessly. For reasons unknown, he suddenly found the tranquility of his relatively comfortable office to be maddeningly agitating. The ancient castle stood silently upon the heights, while the nearby forest bore witness to countless legends of former glory, once illuminating an era, now reduced to mere whispers of memory. As Amasta gazed upon the undulating sea of trees, he was struck by the thought of Voldemort, who, in his quest for eternal power, was willing to sever his own soul imbued with boundless magic. Eternity? Amasta chuckled bitterly to himself. Since the dawn of the universe, it has relentlessly marched toward oblivion. Life, in the grand continuum of time, is but a fleeting splash in the vast waters of existence. In this immeasurable expanse, what could possibly stand alongside eternity? For both muggles and wizards, the only companion to accompany the brevity of life is solitude, Amasta mused to himself. In a moment of despondency, Amasta turned away from the window, but just as he lifted his foot, he paused, his brow suddenly furrowing in concern. In the invisible realm of magic, a tranquil sea of power that had been languidly drifting in space was abruptly drawn toward him by an inexplicable force, surging into his body like a sudden whirlpool emerging beneath a calm surface. A hint of pain shadowed Amasta's handsome features as his lavender-hued eyes transformed, the pupils swirling rapidly in a desperate attempt to absorb the magic. "Were you scheming, Dumbledore?" In the headmaster's office, Snape leaned over the desk, his dark eyes fixated on Dumbledore, who sat in a plush chair with fingers interlaced, trying to glean some insight from the inscrutable depths of his azure gaze. "Ah, how intriguing. Severus, you dare to employ legitimacy against me. But forgive my immodesty. Even when I am frail and toothless, unable to indulge in sweets, you will likely not succeed." Not only Amasta is bewildered, I too am quite curious about this matter, Dumbledore. Snape's cheek twitched as he slightly withdrew, his gaze less insolent yet still laced with menace. "Given my understanding of you, whether it be Amasta's surveillance of the young wizards or the challenges he proposed for them in class, you would ordinarily not acquiesce, yet you have consented to both. Dumbledore, when did you become so lenient? Last year, when Quirrell was at this school, you were far more vigilant towards him than you are toward Amasta. Severus, are you attempting to discuss the distinctions between Quirrell and Amasta with me? You are sidestepping the issue, Dumbledore." Snape's veins throbbed visibly on the back of his hand, and a flush crept onto his sallow cheeks. "The leniency you have shown toward Amasta is hardly in keeping with your usual demeanor, unless you're plotting something. I cannot fathom any other explanation." Fawkes had grown accustomed to the intermittent outbursts, remaining fast asleep with eyes firmly shut, spreading his resplendent wings and nestling his head within them, emitting a soft trill before returning to his dreams. Severus Dumbledore's aged visage, adorned with silver brows and beard, shifted slightly, his tone tinged with exasperation. He was about to explain something when suddenly something caught his attention, prompting him to seal his lips. Under Snape's puzzled gaze, he swiftly approached the window, peering through the intricately framed glass into the boundless darkness beyond. Silence descended abruptly, enveloping the uniquely styled office in a shroud of stillness. For a moment, no one uttered a word. Remarkable, after what seemed like 10 minutes, the slight furrow in Dumbledore's brow finally eased, a glimmer of lightheartedness sparkling in his cerulean eyes as he murmured in a voice only he could hear. "Without a doubt, since the era of the 4 great founders to this day, a millennium has passed, and you are perhaps the most distinguished student of Hogwarts. What does this signify?" Amos, adorned with a look of absurdity, wondered if he had attained enlightenment. Perhaps it was due to the interrupted lineage of wizardry. Or perhaps no one had ever truly discerned the secrets of artificially enhancing magical prowess. In any case, every opportunity for a significant leap in magical growth is serendipitous and elusive. Could it be that I can no longer endure solitude and should seek a companion? Reflecting on the rare surge of magical growth he had just experienced due to a shift in his mindset, Amos shook his head and chuckled. "No, women will only impede my spell-casting speed." Calming himself, Amos reassured his thoughts. Suddenly, he felt a subtle flutter of his eyelashes. His heightened perception revealed that someone seemed to be observing him from beneath the shadows. He gazed intently out into the inky darkness beyond the window, directing his focus towards the source of the prying sensation. After a prolonged moment, the intensity of Amos's gaze finally softened. He retrieved a teapot from the mantelpiece and raised a steaming cup towards the window, offering a silent tribute to the solitary wanderer. "To you," he murmured with a soft chuckle, before draining the warm tea in one gulp. "Have you all noticed?" On a Monday afternoon, as the Defense Against the Dark Arts class commenced, Hermione squinted at the unusually agile Amos atop the platform, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. She turned to Harry and Ron, saying, "Professor Brian's eye color seems even darker than last night. I have never quite understood why Professor Brian's eye color differs from what it used to be." Despite wearing glasses, Harry, whose vision was not as keen as Hermione's, shrugged. Ron, however, hesitated and nodded in agreement. Hermione shot a fierce glare at Ron for his nonsensical speculation. "Perhaps next weekend We could inquire with him. Professor Bryant is quite approachable. He might share with us. As the formal lesson was about to commence, Hermione noted this thought, clearing her mind to focus entirely on the eloquent Professor Bryant. Chapter 61, The Unknown. As I mentioned earlier, contrary to everyone's expectations, today's practical session of defense against the dark arts was not held in the Great Hall. After briefly explaining his intentions, Professor Bryant led the students in an enthusiastic procession to an abandoned classroom near Professor Dumbledore's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Observing the slightly exhilarated young wizards standing in the corridor, Amos smiled warmly. I have employed a complex spell to slightly expand the space within this classroom, preparing it for the dark creatures you'll be facing. What exactly is it, Professor Bryant? Called out Wayne Hopkins, a second-year student from Hufflepuff, raising his hand. He regarded Harry, who was quietly conversing with Hermione and Ron, with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Could it be a troll? I apologize, Hopkins, but I have previously stated that I do not intend to reveal the name of that dark creature to anyone in advance. If you wish to witness it, you must confirm it with your own eyes. Now, I shall elucidate the rules of this game. Amasta leaned against the oak door, arms crossed, smiling. Second-year students will form pairs, while first-year students will form groups of 3 to confront the creature within. Due to the limited time, each group is allotted 10 minutes. Exceeding this time or succumbing to death will result in failure. The crowd began to stir, many having noticed the peculiar wording in Professor Breen's statement. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, each perceiving the unease reflected in the other's eyes. Based on their understanding of Professor Breen, it was evident that the creature within the classroom was likely beyond the realm of mere amusement. Malfoy, amidst the throng, began to tremble. Contemplating a possibility he was reluctant to accept. Neville's voice quivered, as if he might faint at any moment. Fortunately, Hermione managed to retain her clarity of thought, casting an exasperated glare at Neville and, in a chastising tone, asserted Professor Breen would never allow anyone to perish. Neville. Neither Dumbledore nor the Ministry of Magic would permit it. That is not certain. Miss Granger Amasta's expression turned playful upon hearing her words, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth that sent shivers down many spines. Were I to divulge the indiscretions I have committed over the years, it might indeed terrify you all. I can only express my hope that no one meets a heroic demise during this trial. Immediately thereafter, Amasta waved his wand, conjuring a parchment glowing with crimson magical light, which materialized before him. He scanned the crowd and ultimately allowed the enchanted contract to drift into Hermione's hands. Therefore, before entering this classroom, each individual must inscribe their name upon this magical contract. Miss Granger, would you kindly read the text aloud for everyone? Eagerly, Hermione took the parchment and began to read. However, after merely a few glances, her previous confidence that nothing would go awry began to fade. Her rosy cheeks gradually paled, and those surrounding her, Harry, Ron, and Neville, found themselves similarly stricken, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats, making even breathing a challenge. 1. The first person to enter the classroom for the trial, regardless of success or failure, is prohibited from divulging any details of what they witness within. Those who do not participate in the trial are likewise forbidden from inquiring about it. 2. In this trial, each group member is granted 2 opportunities. Should the first round fail, during the interval leading to the conclusion of the second trial, they are not permitted to seek guidance from anyone, nor may they consult any materials. Discussion is restricted solely to the group members themselves regarding strategies to overcome the trial. Amasta, smiling, interrupted Hermione, addressing everyone. The purpose of these 2 rules is to ensure that all participants rely on their own and their companions' intellect to conquer the dark creature within under conditions of absolute uncertainty. Most importantly, Miss Granger, please proceed to the 3rd rule. Hermione swallowed hard, her voice rigid as she articulated the final rule. Participation in this trial is not compulsory. Yet those who decide to partake must inscribe their names upon this contract. The act of signing signifies full awareness of the dangers inherent in this trial. Should any personal harm occur during the process, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and Professor Amos Brain of the Defense against the Dark Arts will bear no responsibility. A murmur of disbelief erupted among the 70 or so young wizards in the corridor as Hermione finished reading the rule, panting heavily. Amidst the chaos, Hermione struggled to voice her dissent, stating that this was illegal and the Ministry of Magic would not recognize such a waiver. Amos Brain shrugged nonchalantly, declaring that the ministry could go to the devil. Miss Granger, I have already mentioned that I sometimes delight in defying regulations. However, Professor Dumbledore would not permit it. Sophie Roper of Ravenclaw shouted. Then let Dumbledore join us in meeting the Amos Brain promptly halted, adopting a more amiable demeanor. In fact, Miss Roper, Professor Dumbledore has already approved my teaching plan. Of course, if you believe you lack the courage to confront the unknown, you may opt out. I have stated that it is not mandatory. Is that even possible, Harry? Ron murmured in shock, sharing the collective astonishment of everyone. How could Dumbledore? Harry felt his heart pounding fiercely in his chest, a blush creeping across his face. Uncertain whether he was filled with fear or exhilaration at the prospect of an unknown challenge. In any case, this sensation was rather pleasant. Professor Amos Brain may be serious. We should take this seriously. Hermione continued to stare wide-eyed at the parchment, attempting to discern any flaws in the text. The tremor in her fingertips revealed that Amos Brain's elaborate setup had indeed been quite effective. You have only 2 minutes to make a decision, Amos Brain stated, deliberately turning away and taking a few steps forward, thus granting space for these bewildered young wizards to deliberate. The reactions among the students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin varied significantly. Although fear was a common sentiment, most Gryffindors who valued courage exhibited a glimmer of eagerness in their eyes. Hermione was quietly reciting spells she might need, while pale-faced Neville's round eyes darted around, hoping someone would provide guidance. Yet in their anxious state, no one could tell him what to do. The Ravenclaw students remained notably calmer than their peers, attempting to analyze whether the contract Professor Amos Brain presented was merely a bluff, devoid of any binding effect. The Hufflepuff students were observing the situation, their choices potentially influenced by the decisions of the other 3 houses. The cunning Slytherin wizards, adept at self-preservation, have discreetly retreated to the back of the crowd. However, Draco Malfoy appears to have made a decision. His parched lips oscillate between glancing at Crabbe and Goyle. The once despised bulk of his companions now seems somewhat fragile. Suddenly, a thought strikes Malfoy, and he raises his hand, inquiring loudly, Professor Brain, if I choose to participate, may I select my own teammates? Harry and Ron are momentarily taken aback. Malfoy has indeed posed a pertinent question. Regrettably, Mr. Malfoy. 2 fleeting minutes pass, and Amos turns with a beaming smile. To foster interaction among the various houses and enhance the understanding among young wizards, I shall personally arrange your teams. Harry shifts uneasily on his toes, recalling the duel in Professor Lockhart's class, where Professor Snape had assigned him an opponent. The corridor falls silent, with only Amasta's voice resonating. He gazes at the young wizards, each harboring their own thoughts, and opens his arms. Ladies and gentlemen, make your decision. Chapter 62, The Trap. The final results are in. Among approximately 160 to 70 young wizards, nearly half have chosen to withdraw, with the majority hailing from Hufflepuff and Slytherin, followed by Ravenclaw, while the number of Gryffindors opting out is the least. This outcome is not entirely unexpected. Amasta swiftly assigns the names of those who signed up into teams. Counting meticulously, there are 10 groups from the first year and a total of 21 groups from the second year. Harry and Draco stand sullenly together, exchanging looks of disdain. Malfoy, with a sinister smirk, remarks, I am genuinely astonished, Malfoy. Harry, whose dreams seem to be materializing, defiantly meets Malfoy's gray gaze. I thought you would struggle to walk without your 2 hulking sidekicks. No one speaks. The young wizards, having exhausted their courage, fixate on their toes, too timid to meet Professor Brain's gaze. In that case, let's first invite Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy to showcase their dazzling courage and intellect. As the moment approaches, Harry finds himself regretting the impulsive decision to sign the contract. He turns his head to see Ron, Hermione, and Neville at the back of the line, all watching him with concern. To alleviate their worries, Harry forces a semblance of a smile, more akin to a grimace. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he takes a deep breath and reaches for the doorknob. Is that it? Meanwhile, Malfoy sheds his acerbic demeanor, breathing rapidly as he casts a pleading glance at Amasta, yearning for a hint. Yet, Amasta remains oblivious to Malfoy's desperate gaze. Raising his voice slightly as he addresses Harry, who is twisting the doorknob, dark creatures generally shy away from light. Potter, the room may be somewhat dim, so be cautious not to stumble. If it were not for the encouraging voices of Hermione and Ron emanating from outside the door, and if Draco Malfoy had not been lazily sauntering in behind him, leaving the door only partially closed, Harry might have found himself questioning whether he was still within the castle walls. As the door clicked shut, the light and sound from the outside world were utterly severed, enveloping the classroom in a somber gloom reminiscent of a dreary day, just before the sun dips below the horizon. The air was thick with a chilling fog, intermingled with the putrid stench of decaying flesh that Harry had previously encountered at Nick's death day party. Silence prevailed, save for the faint sound of water droplets hitting the brown stone floor, creating a rhythmic ticking. In such a dismal atmosphere, Harry's vision was severely restricted. He dared not advance recklessly, clutching his wand with trembling hands and straining his eyes to discern more. Fear and the unknown momentarily dulled Malfoy's animosity towards Harry, and unconsciously, he edged closer to Harry, his voice devoid of its usual arrogance. "What do you think awaits us ahead, Potter?" "I know as much as you do, Malfoy," Harry replied, his tone softened, his gaze unwavering as he attempted to pierce through the thin mist that veiled the air before them. "Come closer, Draco." At that moment, a familiar ominous voice emerged from behind the fog, instantly revitalizing Malfoy while plunging Harry's anxious heart to the depths of despair. "And you, Potter, do you intend to dawdle your way through these 10 minutes? Unfortunately for you, as long as I do not declare the beginning and the end, you shall remain trapped in this room forever," Snape articulated with his customary disdain. However, Harry had grown accustomed to this, and in the midst of such an unfamiliar and perilous environment, he found Snape's disdain oddly comforting. "Professor, are you here to guide me on how to defeat the dark creatures lurking behind the walls?" Malfoy eagerly approached the entrance of the labyrinth, turning to the professor who had shown him the most consideration within the school. "Can you tell me what lies within, and if there are any tricks to deal with it?" "You must rely on yourself, Draco. Professor Brain also made me sign a magical contract forbidding me from disclosing any information," Snape replied, recalling the process in which he was coerced into signing by the seemingly affable Amasta. His next words wiped the cheerfulness from Malfoy's face entirely. "Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Brain placed me here to minimize the casualty rate of this perilous endeavor," observing Harry, who stood 5 feet away, anxiously surveying the entrance to the labyrinth. Snape's lips curled into a sinister smirk. He spoke in the nonchalant tone he often employed during lectures. Harry understood that Snape's remark was directed at him. It was glaringly evident whom Snape would prioritize in the face of danger, himself or Malfoy. "Professor," Harry feigned ignorance to Snape's insinuations, pointing his wand at a viscous brown liquid slowly dripping from the wall near the right entrance of the labyrinth. His voice, sharp and piercing, startled even himself. Could that possibly be blood? Hiss! Harry's indication drew Malfoy's attention to the scene, prompting him to gasp in horror and turn to flee towards the exit. However, Snape firmly grasped his shoulder. Professor Brain's magical contract imposed formidable restrictions. Once signed, it could not be renounced. "Draco, your father would not be pleased to see you rendered mute." Regardless, since entering this classroom, there was no room for regret. Despite their fear, Harry and Draco, under Snape's stern gaze, each chose an entrance and hesitantly stepped into the labyrinth, which exuded an aura of foreboding and death. Their desolate figures soon vanished into the oppressive darkness, which seemed to yearn to consume them. Chapter 63. Thrills. Harry traversed a corridor approximately 10 feet wide, flanked by walls and ceilings of mottled hues. This place was even darker than before, with just enough light to discern the outlines of his fingers. It was only when he collided with the wall during a turn that he remembered he could conjure a glow with his wand. The silence was so profound that he could hear the pounding of his own heart, while the dim, endless passage occasionally revealed wisps of ethereal mist, reminiscent of the luminescence emitted by a ghost. The labyrinth resembled a magical relic buried deep beneath the earth for millennia. Moisture seeping from the walls nourished patches of vibrant green moss in the corners, rendering the dark brown floor tiles exceedingly slick. To avoid slipping, Harry sidled cautiously, moving step by step in a manner that resembled a crab. The path he had traversed quickly disappeared into the darkness, and the way ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. With a pallid complexion, Harry had to admit that this labyrinth, steeped in a tomb-like atmosphere, was the most terrifying place he had ever encountered. Had Professor Brain ever personally explored this maze? The ethereal silence and underlying panic made the passage of time difficult to gauge. Harry felt as though he had wandered this seemingly endless labyrinth for an hour, though in reality, it might have been less than 2 minutes. At the very least, he could not afford to lose to Malfoy. Pressing his lips together, he stifled the ever-present urge to turn back and continue to explore. The area illuminated by his wand's glow presented a monotonous scene, yet this dreary and tedious imagery unknowingly heightened one's imagination of fear. Harry found it hard to fathom how Ron or Hermione would react upon entering this maze, while Neville would likely faint on the spot. Was it possible that Professor Brain had deceived everyone, intending merely to frighten them all with this eerie labyrinth? The surroundings grew increasingly ominous, and by the light of his wand, Harry could see each breath he exhaled forming a dense mist in the air, akin to stepping into a cold storage room. Drip, drip. The further he ventured, the more humid the air became, and his hair became adorned with countless tiny droplets. At last, a different scene unfolded on the ground ahead. Harry's heart raced uncontrollably. The only sources of comfort he had were his wand and the cold, unyielding walls. It was merely a small river. When Harry finally discerned what lay before him, the anxiety that had gripped his heart eased. In the narrow passage, a 10-foot-wide waterway sprawled across the ground, completely obstructing his path. Why had Professor Brain created a small water channel here? In the dim light, Harry cautiously surveyed the water's surface, covered in deep green algae, with a decaying log floating in the middle, emanating a foul odor reminiscent of a stagnant drain, and questions began to rise in his mind. Gryffindor, a symbol of courage, had succumbed to Slytherin in the contest of bravery, and Harry felt he would rather drown in the river before him than face such a dreadful outcome. He exhaled heavily and resolved that he must not stop here. 10 feet was not an easily surmountable distance, yet for Harry, the youngest seeker at Hogwarts in nearly a century, brimming with athletic vigor, it was not an insurmountable challenge. He focused on the log that protruded through the algae in the river. Professor Brain had placed that log there to assist us in crossing. With this thought in mind, Harry took 2 steps back, inhaled deeply, and then leaped with all his might, landing solidly on the log and effortlessly clearing the waterway. Drip, drip. As the moisture-laden air met the icy cold walls, it coalesced into droplets, falling one by one into the center of the channel, disturbing the log that Harry had used as a stepping stone. The log drifted to the side, quickly touching the riverbank. In the vast darkness, unnoticed, a hand as pale as pure white marble suddenly emerged from the water, pressing against the solid ground. The labyrinthine environment was not static. In addition to the winding, twisted passageways, there were small, semicircular rooms with high domed ceilings, their purpose unknown. Now, before him lay a straight corridor. Harry raised his wand, allowing its glow to illuminate farther ahead, yet within a 30-foot radius. Nothing appeared novel, save for a large, damaged hole in the ceiling a few steps away, its interior shrouded in darkness. How had Professor Brain discovered such a place? Upon this thought, Harry conjured the youthful visage of Professor Brain in his mind, along with the perpetual smile that seemed impervious to any unexpected disturbance. Convinced that he had garnered some understanding of Professor Brain, Harry suddenly realized that he had never truly glimpsed the reality concealed beneath the professor's enigmatic facade. Compared to earlier, Harry, who had gradually acclimated to the darkness and silence, found his steps to be considerably lighter. He began to lean towards the notion that Professor Brain had painstakingly crafted this eerie labyrinth solely to test their courage. The previous words exchanged in the corridor and the magical contract he presented were merely devices to instill a sense of trepidation. Indeed, the heir of Slytherin had thus far only petrified Philip's cat, along with Colin and Justin. Yet, this alone had sent ripples of anxiety from Headmaster Dumbledore down to every subject professor. If the threats uttered by Professor Brain held any weight, the young wizards might face dire consequences, a burden too heavy for anyone to bear. Comprehending this alleviated the oppressive and desolate atmosphere surrounding him, allowing Harry to wipe the perspiration from his brow and even let a faint smile grace his lips. Clever Professor Brain, he muttered to himself, recalling the 10-minute time limit imposed on each group. Should he fail to exit the maze within that time frame, he would be deemed a failure alongside Malfoy, rendering any progress in his exploration meaningless. A flurry of thoughts danced through Harry's mind, such as the inexplicable absence of Malfoy thus far, and whether Snape might contravene the rules, secretly guiding Malfoy along a more expedient path through the maze. Given his understanding of Snape, such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. With this in mind, Harry felt a surge of impatience. He rubbed his sore right shoulder, determined to hasten his departure from this place. Yet, just as Harry was about to step forward, a piercing scream filled with terror erupted from the depths of the shadowy corridor, draining the color from his face once more. Chapter 64, The Inferi. Boom! The sudden, unheralded roar caused Harry to slip, landing unceremoniously on the ground. However, he paid no heed to the pain in his backside. His frightened gaze remained fixed on the churning darkness. Undoubtedly, the scream belonged to Malfoy, and it seemed alarmingly close. Malfoy was in peril. This maze indeed harbored treacherous dark creatures. Within mere seconds, Harry's undergarments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Trembling, he clambered to his feet, his instincts propelling him towards the direction from whence he came. Yet, after only 2 hurried steps, he halted again, a look of turmoil etched upon his pale, bloodless face. Within the labyrinth lurked dark entities, a testament to the fact that Professor Brain was not deceiving them. In this institution, Malfoy was the wizard whom Harry loathed the most. And conversely, Harry was acutely aware that he was likely Malfoy's greatest aversion as well. They were natural adversaries, given the chance. Each would unhesitatingly expel the other from Hogwarts. That was beyond doubt. However, this did not imply that Harry wished to witness Malfoy's demise. The mere thought of death sent a shiver down Harry's spine, and involuntarily, a vivid image surfaced in his mind. A lifeless body lying in the pitch-black corridor. Empty eyes fixed upon the ceiling, robes soaked in blood, while a grotesque creature with matted fur, vicious claws, and sharp fangs squatted beside Malfoy's corpse, eagerly feasting upon the putrid flesh. Mind your own business, Harry. Malfoy won't be grateful to you. And besides, Snape is watching outside. Harry's lips turned pale as he quietly urged his conscience. But the haunting vision that had invaded his mind felt as though it were nailed to his forehead, refusing to dissipate. Damn it, Malfoy, this is your one chance in a lifetime. After a tumultuous internal struggle, ultimately, kindness triumphed over fear and disdain for Malfoy. Harry turned once more, shouting towards the source of the screams. Where are you, Malfoy? If you're still breathing, please shout again. Stumbling backward, Harry's heart raced within his chest, as if it might leap forth from his throat at any moment. Who is there? He called out, but immediately his question was answered as Malfoy tumbled forth from the darkness. Harry swore he had never seen Malfoy in such a disheveled state. The typically acerbic expression on that loathsome face had vanished, replaced by one streaked with snot and tears. Malfoy's hair and forehead bore bloodstains, resembling the crimson blot he had observed on the wall before entering the maze. His robe was torn, hanging from one shoulder, and upon seeing Harry, a look of unprecedented joy erupted in Malfoy's eyes. It was indeed a marvel that Malfoy would be pleased to see him. Harry mused on this. Yet he recognized that this absurd notion was ill-timed. What did you encounter? There are corpses, Potter. I saw the dead. Malfoy's pallor was beyond description. His gaze was unfocused, as though terror had shattered his mental defenses. His words tumbled out incoherently, and Harry was convinced that Malfoy had indeed endured an unimaginable horror. For he could feel Malfoy leaning heavily against him, as if his very weight depended on Harry's support. Without it, he would surely crumple to the ground. Stop being foolish. Malfoy, Harry spoke sharply, yet he noticed his own voice trembling. Professor Brain had mentioned the presence of dark creatures here, but he never said anything about the corpses hidden within the labyrinth. And after all, the dead do not rise to pursue you, do they? You know nothing of him. Potter, you are utterly unaware of Amos Brain. Potter, he is a dark wizard, and I have witnessed his ruthless demeanor in private. This statement seemed to drain all rationality from Malfoy, who became slightly dazed, breaking free from Harry's support and stumbling back toward the direction for which he had come, murmuring words like escape and leave in a trance. Harry's breath quickened once more, his heart filled with fear as he stared blankly at Malfoy, disappearing from his sight, caught in a dilemma of indecision. Rustle. At that moment, an unusual dragging sound suddenly emanated from the direction Malfoy had fled, as if someone were being dragged along the ground. Gulp. Harry swallowed hard, the glowing tip of his wand trembling as it pointed toward the source of the sound. Every cell in his body quaking with terror. Should he remain here and confront that dark creature, or should he turn and flee? It was unlikely that Professor Brain would set them against a beast far beyond the capabilities of young wizards. Yet having come this far, Harry pressed his dry lips together, struggling to think with the dwindling remnants of his sanity. He endeavored to convince himself not to be a coward and forced himself to keep his eyes wide open, fixated on the direction of the unsettling noise. At the very least, he needed to see what lurked within the maze. He could not solely rely on Malfoy's account. Waiting was the most excruciating torture, each second feeling as though it were magically prolonged. Harry slowly edged toward the wall, pressing his back against it, quietly awaiting the inevitable moment of terror. Since entering this classroom, he had been telling himself that he might encounter unprecedented fears, even more terrifying than Hagrid's massive dog named Fong, or the unbandaged Quirrell. However, when that creature emerged from the shadows, Harry felt as though his entire respiratory system had been plunged into icy water. Every breath he took was chillingly cold, and the defenses he had erected in his mind crumbled utterly. It was indeed a corpse. Malfoy had not lied. It was a female body clad in tattered, decayed clothing, with sparse, long hair sprouting from a rotting scalp, her dim eyes and skin a pallid, lifeless white. Harry confirmed this at first glance, for he had never seen anyone still moving with a dagger lodged in their heart. Cackle. An odd sound escaped Harry's lips, a noise produced when his upper and lower teeth clashed together. Strangely, he found himself somewhat admiring Malfoy, for after encountering such a horror, Malfoy still possessed the strength to flee. That was indeed quite an impressive feat. Run. That was the only thought left in Harry's mind. Why is it that a person who seemingly perished long ago can still exhibit movement? From where did Professor Brain procure this malevolent entity? And how does one triumph over a body that has slumbered in the embrace of death? Such ponderings are not the immediate concern. The only pressing matter at hand is escape. The wind whistling past his ears attests to Harry's speed, yet he finds it insufficiently swift. He has never yearned for his flying broomstick as much as he does now. There's one over there, Potter. Just as Harry burst forth from a chamber resembling a tomb, Malfoy unexpectedly emerged from a corner, his countenance bewildered. The words that tumbled from Malfoy's lips plunged Harry into utter disarray. Chapter 65, An Anticipated Defeat. You lie, Malfoy. Harry attempted to modulate his tone to avoid sounding combative, yet his voice emerged nearly as a roar. I just came from that direction. There's nothing there but a drain. You're trying to scare me. Under normal circumstances, Malfoy might have retaliated with his wand at Harry's dismissive tone. However, at this moment, he exhibited no offense, only a despondent whimper. A corpse, chained, crawled out of the water. I saw it upon uttering these words. Malfoy collapsed as if all strength had drained from him, languishing before the arched entrance of the small chamber, murmuring, "Brain wants us dead. Potter, we're doomed nonsense." Harry clenched his teeth, asserting, "Mr. Brain is an investigator appointed by the Board of Governors and a professor of defense against the dark arts. Whatever transpires here, Professor Dumbledore will be informed, and Professor Snape is outside." Harry rebutted Malfoy's absurd conjecture. Yet he could not shake the unsettling belief that there might indeed be a similar corpse lurking in the shadows, one he had simply failed to notice. It is that piece of wood, after a brief contemplation. Harry comprehended that the chained corpse Malfoy spoke of must be the very piece of wood floating in the center of the small drain, awakened from its eternal slumber by Harry's footfall. Now, Harry faced a dire predicament. Both paths ahead and behind were obstructed by two animate, seemingly ravenous corpses. He and Malfoy were ensnared in between, and in approximately 30 seconds, they would confront those two abominable beings. To make matters worse, Malfoy, his only ally, appeared to have surrendered any notion of resistance. Damn it! Harry jogged to Malfoy's side and pulled him into the chamber, where Malfoy offered no resistance, merely trembling and muttering phrases of despair. I must do something. The most prudent course of action would be to procure 2 large stones to block the arched entrances at either end of the chamber. Though those undead beings seemed both malevolent and perilous, they did not appear overly strong. If Harry could seal the room, perhaps he and Malfoy could preserve their lives. However, he was not Professor McGonagall, the master of transfiguration, who could effortlessly wave her wand to transform a beetle into a teapot with magical prowess. While Harry was still pondering, the two Infri would not patiently wait for him to devise a flawless plan. They swiftly emerged from around the corner, now merely 30 feet away from the small room. Petrify them all. As death loomed near, Harry cast aside his thoughts and surrendered his body to instinct. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed a spell towards the corpse, which bore a swollen face marred by intricate, interwoven cracks, clad in prison garb, its hands and feet shackled by chains. The first time Harry had encountered this particular curse was last year, when Hermione used it against Neville, rendering him a motionless statue for several hours. Harry hoped his petrifying spell would yield equally perfect results. Unfortunately, his incantation faltered. The cursed Inferius staggered slightly, but was not immobilized. Disarm. Harry made another attempt against the female corpse, the disarming charm being the sole useful spell he had gleaned from Lockhart's dueling class, taught by none other than Snape. A brilliant red light surged forth from the tip of Harry's wand, striking the Inferius's chest with precision. The spell was formidable, causing the creature to recoil several steps. Yet, this did little to resolve the predicament. The female Inferius regained its footing and advanced towards the small room once more. With 2 failures in quick succession, despair began to creep into Harry's heart. Malfoy, leaning against the wall, had even closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting something to sever his neck. What should I do? Large beads of sweat rolled down Harry's forehead, pooling on his cheeks, which were as red as a boiled lobster. At this moment, he found himself believing Professor Brain's words from the previous night in his office. Power is power. No extreme emotion can instantaneously grant you the strength to vanquish fear. At most, it can only solidify your resolve to pursue power. Think of something, Malfoy. What else can stop them from approaching? On the precipice of life and death. Harry could no longer afford to chastise Malfoy for his disheartening performance. He shouted at Malfoy, hoping for a spark of inspiration. We're doomed, Potter. Harry's 2 failed spells seemed to invigorate Malfoy, who wobbled to his feet, tears glistening in his eyes, exclaiming that no spell could conquer the dead. Gazing at the 2 Infri now merely 10 feet from the front and back doors, having undergone the baptism of fear, Harry's emerald eyes reignited with resolute determination. "Listen to me, Malfoy. Heed my words, and do not question why, for I myself do not know the reason for my actions." After a moment of contemplation, Harry fixed his gaze upon the chained wraith, breathing heavily. "I shall attempt the trip jinx to topple this bound creature. Should I fail, I will dash forward to shove it aside, while it is preoccupied with severing my throat. In the meantime, you must slip past and summon Professor Snape before my breath fades." Malfoy stood momentarily dumbstruck, staring at Harry as if he were encountering him for the first time. Harry did not afford Malfoy the luxury of a question. Having uttered his command, he promptly raised his wand, his youthful visage radiating a dauntless glow. "Wait, Potter." "Why?" Malfoy's words were abruptly interrupted by another calm voice resonating through the cramped room. With the emergence of this voice, the two wraiths halted as if receiving an unseen signal, no longer advancing a step. God is my witness, Professor Snape's appearance had never brought Harry such joy. Overwhelmed with emotion, he even managed a relieved smile at Snape, who emerged from the wall. Yet Snape's expression towards Harry was markedly different from those before. Instead of the usual icy smile, his countenance was complex, and a hint of sorrow flickered in his dark eyes. Professor, this unexpected demeanor of Snape instilled a twinge of fear in Harry, who cautiously regarded Snape and inquired with a trembling voice, "Have we failed our challenge?" Under the influence of the exhilaration potion, Harry and Draco's pallid faces began to relax. Freed from external pressures, an overwhelming fatigue surged through their consciousnesses. And just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, Snape swiftly supported them, tucking one under each arm. However, as he lifted Harry, he nearly lost his grip, nearly letting him tumble to the floor. "Let us go finally." Snape cast a glance at the two wraiths, which had resumed their positions, before he passed through the wall with an air of finality. Chapter 66, A Night in the Hospital Wing. Unprecedented. Inside the hospital wing, Professor McGonagall's stern reprimands drowned out the rising tide of the young wizard's sobs, Madame Pomfrey's flustered shouts, and the various heads of houses striving to soothe the students. Outside the hospital wing, Dumbledore and Amasta stood before the irate McGonagall, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Dumbledore blinked, feigning interest in a panoramic telescope affixed to the ceiling, seemingly uninterested in addressing McGonagall's inquiries. "You see, Professor McGonagall, we implemented numerous protective measures to ensure that no mishaps would occur. I personally cast several powerful restraining charms on those two wraiths. No one will be harmed." Amasta offered a wry smile in his defense. "I merely hope to test their courage. Do you believe this is merely a matter of injury?" "Professor Brain?" Professor McGonagall's eyes glinted with a terrifying light as she glared at Amasta. "It is not merely a matter of children. How many adult wizards could withstand the fright of the ghoul? That is the crux of the matter, Professor McGonagall." Amasta sighed in resignation. "No one is born a warrior. If we wish for these children to swiftly devise precise and effective responses when confronted with life-threatening dangers, we must train them, fortify their courage, and test their resolve. Professor McGonagall, if under such comprehensive protection, the children cannot even contend with a ghoul that could be vanquished by a simple incantation, may I respectfully inquire, is the purpose of Hogwarts education merely to prepare young wizards for 2 inconsequential examinations? Inconsequential examinations? Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, her gaze sharp as a hawk's as she fixed it upon Amasta. "Is that truly your belief, Professor Brain? Those are 2 examinations that will determine their fates. Well, let's not dwell on that. Perhaps your intentions are noble, but I maintain that they are still too young. Might you consider waiting until when?" Amasta retorted with a smile. "Until the fangs of danger are clamped around their necks before teaching children how to wield wisdom and bravery against peril." As the argument began to escalate toward the quarrel, Dumbledore finally stepped in. He positioned himself between Professor McGonagall and Amasta and stated succinctly, "In my view, should we not return the decision-making power of this matter to the children themselves? Due to time constraints, only half the young wizards participated in the trial this afternoon, and not a single one contemplated how to address the ghoul. Hermione, unfortunately, fell into a small waterway as she struggled to pull herself up onto a flipped piece of wood, only to inadvertently discover a pair of clouded white eyes. After a piercing scream shattered the silence, she promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Daphne Greengrass, part of her group, was so frightened by a ghoul falling from the ceiling that she fled in the wrong direction, thus failing the trial. Surprisingly, the most commendable performances came from first-year students Ginny Weasley and Neville Longbottom. Ginny astutely noticed something amiss with the piece of wood. She used a minor spell to activate it and, upon discovering it was a corpse, she did not flee in terror. Instead, she bravely endured her fear and cast a freezing charm to immobilize the shoreline, causing the sluggish ghoul to spin helplessly in the water below. Unfortunately, Ginny was unaware of how to eliminate the ghoul and ultimately failed due to exceeding the time limit. In the eyes of the crowd, the seemingly timid Neville Longbottom surprised everyone by displaying a boldness that was quite unexpected. Like Hermione, he fell into a waterway, and while he screamed in terror, he engaged in a bizarre struggle against the ghastly specters lurking in the water. Ultimately, he was rescued by the ashen-faced Severus Snape. Madame Pomfrey had just administered a dose of euphoric chocolate milk to everyone, and the atmosphere in the infirmary had significantly improved since the beginning. Due to Amos's magical contract, no one was permitted to discuss the events that transpired in the classroom that afternoon. The unfortunate Colin and Justin lay in the innermost beds of the infirmary, while the squirrel-like Professor Lockhart, with his swollen cheeks, strained his neck to incessantly inquire about the happenings. However, Hermione, who was closest to him, chose to ignore his persistent questions. Evidently, Hermione had yet to recover from her fright, curled up beneath her blankets, her body trembling slightly, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Harry, lying beside her, appeared to be in relatively better condition, though his complexion was somewhat pale. Yet, he found himself at a loss on how to comfort Hermione, his vacant gaze fixed upon the white ceiling. Pondering the ominous remarks made by Malfoy earlier about dark wizards and the ruthlessly cunning Professor Bane, what secrets did Malfoy truly possess? Potter Malfoy, who had been glaring at Harry since entering the infirmary, finally spoke with a scowl. Do you have any advice? As the most prominent rival in the school, Harry could not possibly reconcile with Draco after a single failed collaboration. Absently, he shot Malfoy an irritated glance. Offended, Malfoy pressed his lips together, his cheeks visibly reddening with anger, before turning his head away. However, a few minutes later, he could no longer contain his curiosity and bluntly asked Harry, "Why did you do that this afternoon?" It was absurd to think he would choose to save Malfoy, the very person he despised most among all the young wizards in the school. If you are willing to enlighten me on your assessment of Professor Bane, perhaps I might candidly explain why I made that foolish decision, Harry replied. Potter. At this, Malfoy's initial gratitude faded into irritation, and he bared his teeth like a threatened hyena, glaring fiercely at Harry. Do you expect me to express gratitude for your paltry assistance? In fact, like everyone else, you accomplished nothing. Oh, gratitude. Harry perked up, sitting upright in bed, his gaze equally sharp. I would never dare to anticipate your thanks. To be honest, Malfoy, I seriously doubt you even comprehend the meaning of the word. Chapter 67, A New Perspective. As Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Amasta entered the hospital wing in succession, they noticed that over half of the young wizards were captivated by the enigmatic rivalry between Harry and Draco. For these young sorcerers, the act of forgetting is often simpler than that of remembering, and the pursuit of novelty and the unknown is an inherent virtue. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, surveyed the lively assembly of young witches and wizards gathered in the bustling hall. Clearing his throat, he expressed his delight at not seeing any forlorn or despondent faces. Professor McGonagall, however, coughed disapprovingly, for Dumbledore's remarks were not entirely objective. Several young wizards bore expressions of anxiety, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Just moments ago, McGonagall, Professor Brain, and I had engaged in an in-depth discussion regarding the continuation of the practical defense against the dark arts class. McGonagall contended that exposing you to such perilous dark creatures was beyond your current capabilities. In contrast, Professor Brain insisted that danger often arises unexpectedly, making it imperative to cultivate your ability to confront and resolve threats. Aside from Madame Pomfrey's disapproving murmurs against the wall, silence enveloped the room. All eyes fixated on the trio at the center of the hall. Dumbledore, with a gentle gaze directed at the young wizards, spoke slowly to ensure clarity. He proposed, I believe the decision should ultimately rest with you. Do you think this somewhat radical approach to practice should continue? Contrary to McGonagall's expectations of a rush to abandon the endeavor, the young wizards exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice a desire to withdraw. However, after a prolonged silence, Ginny timidly raised her hand, her eyes reflecting trepidation as she looked at the smiling Professor Brain, who seemed unfazed by their dilemma. We can't give up, can we? I mean, we all signed that contract, and if we quit now, we would face severe consequences. If that is your concern. Miss Weasley, there is no need for alarm, Amasta reassured the group. Headmaster Dumbledore has the power to assist you in nullifying the contract. If anyone feels incapable of overcoming the dark creatures within the labyrinth, you may present your request now. And both Dumbledore and I can guarantee that you will incur no penalties. The atmosphere in the hospital wing became noticeably more vibrant, many young wizards displaying eager expressions. Yet no one stepped forward to take the lead. Then, with a hint of despondency, Hermione raised her hand and asked, Do you truly believe that these are foes that young wizards can conquer? Not at all, Miss Granger, Brain replied. It is not insurmountable. Amos Tuck gazed at the young, which he greatly admired, nodding with a smile. You are merely blinded by fear for a moment, failing to perceive the inherent weakness beneath the grotesque facade of your adversary. As far as I am aware, Miss Granger, you, Mr. Potter, and your mutual friend Mr. Weasley triumphed over a 12-foot troll in the girls' restroom during your first year. May I inquire? He gestured towards Hermione and Harry, who sat nearby. What formidable spell you employed at that time? None, Professor. Ron replied. I used the levitation charm, and I merely distracted it with some tricks. In truth, while thrilling, it wasn't particularly taxing. Professor McGonagall looked on proudly as Harry blew his nose vigorously. She seemed on the verge of speaking, but was interrupted by the enthralled Dumbledore. Amos Tuck nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at Madame Pomfrey, who was administering potions to Professor Lockhart, and surveyed the eager, bright eyes around him. He continued, Who among you believes that what you encountered in the maze today was more challenging than contending with a troll? From my perspective, the troll remains the more formidable foe. Came a voice. A frenzied troll could toss me into the air, while that thing in the maze, as the young wizards chattered excitedly. Amos Tuck chuckled warmly. It seems you have all grasped the truth. Despair only truly descends upon you at the moment you utterly relinquish your resolve in the face of fear. What a remarkable, sagacious observation. Dumbledore removed his half-moon spectacles to polish them, murmuring softly. But Professor Hermione, being an exceptionally rational young witch, had indeed found great encouragement in Professor Brain's words. However, she yearned for a more tangible answer. We know nothing about that creature. We are uncertain how to confront it. Ah, have I not already provided you with a method? Amos Tuck winked playfully. And my hints have been quite conspicuous, Miss Granger. Unsurprisingly, confusion washed over everyone. When had Professor Brain ever mentioned such a terrifying creature in class? Meanwhile, Harry, sitting beside Hermione, bit his lip in contemplation, appearing to have a glimmer of understanding. I wish to continue, Professor McGonagall. 10 minutes later, to everyone's astonishment, Neville Longbottom, the unassuming Gryffindor, was the first to raise his hand and express his thoughts. Amos regarded the round-faced boy with a curious gaze. This was the second time today that Longbottom had surprised him. To be frank, he had not anticipated any young wizard daring enough to engage in a brawl with a ghoul, and if all went well, this Longbottom might indeed achieve great things. Mr. Longbottom, Professor McGonagall regarded him sternly. If you're merely trying to impress your grandmother, there is no need to resort to such measures to prove yourself. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze nearly caused Neville to retract his neck into his chest, especially in the presence of Headmaster Dumbledore. He could scarcely muster the courage to argue, merely bowing his head and mumbling inaudibly. The decision is in your capable hands, without waiting for every young wizard to voice their opinions. Amos cast a deep glance at Lockhart, then turned to smile and nod at Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall before departing the hospital wing for his office, where more pressing matters awaited him. Chapter 68, Distant Memories. Exiting the hospital wing, Amos had traversed the corridor toward the staircase, only to unexpectedly encounter a few of the Weasley youngsters lingering apprehensively at the corner. They seemed to have already noticed Professor Brain approaching, but made no attempt to evade him, as if they were awaiting his arrival. Is it not rather close to bedtime? Gentleman Weasley? Amos inquired, observing Prefect Percy along with the twins and Ron Weasley. Have you all spontaneously decided to host a family gathering? Indeed, Professor Brain. The Weasley children exchanged glances, and ultimately, the eldest, Percy, stepped forward to explain, Professor McGonagall has prohibited us from visiting the hospital wing. Yet we are quite worried about Ginny. Ah. Amos smiled knowingly, nodding in understanding. It is entirely natural to be concerned for a family member's well-being. Fear not, dear ones, your little sister is in excellent health. In fact, none of the young wizards have sustained any substantial injuries. Madame Pomfrey has assured me they simply need to remain for observation overnight and will be discharged by tomorrow morning. Professor Brain, might you allow us to see Ginny? Harry and Hermione are there as well. Apologies, little ones, Amos replied, passing through them as he descended the stairs. Actually, I wish to inquire about what Professor Brain has prepared for the upper year practical classes. Percy watched the disappearing figure of Professor Brain with a regretful click of his tongue. Don't hold your breath, Percy. Professor Brain is notoriously tight-lipped. We tried. He wouldn't divulge a single word. After their shared objective crumbled, subtle rifts between the Weasley brothers began to surface, with Ron casting a sidelong glance at Percy, disdain evident in his expression. I'm not like you lot, Ron. I am a. The twins chimed in unison, teasingly, Prefect. Percy's face visibly reddened, and he shouted after the twins and Ron, who had already begun to drift away. If you don't learn to behave yourselves in the coming months, I shall write to Mother. All is well. As the door creaked open, Amos caught a glimpse of Professor Snape seated at his desk, hands covering his face, shoulders quaking slightly. Yet this peculiar display vanished entirely as the door opened wider, and Snape strode out of the office with purpose. Surely, one cannot be frightened to tears by a spectre. Amos sauntered to the stool positioned in the center of the room, his gaze curiously fixated on a few drops of water lingering on the floor, their essence yet to evaporate. His brows arched high until the traces of tears vanished, and only then did he slowly raise his head, emitting an enigmatic chuckle. Perhaps, before departing from Hogwarts, he ought to seek an opportunity to converse with Professor Snape. With a flick of his wand, the curtains and drapes swiftly drew closed, ensuring that no mischievous old man could spy upon him. Amos continued to inscribe powerful protective charms in midair with his wand, each incantation flashing with dazzling brilliance before being etched into the void, creating a shield that separated his office from Hogwarts across multiple dimensions of magic and space. At this moment, the office resembled an isolated island adrift in an infinite sea. Apart from Amos himself, no one could pinpoint its location. The glow from the fireplace and candelabras was extinguished, and the moonlight and starlight were barred from entering by Amos' enchantments, plunging the office into a profound darkness akin to the abyss of the cosmos. Could this be a narrative he could not recall? Amos swam through the currents of time like a fish, his steps light as he traversed the waters of forgotten memories. Vivid images of a once real existence etched clearly within his mysterious gaze. His mind raced at full speed, his emotions ebbing and flowing tumultuously. Do you truly believe we can succeed? In the darkened infirmary, all the young wizards remained quietly nestled in their beds, the sole reason for their subdued demeanor being the presence of Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout, who personally oversaw the multitude of younger wizards gathered there, ensuring that no mishap would occur that night, alongside Madame Pomfrey. For these two professors, it was a novel experience. At this moment, they huddled in a small office, conversing animatedly under the gentle glow of the moonlight. However, the young wizards were not easily subdued, despite their reluctance to rebel against Professor McGonagall's orders to sleep. Many clandestinely exchanged messages via enchanted owls. Harry's companion was not Hermione. Rather, it was a boy in the opposite bed, glaring at him with a menacing gaze, leaving him to engage Hermione in innocuous conversation. I believe Professor Brain would not deceive us. A cautious owl flitted into Harry's blankets, delivering a note inscribed with Hermione's elegant handwriting, articulating her thoughts. Troubled, Harry crumpled the note in his hand, turned over, and closed his eyes. That evening, when Professor Brain mentioned that he had already provided hints, a spark of insight flickered in Harry's mind. The truth was tantalizingly close. Yet, that minuscule distance remained insurmountable. A disheartening sensation indeed. Once it became evident that Harry was no longer inclined to continue their discussion, a veil of fog gradually clouded Hermione's beautiful eyes. Her thoughts no longer as lucid. She tucked herself snugly beneath her covers, preparing to rest, but after tossing and turning for a considerable time, sleep eluded her. In the tranquil infirmary, the varied symphony of snores transformed the space into a battleground of slumber. Hermione allowed only her forehead to remain outside the comforting cocoon of her blankets, entrusting her body to their warmth. What, one wonders, had Professor Brain engaged in prior to his arrival at Hogwarts? On the first night, he had elucidated to all present that the dark creatures dwelling within the labyrinth were encountered from his travels, retained for their intriguing research potential. What kind of journey would involve dealings with such perilous beings? Chapter 69. Perseverance and Abandonment. The protective enchantments shrouding the office had all been dismantled by Amos, and the frail starlight filtered once more through the curtains stirred by a gentle breeze, illuminating the dark floor of the office. Leaning against the back of his chair, Amos gazed at the mottled shadows, his expression betraying profound fatigue. Before delving into the memories, he anticipated uncovering some intriguing insights. Yet, irrespective of his vivid imagination, he could not have foreseen the astonishing revelations concealed within the memories he had chosen to erase. Harry Potter. After a moment's pause, Amos closed his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The memories beneath the dormitory floor bore no relevance to the narrative at hand, yet their significance rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the plot itself. One could even assert that this was a memory capable of influencing the trajectory of the future. It was no wonder he had taken such comprehensive precautions back then. Amos murmured softly, his bitter smile morphing into something more sinister, his gaze reflecting both relief and uncertainty. Am I still entangled in this? Yet, why would I go to such lengths for something that may truly be possible? The butterfly effect seems to suggest that my presence has only complicated matters further. As he twirled his wand between his fingers, Amasta's attention shifted to a voodoo doll with a candle made from dragon's blood, its tip nearing fragmentation, resting precariously on the bookshelf. He could already sense that, under the ravages of the Dark Lord's power, this doll would not endure much longer, signifying that his time at Hogwarts was also approaching its countdown. The moment seemed ripe. Aosta chuckled softly, the sound devoid of clarity, as he began to scent the essence of freedom. The eight-eyed spider, a highly aggressive and social dark creature, had yet to reveal any flesh that did not appeal to its appetite, including, of course, human flesh. Amasta's explanation caused the small wizards legally venturing to the fringes of the Forbidden Forest to temper their excitement, redirecting their fervent attention to the juvenile eight-eyed spider behind Professor Brain. From its size, one could ascertain that this was a remarkable creature with both speed and strength. Notably, the venom of an adult eight-eyed spider could incapacitate even a dragon. Amasta stood before a group of young wizards, engaging them in an animated discussion. However, he remained undaunted, for the vulnerabilities of the eight-eyed spider were as pronounced as its strengths. In contrast to the magical creature's pelts or scales, which often exhibit resistance to spells, the magical resistance of the eight-eyed spider was comparable to that of a novice wizard. This meant that even a first-year student, if capable of casting a spell that struck the spider, could triumph over this creature. Professor Brain. Katie Bell from Gryffindor raised her hand, her voice laced with a mix of excitement and trepidation. If we are bitten by an eight-eyed spider, will it lay eggs in our bodies? Could you not pose such a revolting question, Katie? Aaliyah interjected with disdain. With a light-hearted chuckle, Amasta waved his hand to lift the petrification spell and boisterously instructed the eager young wizards. Step back 300 feet and line up. Before the eight-eyed spider charges and injects its venom into you, attempt to petrify or stun it. A friendly reminder, at this distance, the spider will reach you in less than 5 seconds, meaning you'll have only 2 chances to cast your spells. You must approach this with a resolute spirit. Understand that if you fail, you'll have to bear the consequences alone, for I shall not intervene. You should be grateful to the first and second-year students. I have lowered the practical lessons difficulty to a level even Fairchild could manage. As the excited young wizards prepared, the eight-eyed spider, with its daunting black pincers, closed its eyes in despair, seemingly resigned to its grim fate. This was a scene from the practical defense against the dark arts class for 3rd, 4th, and 5th years, which, despite Professor McGonagall's vehement objections, led Amasta to abandon the plan of using a closed classroom to recreate the Forbidden Forest environment. Instead, the young wizards faced the eight-eyed spider in a one-on-one encounter under completely unfamiliar circumstances. However, this level of challenge seemed just right for the young wizards, as most of them reveled in the experience. Some, endowed with both courage and practical skill, such as the Weasley twins and Cedric from Hufflepuff, managed to toy with the unfortunate eight-eyed spider with ease. That evening in the Gryffindor common room, when Fred and George boasted about how they had dispatched the spider's 2 slender limbs with a combination of petrification and shattering spells, Ron, who had been anxious about the upcoming practical class, suddenly bore an expression of relief. Anything is better than dealing with spiders. Ron's trembling declaration caused Harry and Hermione to exchange glances, aware that Ron's newfound confidence would likely wane before the defense against the dark arts class, where Professor Brain would teach him the true nature of human malice. Speaking of which, Ron chewed on a slice of pumpkin pie, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Harry and Hermione, who had been rather absent-minded in recent days. Have you two not come up with any ideas? Upon hearing this, Harry collapsed onto the sofa, while Hermione set aside her transfiguration essay with a sigh. It's more challenging than I anticipated, Ron. I believe you should also brace yourself adequately. Although Professor Breen's words in the infirmary were uplifting, it won't be so straightforward for those of us lacking practical experience, will it? Hermione remarked, gazing at Ron, who seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. This isn't something that can be resolved merely by casting a levitation charm to knock someone out. Since Professor Breen had granted everyone a chance to withdraw that night in the infirmary, the majority of young wizards who had encountered the infray chose to forfeit, and a significant number of those initially poised to enter the labyrinth in the second wave also reconsidered their decisions. In truth, Ron harbored thoughts of surrender as well. However, witnessing Harry and Hermione's unwavering resolve, not to mention Neville's constant contemplation by the fireplace on how to defeat the dark creatures within the maze with simple spells, Ron felt compelled to persist, gritting his teeth to uphold his fragile sense of pride. After tomorrow, Professor Breen has scheduled the next practical lesson for next Thursday. I hope to devise some strategy before then, Hermione lamented, burdened with concern. Since Professor Breen has allowed everyone to withdraw, why can't we be permitted to research some materials? Chapter 70, The Secret of the Eyes. Curiosity is the finest teacher, Granger, Amasta said with a smile. Human energy is finite. You must make choices. If you seek my counsel, I believe that the care of magical creatures class and ancient runes may prove to be more practical. She had resolved to sign up for all subjects. Study them all? Harry said cautiously, gazing at the determined little witch with her resolute brown eyes. Amasta replied with resignation. Time may pose a challenge, Granger. Many classes overlap, and you cannot be present in 2 classrooms simultaneously. That's not an issue, Professor Brain. Professor McGonagall provided me with an excellent suggestion. Amasta abandoned her persuasion efforts, turning her attention to Harry. Nodding in acknowledgement, Amasta murmured, I've heard that Professor Kettleburn, who teaches care of magical creatures, is set to retire next semester. It seems that next term, Headmaster Dumbledore will have quite the headache finding replacements for 2 professors. Harry's mouth fell open in surprise, and even Hermione paused in her writing, lifting her head to stare blankly at Professor Brain. After exchanging a glance with Harry, Hermione hesitantly inquired, You don't intend to continue teaching, Professor? Ha! Amasta chuckled softly as he picked up the photograph on the table, meticulously wiping the dust from its frame. I fear I may disappoint you, Granger and Potter. Becoming a professor at Hogwarts might indeed be a commendable occupation, and perhaps one day I shall make such a decision. However, in the immediate future, I have no such plans. Professor, Harry hesitated, unable to suppress his curiosity, stammering as he inquired, We heard from Hagrid about some events from your school days. When you were in your 5th year, did you ever discover the identity of that dark which you encountered in the Forbidden Forest? Amasta paused his cleaning, glanced at Harry, and his smile became enigmatic. That is an intriguing question, Potter. To be honest, I have pondered this matter for many years, yearning to comprehend the motive of that woman who intruded upon Hogwarts and attempted to harm me when I was still a young wizard. It was only a few days ago that I began to grasp the essence of this mystery. Who is she? Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. I cannot divulge that information at this moment. However, as compensation, you may pose another question, and I shall endeavor to provide an answer. Of course, Potter, if you seek advice on how to excel in practical classes, then do not waste your efforts. Embarrassed by Professor Breen's perceptiveness, Harry chuckled shyly, regretting his unspoken thoughts. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the photograph that Professor Breen had set down, and suddenly, his brow furrowed as he looked back into the professor's eyes. When Harry first entered this office, he was deeply curious about why Professor Breen's eyes had undergone such a transformation since his school days. It was rare for the professor to be willing to elucidate matters for them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to clarify this situation. Through Harry's expression, Amasta seemed to discern his thoughts. He blinked and chuckled softly. Well, if you truly wish to know, would you be willing to tell us? Harry asked shyly. There's really nothing that cannot be shared, Potter. Hermione boldly set down her quill and sat up straight, her serious demeanor reminiscent of a classroom setting. That night, there were 2 unsettling occurrences. The first was the sudden intrusion of that dark witch into Hogwarts, and the second was Professor Dumbledore. Amasta gestured to silence Harry, who was about to defend Dumbledore. He lifted his gaze to the cold stone ceiling, smiling as his thoughts drifted into reminiscence. On that night, Dumbledore merely employed a simple disarming charm, allowing me to witness what it truly meant to stand at the pinnacle of the contemporary magical world, embodying the essence of a genuinely powerful wizard. Harry and Hermione exchanged anxious glances, and after a moment, Harry quietly remarked, That was merely a misunderstanding, Professor. Under normal circumstances, Professor Dumbledore would never harm you. Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard of our age, and I believe, losing to such a wizard. Under the brilliant gaze of Professor Breen, Hermione found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she managed to convey her sentiments. In the contemporary magical realm, no one would consider it disgraceful to be bested by Dumbledore. My perspective diverges from yours, Miss Granger, Amasta calmly articulated. The first step toward surpassing an individual is to firmly believe within your heart that you can achieve this. In this world, no one is invincible. No matter how formidable a wizard may be, they're destined to be surpassed by successors. Thus, I have never regarded wizards like Professor Dumbledore or the Dark Lord as absolutely unbeatable. Chapter 71, The Magical Organ. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Defeating Professor Dumbledore? To be candid, even in the most absurd of dreams, Harry had never entertained such a notion. Was this truly an attainable feat? He was convinced that if Professor Breen's words were to circulate, he would undoubtedly become the subject of much ridicule. However, Amasta appeared undeterred by the possibility of being dismissed as a dreamer. He spoke with composure. To vanquish someone, one must first comprehend the disparity between oneself and that individual. What do you believe is the nature of the gulf between myself and Professor Dumbledore? A scholar as erudite as Dumbledore must possess knowledge of formidable spells that ordinary individuals have never encountered. Hermione thoughtfully analyzed. As you have shared with us in class regarding ancient magic, I believe Professor Dumbledore's mastery of this art surpasses common understanding. Amasta smiled knowingly, indeed. This is a crucial aspect. There is no doubt regarding Professor Dumbledore's magical prowess. Furthermore, he is an exceedingly diligent wizard. Even at over a century old, he has not relinquished his pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement. Under normal circumstances, it is indisputable that I could not possess a greater breadth of magical knowledge than Professor Dumbledore. Harry, instinctively holding his breath, thought fleetingly that Ron would surely regret his absence from this conversation. However, he promptly reminded himself to focus. Such a high-level discourse was a rare privilege. Yet, this is not the primary factor that renders me unable to surpass Professor Dumbledore, Miss Granger. In terms of spell enhancement, I possess an unparalleled intuition that others cannot match. Having already discovered the path to advancing spells, I believe that with steadfast dedication to my studies, the potency and versatility of spells will not impede my ability to overcome a wizard of the highest caliber. If the discussion were about becoming an erudite scholar, Hermione might have many insights to share. However, the notion of becoming a powerful wizard was something she had never contemplated. Furrowing her brow, she gazed at Professor Brain, patiently awaiting his revelation. In truth, the question was not as complex as it seemed. Amasta smiled as he elucidated that the crux lies within the magic residing in each wizard's body. Magic? Harry exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, Amasta nodded. Every wizard experiences a surge of magic during their youth, a testament to our innate gifts. And it is the sole occasion in our lives when our magical power surges dramatically. Following this, our magic enters a prolonged phase of gradual growth that accompanies us throughout our lives. This means that at the moment of our demise, the reservoir of magic within us is at its zenith. You imply that your greatest disadvantage compared to Professor Dumbledore lies in the vast disparity of magical capacity brought about by the chasm of age, Hermione astutely interjected, grasping the essence of Professor Brain's message while Harry remained in a daze. Indeed, Miss Granger, Amasta replied, a smile gracing his face as he relished the conversation with an intelligent interlocutor. He recounted the night the dark witch appeared, when Dumbledore's simple disarming spell nearly rendered his most formidable protective enchantments ineffective, a humbling experience for him. Since then, he had been contemplating ways to compensate for this deficiency, aware that in high-stakes duels among wizards, the efficacy of spells diminishes. The confrontation between the most powerful wizards ultimately boils down to a contest of their magical energies. However, overcoming this challenge is not a simple endeavor. The growth of magic adheres to its own principles, and any attempts at hastening it are likely to lead to dire consequences. Amasta had witnessed many dark wizards in the underworld resort to grafting the bloodlines of magical creatures to enhance their power, aside from the mental corruption they suffered. Each of them underwent horrific and often irreversible physical mutations. For a long time, Amasta grappled with this issue, but ultimately, he devised a clever workaround. Recognizing that the growth of a wizard's magic is not an instantaneous process, he sought to establish a secondary reservoir for his magical energy beyond the conventional corporeal storage. Drawing upon the principles of alchemy, he dedicated considerable time to developing a new spell, utilizing his eyes as vessels for magic. He forcibly collected the ambient magic that dissipated from his body in daily life and infused it into his eyes, effectively creating an external magical organ. When he faced a fierce duel, the magic contained within his eyes would flow forth like a charger, providing him with a continuous supply of power. Gazing at the two little wizards who stared wide-eyed at him, Amasta smiled calmly. The reason for the dramatic change in the color of my eyes is due to prolonged immersion in a high concentration of magical energy. Whenever I require it, the magic within my eyes infuses my body with power. Should you ever notice that the color of my eyes returns to its normal hue, it would signify that a situation demanding my utmost effort has arisen. Incredible! Hermione exclaimed in awe. This method is unprecedented, Professor Brain. I dare say, no wizard in centuries has conceived of such an approach. You are truly a genius. Perhaps, Amasta replied, his expression unremarkable, showing no sense of superiority. In truth, the inspiration for this method stemmed from his identity as a traveler from another world. Having drawn from a popular anime in his previous life that depicted a technique known as the 100 Treasures technique. The principle of this technique lies in sealing the chakra generated by the body into oneself through specific means, only to be unsealed when needed, thereby granting the practitioner an extraordinary level of combat prowess in a brief span of time. However, this ingenious magic is not without its significant drawbacks. The potions for restoring magical energy are exceedingly expensive, and Amasta's earnings from his tasks, after providing for the orphanage where he grew up and purchasing precious books and research manuscripts, must also allocate a considerable portion for procuring potion materials to brew restorative elixirs. This has led to the unfortunate reality that despite earning a substantial amount over the past 3 years, Amasta has lived in relative financial straits. Chapter 72. Threads of Clue. Sharing secrets is the most direct way to strengthen bonds. After listening to Professor Breen divulge his secret and calming his emotions, Harry appeared somewhat shy, hesitatingly casting a glance at Hermione. In turn, seemed equally hesitant upon receiving his unspoken inquiry. Do you both have matters to share with me as well? Professor Breen, do you consider hearing voices that others cannot perceive to be a valuable gift? That depends on the circumstances, Potter. A mere statement is insufficient for me to render an accurate judgment. A suffocating silence suddenly enveloped them. Hermione fell silent, while Harry wore an expression of unease. Professor Breen was one of his favorite instructors, yet the professor's purpose at Hogwarts was not solely to teach. Investigating the Chamber of Secrets was his primary duty. If possible, Harry hoped to offer some assistance to him, provided it did not implicate himself, Dobby, or Hagrid. Ideally, Professor Breen would discover the chamber or the creature within it, and the matter would conclude without anyone facing repercussions. Here, as the situation, Harry began cautiously, carefully choosing his words, attempting to convey to Professor Breen that his knowledge was limited. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Harry elucidated the peculiar origins of the strange sound, while Amasta, expressionless, reclined in his chair, plunged into profound contemplation. What do you believe its sound was? Are you certain you were the only one to hear it, Mr. Potter? Amasta inquired, taking his time before voicing his thoughts. Indeed, Professor Breen, Hermione cautiously nodded. At that moment, Harry, Ron, and I were together, but apart from Harry. Neither Ron nor I sensed anything unusual. If I am not mistaken, the sound must have originated from a serpent. A serpent? Harry exclaimed, while Hermione appeared as though struck by lightning. For Professor Breen's simple conjecture pierced through a long-standing fog that had clouded her mind. Indeed, it must be so, Harry. Hermione sprang to her feet, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her fingertips trembling. Everything makes sense now. Only you could hear that sound, of course, Harry. Because you are a Parselmouth. No one else could decipher the meaning of a serpent's hiss. But, Harry countered, following Hermione's line of thought, in the basement and corridor, apart from the three of us, there was merely a throng of ghosts. If a serpent truly existed, it could not possibly conceal itself within the walls. Could it, Hermione? Not necessarily. If the serpent were small enough, perhaps it could slither through the cracks in the bricks. Or it might possess a unique ability to traverse the walls freely. After all, a normal snake does not have the power to petrify anyone, Harry. Hermione's hypothesis indeed held a modicum of plausibility, yet remained merely a possibility. Anything that has existed, no matter how discreetly, must leave traces behind. Amasta smiled as he rose, appearing quite pleased to finally have a task at hand. With a flourish of his wand, he gathered the scattered letters from the floor and turned to Harry and Hermione. Let us return to the scene. Perhaps we shall uncover some intriguing clues. The night was deep, and on that Sunday evening, few young wizards roamed the castle. Most were nestled in the common room, either completing assignments or engaging in a game of wizard chess or gobstones with friends. As they passed the second floor, they witnessed Filch bellowing threats at two first-year wizards, demanding they clean the mud off the floor, lest he resort to chaining them in his office. Kind-hearted Amasta lent a helping hand to the young wizards. There is no need to be so harsh with them. Filch facing the disgruntled, yet somewhat intimidated caretaker, Amasta smiled gently. It won't be long before Professor Sprout's mandrakes mature, and your Mrs. Norris will soon regain her health. The three of them arrived at a dim corridor near the entrance leading to the basement, shrouded in darkness, where remnants of wax from a row of black candles, placed there during Nick's death anniversary celebration, lingered at the seams of the walls and floor. I stood there at that moment. Over 4 months had passed, yet Harry vividly recalled the events of that night. He hastily led Hermione and Professor Blaine to the midpoint of the corridor. Pointing at the wall, he declared. That voice emerged from the wall and then ascended along the ceiling, ultimately guiding us to the 3rd floor. Amasta illuminated his wand, his gaze traversing the wall-less surface as indicated by Harry, and finally nodded, stating, "It appears we need to open this wall and see." Open the wall? Hermione gasped, her expression one of disbelief. Of course, Miss Granger, otherwise how shall we ascertain how that serpent maneuvered within the wall? Amasta remarked casually, gesturing with his wand in the air. With a few flickers of ethereal light, the sturdy wall was effortlessly cleaved as though it were mere tofu. As the concealed objects behind the wall were exposed to the air, all uncertainties were laid to rest. It was a pipe. The mold-covered conduit behind the rocky wall emitted a repugnant odor, and upon closer inspection, one could hear the sound of rushing water within. I always thought this wall was solid, Harry murmured in astonishment. Now all questions have been clarified. Hermione's complexion paled slightly. I can't imagine how thick a serpent could be to hide within such a large pipe. There's still many issues to address. Miss Granger, Amasta squinted, leaping onto the fractured wall, scrutinizing the substantial pipe. After a moment, he placed his wand in the palm of his hand. Guide me. Chapter 73. The Sense of Incongruity. Instantly, the wand in Amasta's palm began to spin rapidly like a windmill, maintaining its relentless motion. What does this signify, Professor Blaine? Hermione anxiously glanced at the squinting Amasta, hoping for an explanation. It signifies that Amasta halted his attempts, gazing intently at a small section of the exposed pipe, and calmly remarked, Salazar Slytherin has cast numerous powerful spells upon his chamber, including those to prevent location. This has thwarted my intention to find the chamber directly through magic. To be frank, it is rather troublesome. Hogwarts Castle has endured millennia, and no one knows how many modifications the plumbing has undergone. And perhaps even the original blueprints of the castle have been lost to time. Amasta's words elicited palpable disappointment from Harry and Hermione. Regardless, this was the closest they had ever been to the creature residing within the chamber since the incident unfolded. In the dim light, Harry furrowed his brow as he stared at the segment of pipe, feeling an inexplicable sense of disquiet ever since Professor Brain had suggested that the voice he had been hearing was emitted by a serpent. It was as if he had forgotten something of great significance. What should we do now, Professor? Hermione, oblivious to Harry's peculiar silence, asked with concern. Should we inform Professor Dumbledore of this discovery? Not for the time being, Miss Granger, Amasta replied without hesitation, jesting that he did not necessarily need to be the first to uncover the Chamber of Secrets, but he certainly aimed to do so before Dumbledore. Otherwise, once Dumbledore had dealt with the magical creature within the chamber, what would he have to present as his findings? Amasta leaped down from the half-wall, waving his hand to restore it to its original state. The pipes within the wall were connected to the castle's sewage system, unless absolutely necessary. He preferred not to venture into the labyrinth of pipes under the influence of a bubblehead charm. In the coming days, he planned to frequent the library. Firstly, to ascertain the species of the serpent within the chamber, and secondly, to see if he might fortuitously uncover the architectural blueprints from the castle's original construction. Although it was highly unlikely that the blueprints would indicate the location of the chamber, perhaps some clues could help confirm its approximate position. Is there any way I can assist, Professor Brain? Hermione inquired hopefully. Certainly, Miss Granger. Amasta led the two of them downstairs, smiling at her inquiry. I have heard from other professors that finding critical information amidst a sea of text is your forte, Miss Granger. You can certainly partake in the two matters I just mentioned, although I wish to avoid encroaching upon your usual study time. If I have not discovered the answers by next Saturday, you may come to the library to assist. Due to the practical session of defense against the dark arts on Friday afternoon, Ron had spent nearly 2 whole days lying on his dormitory bed, and at this moment, he no longer dared to claim that having to deal with the 8-eyed spider was fortunate, unlike the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years. I'm beginning to see some merit in Malfoy's assessment of Professor Brain, Harry. What sort of normal person carries something like that around and demonstrates it to young wizards? That should be the work of an Auror. Once Harry recounted the events of that evening in detail, Ron, who had just been in a state of near lethargy, immediately transformed, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation as he hurriedly asked, did Professor Brain elaborate on how to conceal magic within one's eyes? At times, Ron's blunt demeanor could indeed be quite exasperating. Harry, somewhat irritable, remarked on this. Ron rolled his eyes, casting a glance at the trio of Seamus, Neville, and Dean, who were huddled together in jovial conversation. His tone shifted to something more serious as he continued. Regardless of whether that old lunatic from Slytherin has truly concealed a serpent within the chamber, Harry, I firmly believe that as long as Professor Brain remains at the school, his heir will think twice before making a move. Once Colin and Hufflepuff's Justin Finch Fletchley return to normalcy, this matter should be resolved. I do not dispute Professor Bain's deductions. Ron, Harry murmured, knitting his brows together. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that I am overlooking something. Moreover, I believe it is imperative for Professor Brain to locate the chamber before the board forces him out of Hogwarts. Otherwise, should that creature rear its head again, who shall we turn to for assistance? An epiphany struck Harry, who was reclining on his bed. He suddenly bolted upright, disregarding Ron's astonished gaze, and dashed to his desk, rummaging through his bag with fervor. Just moments ago, he had recalled something significant. He had indeed encountered the creature from the chamber, as revealed in the memory tome Riddle had shown him. It was a massive, shaggy body, with several dark legs entwined, numerous gleaming eyes, and pincers as sharp as blades. Regardless of the circumstances, that creature did not resemble a serpent in any way. Harry furrowed his brow gravely as he opened his notebook. Professor Bain's hypothesis appeared flawless, providing an impeccable explanation for why that terrifying voice had gone unheard by anyone but him. Who could have anticipated that the creature would traverse in such a covert manner? Harry, I believe it would be wise for you to dispose of that notebook. I now find Tom Riddle rather unsettling, Ron said, frowning as he observed Harry spread the notebook across the table, then hastily seize a quill. Do not utter nonsense, Ron. Riddle's memory has imparted invaluable insights, has it not? Harry's face flushed, yet he had no time for idle chatter with Riddle. Instead, he plunged directly into the revelations he had made that evening. Riddle, do you suppose you might have miscalculated something? In my view, Professor Bain's conjecture seems far more plausible. However, the creature you showcased in the memory, though not clearly discerned, was evidently not a serpent. Can you elaborate on Professor Bain's situation? Chapter 74, Approaching. On Monday noon, Harry sat at the dining table with a glum expression, confronted by a mountain of syrupy fruit pies, grilled eel, roast beef, and lamb chops that failed to stir his appetite. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy's bizarre imitation only served to further darken Harry's mood. Honestly, Harry, sitting beside him, Ron gazed at Harry with a furrowed brow and said, I fear you may have lost your wits over that notebook. Otherwise, how could you dare remove your earmuffs while tending to the mandrakes? During this morning's herbology class, Professor Sprout had tasked them with repotting some thriving mandrakes into more spacious containers. However, Harry, still flustered from last night's encounter with Riddle, had inexplicably discarded his earmuffs. The consequences of such an act were all too evident. The shrill cries of dozens of nearly mature mandrakes sent Harry tumbling into the hedgerow, while Professor Sprout, startled by the unexpected spectacle, nearly fainted from shock. Indeed, it is quite suspicious, Harry, Hermione remarked, casting a glance at Professor Binns, who sat at the staff table. His eyes shadowed with fatigue. She then turned her frowning gaze back to Harry. Why would you consider a notebook that has languished in darkness for 50 years to be more credible than Professor Binns' conjectures? Harry could not deceive himself into believing that his dismal state this morning was unrelated to the notebook. Nevertheless, the theories posited by Riddle appear to hold some merit. Riddle suggested that the voice he had heard in Professor Lockhart's office prior to the attack on Mrs. Norris was merely that of an ordinary snake hunting in the pipes. Riddle's memories insisted on their validity, maintaining that the creature responsible for the murder of a girl in the bathroom 50 years ago was the nameless beast nurtured by Hagrid. Principal Dippet was wiser than Dumbledore, Harry. The Ministry of Magic back then was far more objective than it is today. If they had not confirmed this, how could they have so readily expelled a young wizard? Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Given the aftermath of those attacks 50 years ago, Riddle was undoubtedly correct. Yet emotionally, they preferred to place their trust in Professor Binns' theories. Let us set this matter aside for now, Harry, Hermione said, her brow still knitted in concern. This weekend, I can accompany Professor Binns to the library in search of information. If I can discover a serpent capable of causing death and petrification, Harry, I believe it will be time for you to surrender the notebook. Are you discussing this afternoon's practical lesson? Neville inquired, his chubby face peering in, worry etched in his round little eyes. Oh, blast it, I had completely forgotten, Hermione exclaimed, glancing once more at Professor Binns, who was deep in discussion with Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. Even Harry gasped in surprise. Due to a significant decrease in the number of young witches and wizards voluntarily participating in the practical lesson during Monday afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, Professor Amos had devoted half the time to instructing first and second-year students about the traps ancient wizards often set in unexplored magical ruins, as well as the methods employed by dark wizards to poison their victims. The remaining time was spent leading the young witches and wizards towards the classroom on the 8th floor, which housed a sinister specter. Do you believe that a freelancer, who merely runs errands, gathers potion ingredients, and delivers parcels, would possess an intimate understanding of a dark wizard's habits? Whispered Simon to Dean as they ascended to the 8th floor. I have a distant uncle who was once an Auror, but he retired due to injury. Dean's tone and expression were shrouded in mystery. He once mentioned a particular group of individuals who, though not employed by the Ministry of Magic, earn their living by apprehending dark wizards. These individuals are privately referred to as bounty hunters, and I suspect that Professor Brain was a wizard hunter before he arrived at Hogwarts. Dean's deduction garnered widespread agreement. Even Hermione blinked in contemplative acknowledgement. Beyond this, there is no plausible explanation. Ron, who had resolutely decided to withdraw from the practical class, gravely informed Harry. I have indeed heard my father mention that the Ministry sometimes collaborates with certain unofficial specialists to combat dark wizards and smugglers. These individuals are formidable, though they prefer not to be constrained by bureaucratic regulations, which is why they opt not to join the Ministry. Bounty hunters, you say? Amasta chuckled inwardly. He was not a bounty hunter pursuing dark wizards, but rather a dark wizard being pursued by bounty hunters. Standing before the oak door, Amasta turned to face the solemn-faced young wizards and pronounced their names aloud. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, Daphne Greengrass, Neville Longbottom, Hannah Abbott, Ginny Weasley, Michael Corner, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Knott, Eloise Midgen, Terry Boot. The students whose names he called formed pairs and entered the labyrinth within the classroom in an orderly fashion. Amasta glanced at the pale faces of Potter and Malfoy and smiled. This labyrinth possesses a memory function. It has recorded your progress from your last challenge. I hope you seize this final opportunity. As a side note, should anyone manage to vanquish the dark creature within the labyrinth, I shall award their house 50 points. Gulp. Harry swallowed hard, and amidst his fear, a glimmer of something else emerged in his bright green eyes. A young wizard rarely has the opportunity to earn 50 points for their house throughout their entire academic career. Many likely wouldn't accumulate such a score from first year to seventh. Hermione appeared visibly anxious as she suddenly realized that once detached from textbooks and resources, her ability to think on her feet fell short of her own expectations. This time is different, Potter, Draco declared menacingly as he approached the door, extracting a silver dagger from his pocket. It appeared to be the one he typically used during potion classes for handling ingredients. If you beg me, perhaps I shall graciously spare your life. Draco had discreetly consulted Professor Brain about the summoning charm, and it seemed he had indeed gleaned some insights about this formidable spell. Are you certain you provided us with a hint, Professor Brain? Pleading with Draco for self-protection? This ordeal is more agonizing for Harry than death itself. He cast a pitiful glance at Professor Brain, yearning for a glimmer of assurance. Yet alas, Professor Brain remained inscrutably smiling, seemingly disinclined to utter another word. Harry's brow furrowed. During his initial entry into the maze, Professor Brain had worn a similar smile. He had even cautioned him about the darkness within the maze, advising him to be wary of falling. Darkness? Suddenly, Harry's eyes widened in realization. Chapter 75, The Thief. Merely 5 minutes later, Harry exuberantly burst from the classroom, while Malfoy, with a sullen expression, trailed behind him, dragging his feet. I did it, Professor. I succeeded. Upon exiting the classroom, Harry rushed towards the perceptive Professor Brain, exclaiming with fervor, I understood your hint, Professor. It was indeed quite simple. I merely employed a small spell to vanquish them. How did you manage that, Harry? Hermione was the first to recover from her astonishment, rushing to Harry's side, her fingers trembling with excitement. Splendid work, Potter. Amos beamed with pride. The method is secondary. What truly matters is that you conquered your inner fears. This is undeniably remarkable. Without a doubt, you're the victor, Potter. I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Turning to Draco, who appeared somewhat neglected, Amos added with a smile, completing the final blow is not of paramount importance. Confronting the perilous dark creature without choosing to flee, but instead summoning the courage to stand firm, is equally commendable. Malfoy, you two have earned 30 points for Slytherin. Regardless, both Harry and Draco accomplished what many could not. The young wizards erupted in admiration for the duo, while Ron joyfully hurled Harry's backpack into the air, scattering textbooks across the ground. Harry beamed with unrestrained joy, showing no signs of resentment. Surrounded by Slytherin wizards, Draco's countenance softened. He furtively glanced at Professor Brain and, upon discovering the professor smiling back at him, he shyly pursed his lips and lowered his proud head. Unnoticed by all, Ginny turned pale when she saw Harry's notebook fly out of his backpack, her body stiffening in shock. In the end, apart from Harry's group, no one else discovered the secret to defeating the Wraith. However, compared to their initial encounter with the Wraith, the young wizards seemed to maintain a commendable spirit, unlike the first time they emerged from the maze, when many had nearly fainted. Professor Brain magically repaired Neville's robe, standing at the oak door of the classroom, awarding each young wizard from the various houses who persevered until the end an additional 10 points. At that moment, the magical contract had entirely lost its efficacy. He was finally able to enlighten the young wizards on how to effectively combat the Wraith. This is a most malevolent and morally challenging creation of dark magic. When thousands of Wraiths converge to form a colossal army of death, they indeed pose a significant threat to us. However, when their numbers are limited, they can be easily managed. Amasta glanced at Harry, who already knew the answer, and smiled as he inquired, how many of you noticed my reminder before Mr. Potter entered the classroom for the first time? Most dark creatures do not favor brightness. Hermione, in a moment of realization, exclaimed, is it fire, Professor? Just like Devil's Snare. Wraiths prefer darkness and dampness. We only need a fire spell to deal with them. As Harry and his companions earned 100 points, the gap between Gryffindor and Slytherin diminished significantly, rekindling Gryffindor's hopes of securing the House Cup for another year. During dinner, when Professor McGonagall approached to inquire about the second-year students' course selections, she made a point to smile encouragingly at Harry. The older students were well aware of what Wraiths were, and for a second-year student to vanquish one with his intellect and bravery was indeed a remarkable achievement. That evening, Gryffindor's common room hosted a grand celebration. Fred and George had procured a copious supply of butterbeer from Hogsmeade. Harry relished this mild alcoholic beverage and found himself pleasantly intoxicated amidst the admiration of his peers. Despite Professor Brain's hints being quite apparent, Hermione was vexed at her own inability to remember that wraiths feared fire. As the celebration continued, she retaliated by bringing several hefty tomes on wraiths from the library, sitting morosely by the fireplace, engrossed in her reading. Congratulations, Harry, on accomplishing such an extraordinary feat. Towards the end of the festivities, would squeeze through the crowd surrounding Harry and raise his cup in salute. However, before Harry could offer a bashful smile, Wood added, I trust you haven't forgotten that this Saturday is our match against Hufflepuff, right, Harry? Of course not, Harry replied with a hearty hiccup. If not for Ron's support, he would have struggled to stand upright. I assure you, I will get my all, Wood. You only need to promise me one thing, Harry. Oh dear. Fred and George were about to interject on Harry's behalf when Percy, having just completed his patrol, emerged through the portrait hole of the fat lady. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the common room, his expression shifted from incredulity to furious admonition as he shouted at everyone, Don't be such a killjoy, Percy. In response to Percy's outburst, George waved his empty bottle in annoyance. Today, Harry and we almost secured 100 points for Gryffindor. We are merely celebrating our impending victory in the House Cup. Percy appeared to be oblivious to George's explanation as he glared fiercely at anyone who made eye contact with him. Even if the House Cup were to be claimed by Gryffindor for the next decade, it did not justify your breach of regulations. The following days were not particularly kind to Harry. Firstly, Professor Snape was certainly displeased to see Harry garnering attention at the school. During potions class on Tuesday afternoon, he was even more relentless than usual in deducting points from Gryffindor. Harry, along with Hermione and Neville, found nearly half of their points from the defense against the dark arts practical class deducted by Professor Snape. He mocked Harry, declaring that the swelling solution he brewed could poison a dragon, and to ensure Harry learned his lesson, he assigned a paper that needed to be half again longer than that of the Slytherin students. Fred and George privately remarked to Harry that at this rate, under Wood's training, they could contend not only for the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup, but even for the World Cup in a couple of months. This, however, also indirectly attested to Gryffindor's confidence in claiming victory this year. During this time, an unsettling incident occurred. I don't know who did it. I just found out. Neville exclaimed in terror as he flung open the door. Harry's belongings were strewn everywhere. His clothes lay crumpled on the floor. The sheets had been yanked off his four-poster bed, and the drawer of his nightstand was pulled open, its contents scattered across the mattress. Harry stood in shock, his mouth agape, stepping on several pages that had fallen from the Monster Book of Monsters. I have no idea. Harry furrowed his brow and shrugged. Ron was meticulously inspecting Harry's clothes and noted that all the pockets had been turned inside out, while Harry's backpack was overturned. It appeared someone had been searching for something. Ron stated gravely, I doubt it was for galleons, Harry. Quickly check if anything is missing. In little time, Harry discovered that Riddle's diary was gone. When he confided in Hermione the following day, her expression was hardly better than Neville's from the night before. But only someone from Gryffindor could have stolen it. Others wouldn't know the password. Hermione pondered. It is also possible that Malfoy finally figured out how to brew the polyjuice potion from Snape. Recently, has anyone lost any hair? Ron puffed his cheeks as he spoke. Compared to Malfoy, Harry expressed his concerns. I find this incident to resemble something more akin to Dobby's handiwork. Chapter 76, A Sudden Attack. On Friday evening, the vast staff lounge was occupied solely by Professors Amasta and Flitwick, who stood in the center of an open space, gesturing toward a chair. I am certainly no match for Minerva when it comes to this type of spell, Amasta. If you wish to make things more realistic, I believe it would be wise to consult Minerva. Professor Flitwick piped up, appearing quite distressed. Professor Flitwick, as you know, Professor McGonagall has always disapproved of my methods of intimidating students. In my opinion, she is unlikely to offer any assistance in this regard. Faced with the man conjured by Amasta, Professor Flitwick refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead observing patiently. Amasta continued to manipulate his wand, and with the infusion of magic, the man's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His once erect posture began to hunch. Coarse, thick hair sprouted from his previously smooth skin, resembling wild boar bristles. His square face gradually morphed into a more conical shape, with his once pristine teeth becoming jagged, his canines sharper, and his gaze increasingly sinister, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Ah, thank you. How did you manage to deal with that werewolf intent on attacking you, Amasta? I presume you weren't carrying a silver dagger at the time? Did you guess correctly, Professor Flitwick? It wasn't so troublesome. At that moment, there were over a dozen werewolves seeking to trouble me. I employed a combination spell, infusing the metal spear formed from stone with a fire akin to that of a fierce blaze, directly piercing their hearts. This effectively curtailed the werewolves' formidable regenerative abilities. And none of them lasted beyond half a minute under that magic. They all turned to ash. There are indeed many spells effective against them. However, some might have caused trouble for me. I was still relatively young then, and the Ministry of Magic's strict prohibitions had some influence on me. As Professor Flitwick envisioned the scene of Amasta slaughtering the ferocious werewolves, he involuntarily shivered several times. Before he could inquire further, the door to the faculty lounge was abruptly flung open, and a senior Ravenclaw girl burst in, her expression one of sheer terror. It was Penelope Clearwater, Percy's girlfriend, the head girl of Ravenclaw. Amasta deftly waved his wand before the door fully opened, reverting the werewolves back into chairs. He gazed at Penelope, her beautiful brown curls nearly drenched in sweat, and an unsettling thought began to churn within him. Miss Clearwater, perhaps you ought to explain why you have entered the faculty lounge without knocking. Professor Flitwick, known for his amiable temperament, found it difficult to maintain his composure at such a discourteous act from a member of his own house in front of another professor. Professor Flitwick. And Professor Brain, Penelope's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, clearly shaken. Another student is in trouble. Oh, it's the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Flitwick gasped in alarm, nearly toppling from his chair. Amasta narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Please clarify, Miss Clearwater. What is your source of information? Who exactly has been attacked? And what is the current condition of the student in question?" Penelope trembled as she quietly wept. Amasta gently comforted her for a while before she began to calm down. Moments ago, we were attending a transfiguration class when Filch suddenly burst into the room to inform Professor McGonagall that another young wizard had been attacked. We rushed out, following Filch to the location where Loris had been assaulted. On the wall, a new line of text had appeared. "Her bones shall lie forever in the chamber." At this point, Penelope broke down in tears, and Professor Flitwick approached, gently patting her back and encouraging her to continue. Professor McGonagall conducted an urgent search and discovered that Percy's sister, first-year Gryffindor student Ginny Weasley, had vanished. Ginny Weasley? Amasta's expression grew solemn. But why her? Amasta? Professor Flitwick called sharply. When he emerged, he realized that nearly all the young wizards were already aware of the unfolding events. Fear and anxiety were etched on their faces. As if disaster loomed, Dumbledore had already inspected the area with little success and noted that someone had used a powerful freezing charm to immobilize all of your surveillance telescopes. He was uncertain whether, under such circumstances, your monitoring could yield any valuable footage. Amasta nodded, appearing unsurprised. The sky outside had darkened completely. He gazed into the abyss beyond the window, feeling as though the castle had become a prison. Yet, there was an unexpected sense of relief, as if a long-awaited event had finally transpired. The air of the chamber had begun to stir once more, and this time, he had not merely petrified a student, but had directly abducted Ginny Weasley, sister to Bill and Charlie. To be frank, Amasta had already condemned the girl to death in his mind. It takes but a single spell to claim a life, and in a matter of hours, Ginny Weasley's body might already be cold. A wave of inexplicable anger surged within Amasta. In addition to serving as the board's investigator, he bore the title of defense against the dark arts professor. The Slytherin heir had brazenly attacked one of his students right before him, leaving Amasta with a profound sense of offense. Where was Dumbledore now? Lucius Malfoy, representing the board, had invited the Ministry of Magic to intervene in the matter. Their efficiency was astonishing. I had heard they were preparing to take Hagrid away after discussions with Cornelius Fudge in his office. Isn't Hagrid proven innocent? Amasta furrowed his brow. Why are they still pursuing him? Only Dumbledore, and we believe. Snape pressed his thin lips together, his expression dark. In times of pressure, Cornelius Fudge was known to be weak-willed. He needed to produce something to shield himself from public scrutiny. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Amasta's eyes as he pondered. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I should first ascertain what Dumbledore is doing. Chapter 77, A State of Unease. In the Gryffindor common room, Percy sat silently on the sofa, his hands covering his face. Fred and George were seated opposite him, showing little response to the comforting words of their mutual friend. Lee Jordan, Ron, pale and wan, lingered by the fireplace, his lips moving in hushed murmurs, as if he had just endured a grave illness. Beside him, Harry anxiously jiggled his legs, casting frequent glances toward the entrance, seemingly awaiting something. At long last, the portrait of the fat lady swung open, and Hermione emerged, breathless, waving a piece of parchment. Noticing Ron's lack of reaction, Harry quickly rose from his seat, eager to receive Hermione's news. Professor Binns' conjecture was correct. Hermione's amber eyes sparkled with determination as she thrust the note into Harry's hand, while she began to softly recite its contents. In our realm, many fearsome beasts and monsters roam, among which the most peculiar and lethal is the basilisk, also known as the king of serpents. This serpent can grow to immense sizes and typically lives for several centuries. It hatches from a rooster's egg, incubated by a toad. The basilisk's method of killing is astonishing. Besides its venomous fangs, its gaze can also be fatal. Anyone who meets its eyes will perish instantly. Spiders flee in terror from the basilisk, for it is their sworn enemy, and the sound of a rooster's crow sends the basilisk into a frenzied retreat, as that sound is deadly to it as well. However, thus far, no one has died. If the basilisk's gaze could indeed kill Colin and Justin. This is because no one has confronted the basilisk eye to eye. Harry felt a chill wash over him, his cheeks twitching as he murmured, Hagrid's rooster was killed. Colin saw it through a camera, and the basilisk scorched the film. So Colin was merely petrified. Justin must have seen the basilisk through nearly headless Nick, who indeed met the basilisk's gaze, but he cannot die a second time, can he? And as for Mrs. Norris, Hermione replied gravely, I suspect she saw the basilisk's reflection in the water from the Myrtle's bathroom. Harry, I am relieved that you have grasped the truth. Riddle deceived you. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk, not some furry creature. Hagrid may be innocent. Hermione's conclusion left Harry pale, as he stammered, uncertain how to explain why Riddle's memory had misled him. We must find Hagrid. Professor McGonagall commanded all young witches and wizards to remain in the common room and not venture outside, although Percy was in no state to enforce McGonagall's orders. The three were oblivious to the situation outside. Harry dashed to the dormitory to retrieve his invisibility cloak, leaving Hermione and Ron in a silent exchange. Once they stealthily emerged from the public lounge, they realized that the castle was devoid of any young wizards wandering about. The corridors were eerily silent. Save for the professors patrolling the halls, their expressions filled with despair. Was Ginny still alive? Why had the heir of Slytherin chosen her as a target? Regret, like a venomous serpent, gnawed at Harry's heart. He lamented not having handed over Riddle's diary to Professor Binns sooner. Professor Binns could deduce from the sounds he heard that the assailant was a serpent slithering through the pipes. Had Harry communicated with Riddle's diary, he would wager that Professor Binns could have unearthed the secrets concealed within Riddle's mind. On that starlit night, they hurried towards the window of Hagrid's dwelling, illuminated by soft light. Silence enveloped them until they reached Hagrid's door, where Harry cautiously surveyed their surroundings before removing his invisibility cloak. Moments after they knocked, Hagrid swung the door open with startling force, confronting them with a crossbow aimed in their direction, while Fong, the giant dog, barked loudly behind him. Hagrid appeared utterly astonished by their presence, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. Water from the kettle spilled over, nearly extinguishing the fire, and his large hands trembled, causing the teapot to topple. You've heard about Ginny, haven't you? Ron stared at Hagrid with a sullen expression, and Hermione remained silent, leaving Harry to broach the subject. Oh, yes, I've heard, Hagrid replied, seemingly oblivious to their intent for visiting. His voice trembled, and he frequently glanced anxiously out the window. Just as he was about to slice a thick piece of fruitcake, a loud knock echoed from outside once more. Good evening, Hagrid. It was Dumbledore, entering with a grave expression, followed by a rather peculiar-looking man. The stranger was short and stout, with disheveled gray hair akin to Professor Binns, although far more unruly, and his round face bore an anxious countenance. His attire was bizarrely mismatched, a pinstriped suit, a bright red tie, a black cloak, and purple-pointed boots, all topped off with a dark green top hat tucked under his arm. That's my dad's boss. Hermione elbowed Ron, urging him to remain quiet. For Hagrid, the worst had finally come to pass. He sank onto the bed, his face ashen as he attempted to defend himself. I had no choice, Hagrid. Fudge spoke in a crisp, rapid tone. It's dire. Dumbledore has urged me to maintain composure. After those two young wizards were petrified, I cannot describe the pressure I've endured, forcing the Daily Prophet to remain silent. However, this matter can no longer be concealed. Many in the department are aware that Weasley's daughter may have met with a tragic fate. I hope you understand, Cornelius, that I have complete trust in Hagrid. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his tone grave, yet his azure eyes sparkled with a hint of helplessness. At times, power is an unreasonable entity. Even Dumbledore must adhere to the established structures of authority within a stable society, unless he wishes to upheave everything. However, Fudge seemed resolute, toying with his top hat, deliberately avoiding Dumbledore's gaze as he carelessly remarked, from my perspective, Dumbledore, a precaution is necessary. Should we ultimately discover another individual has opened the chamber, Hagrid will be released, and the Ministry will extend its sincerest apologies. Chapter 78, Expulsion. Fudge's explanation neither convinced Dumbledore nor reassured Hagrid. I can accompany you to the Ministry. You can have an Auror examine me, Hagrid stammered, his lips trembling. But I implore you, do not send me to Azkaban. Before Fudge could respond, a heavy knock resounded from outside. Dumbledore approached the door, and this time, Harry received a sharp elbow to his side, eliciting an audible gasp. Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut, having just instructed Draco on a few matters. He was enveloped in a long black traveling cloak, a cold, self-satisfied smile gracing his face, prompting Fong to bark furiously. It appears you have clarified the critical issues. Lucius nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, quite excellent. What brings you here? Hagrid roared in anger. Get out of my house. You are not welcome here. My dear friend, please believe me, I'm not pleased to enter your abode either. If I may be frank, even the quarters of the house elf in my home are more respectable than this. Lucius Malfoy sneered as he surveyed the tiny wooden dwelling. I almost forgot to communicate a matter to you. Dumbledore, someone informed me of your presence here. What business do you have with me, Lucius? Dumbledore maintained his composure. Yet Harry was certain he glimpsed two flames of fury igniting in Dumbledore's eyes. Hagrid's hut had not witnessed such commotion in quite some time. And before Lucius could articulate his intent, Amastus entered through the ajar door. Am I interrupting? Upon entering, he sensed an atmosphere laden with discomfort, which was hardly surprising. The occupants reacted differently to Amastus's arrival. Dumbledore exchanged a knowing glance with him, yet neither spoke further. Fudge appeared to recognize Amastus, albeit his demeanor towards the obscure young professor was notably frosty, lacking even a nod of acknowledgement. Upon witnessing Amastus's entrance, Lucius momentarily tempered his uncontainable arrogance. He was aware that Amastus hailed from Carcass Flea, a place notorious for its reckless dark wizards, in stark contrast to Dumbledore's principled nature. If possible, Lucius preferred to avoid antagonizing such individuals. Perfectly, I had originally intended to seek you out after delivering that unfortunate news to Dumbledore, Amos Brain, Lucius remarked, his cold gray eyes narrowing at the somewhat bewildered Amos Brain as he produced a piece of parchment from his pocket. A grim smile returned to his lips as he addressed Dumbledore. The situation has deteriorated considerably, Dumbledore. Lucius brazenly waved the parchment before Dumbledore, declaring, the board has decided it is time for you to step down. This is a temporary suspension order, and you will find that all 12 board members have affixed their signatures. We believe you have not been able to demonstrate your full potential. How many attacks have occurred thus far? At this rate, by the end of the summer, not a single young wizard will remain at Hogwarts. Fudge, evidently unaware of this development beforehand, was taken aback by the board's decision. However, as Lucius pointed out, the appointment of the headmaster falls within the board's jurisdiction, and he was powerless to intervene. Hagrid abruptly stood up from the edge of the bed, his wild, dark mane brushing against the ceiling as he roared. How many threats and extortions did you employ to coerce their agreement? Malfoy? Amos Brain let out a slight, cold snort. Karkaroff had indeed brought this matter to his attention, but he had not anticipated Lucius's swift execution of it. Nonetheless, neither Hagrid nor Fudge could prevent this from transpiring, and Dumbledore was obliged to comply with the board's directives. He spoke in a slow, clear voice, ensuring that every person present could hear his every word. Only when every individual here betrays me will I truly depart from this school. You shall also discover that those who seek help at Hogwarts invariably receive it. Upon finishing, Dumbledore cast a peculiar glance at the corner of the room, and the ever-watchful Amos Brain followed his gaze, his expression deep and contemplative. He then chuckled quietly to himself, nonchalantly averting his gaze, only to find Lucius scrutinizing him as well. We shall all miss you, Dumbledore. Lucius grinned, producing another piece of parchment similar to the one before. How does that saying go? Amos Brain chuckled, displaying no surprise. Indeed, I am the investigator appointed by the board. Your right to dismiss me is equally valid, yet I have no intention of leaving Hogwarts at this time. Lucius's eyes narrowed, and even Fudge turned his attention to Amos Brain for the first time. This is the board's command, Brain. Do you intend to defy it? I fear you may have forgotten one crucial detail, Mr. Malfoy. Amos Brain replied with a cheerful smile. Indeed, I'm no longer a special investigator. However, I remain the defense against the dark arts professor appointed by Headmaster Dumbledore himself, and the authority to dismiss a professor resides solely with the headmaster. Since Hogwarts is currently without a headmaster, I must remain here until the arrival of the next one. Lucius coldly fixed his gaze upon Amasta, remaining silent. Indeed, he had overlooked this detail. Very well. After a pause, Lucius Malfoy nodded, stating, when the next headmaster officially assumes office, I shall engage in a thorough discussion regarding the appointments of the faculty at this school. Upon uttering these words, Lucius disregarded everyone and strode out. I trust you possess a clear direction for the tasks ahead, do you not? Amasta's insistence on remaining prompted a smile from Dumbledore, who gently addressed Amasta before departing. Of course, Amasta replied with a smile, I do not intend to remain uninvolved. Please clarify this for me, Professor Brain. Hagrid, escorted by Fudge and looking rather ill at ease, hesitated, saying, you are aware of the situation, Professor Brain. Perhaps you could assist in clearing up the misunderstanding. Amasta glanced toward the corner of the cabin, cleared his throat, and declared, the matters here have concluded, gentlemen. How much longer do you intend to conceal yourselves? Chapter 79, Riddle and Voldemort. Professor Brain, Gasping for breath, Harry threw off the invisibility cloak, panting heavily, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Professor, is the Ministry truly going to imprison Hagrid in Azkaban? But Hagrid is innocent. I mean, what evidence do they have to prove that Hagrid is the heir of Slytherin? Hermione looked at Professor Brain, who was scrutinizing the invisibility cloak in Harry's hands, her voice tinged with desperation. The world of adults can be quite intricate, Miss Granger. Dealing with people is often exceedingly complex. Amos seated himself before a stool, wearily rubbing his temples as he remarked. This is precisely why I chose to live a reclusive life after graduation, severing ties with my former classmates and opting for a relatively uncomplicated existence. Amos could perceive the trepidation within the hearts of the three youngsters. Perhaps even they were unaware of how disoriented they appeared after Dumbledore had been ousted from Hogwarts by Lucius. Although Dumbledore had not frequently interacted with them, the decades-long association between Hogwarts and Dumbledore had rendered them almost synonymous. Once Hogwarts lost its headmaster, an inevitable sense of impending doom would engulf everyone within its walls. However, for Amos himself, this presented a splendid opportunity. Then, perhaps you three owe me an explanation. Amos's calm demeanor suddenly lightened the atmosphere for Harry, Hermione, and the grieving Ron, prompting them to exchange glances. Finally, Harry took a deep breath and, with rapid urgency, recounted the entire bizarre tale of the mysterious diary. Upon learning of Ginny's misfortune, Hermione hurried to the library. Guided by your hints and the information we previously gathered, she deduced that the creature within the Chamber of Secrets was likely a serpent-like monster. Subsequently, we arrived at Hagrid's before anyone else, seeking to confirm the truth behind the series of events that transpired 50 years ago. Amos closed his eyes in contemplation, having perused his lost memories. Recalling the detailed recollections of the destruction of Voldemort's Horcrux during his 5th year, he immediately recognized that the notebook was yet another Horcrux. The sheer absurdity was astonishing. Amos muttered to himself, inaudible to others, reflecting on the folly of fragmenting one's soul multiple times merely to anchor a decaying mortal form in the realm of the living. This act of utter foolishness struck him profoundly. Having traversed the cycles of existence, he was perhaps the only person in this world who had died and returned to life. To him, life and death resembled a fleeting dream, and Voldemort's obsession with life was beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, the diary, which had briefly been in Harry's possession, held certain astonishing qualities that intrigued Amos. Having encountered Horcruxes and having personally obliterated one of Voldemort's, he was taken aback by this diary's ability to deceive and mislead a person through the power of words. Why did it possess such remarkable vitality? I believe there is something you may not know, Amos said, opening his eyes to regard the three anxious individuals before him. His tone remained calm as he continued. Tom Riddle was the name Voldemort used while attending this school, or rather, it is Voldemort's true name. The revelation fell upon the three like a thunderclap. Ron, momentarily weakened, collided with the kettle on the stove. Hermione let out a piercing scream, while Harry's face went pale as death. So it follows. Harry scarcely had time to ponder how Professor Blaine had come by this information. He fought against the nausea and dizziness brought on by his prior close encounter with Voldemort's dark creations, pressing on with urgency. Voldemort has always been him. He opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. He has wronged Hagrid. Aside from Harry, Professor Blaine was the only wizard Ron had encountered who could utter Voldemort's name with such calmness. Under ordinary circumstances, Ron would have been greatly astonished, but now, despair filled his heart. Prior to this revelation, he had envisioned that if they could locate the chamber in time, perhaps Ginny could be saved. Yet now, even Ron's optimism faltered. He dared not hope for his sister's safety. Professor Blaine, Hermione's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, a testament to her brilliant mind racing at full speed. If we explain everything to the Ministry of Magic, would that mean Hagrid and Professor Dumbledore? If that notebook remains intact in your possession, perhaps the Ministry of Magic might entertain our claims, Miss Granger. Amos understood Hermione's intentions, yet his response was profoundly disappointing. Professor Bain's words left Harry engulfed in guilt. After all, Ron had previously warned him of the perilous nature of that mysterious diary, and Hermione had urged him to surrender it. Nevertheless, he obstinately chose to keep the diary by his side, a decision that nearly resulted in Ron's sister facing misfortune. Amos fell silent, lost in contemplation. From Harry's account, he surmised that the diary merely served as a vessel for Voldemort's thoughts, devoid of any autonomous power. In essence, all the attacks during the first half of the term were merely orchestrated through the agency of a student, who, based on current circumstances, was likely Ginny Weasley. Yet, how did Ginny come to possess this Horcrux of Voldemort? Did she, like him in the past, inadvertently stumble upon one of Voldemort's hidden relics within the castle? Another pressing question lingered. Was Ginny Weasley still alive? In Amos's view, the likelihood of this highly active Horcrux directly eliminating Ginny was low. for such an act would be exceedingly wasteful. Amos understood Horcruxes. Their purpose was twofold. First, to anchor a fragmented soul to the mortal realm when the Creator faced fatal harm, thus averting their demise. However, if time stretched until Dawn's arrival, Ginny's fate would indeed be uncertain. Chapter 8. The location of the chamber. A vast expanse of ominous clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the radiant moon, while a chilling wind swept through the spacious lawns of Hogwarts. The castle, perched upon the cliffs, glowed with light, yet the flickering candles exuded an inexplicable sense of trepidation. It was all because of me. Harry averted his gaze from Ron's eyes, bowing his head in sorrow. Had I been more vigilant, less inclined to trust that notebook, perhaps Ginny would not have been ensnared in that chamber, Hagrid would not have been taken by the Ministry, and Lucius Malfoy would not have found the opportunity to oust Professor Dumbledore. It is not your fault, Harry, Hermione gently reassured, patting his back. Many wizards far more experienced than you have succumbed to the allure of the Dark Lord. We were all oblivious to the malice concealed within that diary. Hogwarts cannot endure the loss of another young witch. Amos's memories, hidden within the dormitory, imparted certain crucial insights, yet did not disclose the precise location of the chamber. He regarded the despondent Harry with a knowing smile. The basilisk within that chamber is not a foe to be easily vanquished by an ungraduated young wizard. If you happen upon it, remember, do not meet its gaze. Ah, these students. Professor McGonagall's expression was one of deep discontent. Her lips pressed tightly together as she articulated each word with precision. It was utterly absurd that they had sneaked out to seek Gilderoy's assistance against the heir, a task beyond even Albus's capabilities. It must be said that Professor Lockhart's earlier publications possessed a remarkable allure. Amasta shrugged, and then he observed McGonagall retrieving a lace handkerchief to gently wipe her eyes behind her framed spectacles, her voice thick with nasal tones. Previously, when Fudge visited, he informed me that tomorrow the head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour, would be arriving at the castle with a team to conduct a thorough investigation of Hogwarts and its students and faculty. I sincerely hope that the individual orchestrating these events feels a profound sense of shame for their actions and steps forward to take responsibility. I am at a loss on how to explain to Arthur and Molly that Hogwarts failed to protect their daughter. The surveillance wall in the office displayed only half of its functionality. The footage from Gryffindor Tower to the third floor was engulfed in darkness. The third floor, then. As the clock struck 11, Amasta rose and pointed his wand at the panoramic telescope on the floor. Through the allure of magic, hundreds of golden strands of light gradually coalesced in midair, forming still images that made Amasta squint. Indeed, apart from Ginny Weasley, there was no one else in the frames. Amasta watched as Ginny, clutching a black diary, emerged from the portrait of the fat lady. She cast a furtive glance at the ceiling as she positioned the panoramic telescope, revealing a sinister smile before suddenly waving her wand. The previously stable image began to tremble violently before plunging into complete darkness. Ginny's last known location was the third floor, where she stood at the landing of the staircase, methodically dismantling Amasta's panoramic telescopes, her ultimate destination remaining a mystery. Amasta further examined the historical footage from the second and first floors, confirming that Ginny had not descended any further. Her final presence was indeed on the third floor. This was intriguing. What could be concealed on the third floor? Could it be that the location of the Slytherin chamber lies there? Just as Amasta's thoughts drifted into a brief reverie, a heavy knock resounded at the office door, the urgency of the frequency indicating a pressing concern from the visitor. Though the door had yet to open, Amasta sensed through his magical perception who awaited. His expression shifted slightly. Miss Granger? Amasta's fingers twitched, and with a click, the office door swung open, causing Hermione, who had nearly hurled herself against it, to stumble inside. Could you elucidate why, at this silent hour, you chose to contravene school regulations and Professor McGonagall's orders by arriving at my office in the dead of night? Professor Brain, in ordinary circumstances, had a professor addressed her with evident displeasure, Hermione might have quaked in trepidation, ready to concede her fault. Yet now, she wholly disregarded Professor Braid's furrowed brow. Hastening towards Amasta with urgency, exercising the last vestiges of her composure, she refrained from tugging at Amasta's sleeve, though her tone remained exceedingly urgent. Professor, we have discovered the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Amasta's brow furrowed sharply as he regarded the young witch with seriousness. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that Hermione was not deceiving him. Elucidate your findings, Miss Granger. This is not the time for trivial concerns. He steadied himself and inquired directly. Humph. Is like this, Professor Brave. Hermione gasped, her breath heavy. There was no time to request a cup of tea from him, and she pressed her dry lips together. In a hoarse yet rapid tone, she continued, what matter? Observing Hermione's suddenly wide, amber eyes, Amasta eagerly pressed on. Previously, when Harry was communicating with that diary, he inadvertently heard it mention that 50 years ago, The student who perished due to the basilisk's attack ultimately met her demise in a bathroom. Elaborate, Miss Granger. Amasta's brow twitched, his voice laced with palpable excitement. The so-called protagonist is indeed a wondrous being, with fortuitous opportunities seemingly thrust into their grasp. The girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. Hermione asserted decisively. That bathroom has long been inhabited by a ghost, whom we refer to as Moaning Myrtle. She is the very student who died 50 years ago, and from her, we glean our clue. Harry has opened the chamber, and he and Ron have gone ahead to rescue Ginny. Huff, Harry sent me to inform you of this matter. Chapter 81. Entering the chamber. This is it. Professor Hermione dashed ahead, leading Amasta to the girls' bathroom located on the 3rd floor. Amasta had heard from female students during his own time at the school that this bathroom was haunted by a rather eccentric ghost. She claimed dominion over the restroom, often shouting at students who dared to enter and splashing water upon them. Gradually, no one chose to utilize this bathroom, for no one wished to receive an unexpected cold shower while attending to their personal matters. In truth, Amasta's perception of Salazar Slytherin was somewhat misguided. When Slytherin constructed the entrance to his chamber, this room was merely his private bath. It was only through the passage of time that the castle's administrators remodeled the bathroom for the convenience of students, transforming it into the girls' restroom. You're back again, and with a professor this time. As Amasta followed Hermione into the bathroom, Moaning Myrtle was perched cheerfully atop a stall door, humming a tune. Upon noticing a professor's presence, she promptly floated down in a flurry of disarray. Amasta possessed only a vague impression of the specter, curiously casting a few glances at the rather unseemly apparition before his gaze was drawn to the thick pipe in front of the pool. Is Moaning Myrtle still down there with Harry and Ron? Hermione inquired anxiously. It was evidently so. In the presence of a professor, Moaning Myrtle dared not act too brazenly. She covertly scrutinized the rather handsome professor through the thick lenses of her glasses, while delightfully remarking, "No need to fret too much. I believe your 2 friends will make their appearance here shortly. Oh, I was just selecting toilets for them. I have a question, Miss Myrtle, and I hope you can provide an answer." Amasta gently patted Hermione's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. His attention refocused on Moaning Myrtle, his tone still courteous yet imbued with an undeniable authority as he continued. If I am not mistaken, the 3 attacks from last semester were, in fact, orchestrated by the controlled Ginny Weasley. You must have witnessed her opening the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, having remained in this lavatory all along, correct? You have always known, Myrtle. Even though Myrtle emanated a faint silvery glow, Hermione could discern the malice lurking in her eyes. She stared incredulously at her, her voice rising in indignation. Everyone has been tirelessly searching for this chamber and its opener, Myrtle. For this, we have even endured over a month concocting potions in this damp lavatory, and you have been watching everyone as folly. Oh, Myrtle twirled in front of Amasta, blushing shyly. You must understand me. I spend my days here alone, enduring solitude and the ridicule of Peeves. I have always longed for someone to keep me company. Hermione was nearly in tears from her fury. Because of Myrtle's selfish whims, Colin and Justin had been forced to lie in bed for half a semester. Harry had endured countless disdainful looks, and Ginny's life was potentially at stake. I will inform Professor McGonagall about this. Myrtle, you will surely be expelled from school. Hermione's words infuriated Myrtle, causing her chest to swell like a balloon. She wanted to confront Hermione, but just as Myrtle was 10 feet away from Amasta, a vortex of silver-black magical energy, as large as the full moon, suddenly materialized in the air, obstructing her path. Gazing at the black hole at the vortex's center, emanating a sense of death, Myrtle, who had already experienced death once, instinctively sensed the chill of mortality again and retreated in fear, her silvery form becoming increasingly indistinct. With a piercing scream that shattered eardrums, Myrtle suddenly floated to the ceiling and then dove headlong into the toilet, vanishing from sight. Professor Brain, you must not let her escape. The kind-hearted Hermione's cheeks flushed with anger, unaware of what the spell cast by Professor Brain truly meant for a ghost. At this moment, engaging in a contest with a specter is utterly futile, Miss Granger. When magic reaches a certain level of sophistication, it becomes bound by rules. To unravel such enchantments, one must adhere to the gameplay established by the conjurer. While brute force may prove effective in any circumstance throughout the annals of history, how many possess the power to sway nature itself? For instance, at this very moment, without Harry's parcel tongue to unlock the entrance to the chamber, Amasta would have to uproot the entire Hogwarts castle to access the passage. Should we descend? Professor Brain's serpent may pose a danger below. Hermione uttered a rather foolish remark, though it was hardly her fault. Faced with the legendary founder of Slytherin House, Salazar Slytherin, who created the chamber to purge the school of impure blood, a second year which of Muggle descent would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure. Fear not, Miss Granger, for I am here. The damp, Viscous substance clinging to the walls of the pipe made sliding down seem less than prudent. Amasta contemplated for a moment before turning to the small witch beside him, who was nervously gazing into the dark abyss, swallowing hard. "I beg your pardon, Miss Granger." "What do you mean, Professor?" Hermione was taken aback, and before she could respond, she found Professor Brain suddenly extending his long-fingered, fair-skinned right hand to gently encircle her shoulders. Hermione bit her lip, her face flushed. Yet Professor Brain offered her no time for inquiries. He swiftly lifted his empty left hand and dramatically unfurled the hem of his robe forward. In an instant, it felt as though her body were enveloped in a chilling veil of water. Hermione was startled to discover that she had lost her corporeal form, transforming instead into a shadowy, ethereal wisp floating in the air. "What kind of magic is this, Professor Brain?" Amasta's essence conveyed the words directly into Hermione's mind, and without delay, he propelled her into the depths of the pipe. As they descended, Amasta noticed numerous other pipes branching off in various directions. Yet none were as wide as this one. This pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending, and the humidity in the air surged while the temperature plummeted. In his unique state, Amasta could see that he was guiding Hermione toward the depths of the Black Lake. Chapter 82. The Encounter. "Professor, can you fly?" In a young witch's understanding. Even wizards with numerous magical talents relied on enchanted objects like broomsticks or flying carpets for flight. The notion of flying solely through magic was utterly unheard of. Is quite evident. Amasta glanced at the shattered skull of a rat beneath them, exhaled softly, and spoke with a relaxed tone. For Amasta, the pristine white remnants of bones scattered across the ground were merely commonplace amidst the magical ruins he had explored. Even if these bones belonged to humans, they failed to evoke any sense of dread within him. "Let us proceed, Miss Granger. We have little time to squander." Amasta spoke with an unwavering demeanor, allowing the young witch to clutch his wizarding robe as he strode steadily forward through the tunnel. The air was thick with the pungent stench of decaying flesh and the fador of sediment. The tunnel, worn by the passage of time, was no longer perfectly sealed. As they traversed the straight corridor, Hermione was startled several times by the murky water dripping from the ceiling, a mixture of sludge that sent shivers down her spine. By the end, she had nearly entrusted her entire weight to Professor Brain, too fearful to contemplate the plight of Ginny, Harry, and Ron. "Professor Brain," she gasped. Just after navigating a dark bend in the tunnel, a shadowy figure loomed, causing Hermione to scream in fright. Yet before she could fully articulate her panic, Amasta, positioned a mere half-step ahead, reacted with remarkable swiftness. His wand arm moved with such speed that it seemed to leave an afterimage in the air, and the glowing tip of his wand erupted with a fierce blaze. Boom! Like an aerial bomb detonating, the spacious tunnel was instantly filled with a massive, swirling golden fire tornado. This inferno swept through the space ahead, incinerating all in its path, the stagnant pools of water, the bones lying within, and the mud and moss clinging to the tunnel walls evaporated in an instant. Enveloped in darkness, Hermione, with her tousled curls dancing wildly, felt as though she stood before the precipice of an erupting volcano, wide-eyed as a golden sun ascended from the churning lava. Gulp! The overwhelming heat compelled Hermione to swallow repeatedly, struggling against the rising temperature. She stared dumbfounded at Professor Brain's flushed profile, illuminated by the flames, and found herself momentarily unsure whether the basilisk or Professor Brain posed the greater danger. After a tense half-minute of silence, Amasta finally lowered his wand, extinguishing the magical fire. He guided Hermione through the smoke-filled, blistering tunnel until they arrived before the imposing figure. Before them lay a serpentine skin, approximately 30 feet long, entirely charred and adorned with remnants of golden flames. A mere touch would reduce it to a heap of decayed wooden fragments. "Professor," Hermione panted, drawing her conclusions. "Is this the shed skin of that basilisk?" Indeed, Amasta nodded, having gauged the basilisk's astonishing size. Without uttering another word, he continued forward. As they wound through the tunnel, Hermione's nerves twitched with each turn, and she finally grasped why the labyrinth Professor Brain had constructed during their defense against dark arts practical class resembled that very form. "Keep your gaze fixed on the ground. Do not look up carelessly." After approximately 10 more minutes, Amasta, who had begun to sense a surge of magical energy and heard a faint rumbling sound, suddenly halted before a corner. A minute later, as Amasta and Hermione rounded the final bend, they were confronted by a formidable wall, adorned with 2 serpentine statues, their eyes gleaming in emerald green, clinging to the cracked stones on either side. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and amidst the frigid air, the melodic cries and the sound of rocks colliding echoed faintly, suggesting a fierce battle was unfolding in a nearby room that emanated a soft glow. "Draw your wand, Miss Granger. We are nearly there," urged Professor Braith. It was only then that Hermione, who had been unarmed throughout their perilous journey, suddenly realized her oversight as a witch in such dire circumstances. My apologies, Professor Braith. I wasn't paying attention. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly retrieved her wand from the pocket of her robes. Since her return to Hogwarts after Christmas, 3 months had passed, and despite some trials along the way, Amasta finally stood within the legendary Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin, a place spoken of for a millennium. The chamber was a long, dimly lit space, flanked by numerous stone columns intricately carved with entwined serpents, towering to support a ceiling that melted into the darkness above, casting elongated, eerie shadows throughout the room, suffused with a mysterious green haze. At the far end of the chamber stood a statue, as tall as the room itself, depicting Salazar Slytherin in his old age. Years of perilous magical experiments had transformed the once handsome Slytherin into a frail, decrepit figure reminiscent of an aged monkey. Ginny lay silently at the statue's feet, while Ron was sprawled a few paces away, a stone pressing down on his back, his arms bearing the marks of bites, and his tattered robe stained with blood. Amasta noted that Ron's wand appeared to have broken once again. As they entered the chamber, Harry was desperately dodging the debris hurled by the basilisk, its body as formidable as steel, while gripping a sword imbued with an elven design and a pocket stuffed with a sorting hat filled with pudding. A clever move, Dumbledore, Amasta mused. Instantly recognizing the vibrant bird, Fawkes, the phoenix from Dumbledore's office, fiercely pecking at the basilisk's terrifying head. He cast a glance at the shadow behind one of the stone columns, taking delight in the sight of the basilisk, its lantern-sized eyes gouged out. Ron and Ginny, Professor, please help Harry. A colossal serpent-like creature, glistening with a vibrant metallic green sheen, loomed before Harry and the Weasley siblings, obstructing Hermione's path to check on Ron and Ginny's condition. Simultaneously, Harry's plight tightened the knot of anxiety in Hermione's heart, prompting her to urgently beseech Professor Brain for assistance. Her desperate cries eventually captured the attention of Harry, who, still dazed from the rocks that had struck him, recognized the new arrival in the chamber. With a swift roll, he evaded the serpent's heavy tail as he shouted in haste, "Professor Brain, I will hold this beast at bay. Please, get Ron and Ginny to the hospital. Ron has been bitten by the serpent's venomous fangs." Amasta, perplexed, wore an expression of amusement, questioning whether Harry's mind had been scrambled by the stones. Chapter 83. Confusion. What are you rambling about, Harry? Before Amasta could voice his thoughts, Hermione interjected, anxiously urging, "Get back, Harry. Professor Brain can handle this serpent." Amasta chuckled softly, amused by Hermione's evident confidence in him following a display of his abilities. Hermione's warning jolted Harry from his preoccupation, and he quickly realized the urgency of the situation. Grasping the magnificent sword embedded with a dazzling, egg-sized ruby, he scrambled away from the frenzied serpent's attack. "Professor Brain, please save Ron and Ginny. They're still alive." As Harry recognized that the most powerful professor in the academy, aside from Dumbledore, stood before him, exhaustion washed over him like a spell draining his strength. Just as he felt himself about to collapse, Hermione instinctively supported him. "Do not panic, Potter. No one will perish here tonight." Noticing the faint spark of life still present within Ginny, Amasta felt a slight relief. His gaze fell upon the sword in Harry's hand, and he recalled a legendary magical artifact belonging to Godric Gryffindor. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly inquired, "Potter, this sword is—" "Fawkes brought it to me from the sorting hat," Harry gasped. "I found this sword within the hat. Dumbledore must have placed it there, and it suddenly fell out and struck my head." Amasta nodded in understanding, piecing together the sequence of events from Harry's disjointed account. Though his curiosity about the renowned weapon piqued, he recognized that this was not the moment for exploration. "Leave this place, Fawkes. Do not be caught in my spell." During their brief exchange, Dumbledore's Phoenix continued its fierce battle against the serpent in midair. Upon hearing Amasta's command, Fawkes responded with remarkable intelligence, soaring gracefully through the air, leaving a trail of vibrant light as it flew toward the fallen Ron, lowering its head to inspect the gaping wound on his arm. Clang! The piercing shriek echoed like an arrow loose from its bow. Harry and Hermione could only witness Professor Brain gracefully wielding his wand, as several larger fragments of stone silently transformed into metallic spears, each as thick as an oak tree. The ominous spears sliced through the chilling air, constructing an indomitable, colossal cage that ensnared the massive basilisk within. With a thunderous crash, the basilisk violently battered against the metallic barriers of its prison. As it struggled desperately, the earth trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, and debris fell like raindrops. Yet, all was shielded by the luminous barrier of magic surrounding Amasta, leaving not a speck of dust upon them. Gazing at the seemingly defiant basilisk, which was creating such a tumult, Amasta's brow furrowed slightly. He again twirled his wrist, and a fleeting glimmer of light flickered atop the framework of the metal cage. With a resounding thud, the basilisk hesitated to strike the barrier with such reckless abandon. For whenever its tough scales met the cage, golden flames would erupt from the seemingly cold and dark spears. This magical fire, born of fierce heat, possessed an unimaginable temperature and the ability to dismantle magical resistance. The basilisk, brimming with boundless vitality, could only endure a few strikes before it lay prostrate on the ground, curling its immense body into a tight coil, no longer daring to move. Is this the power of someone who could contend with Professor Dumbledore since 5th year? Harry gazed in astonishment at the scene, unable to believe that the basilisk, which he had nearly succumbed to in a life-or-death struggle alongside Dumbledore's phoenix, was so effortlessly subdued by Professor Brain. Hermione, having anticipated this moment, was the first to emerge from her shock, seeing the basilisk confined. She could no longer contain her anxiety and rushed, tears streaming, to Ron's side. "Professor Brain, the bird is crying." Hermione sobbed. "Is Ron all ready?" Harry shuddered, his face paling as he fixated on Ron, who lay quietly on the ground, murmuring softly. His lips trembled uncontrollably. He could not accept the possibility that Ron had perished. "You two need not worry." Amasta approached swiftly, flipping Ron over to examine the charred flesh of his arm, which was emitting wisps of smoke under the healing influence of the phoenix's tears. Fawkes is a phoenix, and its tears possess remarkable healing properties. However, Amasta turned his gaze to Ginny, whose chest barely rose and fell. Miss Weasley's condition appears to be far more dire. She urgently requires professional medical attention. You two should escort them to Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing at once. Upon hearing that both Ron and Ginny were still alive, Harry felt as though he had been pulled from the depths of the water. He gasped for breath, and in mere seconds, the cold sweat he had shed surpassed even that of his recent battle with the basilisk. Amasta conjured 2 stretchers, levitating the bodies of Ron and Ginny. He then turned his gaze towards Hermione, whose eyes still glistened with tears. "I shall remain here to watch over the basilisk. After you have delivered Ginny and Ron to the hospital wing, you may inform Professor McGonagall of the events that have transpired here. I suspect that upon realizing 4 young wizards have vanished from the school, she will be greatly concerned and likely faint." However, Hermione harbored no objections to Professor Brain's arrangement. Her thoughts drifted to the lengthy pipe they had traversed, which could extend for miles. Fawkes perched upon Ron's chest, emitting a mournful cry, but Amasta shook his head. "There is no need for your assistance, Fawkes. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could notify Professor Dumbledore. Regrettably, I believe his holiday must be cancelled." Fawkes tilted his head, regarding Amasta with his gem-like, crystalline eyes. After a brief moment, he humanely nodded and vanished amidst a burst of flames within the chamber. "Now, it is your turn," Amasta declared, waving his wand toward Harry and the others. In an unexpected gust of wind, Harry found himself transformed into an ethereal shadow, uncontrollably soaring towards the entrance of the chamber. Professor Brain. By the time Harry regained his senses, he had already appeared near the entrance, anxiously watching Professor Brain retreat rapidly from view. "Be careful of Voldemort. He is." Amasta exhaled deeply, turning to face the basilisk, coiled and barely alive on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "It has not been easy. After all this time and weary nights, this basilisk has finally fallen into my grasp. This ancient creature typically survives for centuries, yet the one before him had lived for over a millennium, still brimming with vitality. It was evident that Slytherin had conducted numerous mysterious and intricate experiments on it." Amasta approached the cage, scrutinizing the basilisk's bloodied eyes, clicking his tongue in disapproval, hoping that Cacus would not find fault and deduct from his commission during the inspection. Just as Amasta contemplated altering the basilisk's massive form, a youthful and courteous voice emerged from behind a pillar. "It seems you have taken quite a liking to it, Professor Brain. I inherited this basilisk from my esteemed ancestor, and if you would not mind, I could arrange for it to be gifted to you." Unfazed, Amasta turned with a smile to behold Tom Riddle, tall and dark-haired, leaning against the stone pillar, dressed like a student. "You must be mistaken. That basilisk is mine." The chamber, suffused with a green glow, fell into an eerie silence, as the cold air resonated with a suffocating tension. The serpent within the confines of its cage seemed to regain a modicum of courage, gently raising its head. With its keen magical senses, it detected the direction of its illustrious master's descendant. The crimson flickers of its tongue, continuously extending and retracting, betrayed its unease. Yet, the immense source of magical power, just a few steps away, rendered it hesitant to act recklessly. Amasta and Tom Riddle locked eyes, both being wizards capable of perceiving much through their senses. Though words were unspoken, they had already gleaned insights into each other's strengths and weaknesses. "You need not be so cautious, Professor Brain. We are allies, not adversaries, are we not?" Ultimately, it was Riddle who broke the silence, still not fully resurrected. He found himself at a distinct disadvantage in the confrontation with Amasta. He wore a restrained smile, his voice soft and courteous, as if addressing a true mentor. "Mr. Voldemort." Amasta interrupted Riddle's discourse, tilting his head, his penetrating gaze meticulously dissecting the core of the Horcrux before him. as his wand twirled at his fingertips. Amasta spoke in a languid tone. How many times do you suppose I have faced your Horcrux? Riddle fell silent, his expression shifting from shock to a fierce glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf on the hunt. His once handsome features twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. What do you mean? He spat, seemingly discarding pretense. What is a Horcrux? Are you implying that you have encountered my original form? If so, you should know that Voldemort is the greatest wizard in history, his power beyond the comprehension of those fools. Amasta pressed his lips together, perceiving more than mere evil magic or disquieting power in the ephemeral figure before him. He saw a soul shimmering with vibrant colors. How wondrous this was! Amasta recalled the soul fragments he had faced when destroying the diadem, each steeped in insatiable malevolence and darkness, entities incapable of communication, luring mortals to sacrifice their lives with their beguiling magic. Amos Brain, you have dealt with Dumbledore and should recognize him for the narrow-minded man he is. He harbors suspicion toward any exceptionally gifted youth, intent on stifling their talents. I assure you, Dumbledore will one day turn against you. No, he has already begun, hasn't he? Amasta's increasingly oppressive gaze rendered Riddle momentarily speechless. His lips curled in a rapid utterance, the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore urged you into this, did he not? Everyone knows this course has been cursed by the Dark Lord himself. He intends to eliminate you, to take me away. Brain, once I regain my full power, I can assist you in confronting Dumbledore. Though Amasta had never directly engaged with Voldemort, the Tom Riddle before him was undeniably a cunning individual adept at seizing opportunities. It seems that this diary is indeed the first Horcrux you have created, does it not? A softly spoken remark from Amasta rendered Riddle speechless. He appeared to realize that no matter what he said, this rising star of Slytherin was resolutely determined to eliminate him. Emotions stem from the soul, and the malevolent magic of Horcruxes prioritizes the stripping away of reason and sentiment from the soul, transforming individuals into madmen driven solely by desire. As Amasta took a step forward, the purple hue in his eyes began to fade at a visibly rapid pace. Under the weighty magical force potent enough to make dragons tremble, the air surrounding Amasta warped like the heat-hazed asphalt of a blistering summer day. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the vast and empty chamber. The basilisk within its cage hissed in fear, retreating its serpentine head into its coiling body. As if foreseeing the fate of Tom Riddle, the statue of Salazar Slytherin, level with the ceiling, silently observed Amasta Brain and Tom Riddle below, standing alone for a millennium. He was on the verge of witnessing the demise of a Slytherin lineage, or perhaps the preservation of his true glory. I discern emotions within your soul that are characteristic of a normal human being. Fear, hatred, loneliness, and many other intriguing little sentiments. Wait a moment, you yearn for power, do you not? We are of a kind, Professor Brain. The secrets left by Slytherin within this castle are not limited to just this one. I am willing to share with you the formidable ancient magic you left behind. As long as you... The ensuing words were utterly stifled by Riddle as the expressionless Amasta finally approached him. He watched in horror as this young professor, who had caused him unease since the moment he became aware of his existence, and who was willing to expose himself prematurely to restore his body, emanated a soft glow. Then he was terrified to see Amasta slowly raise his hand, fingertips inching toward his brow. Amasta disregarded Riddle's agonized whimpers, his fingertips, palm, arms, and ultimately his entire being gradually melded into Riddle's body. The diary in Riddle's pocket flew out, hovering in midair, though there was no wind. The pages of the diary rustled as if swept by a tempest, and wisps of black smoke began to billow from the pages. In the desolate chamber, this scene was both eerie and foreboding. The space felt as boundless as the cosmos, silent yet filled with tangible, fierce gray whirlwinds. Each stream of air that tinged the space gray harbored malevolent and potent magic, likely the protective enchantments placed upon the diary by Voldemort, as well as those inherent to the Horcrux itself. With a roar, the luminescence enveloping Amasta surged tremendously, forming an elliptical magical barrier around him. The relentless gusts of wind battered against the faintly red shield, the opposing magics clashing and erupting in bursts of light, as if Amasta stood amidst raging flames. Amasta's gaze wandered around, and before long, he sensed an anomaly in the space to his right. It appeared to be the very core of the entire gray world, a luminous orb of black and white radiating ominous magical energy in all directions. Ah, I have found you. Amasta smiled faintly, retrieving a glass vial from his pocket, adjusting his collar with a leisurely demeanor as he strolled toward the reading chamber. Chapter 85. The Chamber Within the Chamber, Part 1. Half an hour later, Riddle's presence had vanished into thin air, and the diary that housed his soul lay scattered on the ground, devoid of any magical essence. Each page bore the marks of a sharp dagger, with jagged holes punctuating the center of every sheet. The cage conjured by Amasta had disappeared, and the basilisk left behind by Slytherin was similarly unaccounted for. Dumbledore, with a solemn expression, strode past the steps leading to the chamber's entrance, his deep purple travel cloak billowing behind him like a cape. Harry, panting, followed closely in Dumbledore's wake, speaking in hurried tones. Upon seeing Amasta, who stood unharmed at the foot of the Slytherin statue, Dumbledore's expression softened, though his pace remained brisk. "Ah, you arrived quite swiftly, Headmaster Dumbledore, and, of course, Potter. It is a great relief to see you unharmed, Amasta." Dumbledore, approaching with a gentle demeanor, seemed poised to say more. Yet his attention was drawn to the diary on the floor. He picked up the tattered tome, his azure gaze piercing through the air as he focused intently on the shattered pages. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured. "Undoubtedly, he could assert that Hogwarts has never seen such talent. Not to mention you, Amasta. Throughout my long career, I have never encountered wizards of your caliber, at least in terms of magical aptitude." Harry appeared perplexed, glancing around. Yet he could discern no other beings or manifest memories within the chamber aside from themselves. "Professor Brain, where have Voldemort and the Basilisk gone?" Amasta's previously cheerful expression shifted to one of regret as he regarded the dust-covered Harry. The basilisk struggled fiercely, and I could no longer contain it with the cage I conjured. Thus, I had no choice but to reduce it to ashes. As for the memories residing within that dark artifact, they seemed intent on rescuing their master, and while I was dealing with the basilisk, one of them leapt out from behind a pillar to ambush me. Amasta shrugged nonchalantly. I was momentarily flustered and resorted to a rather powerful spell. Hence, it too has vanished. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Professor Brain's assertion was indeed reasonable, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. After all, it was Slytherin who had left behind his heir, a basilisk that had conjured countless terrifying legends over millennia, along with the malevolent magical artifacts crafted by Voldemort himself. Why, then, did it seem so effortless when spoken by Professor Brain, as if it were merely the slaying of a goblin? Upon hearing Amasta's remarks, Dumbledore, who had been engrossed in studying the diary, lifted his head. He shook his silver-white mustache, and a strange glimmer flickered in his azure eyes. Regardless, he began, placing the diary into his pocket, his demeanor cheerful. "You flatter me, almost are." He cleared his throat, his voice resonating with emotion. Dumbledore's rapid-fire praises nearly brought a blush to Amasta's cheeks. He pursed his lips, humbly gesturing, then directed his gaze towards Harry. "You overstate my contributions, Headmaster. In truth, were it not for Harry's remarkable acumen in discerning the entrance to this chamber, I dare say, we would not have arrived at this juncture with such ease." "Oh, indeed," Dumbledore replied, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the now-flushed Harry. "Just as you preserved the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort's grasp last year. Your intellect and bravery have rendered many, myself included, quite humbled. I believe, had Lily and James been here, they would undoubtedly be immensely proud of you." Yet Harry did not pose a single question, for Dumbledore's words lodged like a boulder in his chest, rendering him breathless. The room's verdant, serpent-like flames mirrored the color of his eyes, providing a veil that concealed the glimmer of unshed tears. Yes, if only they were still here. Almostar diverted his gaze, continuing to scrutinize the vast black void that had materialized upon the stone-carved visage, while Dumbledore perceptively took a few steps forward, leaving Harry behind. He stood beside Almostar, following his gaze towards the aperture, his silver mustache billowing gently as he mused. "What do you believe lies beyond, Almostar? It merely feels somewhat peculiar." "Headmaster." The basilisk emerged from that very place in response to Voldemort's summons. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, his penetrating gaze fixed on Almostar. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly remarked, "This ancient castle conceals innumerable, captivating secrets, Almostar, even as the headmaster of this institution, having perused the notes of my predecessors. My understanding of this castle may not surpass that of the Weasley twins. Should you deem it necessary, I would be glad to accompany you to investigate further." Almostar inclined his body slightly, smiling in gratitude. "I am quite curious, Headmaster Dumbledore. Salazar Slytherin left a basilisk in such a concealed chamber merely to fulfill the rumors of purging the school of those he deemed unworthy? Such intentions hardly align with the character and vision one would expect from a wizard of his caliber." A beam of light swept across Dumbledore's half-moon glasses, leading to a rational conclusion. Amasta, since it is thus. Dumbledore evidently perceived something, yet chose not to confront it. He raised his elder wand with deftness and swished it down, causing the entire chamber to tremble violently. Stones and dust cascaded down like a tempest. Harry, somewhat bewildered, quickly shielded his forehead with his hand to prevent debris from entering his eyes. In mere seconds, the quaking world regained its tranquility, and a disheveled Harry brushed off the fine layer of dust from his robes, glancing forward only to be met with astonishment. Before Dumbledore and Professor Brain, a staircase leading directly to a towering stone visage emerged from thin air. The staircase, rugged and dark-hued, soared 200 feet high, resembling a monumental pillar. Harry was taken aback. Transforming a stone into a staircase was hardly a challenge for someone who had undergone 2 years of formal magical education. Yet, conjuring such a colossal staircase seemed beyond his capabilities. He was certain that even if he were to be squeezed dry, like a fruit, he could not summon such an abundance of magic. In the Reading Chamber, Chapter 86, The Chamber Within the Chamber, Part 2, Dumbledore and Amasta reached a consensus, preparing to explore the gaping maw of Slytherin's visage. However, a divergence arose concerning Harry's participation. Dumbledore seemed to believe that whatever had warranted the attention of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 great founders, and was guarded by a basilisk, would undoubtedly be perilous. As a mere underage wizard, Harry lacked the capacity to confront the unknown dangers that might lie ahead. No one is born with the ability to face every challenge with composure, Dumbledore mused. Amasta, casting a glance at the somewhat dejected Harry, remarked with depth, to foster the swift growth of youth, one must provide them with ample opportunities for experience. Ultimately, Dumbledore acquiesced to Amasta's prudent counsel. You must promise me, Dumbledore said solemnly, fixing his gaze on Harry, that if we encounter danger, when Professor Breen and I instruct you to flee, you will heed our command. I promise, Professor Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore's words stung Harry's pride somewhat, the prospect of embarking on an unknown adventure alongside 2 powerful wizards lifted his spirits to euphoric heights. Deep down, he harbored an unwavering belief that with Dumbledore and Professor Breen at his side, no danger could threaten his life. Not even 10 Voldemorts could accomplish that. As Dumbledore and Amasta ascended the staircase, Harry secretly grinned, contemplating that although the hour was surely late and he had already endured a legendary battle that night, his spirit remained remarkably invigorated. However, his exhilaration waned the moment he stepped into the cavernous opening at the top of the staircase. As they ventured deeper, the metallic scent of blood grew increasingly potent, emanating from the white bones strewn across the ground. Harry observed numerous mouse skulls, still clinging to blood-stained patches of gray skin, alongside mounds of spider legs that resembled small hills. A heavy sigh escaped Dumbledore's lips for reasons unknown. However, when met with Amasta's inquisitive gaze, he merely shook his head, refraining from further comment. The trio rounded a corner, following the serpentine path carved by the creature's movements for nearly half a mile. Gradually, the tunnel's appearance began to transform. Golden torches, spaced 30 feet apart along the walls, emitted a steady warmth that dried the damp stone, rendering the ground parched. The air became invigorating, devoid of bones, and even dust and cobwebs were conspicuously absent. Harry felt that this place could rival the corridors of the castle, meticulously maintained by Filch. Amasta stood before one of the torches, gazing into the flickering flames, genuinely marveling at the opulence of the Goblet of Fire, a luxurious emblem of Slytherin. Finally liberated from the sea of corpses, Harry exhaled a sigh of relief, only to hear Professor Brain's awestruck admiration directed towards Dumbledore, seeking an explanation. The Goblet of Fire is the eternal flame, exceedingly rare, for it never extinguishes, Dumbledore remarked, his gaze appreciatively sweeping over the seemingly countless torches. The creation of such flames requires immense magical energy. To my knowledge, no one has managed to conjure this many eternal flames in one go. Harry gasped in realization of the bronze torch's worth, yet felt a twinge of discontent as he discerned a hint of admiration for Slytherin in Dumbledore and Professor Brain's tones. As the founder of the house he loathed most among the 4, and given the turmoil the Chamber of Secrets had caused him this year, Harry found it hard to harbor any fondness for Salazar Slytherin. Perhaps Gryffindor is superior, he muttered quietly. The firelight cast a crimson hue upon Dumbledore's silver brows and beard. Noticing Harry's disgruntled complaint, he chuckled softly, extinguishing the glow of his wand and stepping ahead of the others. The tunnel widened further, and at its terminus lay a stable and brilliant light. Amasta, with a serious expression, tightened his grip on his wand and strode forward. As they approached, the deepest secrets of this subterranean chamber were finally unveiled. Before them lay a vast cavern, its expanse comparable to 3 or 4 Quidditch fields, with a ceiling soaring over 300 feet high. Among the jagged stalactites, numerous rough-hewn, massive circular columns jutted out, arranged in a specific order, their hues reminiscent of Hogwarts Castle, as if they were the very support pillars of the entire edifice. How utterly astonishing! The air is filled with the howling of the wind, a mysterious sound reminiscent of history celebrating the passage of time. It is almost unimaginable how immense the magical power of Salazar Slytherin must have been, allowing such extravagance. It is no wonder that the basilisk could survive for a millennium. In such an environment rich in magic, any creature might enjoy a lifespan extended by 3 to 5 decades. Lacking a substantial understanding of the challenges involved in the creation of the basilisk's fire, Harry could not fully grasp Professor Brain's astonishment. Yet, The somber and magnificent aura permeating the cavern adorned with bizarre stone spires and stalactites, steeped in the essence of time, left him momentarily speechless. Indeed, the great Slytherin. Dumbledore, equally taken aback by the spectacle before him, expressed similar sentiments. However, what piqued my curiosity even more is the purpose behind Salazar Slytherin's establishment of this chamber. It seems that the secrets hidden within this concealed space may indeed be astonishing. Potter, remember to remain vigilant. Harry nodded, albeit hesitantly, his inquisitive gaze darting around. He examined the undulating ground marked by deep crevices and gazed at the dark stone spires. Suddenly, Harry's expression shifted. He widened his eyes, staring intently in a certain direction. Upon confirming what he saw, his complexion turned pale, and he exclaimed, "Professor Dumbledore, Professor Brain, there's a person over there." As he approached the figure, Harry's cheeks flushed with embarrassment for his previous anxiety, for what he had seen was not a living being, but merely a remarkably lifelike statue. The statue sat on a stone chair, its back resting against the chair's backrest, elbows propped on the armrests, chin slightly raised, its gaze scrutinizing, and a hint of discontent evident between its sharply arched brows. The statue's eyes, crafted from black gemstones, sparkled with an inner fire, giving the sculpture an almost lifelike quality. From any angle, it seemed as though Salazar Slytherin himself was gazing back at you. Even Harry had to concede that this exquisitely carved statue, with details so fine that even the strands of hair were distinguishable, attested to Slytherin's striking appearance. Indeed, adorned in a finely tailored wizard's robe, the extraordinary Slytherin could be deemed unparalleled in elegance. Nevertheless, Slytherin had long since faded into the currents of time. Regardless of how lifelike the statue appeared, it remained merely stone. After paying their respects to the founder of Hogwarts, Amos and Dumbledore swiftly circled the statue and stepped toward a stone door far more magnificent than the castle's entrance. Clearly, this was the ultimate secret left behind by Slytherin within the school. Amos gazed upward at the weathered surface of the stone door, attempting to discern its apex. But despite his neck straining, he could not achieve his aim. Having weathered many storms, Dumbledore was particularly intrigued by the secrets concealed behind the stone door. He approached it with measured haste, his long, aged fingers pressed against the cold stone wall, seemingly attempting to sense something through an extraordinary magical perception. However, this stone door, crafted by Slytherin himself, barred all access, and even a wizard as formidable as Dumbledore could not discern what lay beyond until the door was opened. "Do you believe Tom Riddle visited this place?" Amos stepped back a few paces, recognizing that if even Dumbledore could not penetrate the mystery, he had no reason to attempt a futile endeavor. "Indeed, I hold that belief, Amos." Dumbledore took a few steps closer, his azure gaze fixed intently on a brown stain upon the stone wall, calmly stating, "Clearly, he too cannot unlock this door. But isn't this the chamber Slytherin left for his heir? If he could access the chamber," trying not to intrude upon Dumbledore and Professor Brain's investigation, Harry could not help but interject. Although he found the stone door to be quite magnificent, its imposing presence did not rival the awe he felt within the cavern they occupied. "Yes, it is indeed quite peculiar. For reasons unknown," Dumbledore appeared somewhat troubled. At that moment, Harry made a new discovery. He noticed what seemed to be an inscription engraved upon the stone wall to the right of the door. He spoke up again. "Only one of pure blood may enter." Amos quietly recited the phrase, and then smirked. "It certainly bears the hallmark of Slytherin. I suspect it is not so simple, Amos. If you doubt me, we can put it to the test." A flicker of light danced in Dumbledore's eyes as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his left arm. "Professor Dumbledore." Harry immediately grasped Dumbledore's intent and hurriedly stepped forward, exposing his arm as well. "You may use mine." "Ah, thank you," Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. "But according to Slytherin's decree, I believe only I among us three qualifies." A silvery gleam flashed through the air as Dumbledore's arm was pricked, blood gushing forth to splatter the rough stone door with dark, shimmering droplets. Under the influence of mysterious magic, these droplets did not fall to the ground, but rather swiftly rolled towards the nearly imperceptible crack at the door center. As Dumbledore's blood was absorbed, a faint azure smoke billowed from the slender crevice, after which silence enveloped the chamber once more. Harry seemed unable to reconcile this outcome. Yet both Dumbledore and Amos appeared composed. "What do you believe led to this result, Professor Dumbledore?" Amos inquired, though his expression suggested he already harbored an answer. "Only conjecture remains." Dumbledore glanced at Harry, carefully choosing his words. "Slytherin's interpretation of pure blood may differ from our understanding. He likely refers to his own descendants. But Voldemort failed." Harry immediately exclaimed that the diary revealed to him that Voldemort was a descendant of Slytherin. However, he soon understood that Tom Riddle had informed him that the Slytherin blood coursing through his veins was inherited from his mother, while his father was a muggle. During the ensuing conversation between Professor Dumbledore and Professor Amasta, Harry sensed that they were discussing matters of considerable significance, but regrettably, he could not comprehend a single word. Amasta, distressed, ran his fingers through his hair and turned to Dumbledore, inquiring if such a possibility existed. It is difficult to say, Amasta, yet I believe it exists only in theory, as he seems unlikely to manifest either physically or mentally. I sincerely hope that the day does not come when we are compelled to confront the necessity of unlocking that stone door. However, should that day arise, it may indeed be the most challenging predicament I encounter in the latter half of my life. That night, many troubles were resolved, yet countless others were sown, destined to be ignited on some future day. Dumbledore insisted that Harry visit Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, despite Harry's repeated assertions of not having sustained any severe injuries. I know you harbor many questions, Harry, but this is not the time for conversation. Once you have had ample rest, you may come to my office, and we could discuss matters further. But the board, Harry exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Dumbledore in the hallway. Have you already resolved the issue? Oh, indeed. Dumbledore replied gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. In truth, I was alerted quite some time ago regarding Lucius Malfoy's clandestine scheming. I suspect that by tomorrow morning, when Lucius discovers I'm still the headmaster of Hogwarts, he will likely storm in here to confront me. With newfound determination, Harry hurried upstairs, seemingly less resistant to visiting the hospital wing, as he suddenly recalled that Ron and Hermione were also there. He was eager to share the events of the night with them. I apologize, Amasta. I understand you require rest. Dumbledore expressed sincerely, addressing Amasta. But might I trouble you to engage in conversation with this old man, who does not need much sleep? Amasta felt a chill within, sensing that true troubles were about to unfold. Chapter 88. All Matters, Part 1. The emerald willow branches swayed gracefully in the cool night breeze, while the silvery moonlight danced upon the shimmering surface of the lake. Apart from the hospital wing, where lights flickered dimly, Hogwarts Castle emanated a joyful and serene aura. The ominous clouds that had shrouded it earlier in the evening now completely dispersed. Dumbledore and Amasta walked side by side along the lakeside, neither in haste to speak, but rather savoring the rare tranquility of the moment. The Chamber of Secrets has been resolved, Headmaster Dumbledore. I fear I must take my leave soon. 5 minutes later, Amasta came to a halt beneath a crooked willow tree, gazing thoughtfully at the undulating waters of the lake, savoring the intricate emotions swirling within his chest. Are you not considering it any further, Amasta? Dumbledore inquired, seemingly unfazed, yet a palpable sense of regret lingered on his aged visage as he earnestly continued. In my view, you are an exceptionally competent professor, well suited to this institution, and the young wizards hold you in great esteem. If it were within my power, I would prefer not to lose such a remarkable educator. Amasta offered a faint smile, refraining from further dialogue, confident that Dumbledore could discern his decision. Dumbledore appeared more fatigued than at any other moment throughout the term. He chose not to pursue the topic further. The lengthy journey of life had bestowed upon him unparalleled wisdom regarding what could be altered and what remained immutable, a clarity that surpassed that of any other. Now then, Dumbledore retrieved a tattered diary from his pocket, having previously extracted it from the Chamber of Secrets. Under the moonlight, a droplet of water soared from the rippling waves, landing precisely upon the diary and leaving a distinct mark. I trust you can identify this item, Amasta? Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, you may be overestimating my knowledge. I am utterly unfamiliar with such objects as Horcruxes. Amasta playfully winked at the grimacing Dumbledore, aware that concealing anything from a man of Dumbledore's extensive experience and mastery of mentalism was no simple task. He merely employed humor to convey his reluctance to delve deeper into the subject of Horcruxes. Let's regard it thus. However, there is one matter you cannot feign ignorance about, Amasta. Dumbledore's tone shifted to one of gravity. I hope you can return the basilisk from the chamber to me. A sudden gust of wind surged, crashing the water against the lake's shore, causing Amasta's neatly arranged gray hair to dance wildly. He extended a hand to steady his head, letting out a heavy sigh amidst the howling wind. Dumbledore was well aware that he had not slain the basilisk. Such a feeble deception could not mislead him. Amasta even suspected that the great headmaster's keen gaze had already perceived the creature nestled in his arms. His words in the chamber had merely been an attempt to convey to Dumbledore his desire to retain the basilisk, believing that having resolved the matter of the chamber, Dumbledore would not deny such a trivial request. I hope you can understand my predicament, Amasta. The stubbornness etched on Amasta's face rendered Dumbledore somewhat helpless. Hagrid is currently imprisoned in Azkaban, and I must provide evidence to the Ministry of Magic to demonstrate that the creature attacking the young wizards 50 years ago and now is not the old spider named Aragog that Hagrid tended. This diary has been destroyed, and I believe Voldemort's Horcrux is not suitable for presentation as evidence. That basilisk is a compelling testament. Amasta's expression darkened. To be candid, he had indeed not considered Hagrid. The situation had become rather precarious. As Dumbledore's most loyal confidant, Amasta was acutely aware that Dumbledore would never allow Hagrid to languish in Azkaban. Yet, what of his own mission? Had he truly invested months of effort, even resorting to a highly coveted voodoo doll to shield against Voldemort's curse upon the defense against the dark arts professor, only for it to be in vain? No, that was utterly inconceivable. Dumbledore gleaned Amasta's sentiments from his silence and continued. This creature must be handed over to the Ministry in light of last semester's 2 attacks on young witches and wizards. Cornelius has ordered the Daily Prophet to maintain silence. Amasta chuckled softly, still remaining mute, yet his mind was already racing with thoughts on how to navigate an irretrievable situation should it arise. He did not harbor the arrogance to believe he could outmaneuver Dumbledore. However, since his enrollment at Hogwarts, he had endured countless sleepless nights and extensive preparations. If he could not even escape from Dumbledore's presence, it would be a profound humiliation. Indeed, from the moment he accepted this task and resolved to enter Hogwarts, Amasta had foreseen the current predicament. With a steely gaze, he fixated on the rippling lake, casting a sidelong glance at the grand iron gates of the school. He had formulated a plan. Should matters escalate, he would swiftly depart the Hogwarts grounds and use apparition to vanish from the scene. The unspoken rapport between Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge held no bearing on him. As for Hagrid, he felt a twinge of regret. Yet he trusted that Dumbledore would manage the situation. If all else failed, he could always visit Azkaban after his handover with Carcus Flea. However, the missed opportunity to bid farewell to Professor Snape, Hermione, and Harry left him with a sense of lingering disappointment. The lake's relentless waves battered the shore, and Dumbledore shook droplets of water from his silvery beard, having sensed the hostility radiating from Amasta. His expression grew more resigned. His brow furrowed as he pondered how to resolve the emerging conflict. Amasta, after a moment's contemplation, it seemed Dumbledore had reached a decision. His demeanor brightened once more, and he softly called Amasta's name, retrieving a pouch from within his robes and presenting it to him. This pouch bore little resemblance to the funds Dumbledore had allocated to Amasta at the semester's commencement. It appeared more akin to a personal possession. What does this mean? Headmaster Dumbledore? Amasta narrowed his eyes, casting only a fleeting glance at the pouch before diverting his gaze back to Dumbledore's eyes, which held a glimmer of mirth. It is not as you think, Amasta. Dumbledore's hair, styled in a manner distinctly his own, shimmered under the luminous glow of the moon, as if his very being radiated brilliance. Mimicking the playful gesture of Amasta earlier, he mischievously blinked his cerulean eyes. In truth, I had no intention of divulging this matter. Amidst Amasta's puzzled gaze, Dumbledore cheerfully remarked, "This is not a reward for any extraordinary contribution, Mr. Gold Viper. Rather, it is the remuneration for the task you have undertaken." Not far from a lakeshore, 2 heads suddenly emerged from the depths of the Black Lake, mermaids that had fortuitously surfaced for a breath of fresh air. Upon spotting Dumbledore standing at the water's edge, a chilling and frigid aura swept across the surface of the lake, rendering the 2 mermaids motionless, paralyzed by fear, neither daring to dive nor swim. Is the Flit family still alive? Amasta's gaze turned sharp, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Dumbledore, shedding the facade of gentility he usually maintained. In that moment, he transformed into the formidable Gold Viper, renowned in the underbelly of Nocturne Alley. Indeed, the Flit family thrives, Amasta. In fact, if you had closely examined the most recent issue of the Daily Prophet at the end of January, you would know that not only are they safe and sound, but they have also welcomed a momentous occasion. Mr. Cakus Flit's sister, Ms. Adeline Flit, has been appointed as the head of the Rare Infectious Diseases Department at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Frankly, I believe she is exceedingly deserving of this position. Adeline dreamed of being a healer during her time at Hogwarts. Enough, Headmaster Dumbledore, Amasta interjected, closing his eyes and taking a moment to steady his somewhat rapid breathing. Remarkable, indeed. I had never, not even for a second, contemplated the possibility that you possess the ability to unravel the bonds of an unbreakable vow. Magic must adhere to rules. Amasta, you surely comprehend this principle. The more powerful the spell, the more it is restrained by regulations, Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. The constraint of an unbreakable vow is guaranteed by the wizard's soul. I am not as formidable as you imagine, capable of unraveling such a pact. Then, Amasta remained with his eyes closed, facing the Black Lake. No one knew that at this moment, the color in his eyes had faded, returning to their natural brown. Dumbledore's words caused his brow to twitch. You knew from the outset that Gold Viper is Amasta Blaine, did you not? From where did you ascertain this? What do you think? Huh? The instant Amasta opened his eyes, a sudden gust of wind uprooted the willows lining the shore, causing a small portion of the lake in front of them to visibly tremble. The startled mermaids rolled their eyes back in shock, their feeble bodies rising and falling with the increasingly tumultuous waves. The chill emanating from Amasta's brown eyes was palpably real, a slight smirk curling at the edges of his mouth, as the defiance surrounding him nearly overwhelmed even Dumbledore's all-encompassing gaze. "Is it Remus Lupin?" Amasta's voice was cold and sharp. "Among that pack of werewolves, I spared only him, as he assured me he would not reveal my true identity. In a moment of weakness, I chose to let him go, but now it seems I have made a grave mistake. 3 years ago, when Amasta had only recently begun to navigate the underworld, he swiftly completed a series of assignments, thus gaining initial notoriety and accumulating some wealth. On that particular day, he was at the trading market handling valuable antiques he had unexpectedly acquired from a commission when a group of greedy werewolves, under Fenrir Greyback's command, approached him. It marked the first time Amasta engaged in combat within the underworld, and the battle was intense. 7 or 8 werewolves met their demise, pinned against the rocky walls. They fought their way from the depths to the surface, culminating in a fierce showdown in front of Merlin's statue at the entrance of the underworld. The outcome was undoubtedly a victory for Amasta, yet he committed a fatal error. At that time, like most in the underworld, he merely concealed his face with a mask, without employing any magical protections. During the ferocious battle, a werewolf tore apart his mask, inadvertently revealing his true visage. All the werewolves who beheld his face that day met a bloody end, with one notable exception, Remus Lupin. Amasta spared the seemingly weary werewolf for 2 reasons. Firstly, throughout the entire skirmish, Lupin did not cast a single spell, merely engaging in passive defense. It appeared he was coerced into participating in such vile actions, rather than acting of his own volition. Just before dying, one werewolf let out a heart-wrenching scream, calling out for Lupin's help, and it was this cry that stirred a faint memory within Amasta. He recalled that Remus Lupin seemed to be a significant character in the narrative, and in order to prevent a catastrophic chain reaction, Amasta chose to spare him. This was a fortunate mistake. Dumbledore nodded solemnly at him, his expression finally turning grave. "Had you made the correct choice that day, Amasta, I fear I would have to regretfully inform Severus that if he wishes to see you, it must be at Azkaban. Do you believe he is more noble than those werewolves, Dumbledore?" Amasta scoffed, his voice laced with mockery, as he questioned with a gaze full of derision. "Do you know how many heinous acts Lupin has committed alongside those werewolves? If I am to be sent to Azkaban, then he too cannot escape culpability. That was not Lupin's intention, Amasta." Dumbledore's voice had weakened, revealing a visage of fatigue. "We are both acutely aware that the magical world we inhabit is rife with prejudice and discrimination. Remus, like any ordinary wizard, was once unblemished by such afflictions. Yet a tragic misfortune during his childhood forced him to confront a grim destiny. He was compelled to survive. But the code of werewolf conduct and the protocol for the treatment of non-wizard half-breeds rendered his existence within a magical realm exceedingly perilous. Out of desperation and under threat, he found himself entwined with Greyback and his pack of werewolves. As I mentioned earlier, Amasta, this was never Remus's intention. He has consistently endeavored to harm no one, and his conscience has been in torment. So what of it, Dumbledore?" Amasta scoffed, questioning the innocence of Remus. "The complexities and cruelties of reality and human nature form an insurmountable mountain, one that even a wizard as formidable as Dumbledore cannot surmount. He is powerless to alter the biases entrenched in people's hearts, for these prejudices are often rooted in perceptions deemed correct by the very fabric of reality. Even if he resolutely sought to overturn the Ministry of Magic, the outcome would remain unchanged." Gazing silently at Dumbledore, Amasta let out a soft, derisive snort. The wind had stilled, and the placid lake mirrored a depthless abyss of darkness. Amasta stared into the water, as if merging with the shadows it harbored. "Since this commission was initiated by you, Headmaster," at last, after a prolonged silence, Amasta, appearing to regain his composure, inquired in an unflappable tone. Chapter 90, All Things, Part 2. "People have long perceived me as infallible, omnipotent Amasta. In the distant horizon, at the core of unending darkness, a faint halo of light began to emerge near the horizon. At this moment, just before dawn's chill, Dumbledore removed his spectacles, wearily rubbing his brow. Yet I have always believed that the transgressions I have committed far outweigh the trifles of my contributions." Dumbledore's gaze was fixed upon the young, gifted wizard beside him, his eyes filled with sorrow. Amasta remained silent, awaiting a cogent explanation from Dumbledore. If the headmaster could not rationalize his actions, it would likely forge an irreparable chasm between them, potentially transforming them into adversaries in the days to come. Few were aware that Tom was personally admitted to Hogwarts by me. Dumbledore was evidently cognizant of the urgency to provide Amasta with clarity. He forewent elaborate preambles and began to elucidate directly. "When I first encountered him at the orphanage, the innate arrogance and cruelty he exhibited, coupled with his remarkable magical aptitude, unsettled me. Yet I assure you, Amasta, at that moment, I could never have anticipated that the tragically born boy would one day commit such unforgivable acts. Voldemort also grew up in an orphanage? Amasta's eyelids flickered as he began to grasp the implications of Dumbledore's words. In the eyes of all his professors, he was a polite, quiet young wizard, insatiably eager for knowledge, handsome, endowed with exceptional talent, and exuding an air of refinement. From the moment he entered Hogwarts until his graduation, numerous faculty members, including the then headmaster Albus Dumbledore, believed that his future accomplishments would be boundless. With a tragic background and remarkable magical abilities, he excelled in self-concealment. Amasta let out an ambiguous cold laugh, reflecting on the undeniable similarities between himself and Voldemort. With past experiences as a cautionary tale, it was no wonder that Dumbledore had maintained a vigilant watch over him since that fateful Christmas evening in their 5th year. I believe you understand, Amasta, Dumbledore spoke with a tone of sorrow. I have long feared the repetition of history. However, I am acutely aware that I cannot hastily judge your future. Since your departure from the school, I have found myself in a precarious dilemma. On one hand, I hope to keep you within my sight, yet on the other, I recognize your strong will. If I were to interfere excessively in your choices through Severus, then perhaps Voldemort's past could very well become your future. Honestly, it has been many years since I have hesitated like this, Amasta. I have tried to convince myself, through years of observation, that you are fundamentally different from Tom. Your heart is filled with love. You do not covet power, desire prominence, nor seek to instill fear. Yet, I have always struggled to fully trust this belief. The painful histories of the past indicate that I tend to err gravely on crucial matters. Considering my age, I fear I may not have another opportunity to rectify my mistakes. To be truthful, Amasta had always held a deep respect for Dumbledore. This venerable figure, regarded as a living history of the modern magical world, had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of wizardry, yet he had likely not enjoyed many days of peace in his life, tirelessly utilizing his wisdom to strategize for the stability and peace of the magical realm. Amasta considered himself lacking such great magnanimity. I do not wish to deceive you, Amasta. Remus's letter, detailing the conflict between you and the werewolves under Greyback and inquiring about your origins, has heightened my concerns. I am exceedingly fearful of the worst possibilities unfolding before you that I wish to avoid. I have my principles, Dumbledore. Amasta understood Dumbledore's apprehensions, yet felt a profound sense of helplessness when he himself was the object of scrutiny. You do not accept any commissions against wizards or muggles, correct? Dumbledore shook his beard and gazed at the furrowing brow of Amasta. He sighed. Do not blame Cacusferly, Amasta. It was I who sought his assistance to monitor your activities in the underworld. Indeed, your rule has made it clear that you strive to avoid harming innocent lives. And it is precisely this rule that has granted me a measure of patience, by which I mean respect for your choices. In the desolate night breeze, a hint of warmth emerged, yet Amasta's emotions grew increasingly intricate. He found himself uncertain whether to harbor resentment or gratitude towards Dumbledore's actions. Perhaps one might believe that one could steadfastly uphold principles, Amasta. At that moment, Dumbledore's gaze regained its sagacity, his azure eyes shimmering with over a century's worth of life wisdom. However, I believe that if this continues, darkness will inevitably encroach upon you. This is beyond dispute. How long has it been since you stood in the realm of light, basking in the sun alongside everyone else? This protracted night shall eventually pass, yet it will indelibly imprint its memories upon many hearts. A subtle stir had begun to resonate within the castle. News of Ginny's rescue and the conclusion of the Chamber of Secrets was spreading rapidly from the hospital wing. Cease the medication for Lockhart, Dumbledore. Amasta hurled the glass vial that contained the basilisk to Dumbledore, disregarding the bitterness etched upon the elder's features, and turned astride towards the castle. Wait, Amasta. Dumbledore was not an omniscient sage. He was unaware of the choices Amasta would make that would shape his future. Yet he understood that any forceful interference now would only propel this promising young man into the abyss. This is what you deserve, Amasta. Dumbledore extended the pouch once more, suppressing all unease and concern within, and smiled gently. Truly, Amasta, while the remuneration from the Board of Governors is not insignificant, expenses for a wizard like me are equally astonishing. Thus, I cannot offer more galleons as a token of my gratitude. What do you think I am, Dumbledore? Someone who sees only money? Amasta cast a glance at the pouch, but did not reach for it. You are no longer young. Save this money for your retirement. Consider it. Dumbledore persisted, for the children at the orphanage. Amasta's breath quickened, lines of tension forming on his forehead. It seemed the old man had thoroughly investigated him. If he continued to linger at Hogwarts, Amasta suspected Dumbledore would eventually ascertain the color of his undergarments. We are even now, Headmaster Dumbledore. Amasta accepted the pouch, reached into his robes, retrieved an object, and tossed it to Dumbledore before turning to leave briskly. Gazing at the cracked, charred crown in his palm, Dumbledore stood by the lakeside, stunned into silence as his mouth fell agape. Chapter 91. End. Amasta was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Rubbing his weary eyes, he lifted his head to glance out the window and discovered the blinding sun perched high in the sky. The office floor was awash with golden sunlight, and motes of dust danced in the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquil passage of time. He tidied his appearance slightly, muttering in discontent as he made his way to the door. Professor Brain, everything has been elucidated. It was Lucius Malfoy who orchestrated the events. Dobby has attained his freedom, and that diary was placed in Ginny's bag by Lucius. Headmaster Dumbledore has been reinstated by the Board of Governors, while Lucius has been expelled from it. Observing the exuberant and excited Harry, who was nearly at a loss for words, Amasta ruffled his disheveled hair and sighed, marveling at the boundless energy of these young wizards. With bleary eyes, Amasta spoke nonchalantly. Early this morning, Harry had received a political education on love and courage in Dumbledore's office, leaving him almost eager to confront the basilisk again. Yet he noticed a hint of discontent in Professor Brain's tone. The Ministry of Magic has released Hagrid and Professor Brain. They are currently in the courtyard observing the basilisk. Headmaster Dumbledore has instructed me to inform you that the minister wishes to speak with you personally, Harry stammered. Amasta let out a resigned sigh, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples, saying, "Understood. You may report back. I must attend to myself first. My appearance is hardly suitable for a meeting with such a distinguished individual." As Harry departed, a look of perplexity lingered in his eyes. Why had Professor Brain dispelled the last shadow that loomed over the young wizards this year, yet appeared to be in low spirits? It was likely around lunchtime, yet the great hall was eerily vacant, with no one paying heed to the delectable food adorning the tables. Nearly everyone in the school had congregated in the courtyard, with young wizards even climbing trees and the corridors to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. When Amasta appeared at the doorway, a thunderous applause erupted, nearly shaking the very foundations of the castle, as people regarded Amasta with awe, their expressions akin to that of spectators witnessing the rise of a new star. With a gulp, Amasta swallowed a piece of bread hastily snatched from the long table in the hall, his brow raised high. "Come over here, Amasta." Professor McGonagall, at the center of the crowd, stood on tiptoe, waving her arms and calling out to him, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she forcefully wiped her nose. The crowd parted automatically, revealing Dumbledore and the other professors standing before a cage that held the basilisk, which Dumbledore had personally subdued. As he made his way through the throng, the Weasley twins loudly expressed their gratitude. "You saved Ginny and Ron. Professor, we are immensely grateful." Frankly, Fred and George had never spoken so earnestly to anyone before. Amasta smiled and nodded at the twins, striding through the crowd towards Dumbledore, who stood with a joyful expression, his hands clasped over his belly. "What have you told everyone?" "I merely spoke the truth, Amasta." Cornelius Fudge was still clad in the peculiar attire he had worn the previous evening. However, his demeanor toward Amasta had transformed dramatically. From 30 feet away, he greeted Amasta with hearty laughter, striding forward to embrace him warmly, as if welcoming yet another remarkable young talent into their midst. "Indeed, we seem to have encountered another extraordinary individual. Haven Tiwi?" Fudge playfully winked at Amasta, projecting an air of camaraderie that belied the fact that this was merely their second encounter, their first having been devoid of any dialogue. "Oh, ahem, of course. I mean to say, credit ultimately belongs to you, Amasta." For a fleeting moment, a stiffness marred the jovial smile on Fudge's cherubic face. Yet soon his eyes sparkled with an intensity that could hardly be described as mere enthusiasm. He clapped Amasta on the shoulder, beaming as radiantly as a blooming chrysanthemum. "The Ministry of Magic has merely played a trivial role. TSK, the sordid nature of politics." In the gradually quieting crowd, George Weasley cast a scornful glare at Cornelius Fudge, muttering under his breath, but was swiftly silenced by a fierce look from Percy, who commanded him to hush. Percy then turned his gaze with reverence towards Professor Brain and Minister Fudge, straining to absorb the nuances of political discourse. "Nothing to say, Amasta." Fudge seemed to be under an enchantment of mirth, laughing heartily. Lowering his voice to a confidential whisper only Amasta could discern, he urged, "As long as you casually mention it during the upcoming interview." Noticing a flicker of unease in Amasta's expression, Fudge quickly reassured him, "Fear not, my boy. I shall prepare the groundwork. I am truly fortunate that insufferable Rita Skeeter has been kept at bay. She seems to have learned of the happenings at the school from some source." "Donation?" Amasta subtly glanced at Dumbledore, yet gleaned no information from the twinkle of amusement in Dumbledore's eyes. "If you so wish, I shall speak with Rufus." Fudge's arm remained firmly attached to Amasta's, unwilling to relent. I believe you would make an exceptional Auror, Amasta. You could become Rufus' right-hand man. Oh, let me share a little secret. Rufus is not particularly young. He may not be in the position much longer. If you excel in your role as an Auror, perhaps I could. Numerous professors exchanged discreet glances of disdain upon hearing Fudge's words, yet the decorum of the occasion restrained them from voicing their opinions. I shall give your suggestion due consideration. Minister, Amasta replied politely, directing his attention to Hagrid, who was perched on the cage, seemingly eager to squeeze through the bars. Why do you appear so discontented upon regaining your freedom? Hagrid, you ought not to be so harsh, Professor Brain. Hagrid glanced again at Dumbledore and, with a hint of remorse, at Fudge. Is it truly impossible to leave this poor little creature in my care? With all due respect, Minister, ever since Mr. Scamander's retirement, there have been few competent individuals in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. In the Grand Hall, a splendid celebratory banquet was in full swing. The 4 long tables that had once been arranged in parallel now formed a square. The house elves in the kitchen exerted their utmost efforts, and the tables were laden with an array of tantalizing delicacies. The professors mingled freely with the young wizards, engaging in lively conversation. Professor McGonagall pretended not to notice the Weasley twins stealthily substituting the young wizard's juice with butterbeer, while Snape seemed to be consoling a downcast Draco. At the height of merriment, Professors Flitwick and Sprout even treated everyone to a waltz amidst the joyous clamor. I had sensed something amiss with the lavatory long before. Gilderoy Lockhart, who had not shown his face for 2 months, disregarded Madame Pomfrey's admonitions and appeared here, his pallor alarming, relying on the table for support. Nevertheless, he endeavored to match his smile to the resplendent stars adorning the ceiling. Yet, I maintain that barging into a girl's bathroom is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. How daring of him to utter such words. Hearing Lockhart's self-aggrandizing remarks, Harry's face turned an ashen hue, while Dean beside him feigned a retching gesture. Where had Professor Binns gone? Hermione, somewhat disheartened by Lockhart's demeanor, scanned the room for that youthful, slender figure. Exchanging a glance with Hermione, Harry felt a sense of ennui. After a brief exchange, they took some food and similarly departed the Grand Hall, heading to the hospital wing in search of Ron. On the 8th floor of the castle, Amos Brain led Dumbledore to a smooth door embedded in the wall, opposite a tapestry depicting a troll striking a hapless Barnabas. In those days, I often practiced magic or brewed potions in some of the castle's more secluded classrooms. Since the 2nd semester of my 5th year, both you and Professor Snape had kept a close watch on me. On one occasion, Snape seemed to detect the scent of potions on me, though he did not vocalize it. Out of caution, I sought a secure place to store my potions, wandering nearby until I stumbled upon this marvelous room. The door creaked open, revealing a chamber the size of a cathedral, its surroundings resembling a city. The towering walls were composed of countless items long forgotten by students who had since passed away. Most of the contents could be classified as refuse: expired potions, decaying food, collapsed bookshelves and boxes, and tattered old textbooks. Amos Brain led Dumbledore deeper into the labyrinthine refuse until they arrived at an old cabinet, its surface bubbling, before which sat a bust of a wizard with a pockmarked face, an old wig resting atop his head, bearing a distinctly circular indentation. Here it is. Amos raised his chin and addressed the solemn-faced Dumbledore. In Dumbledore's hand lay the fractured crown that Amos had entrusted to him the previous night. He cast a fleeting glance at the statue before diverting his gaze to survey the room they occupied. Indeed, it was an excellent hiding place. I can surmise when Tom concealed the crown here. Dumbledore murmured, to be candid, Amos, you have rendered me a significant service. For many years, I have harbored suspicions regarding Voldemort's fragmentation of his own soul, and I have believed he may have done so more than once. Yet, I have lacked evidence. And you have, in a single day, validated 2 of my long-held doubts. Despite his words, Dumbledore exhibited no sign of relief. Rather, his shoulders appeared stooped, and his brow was furrowed under the weight of heavy burdens. Amos understood the source of Dumbledore's demeanor. This was indeed a vexing issue. To vanquish Voldemort, one must first obliterate his Horcruxes, but who knows how many times this madman has split his soul. Theoretically, there is no limit to the number of times a soul can be divided, provided that the fragmented soul is sufficient to sustain the body's activities. Thus, splitting it dozens or even hundreds of times is not inconceivable. However, in reality, a human soul cannot be that resilient. It resembles a sheet of paper that, in theory, can be folded countless times, yet practically becomes unmanageable after only a few folds. Amos chose to disregard Dumbledore's contemplative silence and strode toward the exit. If you truly believe my assistance has been trivial, then I kindly request that you refrain from fixating on me, Headmaster, for it would greatly distress me. Despite the ravages of the basilisk's venomous fangs on his arm, Ron's bandaged limb, thanks to Fox Tears and Madame Pomfrey's expert care, had regained some mobility. Leaning against his pillow, he listened as Harry recounted Gilderoy Lockhart's self-aggrandizing remarks, his nose crinkling in indignation. "Just look at him, Harry," Ron exclaimed breathlessly. "Without you, Harry, he wouldn't have found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets even if Hogwarts faced its demise. And what of Myrtle? Doesn't she deserve some form of punishment?" "The Ministry cannot imprison a ghost in Azkaban, Ron," Hermione interjected, finally regaining her composure. "Professor Bream also believes that judging a ghost is both ludicrous and cruel." "I fail to see how it is cruel," Ron retorted, glancing at Harry. "He has decided to leave, hasn't he?" At the mention of this, Hermione's spirits sank once more, and even Harry let out a long sigh, his expression clouded with concern. "Well, that is what Headmaster Dumbledore informed me. He said that Professor Bream has fulfilled his duties and will soon depart the school." Truly dreadful, Ron seemed inclined to embrace with both arms. Yet he forgot the injury to his right arm. Consequently, as he inadvertently stirred the wound, he winced in pain. "I did not come to seek your gratitude, Mr. Weasley." Amasta entered with a genial smile, addressing the three startled young wizards. "How do you feel, Mr. Weasley?" "Oh, much better, Professor Brain," Ron replied bashfully, his ears flushing as he attempted to gesture with his arm. Observing that Ron's spirits appeared relatively high, Amasta nodded in satisfaction and seated himself on the adjacent hospital bed. Smiling at the trio, "In fact, I have some gifts for you." Chapter 93, Gifts. "Gifts?" Harry exclaimed in unison with his companions, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain as to why Professor Brain would suddenly bestow gifts upon them. "On one hand, as your defense against the dark arts professor, I wish to commend your brave confrontation with the Basilisk and Voldemort. On the other hand, it is a gesture of gratitude," Amasta explained with a warm smile. Harry astutely noted that since last night, Professor Brain had begun to refer to Voldemort by name, a stark contrast to his previous usage of terms like the Dark Lord or He Who Must Not Be Named. To be candid, aside from the three of them and Professor Dumbledore, Harry had only heard that name once from Hagrid. The rest of the wizarding community would recoil in terror at the mere mention of Voldemort. Yet, for reasons unknown, Harry felt no shock at this. It was as if he had long anticipated that a wizard like Professor Brain would not regard Voldemort with trepidation. "Consider this. The very wizard before me harbored the astonishing ambition, even in his 5th year, to eventually triumph over Dumbledore," Harry mused. "If it were not for your trio's initiative in uncovering the Chamber of Secrets, I might have expended considerable effort to locate it, by which time Ginny could have faced dire consequences." Dumbledore had already resolved to publicly acknowledge their efforts during the end-of-term banquet and to present them with a special award for their contributions. Amasta realized that Harry and his friends exhibited no particular surprise. Evidently, Dumbledore had forewarned them of this. Then, Amasta reached into his pocket and produced a shattered wand. "This is my wand," Ron exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, Mr. Weasley. I discovered it amidst a pile of rubble. It is a pity you lost it. This wand is beyond repair. Even I cannot restore its former life." Amasta smiled faintly as he observed Ron, who accepted the wand with a mixture of concern and reluctance. He then retrieved a pouch, and to the astonishment of the three young wizards, he extracted 20 gleaming gold galleons. Ron's eyes widened, almost halting his breath. He surmised the money was intended for him, yet he could scarcely believe it. To be truthful, he had encountered the sight of 20 gold galleons so few times throughout his life that it was almost unfathomable. "The sum of money should suffice for you to acquire a new wand, Mr. Weasley. Do not refuse. It is a reward for your bravery." Ron, trembling, accepted a substantial handful of gold coins, and before he could articulate his gratitude, he noticed Professor Breen extending a larger coin, engraved with an exquisite statue of Merlin. This silver commemorative coin was issued by the International Wizarding Federation to celebrate the centenary of the Wizarding Secrecy Act. "Mr. Weasley, I stumbled upon it unexpectedly and purchased it. It holds some value. Your father, Arthur Weasley, drafted a law to protect Muggle rights and personal safety, and I believe it carries a unique significance for you." Amasta, with a twinkle in his eye, addressed the somewhat bewildered Ron, "But I hope you will keep it rather than selling it for money. I swear to you, Professor Breen, I shall take this silver coin to my grave." Observing Ron's fondness for the coin, a profound smile flickered in Amasta's eyes, and then he directed his gaze towards Hermione. She was likely the most affected by his departure. How to articulate it? Professor Breen's remarks on life and solitude had deeply resonated with her, though limited by her age. She could not fully empathize. Furthermore, Breen's achievements in spell innovation astonished her. Previously, Hermione had sought knowledge for its own sake, rarely considering the prospect of creating new knowledge herself. The gift Amasta presented to Hermione was not unexpected, a worn spellbook. She received it with palpable eagerness. her youthful fingers gliding over the gilded title, The Simplification Theory of Ancient Spells, as the professor's explanatory voice echoed in her ears. This book may seem somewhat advanced for you at present, Miss Granger, but you can begin to explore it. It will provide you with profound insights into the historical evolution of spell model simplification. Should you aspire to excel in spell innovation in the future, I believe it will be of great assistance. Hermione opened the cover and discovered, inscribed in blue ink, a date penned by Professor Breen on the introductory page detailing the life of Ulrich Gamp. The handwriting appeared quite fresh, as if it had been written recently. Professor Breen. Hermione momentarily refrained from probing the enigmatic significance of this date. She looked up at Professor Breen, her lips pressed together, her expression tinged with sorrow. Are you truly not considering staying on to continue teaching? I mean, many believe your expertise in imparting knowledge on defense against the dark arts surpasses that of Professor Lockhart. Just surpassing? Ron rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath that the fellow was merely a fool adept at flattery and nonsense. Many young wizards were already aware of Amasta's impending departure from Hogwarts, expressing their reluctance to see him go. To be honest, amidst the heartfelt sentiments of these earnest young wizards, it was impossible for Amasta's heart to remain untouched. However, in contrast to remaining at Hogwarts, under the watchful gaze of Dumbledore, Amasta undoubtedly favored venturing into the boundless expanse of the world. His prowess had surpassed the point where mere diligent study could yield further enhancement. Only by continuously broadening his understanding and experience, engaging with a multitude of wizards, could he possibly ascend to greater heights. Furthermore, the paltry salary of a professor was utterly inadequate to meet his needs. Harry, who was already somewhat impatient, finally found himself the focus of Professor Breen's attention. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, speculating on what he might receive. Perhaps a Firebolt 2001? Harry mused excitedly, but then reconsidered. He already possessed an exceptionally fine broomstick, rendering any desire for a change unnecessary. Just as his mind swirled with fanciful thoughts, Professor Breen's words elicited astonishment from Harry and his companions. About you, Potter. Amasta was aware that his forthcoming words would disappoint Harry, yet he pressed on. I currently have nothing to give you. Hermione and Ron were momentarily stunned, their gazes flitting between the visibly disappointed Harry and Professor Breen, perplexed as to why the professor would overlook Harry, who had been the first to uncover the location of the Chamber of Secrets. If Professor Breen intended to express gratitude, surely Harry should be the foremost recipient. Or rather, I do have something to offer you, Potter, but it will require some time. Harry blinked, unable to grasp Professor Breen's intent. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, awakening Hermione and Ron to the realization. They held their breaths, eagerly staring at Professor Breen, hoping for an affirmative response. I imagine it will be thus. The task was complete, and Amasta rose with a wry smile. He turned towards the door, raising his arm above his head in a wave. I will probably stay a few more days. By then, I shall bid you farewell collectively. Wishing you all a pleasant life. Chapter 94, Classes. It was evident that Amasta had underestimated the public's curiosity regarding the basilisk, a creature of ancient lore intimately associated with the great founders of Hogwarts. According to Dumbledore, within just one day, Fudge had received nearly 200 letters requesting the Ministry of Magic to hold a public exhibition of the basilisk. An emergency meeting was convened, and it was decided to hold the exhibition next month in Hogsmeade. The Daily Prophet dispatched a team of reporters for urgent interviews, including the illustrious Newt Scamander, the renowned author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, among many other magical creature experts who confirmed their attendance at the exhibition. Fudge, through Dumbledore, extended an invitation to Amasta, expressing his hope that Amasta would attend as a special guest and articulate the ministry's significant and undeniable role in this affair. But Amasta rejected the invitation with an exasperated glance. I believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Amasta, I can accompany you to the exhibition, Amasta, where I can impart to you invaluable experiences on maintaining perfect poise in public and creating captivating topics of discussion. I believe it is imperative for you to urgently grasp the nuances of coexisting amicably with werewolves, Professor Lockhart mused, evading his persistent entreaties. Although Amasta is not a student of Gryffindor House, he is nonetheless a part of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, with her mouth covered and her eyes glistening with pride, watched as Amasta approached. Ahem, Professor McGonagall. Amasta smiled shyly. May I inquire when it would be convenient to discuss, my remuneration consequently? Professor McGonagall's eyes reddened even further. Snape stood silently to one side, observing the jovial young Amasta engaging with everyone, and unconsciously, a slight curve emerged at the corners of his perpetually sullen mouth. You all have the potential for a brighter future. Severus Dumbledore approached and spoke softly, We cannot alter the tragic events of the past, but the future is always a matter of choice. Severus, if you wish, before Dumbledore could finish his thoughts. Snape had already turned away. Lockhart had been bedridden for nearly 2 months and required a few more days to fully regain his energy. Thus, Amasta was responsible for the final week of defense against the dark arts classes. During the advanced practical session of defense against the dark arts, when Amasta led a bare-chested, ominous-looking middle-aged man onto the Quidditch pitch, most students displayed expressions of bewilderment. However, a few older Hufflepuff girls gazed at the man's muscular chest with infatuated smiles. What transpired next could only be described as horrific. When a middle-aged man transformed before everyone, revealing a terrifying wolf's head, baring his fierce fangs and emitting a chilling, bloodthirsty howl, nearly half of the graduating students were paralyzed in fear on the grass, while those who could move desperately scrambled for safety. Observing the scattering students, Amasta bellowed with exasperation. Amasta's encouragement had some effect. A few young wizards shakily raised their wands, attempting to prevent the werewolf from advancing, while Percy managed to cast a well-aimed stunning spell that removed a tuft of black fur from the werewolf's chest. Additionally, Oliver Wood from Gryffindor attempted to cast a stunning spell, but inexplicably, the thin beam of red light missed the werewolf and struck Marcus Flint, who was fleeing in the opposite direction, leaving one to wonder if this could be considered poetic justice. I have warned you, Amasta sighed in resignation. The magical resistance of werewolf fur is exceptional even among magical creatures, and spells cast by young wizards are often ineffective against werewolves. Maintaining a clear mind during a transformation is challenging, and in confronting werewolves, creating traps and utilizing transfiguration proves to be the most effective strategy. We are not you, Professor Pinello remarked in a pitiful tone, stating an undeniable truth. Dealing with boggarts is indeed within our capabilities. Oh, such childish tricks. Amos taunted with a wrinkled nose, expressing his dissatisfaction. You should aspire to greater heights, Miss Cravat. However, Percy, gasping for breath, defended his girlfriend. We are merely young wizards, Professor. Ultimately, none of the upperclassmen could inflict any substantial harm on the werewolf conjured by Amos's chair, which, to be honest, left him feeling somewhat disheartened. If these children, in the heavily protected environment of the school, were unable to confront truly dangerous entities, how would they fare upon stepping into the wizarding world entirely unprepared? Throughout his 2-month tenure as an educator, Amos had indeed discovered several talented young wizards. There was Potter, whose quick reflexes and acute sense of danger set him apart. Hermione, with her insatiable thirst for knowledge and competitive spirit, was also destined for remarkable achievements. The innovative capabilities of the Weasley twins from Gryffindor were commendable, while their younger sister Ginny possessed excellent reflexes during transformations. Neville demonstrated impressive potential under pressure, and many other young wizards, such as Cedric from Hufflepuff, Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw, and Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott from Slytherin, including Draco, exhibited commendable talents. Regrettably, almost every one of them harbored significant flaws. From Amos's perspective, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they could indeed become proficient wizards, yet none seemed destined to reach the exceptional caliber of himself or Professor Snape. Deep down, he understood that it sufficed to aspire towards the kind of wizard he wished to become and to steadfastly pursue that direction. On a late Friday night, Amos gazed at his empty office, smiling softly as he whispered a quiet farewell, then grasped his suitcase and closed the door to the reading chamber behind him.